Chapter 1. My head aches terribly. I shouldn't have gone drinking after resigning yesterday. How could I withstand so many girls pouring drinks for me? Lu Tian groaned, clutching his head as he awoke, only to find a captivating young woman standing before him. You're awake. If your head hurts, it will subside in a while. It's merely a sign of your frail constitution, so it's to be expected. The girl's words left Lu Tian momentarily stunned, prompting him to hastily rise to his feet. After a thorough examination, he sighed in relief upon realizing that his manhood was intact. However, Lu Tian soon recognized that he was not in his own home, but rather in a stark, empty room with only a bed to speak of, surrounded by walls that gleamed with a metallic sheen. This doesn't feel right. Could this place possibly be some sort of research facility? In this day and age, being handsome might lead to being studied. Lu Tian regarded the enchanting beauty before him with a serious expression, inquiring, "Miss, you are as lovely as a flower. A true vision of grace are you to be my future researcher?" He fixated on her, his eyes growing dry and red. Yet he felt that if only he could blink, it would alleviate his discomfort. Giggle, I never expected my host to be such an amusing individual. Aren't you even a little frightened? The girl smiled sweetly, her every gesture radiating a beauty that could only be described as otherworldly. I am but an ordinary office worker who has just resigned. I don't smoke, drink only in moderation, sleep by 11 p.m., ensure 8 hours of rest, and fall asleep as soon as I hit the bed, never allowing fatigue or stress to linger until the next day. The doctor has said I am in excellent health. Given my profile, I fail to see any research value. So what is there to fear? As Lu Tian spoke, he suddenly caught onto a term used by the girl, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Host. Did you just say host? In an instant, Lu Tian's expression transformed, his eyes widening in fury as he shouted, "You audacious creature! I could tell at a glance that you are not human. Now tell me, what exactly are you?" The girl rolled her eyes in response to his outburst, chuckling softly. Didn't you already realize? Why ask again? Lu Tian chuckled back, unperturbed. I'm merely giving you a chance to be candid. The girl, now displaying a hint of exasperation, straightened her demeanor and declared, I am indeed not human, nor even a biological entity. I am a collective manifestation of all the resentment, jealousy, anger, and dissatisfaction across countless realms. Lu Tian's face reflected sheer bewilderment, akin to discovering that his favorite fried dough was made from gutter oil. The girl shot him a disapproving glance before continuing. Among this collective, the hopes and aspirations birth can be likened to a pure white lotus blossoming from the mire of negativity that pervades the multiverse. At that moment, a melody began to echo in his ears. A white lotus blooming, never to wither. Stop, stop, stop. Where is that music coming from? Lu Tian waved his hands frantically, and the song abruptly ceased, plunging the room into silence. It turned out there had indeed been a song playing moments ago. Ahem. The girl cleared her throat and resumed speaking to Lu Tian. In summary, that is my origin. Lu Tian nodded, then pointed at himself, earnestly asking, and what about me? Why am I here? Having just resigned for a small drink. How did he end up in this peculiar place? He even questioned whether he had inadvertently entered a realm governed by a supreme deity, despite not having made any choices. The girl smiled at Lu Tian again, her charm undeniable. As I mentioned, you were chosen by me. With a playful gesture, she pointed at him. In an instant, Lu Tian perceived a flash of light at the corner of his eye, revealing a panel before him. Lu Tian. None. Evaluation. You are insignificant, utterly worthless. Upon reading this, Lu Tian trembled, feeling a chill run through him despite the warmth of the day. His hands and feet were icy. Would this system ever improve? Or could their host stand tall? He lifted his gaze to the girl, a look of astonishment crossing his face. So, you're the system? And I am the host you selected? At this juncture, the girl appeared much more docile, nodding earnestly as she replied, to be precise, you're the first and only host I have chosen from the myriad realms. Her serious tone caused Lu Tian's brow to furrow. Why did you choose me? He inquired. Because you're handsome. If I have to select someone, it's only logical to choose someone good-looking. The girl stated candidly, causing Lu Tian to raise an eyebrow, at a loss for a rebuttal. "You are now my host, and you may name me," she added. Hearing this, Lu Tian fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he looked up at her, his expression earnest. "Since you are a white lotus blossoming from the negativity of countless realms, there is no name more fitting than that." The girl nodded eagerly, her face reflecting agreement, as if they shared an unspoken understanding. Together, they exclaimed, "White lotus, bloom!" The girl froze, staring at Lu Tian in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, Lu Tian wore a satisfied grin as he continued, "From this day forth, you shall be known as the Blooming System. I shall call you Bloom from now on." Upon hearing this, Bloom clenched her fists, her expression turning furious, as if she would pounce at any moment. Seeing this, Lu Tian quickly stepped back, crossing his arms defensively. "Am I not entitled to name my own system as a host?" Upon hearing this, Bloom relaxed her fists and replied with resignation, "Very well, from today onwards, I shall be called Bloom. However, you must recite my name each time you awaken the system." Lu Tian paused, suddenly envisioning himself facing adversaries across the multiverse, muttering Bloom's name and shivering at the thought. "I seem to have dug my own grave." He shook his head vigorously, turning to Bloom with a serious expression, sincerely suggesting, "Bloom, I think your name might be problematic. Could we perhaps consider a different one?" Before he could finish, Bloom firmly interrupted, "No. Once a name is chosen, it cannot be changed." Upon hearing this, Lu Tian promptly fell silent, his brow furrowing as he mused, "Is this so-called white lotus from the mire not as pure as it claims? It certainly possesses a sense of dark humor." Still pondering, he noticed Bloom raise her hand and say earnestly, "Now that we're clear, let's hasten to select a task. The multiverse awaits your salvation." At that moment, Lu Tian observed another interface appearing on his system screen, the task interface. This format is designed for your understanding, presenting tasks that you can undertake upon completion. You shall receive rewards from the characters within. Bloom leaned in closer to Lu Tian, earnestly explaining. Lu Tian pursed his lips, remaining silent, instead scrutinizing the tasks displayed. The task interface was brimming with options, more numerous than stars in the sky, overwhelming Lu Tian's senses. World of primordial chaos. Hongyun, the kind-hearted ancestor, faces treachery alter the outcome and aid Hongyun in attaining sanctification. Reward, primordial Tao fruit. Marvel Universe. Thanos is deeply infatuated with Lady Death. Assist Thanos in winning her favor. Reward, the formidable physique of the Eternal Titan. Dragon Ball Universe. Frisia, the tyrant, is betrayed by the Scions. Help Frisia triumph over the evil Scions and fulfill his dream of universal unification. Reward, 3-ear transformation ability of the Cosmic Pirates and all martial arts experience. These tasks are far too numerous. Am I truly capable of completing any of them? Lu Tian furrowed his brow, not out of cowardice, but rather due to the realization that he was utterly incapable of facing such formidable figures. If he were to actually enter these worlds, he might very well meet his demise. Bloom, noticing his hesitation, smiled and pointed delicately at the task interface, gently tapping it. "Those tasks are merely for your perusal, intended for when you have grown stronger. For now, you should focus on completing simpler tasks." Lu Tian looked again and discovered that the tasks had indeed become considerably easier, featuring only lower-tier worlds. "All right then, if that's the case, I shall select this world to test my skills." With that, Lu Tian confidently chose a task and confirmed his acceptance. "Very well, let us proceed." Upon witnessing this, Kaihua couldn't help but smile, transforming into a fleeting white shadow that enveloped Lu Tian. Instantly, he felt a jolt through his body, followed by an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. "This is quite uncomfortable. My head aches a bit," Lu Tian exclaimed. "Fear not. This is merely a result of your frail physique struggling to withstand the rift of time and space travel. You will acclimate to it in due course," Kaihua reassured him. "Will I no longer experience this sensation in the future?" "Not precisely. You will simply become accustomed to it." Having concluded his playful banter with Kaihua, Lu Tian found himself in a modern park. The air was filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant bloom of flowers. Yet this was the world designated for Lu Tian's mission. Adventures of the Sloppy King. Eliminate the Rat King and thwart his nefarious schemes. Reward: shrinking potion. As Lu Tian gazed at the mission details displayed on the system screen, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Kaiwa, host, what can I assist you with? Kaihua's voice resonated in his ear. Lu Tian pinched his nose and spoke. I was just pondering, does this mission not present a contradiction? Typically, I aid the archvillains, yet this task involves combating one. Indeed, while Adventures of the Sloppy King is a children's animation, it does feature a formidable antagonist. The Rat King, with aspirations of annihilating humanity and unifying the world, could indeed be considered a formidable foe among rodents. In response, Kaihua chuckled softly and elucidated, I am the flower of hope sprouted from the myriad realms. How could I possibly assist the Rat King in fulfilling such a fantastical and malevolent ambition? Therefore, I must eradicate him. Kaihua's words stirred something within Lu Tian, as if he were beginning to comprehend the deeper implications. Although the Rat King harbored resentment, annihilating humanity would only serve to amplify his grievances. I understand now. Lu Tian nodded, stepping into the narrative's park where he quickly spotted the entrance to the Rat Kingdom. Eliminating the rodents posed no challenge for Lu Tian. He seized a garden hose and unleashed a torrent of water upon the Rat Kingdom. To humans, it was merely a swift current, but for the rats, it was akin to a cataclysmic deluge. Splish splash. The heavens are weeping. Splish splash. The rats are lamenting. Lu Tian sang as he flooded the kingdom, and the rodents were met with calamity. Within the rat hole, the Rat King was enjoying a hot pot with his daughter and singing merrily when suddenly a deluge swept in, resembling a water serpent that infiltrated every crevice, swiftly submerging the entire Rat Kingdom. Scores of rats were expelled from their burrows, and the Rat King found himself in a state of utter disarray. When the world is happening, someone resolve this at once. He bellowed in terror, hastily commanding his subordinates, though his frantic orders bore little effect. From outside, Lu Tian watched the water engulf the rat hole with ease and tranquility, contemplating how delightful it would be if all missions were this straightforward. Suddenly, a mechanical rat burst forth from the rat hole, launching an attack on Lu Tian. With a swift motion, Lu Tian lifted his leg and crushed it underfoot, reducing it to a pile of debris. Ding! Host has slain a mechanical rat, earning level 1 basic mechanical knowledge. The system's notification caused Lu Tian's eyes to widen in surprise. Kawa, what does this mean? Host, by eliminating significant characters, you have a chance to receive relevant rewards. There is no need for confusion. Kaihua's explanation sparked a glimmer of excitement in Lu Tian's eyes. If this were the case, perhaps he was destined to become a pioneer in rat extermination. At that moment, another rat hole erupted with a surge of rodents fleeing in all directions. Seeing this, Lu Tian grabbed a wooden stick and charged forward, unwilling to confront ordinary rats empty-handed. The rodents were no match for him, falling one after another to his prowess. Among them, one rat adorned with a conspicuous crown caught Lu Tian's attention. With a decisive step forward, he swung his stick, striking the rat with a resounding crack. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have slain the Rat King. Mission accomplished. Reward: shrinking potion. Is it truly completed? So effortlessly? Lu Tian could scarcely believe it. He had yet to exert himself, and his adversary had already fallen in unsatisfactory display of his capabilities. As Lu Tian pondered this, several women suddenly charged in from outside. Who is this young man? While you may possess a certain charm, how could you vandalize public property? The women shouted, their arms adorned with armbands, their demeanor causing Lu Tian to feel a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Kaihua, we must return immediately, Lu Tian urged, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events after he had assumed his mission was complete. Ding! Host task accomplished. Now commencing return. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lu Tian's form dissipated into nothingness, vanishing entirely from this world. Could that have been a celestial being? No wonder they were so remarkably handsome. Hey, Aunt Zhang. Guess what? I encountered a deity, and yes, they were quite good-looking. Lu Tian found himself back in his room, holding a small vial that appeared rather unremarkable. However, in Lu Tian's eyes, a piece of information materialized. Shrinking potion, created by the Rat King in the world of the Sloppy King's adventures. This potion allows the user to shrink in size, lasting for 12 hours. Only half a day. Lu Tian mused, feeling a twinge of regret. This shrinking potion was not permanent, significantly diminishing its practicality. Nevertheless, if utilized cleverly, it could certainly prove to be quite advantageous. Host, you have completed your first task, granting you an additional chance to draw from the lottery. Would you like to proceed? The figure of the blooming flower appeared before Lu Tian, filling him with delight. What? Such good fortune. Quickly, let me draw. Whoosh! A fantastical light emanated from the system before Lu Tian. And the lottery commenced. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the skill book. Wall passing technique. Would you like to use it? The reminder from the blooming flower left Lu Tian momentarily stunned, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. Wall passing technique. Where does this technique originate? The name wall passing technique conjured many associations in Lu Tian's mind. It was merely a title and did not inherently signify anything substantial. If the host utilizes it, you will uncover the detailed information, the blooming flower stated. Use it. Lu Tian responded without hesitation. Ding. Using the skill book wall passing technique, congratulations host, you have acquired the skill, wall passing technique LV1. The system's notification was met with indifference from Lu Tian. As his gaze shifted directly to the detailed description, wall passing technique LV1, originating from the world of the Laojun Taoists. This technique allows the user to pass through walls using Taoist skills. This description caused Lu Tian's eyes to widen, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. Blooming flower, I've been meaning to ask, what does the LV1 preceding this skill signify? Does it mean my skill can be enhanced further? Lu Tian inquired directly, as the presence of LV1 implied the possibility of improvement. Otherwise, the system would not have indicated it in such a manner. Hearing this, the blooming flower smiled sweetly, her bright eyes sparkling with mirth. Host, you are truly astute. That is indeed the case. All of your abilities can be enhanced. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian stroked his chin and asked, it doesn't require task points, does it? This is a familiar trope. Lu Tian naturally speculated. However, the blooming flower puffed out her cheeks in discontent, responding, Host, what do you take me for? I am not some seductive harlot from the main god space. Therefore, the enhancement of your skills does not rely on task points, but rather on source power. Source power is the energy derived from the fundamental essence of countless realms, a force generated to combat negative energy. When the host enters various realms to complete tasks and dispel negative energy, you will liberate this source power, which is entirely accessible to you. The blooming flower's words stirred Lu Tian's expression, a look of excitement flashing across his face. Soon, a new interface unfolded before him, revealing a mysterious ancient pool, source power pool. Lu Tian immediately recognized its name, source power value, 100 points. Upon seeing this message, Lu Tian furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his inquiry. I only have 100 points of source power? Will this suffice to enhance my skills? Lu Tian glanced at the blooming flower, uncertain if 100 points was a substantial amount for the enhancement of skills. The blooming flower's smile blossomed, akin to a blooming flower. Of course, it will. These source power points are what I have stored, sufficient to elevate one of your skills to its maximum level. Which skill would you like to enhance? This revelation prompted Lu Tian to recall that he had also acquired another skill during his last task. Basic mechanical knowledge, the fundamental knowledge of mechanics. Possessing this knowledge, you might be considered an excellent hobbyist. This description made Lu Tian smack his forehead in disbelief. Truly, the skill bestowed by the mechanical rat was utterly useless. He pondered over the knowledge in his mind, feeling as though he had become a seasoned hobbyist. However, being merely a hobbyist held little value in the realms. Nevertheless, what effects could be achieved if it were elevated to its maximum level? Lu Tian mused, considering that in the myriad realms, a mechanic's prowess might not be insignificant. With these thoughts, a smile crept onto Lu Tian's handsome face. Blooming flower. What would happen if basic mechanical knowledge were to be enhanced to its maximum level? Just as Lu Tian posed the question, the blooming flower promptly provided an answer. If elevated to full mastery, the host could potentially become an expert in explosive firearms. As she spoke, she continued to elaborate. I still recommend that you enhance the wall passing technique. If the wall passing technique is maximized, you will be able to pass through any wall, even transcending the very concept of a wall. The blooming flower's words ignited a spark in Lu Tian's heart, his eyes shining like stars. Maximizing the wall passing technique. How formidable. This has become something akin to a rule. Lu Tian remarked, half comprehending yet profoundly delighted. Such a description resembled the door fruit from One Piece. Yet it applies to all realms, making it even more wondrous. The blooming flower, hearing this, smiled with pride and declared, "Of course, I am the unique blooming flower system, representing the hope of all realms. The skills I enhance are anything but simple." Lu Tian paid little heed to her words at that moment, directly exclaiming, "In that case, enhance my wall-passing technique." Ding. Skill enhancement complete. Congratulations, host. You have attained the God-level wall-passing technique. God-level wall-passing technique. Max, the fully mastered wall-passing technique has transcended to a rule-like existence, allowing passage through any conceptual wall. This description, now this is truly a divine skill. I can roam freely, Lu Tian exclaimed, a wry smile illuminating his face. With the God-level wall-passing technique, no one could ever confine him again. For the concept of a wall was exceedingly broad. Congratulations, host, on acquiring this rare skill. Your life is now secured. Although I can revive you after death, it still requires source power, the blooming flower added. Prompting a smile from Lu Tian. At that moment, he stood up and approached the white wall in his room. If the God-level wall-passing technique allows passage through all conceptual walls, then surely this wall can be traversed as well, Lu Tian declared, positioning himself before the white wall and activating the wall-passing technique. Host, wait. The blooming flower attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Whoosh. In a flash of white light, Lu Tian passed through the white wall, only to find himself momentarily stunned. Lu Tian discovered he was ensconced within a white lotus, surrounded by a layer of black, sludge-like substance. This murky material writhed continuously, and at that moment, Lu Tian's mind was besieged by a cacophony of frenzied whispers, flooding him with countless thoughts. This is far too dangerous. I must return. The thoughts surged through Lu Tian's mind, and in the final moment, he activated the wall-passing technique once more. Whoosh! Lu Tian had not anticipated such peril lurking behind the white wall. He had nearly been unable to return. As the wall-passing technique successfully activated, Lu Tian felt as though every ounce of strength was siphoned from him. Phew, that was truly perilous. Blooming flower, what were those things? Lu Tian's tall frame lay sprawled on the ground, half leaning against the wall, exuding an aura of utter exhaustion. Nevertheless, this did little to diminish his handsome visage. Kaihua leaned in closer, her eyes wide with shock and tinged with fear as she spoke in a trembling voice. Host, outside lies the negative energy of the entire myriad realms, something even more unfathomable than the indescribable. Even the deities of the divine world could fall into ruin with just a glance. As she spoke, a hint of anger crept into Kaihua's tone, and she continued, "You are being reckless. If it weren't for the fact that you are my host, and under my protection, you would have already become a part of that energy." It was evident that Kaihua was genuinely upset, having not anticipated Lu Tian's propensity for self-destructive behavior. Hearing her words, Lu Tian couldn't help but smile, casting his gaze downward, shrouding his eyes in shadow. "I merely acquired a new skill and sought to test it," he replied nonchalantly. "But enough of that. Let us proceed with the next world's task. I am eager to grow stronger." Upon hearing this, Kaihua's anger dissipated, yet she pointedly remarked, "Having just encountered that negative energy, you cannot choose the next world. It may become exceedingly perilous. Are you certain you wish to enter?" Kaihua cautioned, noting Lu Tian's poor condition. Although he remained unaffected due to his status as a system host, there would certainly be repercussions for the next realm. Despite her warning, Lu Tian merely chuckled, displaying a fearless demeanor. "Let us commence the next world. I have little left to fear." Seeing his resolve, Kaihua no longer hesitated and declared, "Very well, if you insist, we shall open the next world." With a flash, a brilliant white light enveloped him, and in the next moment, Lu Tian found himself standing on an ancient, quaint street. It was evident that he had been transported to a setting from the Republic of China era, prompting him to ponder the nature of the world he had entered. However, this uncertainty soon vanished. World of Mr. Zombie. Task 1. Ensure the safety of Rintingting. Reward. Basic internal skill. Task 2. Eliminate Zombie King. 03. Reward. Zombie Bloodline. The details of the tasks caused Lu Tian's brows to furrow in concern, prompting him to call out, "Kaihua." "I am here," Kaihua's voice replied, laced with urgency. The host had not anticipated entering this particular world, which was indeed a genuine one-star realm. It seemed she would need to offer him assistance. Lu Tian was aware that the myriad realms were categorized into various tiers, ranging from 1-star to 10-star. Worlds such as the primordial world and the divine realm were 10-star realms, governed by formidable 10-star beings. In contrast, the likes of the Sloppy King's adventures were considered trivial and not graded, posing little danger. The world of Mr. Zombie, however, was rife with terrifying zombies and the mystical arts of Maoshan, marking it as a true star-rated realm. Initially, Kaiwa had planned to allow Lu Tian to enter a star-rated world only after he acquired a certain degree of self-sufficiency. Yet, due to his reckless encounter with the negative energy of the myriad realms, he was thrust into this star-rated world much sooner than anticipated. Listening to Kaiwa, Lu Tian narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Hasn't the source pool been depleted? How can you still assist me?" His expression bore a curious glint, reminiscent of a detective on the case. "After all this time, you must have taken all the benefits from the system for yourself." Though Kaiwa could not manifest in the task world, Lu Tian felt as though he had been given a withering glance. "What nonsense! I am the system itself. Why would I need to take a cut? Moreover, I have my own little treasury. Is that not reasonable?" She retorted with a huff, her words akin to a tempest, pouring down upon Lu Tian like a hailstorm of bullets. Overwhelmed by such fervor, Lu Tian quickly interjected, "Enough of this. You mentioned providing me assistance. What kind of assistance are we discussing?" he asked, his face betraying a flicker of curiosity. Currently, he had only mastered a wall-passing technique and remained an ordinary individual, utterly incapable of confronting zombies on his own. He would need to rely on Kaihua's help to withstand the undead. Ding! Host has activated super learning mode. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Lu Tian's ear, causing his brows to arch in surprise. Super learning mode? What is that? Lu Tian inquired with curiosity, hastily glancing at the system interface. Super learning mode. The host may select an opponent. Upon defeating an opponent, the host can acquire one of their learnable skills. Upon reading this description, Lu Tian understood its premise. However, he realized the limitations of this super learning mode. If he could defeat someone, he wouldn't require it, and if he couldn't, he wouldn't be able to learn anything at all. Filled with doubt, Lu Tian posed a question to Kaihua. "This super learning mode seems of little use to me. If I can defeat someone, do I still need to learn from them?" Kaihua chuckled at his words and explained, "Do not fret, host, this defeat can take any form, and for someone as charming and cunning as you, it should pose no challenge, right? I see. Then I shall confront Uncle Gio." Lu Tian disregarded Kaihua's seemingly flattering yet subtly mocking words and stated decisively. Striding forward, he had spotted two familiar figures crossing the street towards a Western-style restaurant. It was clear that the plot was unfolding. Lord Ren and Ren Fa were seeking Uncle Gio to relocate his father's grave. Having seen the film, Lu Tian quickly deduced the current plot point and proceeded to approach, intending to find an opportunity to engage with Lord Ren. After all, completing his task required interaction with him, and he also needed to devise a way to defeat Uncle Gio to acquire one of his skills. As Lu Tian followed Uncle Gio's figure, he found himself outside the Western-style restaurant. Soon, an amusing scene would unfold when Uncle Gio clumsily fumbled with his coffee. However, having watched the movie, Lu Tian was not particularly invested in such trivialities. His focus was solely on meeting Lord Ren and fulfilling the task of safeguarding his daughter. Yet, Uncle Gio appeared to have developed gray hair, his steps still vigorous as if he were wearing specially designed shoes. Lu Tian realized that despite his own tall frame, he struggled to keep pace with Uncle Gio, and by the time he reached the restaurant, Uncle Gio had already entered with his disciple. Feeling a pang of urgency, Lu Tian quickened his pace and stepped inside just as the door swung open, colliding with a departing customer. Thud! Lu Tian staggered back a few steps while the other party fell to the ground, letting out a melodious exclamation. "Ouch, that hurt." A radiant young woman rubbed her forehead, having just bumped into Lu Tian. "Are you all right, miss?" Lu Tian's gaze was immediately drawn to the young lady before him. The girl, adorned in a delicate pink Western attire, not only accentuated her exquisite features but also imbued her with an added charm. Lu Tian quickly recognized her as the person he was tasked to protect, Miss Rentingting. The daughter of Lord Ren.S. Rentingting bid farewell to her father and hurried out to purchase some cosmetics. She unexpectedly collided with a figure. Slightly irritated, she lifted her head, only to be momentarily stunned by the sight before her. Clad in casual attire that starkly contrasted the conventional male garb of the era, Lu Tian exuded an air of confidence that rendered him even more captivating. Were there a charm attribute displayed by the system, Lu Tian would undoubtedly have surpassed all expectations. "Miss, I sincerely apologize for inadvertently bumping into you," Lu Tian said, a composed smile gracing his face, his eyes remaining respectfully fixed on her. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Rentingting's initial annoyance dissipated. With Lu Tian's assistance, she regained her footing and replied, "It's quite all right. I was in a rush and failed to notice you." She hastily gestured to convey her well-being. Expressing her friendliness to Lu Tian, still smiling, adopted a serious countenance and replied, "That simply won't do. Since it was I who collided with you, an apology is in order. It is my principle." As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow and then inquired, "May I ask, Miss, what is your name?" His question took Rin Tingting by surprise, yet she harbored no ill feelings towards him and responded with poise, "I am Rin Tingting, though I am yet to learn your name." With a gentlemanly smile, Lu Tian introduced himself. "I am Lu Tian." Stepping forward, he continued, "As the one who inadvertently caused you distress, I shall ensure your safety henceforth as a form of apology in modern society." Such a statement might be deemed eccentric. However, Rin Tingting, having returned from studying abroad and influenced by Western culture, perceived Lu Tian's words as a manifestation of chivalry, a true gentlemanly spirit, though she contemplated declining his offer. Lu Tian, unperturbed and exuding an air reminiscent of Sebastian, positioned himself behind Rin Tingting, embodying the role of her guardian knight. The presence of a man at her back would typically make Rin Tingting feel awkward. However, in this instance, it was quite the opposite, for Lu Tian's striking looks were more than sufficient to dispel any discomfort. Following behind him, she ventured, "Lu Tian, I wish to purchase some cosmetics. Might you accompany me?" A hint of shyness graced her features as she spoke. Lu Tian chuckled at her request, responding with utmost courtesy, "Certainly, it would be my pleasure." Although Rin Tingting found his agreement somewhat peculiar, she did not object. Instead, leading him towards the cosmetics shop. The establishment was owned by Qiu Sheng, who, having heard from his aunt of a woman from a particular profession visiting to purchase cosmetics, glanced outside just in time to see Rin Tingting express her desire to buy powder. Such beauty, and yet she is one of those. Qiu Sheng mused, lost in thought when Rin Tingting and Lu Tian entered. He promptly approached them with enthusiasm. "Ladies and gentlemen, here to buy cosmetics. Please take a look. Our store offers only the finest." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Rin Tingting, only to be obstructed by Lu Tian's presence. "Sir, may I inquire who you are?" Qiu Sheng asked with curiosity, taken aback. Rin Tingting struggled to find her words. "I am his secretary." Lu Tian interjected casually. "A secretary? How intimate!" Qiu Sheng exclaimed, his surprise evident. Do those in such professions even have secretaries? Of course. Even those who assist in bathing have associate professors. Lu Tian retorted, leaving Qiu Sheng bewildered. Just as he intended to ask further questions, Lu Tian leaned in, saying, "This young lady happens to be the only daughter of Lord Run. You wouldn't mistake her for one of those women, would you?" He gestured towards the establishment outside. "What?" Qiu Sheng exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, Rin Tingting, no fool herself, quickly grasped the situation. In a fit of anger, she slapped Qiu Sheng and admonished, "Scoundrel." With that, she stormed out of the cosmetics shop. Her fury palpable. Lu Tian did not pursue her. Instead, he turned his attention back to Qiu Sheng. "It seems fate has eluded you too," he remarked. "Hey, you're not here to stir up trouble, are you?" Qiu Sheng asked, irritation creeping into his voice. Lu Tian, beaming with a radiant smile, replied, "Not at all. I am merely a passing knight. Remember that." With those words, he strode out of the cosmetics shop. Beep. Host has defeated Qiu Sheng. Gaining the foundational Taoist skills of Maoshan, the voice echoed in Lu Tian's ears, and a fleeting smile graced his lips. How did he just defeat Qiu Sheng? One might wonder. Certainly, through the goodwill established with Rin Tingting. He mused. As he had once been told, any form of victory would suffice, and Lu Tian was not one to pass up an opportunity. As Lu Tian exited, he found Rin Tingting waiting not far off. Seemingly anticipating his return, upon his arrival, she visibly relaxed, as if relieved that he had not abandoned her. "I thought you had left," Rin Tingting remarked, a hint of melancholy in her tone. Lu Tian laughed heartily. "What are you thinking? I would never leave. I promise to protect you. I seem like the type to go back on my word." His declaration caused Rin Tingting's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Her face blooming like a flower. Listening to his bold words sent her heart racing, as if a flurry of butterflies had taken flight within her. Lu Tian, grinning once more, looked at her earnestly and asked, "Tingting, may I spend the new year at your home?" Rin Tingting's expression deepened in color, clearly caught off guard by his request. But New Year's is still quite far off. However, if you have nowhere to stay, you are welcome to reside at my home for now. It is quite spacious," she offered. Her father being the most prominent gentleman in the vicinity, Lu Tian nodded, affirming his need for accommodation, and the two set off together towards the Ren estate. "Miss," the servants called out in unison upon her return, their expression shifting to one of shock as they beheld Lu Tian. "Not good. The young lady has returned with a handsome man." A servant rushed to inform Ren Fa. Startled, Ren Fa emerged from within, astonishment etched across his face. "This place is my home. If you wish to stay, you are most welcome." Ren Tingting beamed, gesturing towards the estate. Hearing this, Lu Tian nodded in agreement, his smile unwavering. "Ding ding, what have you done?" Ren Fa interjected, now standing before Lu Tian, his demeanor akin to an enraged lion. "Father, this is my friend, Lu Tian. He has nowhere to stay, and I brought him home for a few days." Ren Tingting explained, a hint of shyness in her voice. Lu Tian, exuding confidence, stepped forward and politely introduced himself. "Uncle Ren, I am Lu Tian. You may call me Xiao Tian." Ren Fa's eyes lit up upon seeing Lu Tian. In the Republican era, a person of Lu Tian's stature seemed like a king among a throng of little zombies, undeniably striking. "My dear nephew," Ren Fa nodded, scrutinizing him with a discerning gaze. "What profession do you pursue?" Upon hearing this, Lu Tian grinned broadly and replied earnestly, "I am a disciple of the Laojun sect, dedicated to vanquishing demons and evildoers." Though he could only perform a singular, extraordinary wall-piercing technique, he spoke without a hint of embarrassment. Even if the sect's founder were to return, Lu Tian's prowess in this art would undoubtedly surpass his. With such an ability, Lu Tian unabashedly declared his intent. Hearing this, Ren Fa's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated such a response from Lu Tian. A similar look of surprise also graced Ren Tingting's face. "You belong to the Laojun sect. Does that mean you are a Taoist priest?" she asked directly. Lu Tian's casual attire, which exuded a distinctly Western flair in the eyes of the Republicans, contrasted sharply with his proclaimed affiliation to the Laojun sect, thus evoking their astonishment. Observing their reactions, Lu Tian waved his hand dismissively and said, "Although I am with the Laojun sect, I am not a Taoist priest. I am free to marry." This statement caused Ren Tingting to blush, prompting her to swiftly retort, "Humph, who asked you that?" Despite her words, her expression betrayed a profound satisfaction. On the other side, Ren Fa, witnessing this exchange, felt a pang of unease, akin to the sensation of his daughter being courted away. "Ah, dear nephew, I shall refrain from commenting on your profession. However, you must stay at the Ren residence," Ren Fa said, a contemplative expression gracing his features. That moment, he remained uncertain about allowing Lu Tian to reside in his home. Yet Ren Tingting, undeterred, interjected, addressing her father directly, "Father, doesn't he have anywhere else to stay? Our home is quite spacious. Let him stay." Once she spoke, Ren Fa found himself at a loss for words, ultimately conceding to let Lu Tian reside with him. Lu Tian smiled and added, "Uncle, I shall not be a freeloader. I have heard that the Ren family is relocating graves, and I can assist with that." He spoke directly, referencing the events that would unfold later. Concerning the transformation of Ren Laote into a zombie due to the disturbance of his burial site, unbeknownst to Ren Fa, upon hearing Lu Tian's words, a peculiar expression crossed his face. "I have already informed Jioshu about this matter. He is a skilled practitioner from the nearby Maoshan sect. Indeed, I have heard of Jioshu's remarkable abilities. What skills do you possess?" Just then, a comical voice interrupted. Lu Tian looked up to see a proud young man in riding boots striding toward them. Recognizing him at once, Lu Tian identified him as Captain Away. Having just returned from the security team, Away felt a surge of anger upon seeing Ren Tingting and Lu Tian in such close proximity. Although unaware of Jioshu's prowess, he nevertheless interjected, "Cousin, how can you speak of Lu Tian in such a manner?" Ren Tingting, noticing Away's tone, swiftly replied, "Lu Tian is not to be underestimated." Lu Tian, unperturbed, merely smiled. He turned to Away, his expression serene, and said, "Do you doubt me? I have a method to prove my abilities. Would you care to try it?" Away paused, taking a step back, but quickly regained his composure, exclaiming, "What do I have to fear? Just tell me how to prove it. I am the captain of the security team and have a loyal band of brothers behind me. Don't overstep your bounds." Lu Tian chuckled once more and said, "It is quite simple. I merely need to pluck one of your hairs." With that, he reached out and pulled a hair from Away's head. "Ouch!" Away yelped in surprise. "How dare you lay a hand on Captain Away? You must want to die," he shouted, reaching for his gun to threaten Lu Tian. In response, Lu Tian quickly stepped back, his expression serious as he looked at Away. "Did you not ask me to prove myself? Why do you hesitate now?" With a hint of disdain, he continued, "What is this? You cry out in pain from the plucking of a single hair. I am beginning to question your masculinity." Away's neck stiffened. a flicker of panic crossing his face. As Captain Away, how could he allow such doubts to linger? He straightened his posture to display his muscular physique and declared, "Humph, I am certainly a man. That is beyond question." Seeing this, Lu Tian held up the hair and remarked, "If you are indeed a man, then a single hair should not provoke such outrage." Away, realizing he could not afford to lose face, refrained from retaliating. "Captain, I have heard of some nefarious sorcery that can curse a person using their hair. You should be cautious." One of Away's subordinates whispered. Despite the subordinate's low tone, Lu Tian and the others still heard him. "That is impossible. Lu Tian is not that kind of person," Ren Tingting interjected firmly. Ren Fa remained silent, observing the unfolding scene with a calm demeanor. Deep within, he harbored thoughts of testing Lu Tian's capabilities. However, upon hearing his subordinate's words, Away scoffed, dismissing the notion. "Nonsense. Such things do not exist in this world. I see this person as nothing but a fraud." After sending his subordinate away, Away turned his attention back to Lu Tian, his tone sharpening. "Listen, if you cannot prove yourself soon, I will have my brothers take you away and brand you with a large female character." Away's face broke into a smug grin as he envisioned Lu Tian's misfortune. Lu Tian, however, maintained a smile of his ow, no problem. "I will certainly provide proof. Just hope you do not regret it." With a slight grin, Lu Tian turned to Ren Laute. "Uncle, may I borrow some tools?" Although Lu Tian had gained the Maoshan techniques through a super learning mode, he lacked the physical means to perform certain spells requiring talismans. While Qiuxing's abilities were commendable, they did not reach the level of Jiushu's skill, which did not rely on talismans. Thus, Lu Tian requested Ren Laute to prepare the necessary materials for him to draw talismans on site. "Certainly, I will arrange for that immediately," Ren Laute responded, promptly instructing his servants to prepare. Once the yellow paper and cinnabar were ready, Lu Tian's brush danced across the paper, creating a talisman. He then wrapped Away's hair within it. "Could you hurry up? I'm growing impatient," Away scoffed, watching Lu Tian's meticulous process with a sense of overconfidence. Convinced that Lu Tian was merely stalling, noting Away's impatience, Lu Tian smirked and replied, "Patience, my friend. I am simply searching for the right target." Just as he finished speaking, a yellow mutt dashed around the corner. A bone clamped in its mouth. Perfect. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Tian couldn't help but smile as he stepped forward and leaped over. The former Lu Tian would certainly not have exhibited such agility. But having triumphed over Qiuxing and mastered his Maoshan techniques, he had acquired not only the art of talismans but also the skill of energy guidance, which could be considered a nascent form of true qi. This ability was inherited by Lu Tian, allowing him to swiftly approach the yellow dog. Grasping its head with his left hand, he forcefully inserted a talisman into its mouth with his right. Then, Lu Tian formed a hand seal with his right hand and silently chanted an incantation, touching the dog's forehead. Woof, woof. The yellow dog, released by Lu Tian, collapsed to the ground only to rise again, barking furiously. Woof, woof. At that moment, to everyone's astonishment, Away also fell to the ground, starting to bark like the dog. What on earth is happening? Those nearby were utterly shocked, their faces displaying disbelief at the bizarre spectacle. Clearly, Away was a human, yet his actions mirrored those of the yellow dog. Lu Tian, could something be wrong with my cousin? Ren Tingting approached Lu Tian, grasping his arm, for she had never before encountered such an odd situation in her life. Away, the captain who usually feigned authority, was now behaving in such a comical manner that many security personnel struggled to suppress their laughter. Lu Tian gently patted Ren Tingting and began to explain. "It is nothing serious. I merely utilized the Lao Jun Daoist arts to merge Away's spirit with that of the yellow dog, which is why they are behaving in unison. It poses no danger to him." Upon hearing this, Ren Tingting visibly relaxed. Indeed, this was the Maoshan trick that Qiuxing and Wenkai had once played on Away, now executed by Lu Tian. However, the talisman he used was provided directly by Kaihua, lending it greater potency, thus allowing the yellow dog's actions to influence Away. While Away could not affect the dog in return, the yellow dog barked for a while, realizing that Lu Tian and the others were not afraid of it. And then it darted toward its fallen bone. Simultaneously, Away lunged forward, crashing into the corner. Bang! A sound echoed, and a bump formed on Away's head. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock as he found himself face to face with a pile of dog feces. Help! No! The yellow dog pounced on its bone, and Away, unable to resist, tumbled forward, letting out a muffled cry. Stop! Lu Tian, observing the chaos, reached out to cease the Maoshan spell. The yellow dog dropped the bone and halted Away in his tracks, preventing any further antics. Realizing he was unharmed, Away turned around, his face expressing relief. "Oh, I'm fine. He then directed his attention to the yellow dog. You wretched creature, you've truly humiliated Captain Away. With that, Away prepared to strike the dog in a panic. The yellow dog bumped into him and scampered away. Slap. Away could not evade in time and fell hard to the ground that a foul odor wafted through the air. Away, how disgraceful. Hurry and clean yourself up, Ren-Fa exclaimed, witnessing Away sit squarely in the dog's mess. This inadvertently alleviated Away's embarrassment as he scrambled to his feet and dashed into the Ren residence. Meanwhile, Lu Tian shrugged his shoulders, wearing an expression of innocence by heaven's grace. While he had intended to prank Away, he never wished for it to escalate to this extent. One could only attribute it to Away's ill fortune. Once Away departed, Ren-Fa turned his gaze back to Lu Tian, his demeanor shifting. Noble nephew, I did not expect you to possess such genuine skill. My previous attitude may have been somewhat ungracious. I hope you will not hold it against me. Ren-Fa, a well-known local gentleman, understood the importance of propriety and recognized that one must not offend someone like Lu Tian. His tone became noticeably more courteous. Ren-Ting, however, shot her father a disapproving glance and interjected. Father. Lu Tian waved his hand with a smile, replying, It's quite all right. I am merely a friend of Tingting's. And nothing significant occurred. It is only natural for you to harbor some reservations about me. At this point, Lu Tian's expression shifted, adopting a more serious demeanor. Uncle, as I mentioned earlier, I have heard that the Ren family intends to relocate the elder's grave. I foresee a calamity befalling your family during this process, which is why I wish to offer my assistance. I hope Mr. Ren will allow me to partake in this endeavor. Upon hearing this, Ren-Fa's face displayed a hint of difficulty. He had already engaged Jiushu for this matter, and entrusting it to another would be disrespectful to Jiushu. However, he was also intrigued by Lu Tian's demonstrated abilities, particularly his words, which left him somewhat uncertain. Noticing Ren-Fa's hesitation, Lu Tian laughed heartily and addressed him. Uncle, there's no need for concern. As the saying goes, goods should be compared among three families. When the time comes, I shall compete with Master Lin, and you will see who is more suitable. Ren-Fa pondered this, nodding thoughtfully, and clapped his hands, exclaiming joyfully, In that case, I shall trouble you, noble nephew. A night passed without incident, and the sun rose once more. This day marked the relocation of the elder Ren's grave. With members of the Ren family, Away, Jiushu, and others gathering at the original burial site, naturally, Lu Tian accompanied them, and upon his arrival, he immediately stood out among the crowd, drawing attention. Hey, did you see that? That's the person I told you about. So arrogant, Xiaoxing whispered to Wakai, his feelings of resentment towards Lu Tian palpable after their previous encounter. Jiushu, standing at the forefront, also cast a glance at Lu Tian, feeling an inexplicable oddity about this young man, prompting him to observe further. Jiushu, I leave the upcoming matters to you. Ren-Fa approached with an earnest demeanor, prompting Jiushu to nod seriously in acknowledgement. He slowly made his way to the grave of the elder Ren and began. This site is known as the Dragonfly Touching Water Site. Jiushu elaborated on the burial site with confidence, causing Ren-Fa to nod vigorously in agreement. Jiushu, does this mean that the Ren family's burial site is exceptional? Ren-Fa, already somewhat knowledgeable, was now quite excited by Jiushu's remarks. Not at all. Jiushu was about to respond when Lu Tian stepped forward. Jiushu immediately noticed Lu Tian emerging from beside Ren-Ting. Master, this person is quite cunning. Be cautious, Xiaoxing quickly warned upon seeing Lu Tian, harboring a negative impression of him. Upon hearing Xiaoxing's words, Jiushu regarded Lu Tian with an even more peculiar gaze. My friend, do you have any advice? Jiushu inquired, a hint of confusion etched on his face. Listening to Jiushu, Lu Tian smiled slightly and boldly stated, I wouldn't dare presume to offer advice. However, regarding the relocation of the elder Ren's grave, I believe it is only fitting that I take charge of the arrangements. This statement sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd, everyone gazing at him in disbelief. Jiushu was the most formidable master in the vicinity. What audacity did Lu Tian possess to challenge him? Indeed, you're just a young brat. What do you know? The crowd voiced their discontent, for Jiushu had already established his authority. How could an ordinary person stand up and expect to be taken seriously? Lu Tian is truly remarkable, Ren-Ting called out, though her voice lacked the strength to sway the crowd. Jiushu's expression darkened with disdain. Having seen much of the world, he assumed Lu Tian to be a Navi youth unaware of his own limitations. Young brother, one cannot speak so recklessly. Who is your master? Jiushu probed. Lu Tian smiled again and waved his hand dismissively, declaring, I have no master. Lu Tian's words once again sparked a flurry of discussions among the crowd, and their expressions began to turn sour. Without a master, isn't this simply coming here to deceive us? Indeed, how could an ignorant individual not be swiftly driven away by old Master Rin? Paying no heed to these remarks, Lu Tian instead focused on Uncle Gio over there. Open flower, lock onto Uncle Gio, he thought with a silent roar, then turned to Uncle Gio with a serious expression. Uncle Gio, although I lack a master, I am a disciple of the Lao Jun sect and believe my abilities in Taoism are not inferior to those of Mao Shan. I wonder if you would be willing to engage in a contest with me? The mention of Lao Jun sect caused Uncle Gio to tremble slightly, a look of astonishment flashing across his face. The Lao Jun sect is not nameless. It is one of the immortal mountains, possessing a lineage of Taoist teachings that rivals that of the once mighty Mao Shan. However, due to a decline in talent over the years, it has fallen into such a state. The sudden emergence of a disciple from the Lao Jun sect left Uncle Gio taken aback. Lu Tian stepped forward, smiling warmly, and inquired, So, Uncle Gio, shall we have a bout? Despite Lu Tian's amiable demeanor, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai perceived a hint of anger in his smile. They raised their fists, eager to teach Lu Tian a lesson. Yet, out of respect for Uncle Gio, they refrained from acting, though their expressions remained grim. Uncle Gio listened to Lu Tian's words, his own expression darkening. Yet, faced with such provocation, he could not retreat. What do you wish to compete in? Uncle Gio asked, fixing his gaze upon Lu Tian. With a glimmer in his eyes, Lu Tian suddenly proposed, How about we compete by loudly calling out our names? The crowd gasped in unison, taken aback by Lu Tian's unexpected suggestion. Meanwhile, a man named Lin Fengjiao trembled with trepidation. Are you targeting me? Lu Tian's words left those around him bewildered. Master, is this brat mocking you? Qiu Sheng whispered to Uncle Gio, for they had never heard of such a contest before. Uncle Gio's expression shifted, a thought crossing his mind. Could this fellow possibly know my name? The name Lin Fengjiao was unknown even to Uncle Gio's two disciples, and Lu Tian's ability to utter it indicated he was indeed aware of it. Calling names cannot be a valid contest. Choose another, Uncle Gio exclaimed, his tone turning somewhat brusque. A man who valued his reputation like Uncle Gio would never engage in such an embarrassing affair. However, upon hearing Uncle Gio's words, Lu Tian merely shook his head and smiled, his expression oscillating between seriousness and jest. Then I shall consider myself the victor. Let us select a different method of competition. As soon as Lu Tian finished speaking, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host defeats Uncle Gio and acquires Mao Shan Thunder Technique. To his astonishment, he had directly obtained the Thunder Technique, within the realm of Taoism. It is undoubtedly one of the most formidable methods, a true weapon of destruction. Lu Tian never anticipated that he would learn such an art directly from Uncle Gio. This was significantly more lethal than his own wall penetration technique. Mao Shan Thunder Technique LV1, a technique passed down from Mao Shan, capable of dispelling evil spirits and possessing tremendous destructive power. Gazing at the skill description on his panel, a grin crept across Lu Tian's face. Only regretting that the skills level was too low. Of course, we shall select another method of competition. Since you claim to be a disciple of Lao Jun, let us compete in Taoist arts. Uncle Gio declared decisively, leaving no room for Lu Tian's interference. Hearing this, Lu Tian chuckled. A contest in Taoist arts? Wasn't that akin to striking his own hand? This is your proposal. As such, we shall compare our Taoist techniques and see which sect's skills are superior. The prospect of a Taoist arts competition immediately captured the attention of the crowd. Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai, still anxious, stealthily approached Uncle Gio and whispered, Master, do you have confidence? This fellow seems quite self-assured. Lu Tian's unwavering confidence raised their concerns. Yet Uncle Gio felt even more assured. After years of practicing Mao Shan techniques, how could he possibly fear such a challenge, with his hands clasped behind his back? He exuded an air of superiority and stated, This boy is merely in his 20s and has only practiced for a few years. How could I lack confidence? Upon hearing this, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai nodded in agreement. Convinced of Uncle Gio's superiority, Master, teach this brat a lesson, Qiu Sheng shouted. The crowd, fueled by their anger, directed their ire at Lu Tian, save for Rintingting, who wore a worried expression. Lu Tian reassured her. Do not worry. I have every confidence. After comforting Rintingting, Lu Tian turned back to Uncle Gio and said, I possess a Taoist technique from Lao Jun known as the wall penetration technique. Let me demonstrate it against the esteemed skills of Mao Shan. Upon uttering this, Lu Tian surveyed his surroundings but found no walls present. However, he devised a plan and instructed a way to have his subordinates form a line, creating a human wall. Uncle Gio watched this unfold, his eyelids twitching and his mouth twitching uncontrollably as he muttered, Does a human wall count as a wall? Of course it does, Lu Tian retorted. His words left Uncle Gio momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Indeed, casting techniques on people is far more challenging than on inanimate objects. As the ancient saying goes, the law does not apply to the noble, and it is undoubtedly easier to cast spells on lifeless matter than on sentient beings. Thus, a human wall is inherently more challenging to manipulate. Yet seeing Lu Tian's demeanor, Uncle Gio decided against offering any reminders. Let this boy learn a hard lesson. I shall teach him a thing or two later. Uncle Gio thought to himself. Soon, Alway's subordinates lined up to form a human wall before Lu Tian. With calmness, Lu Tian approached the group, exuding an air of ease. Hey, are you even capable? If you fail, it will be my uncle's face that you tarnish. Alway blabbered incessantly, but as soon as he finished speaking, he fell silent. Lu Tian had already vanished from in front of him. Where did he go? Alway yelled, looking around in confusion, unable to spot Lu Tian. Clang. Alway's head was struck hard, and he turned to find Lu Tian looking at him with an expression of impatience. Stop searching. I've been behind you all along. Alway's mouth fell open in disbelief. He never expected Lu Tian to actually succeed. The others present were equally wide-eyed, as if they had witnessed a miracle. The wall penetration technique, though a minor skill within Taoism, appeared nothing short of divine to these ordinary villagers. Rintingting, observing Lu Tian's actions, was filled with astonishment, her expression one of incredulity. Curious. She leaned closer to Lu Tian and asked, Lu Tian, how did you manage that? It's impossible. With such a dense human wall, how could you possibly get through? Is this truly Taoist magic? This is beyond mere Taoism. It seems more like an immortal art. The villagers echoed her disbelief, their faces etched with shock. Listening to their exclamations, Lu Tian smirked and replied with utmost seriousness. One cannot generalize the physical capacities of individuals that I once evaded 30 bullets in a fit of rage and took down my opponent with a slide kick. What is a mere wall penetration technique in comparison? Rintingting was left speechless, unable to comprehend such an explanation. Lu Tian chuckled, opting not to elaborate further, and turned once more to Uncle Gio. Uncle Gio, what do you think? Is my Laojun wall penetration technique satisfactory? I wonder how your Maoshan arts compare. Lu Tian slowly approached Gio Shu and quietly inquired, brimming with confidence. With his supreme level of wall-passing technique, Lu Tian could hardly believe that Gio Shu could surpass him. Gio Shu was genuinely astonished, his mouth agape as he mumbled to himself. How could there be no trace of any magical technique? This is simply illogical. Throughout Lu Tian's demonstration, Gio Shu had been keenly observing, hoping to discern Lu Tian's true lineage. Unfortunately, Lu Tian's wall-passing technique was a fully mastered skill, executed instantaneously without leaving any trace of magic. Gio Shu's desire to uncover Lu Tian's master would remain nothing but a fanciful dream. Master, it's our turn now. We mustn't lose to him. Qiuxing and Wenkai rallied around Gio Shu, encouraging him. In their eyes, Gio Shu was worth 2 men. Yet, Gio Shu remained still, calmly standing in place. The words of Lu Tian's earlier jest echoed in his mind, suddenly seeming quite profound. One cannot generalize the physical capabilities of individuals. After Lu Tian showcased his wall-passing technique, everyone awaited Gio Shu's response. Regrettably, after witnessing Lu Tian's extraordinary skill, Gio Shu felt no inclination to engage in combat, fully aware that he was outmatched. What a nuisance. Are you urging me to act? Gio Shu shot a piercing glare at his 2 disciples. Were they intending to put him on the spot? Could he possibly compete with Lu Tian's Taoist techniques? Gio Shu doubted that even the revered ancestor of Maoshan, San Mao Jinjuan, would stand a chance against Lu Tian. Thus, he feigned sternness as he admonished his disciples and stepped forward to face Lu Tian. Young brother, how did you execute the wall-passing technique just now, without any hint of magical essence? A true expert can discern the nuances at a glance. Only Gio Shu, with his profound cultivation, could fully comprehend the terror that Lu Tian represented. In response, Lu Tian politely replied, You may simply call me Lu Tian. I am from the Laojun lineage, and with my profound teachings, a mere wall-passing technique is nothing of consequence. After a moment of self-aggrandizement, Lu Tian turned back to Gio Shu and continued, Are you conceding, Gio Shu? If so, may I take charge of the relocation of old Master Rin's grave? Upon hearing this, Gio Shu felt a sharp pain in his chest. When did I ever say I was conceding? Though he recognized that he was no match for Lu Tian, he was reluctant to admit defeat. This was partly due to his pride, but more so because of a sense of responsibility that weighed heavily on him. Upon seeing the Dragonfly Water Point grave, Gio Shu sensed a foreboding feeling in his heart. Brother Lu Tian, I know your skills are formidable, yet this relocation of the grave is exceedingly complex. involving numerous factors. If anything goes awry, it could jeopardize the family, Jiu warned, his voice inadvertently rising, drawing the attention of the villagers present. Jeopardize the family? Upon hearing Jiu words, Ren Fa was startled, nearly suffering a heart attack. Jiu assertion carried weight. Though the young Taoist was indeed powerful, he was still too inexperienced. The onlookers murmured, and Lu Tian felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Just moments ago, he was regarded as a mere youth. Now he was being dubbed a young Taoist. His elevation and status felt rather swift. However, what concerned Lu Tian more was the evident distrust emanating from these individuals. Prejudices held in the hearts of the people were akin to insurmountable mountains. They perceived Lu Tian as inexperienced and untrustworthy. Even Ren Fa's faith began to waver. Nephew, what do you think? Hearing Ren Fa's words, Lu Tian cast a peculiar glance at Jiu as surprise. Even the stout-eyed Jiu seemed to be playing mind games. Do you think I lack understanding? You are gravely mistaken. Lu Tian's voice rose slightly as he continued. The Dragonfly Waterpoint Grave, with a depth of 33 feet, allows for only 4 feet of usable space. Extending it further to 13 feet provides only 3 feet of utility. Thus, the coffin must be interred appropriately. Lu Tian spoke eloquently, and having triumphed over Qiuxing, his confidence was bolstered by relevant knowledge, not to mention his familiarity with cinematic portrayals of similar matters. Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Ren Fa clapped his hands vigorously and exclaimed, "Absolutely correct. That feng shui master once said the same. Precisely aligning with what you've conveyed." Ren Fa's gaze toward Lu Tian transformed, as his performance increasingly affirmed Lu Tian's status as a master, prompting Ren Fa to exhibit greater enthusiasm. "Nephew, this Dragonfly Waterpoint Grave is excellent. Yet why has business been declining?" Ren Fa inquired. Voicing his inner doubts, Lu Tian smiled and replied, "This grave is indeed commendable. But the burial method is fundamentally flawed. The Dragonfly Waterpoint should be covered with loess, yet you have encased it in cement, transforming a favorable site into an ominous one." Upon hearing Lu Tian's assertion, Ren Fa's expression shifted dramatically, shock etched across his face. Jiu nodded solemnly and stated, "Indeed, it is fortunate that the feng shui master had the foresight to suggest relocating the grave after 20 years, sparing you a lifetime of misfortune." As both men echoed similar sentiments, Ren Fa felt as though he stepped into a freezer, trembling and struggling to remain upright. "Father, are you all right?" Ren Tingting hastily supported Ren Fa. Her bright eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Lu Tian. Lu Tian, is this situation serious? Observing the brightness in Ren Tingting's eyes, Lu Tian offered a gentle smile and reassured her. "Uncle need not worry. With me here, everything will be just fine." After delivering this statement, Lu Tian turned to Jiu with a beaming smile and asked, "So, Jiu, can you concede now?" Upon hearing Lu Tian's question, Jiu expression shifted once more, caught in a tangle of emotions. "I concede." Jiu sighed, acknowledging his defeat. "Master," Qiuxing and Wen Kai exclaimed in unison, their faces reflecting utter astonishment. None of them anticipated that Jiu would concede. "Ding! Host has defeated Jiu, gaining 40 years of Jiu's internal power." The system's voice rang out, prompting a smile to grace Lu Tian's lips. Defeating Jiu and acquiring his 40 years of cultivation was enough to excite Lu Tian. In this realm, Jiu's strength was undoubtedly exceptional, ranking among the strongest. In Lu Tian's memory, only the Grandmaster of Maoshan, Shi surpassed Jiu's prowess. Naturally, Lu Tian intended to reserve this third opportunity for Shi. After conceding, Jiu turned to Lu Tian, his expression one of resignation. In that case, I shall return to the ancestral hall with my disciples. The matter of the Ren family's grave relocation is now in your hands." As Jiu spoke, he prepared to leave. "Hold on, Jiu. I will still require your assistance," Lu Tian interjected, grasping Jiu's arm, leaving the latter momentarily bewildered. Jiu listened, perplexed, as Lu Tian continued, "For this grave relocation, I will take the lead, yet I will still need your support." Upon hearing this, Jiu's face revealed an odd expression. Was this akin to what I had just suggested? Initially, Jiu had intended to take action, but now Lu Tian was urging them to depart, and now that they were prepared to leave, Lu Tian was preventing their exit. This back-and-forth tug-of-war left Jiu's countenance less than favorable. Lu Tian, catching a glimpse of Jiu's changing expression, smiled slightly and remarked, "Jiu, do not be anxious. While I will take charge of the grave relocation, I cannot usurp your business. I will not take a single penny." As Lu Tian finished speaking, Jioshu remained contemplative, while his two disciples' eyes sparkled with excitement. Master, you should agree. Lu Tian is a good-natured person, not taking a single penny, but for what reason? Jioshu inquired. Pondering Lu Tian's intentions that in this world, people thrived for profit, and those who stirred commotion sought their gain. That if Lu Tian sought no financial reward, he surely had ulterior motives. For what reason? Lu Tian chuckled softly, puffing out his chest as he proclaimed, as a disciple of Lao Jun, I uphold righteousness and dispel malevolence. I am certainly not in pursuit of gold or silver. As the conversation progressed, Lu Tian turned to his companion, Rantingding, and continued speaking. Moreover, I have made a promise to someone, vowing to assist her. These words resonated with Rantingding, causing her heart to flutter with excitement. Uncle Gio, upon hearing Lu Tian's statement, felt an immense sense of emotional injury as a lifelong bachelor, his lips twitching slightly. Ultimately, Uncle Gio acquiesced, though he remained apprehensive about Lu Tian's ability to successfully relocate the grave. Additionally, Uncle Gio indeed required the financial support from Ren Fa to sustain the charitable establishment. As maintaining such a place is no small feat, the process of relocating the grave continued, but the leadership shifted to Lu Tian. He promptly ordered everyone to set up a canopy, exhume the coffin, and instructed Qiuxing and Wenkai to light incense in the cemetery, adhering to Uncle Gio's previous directives. Although Qiuxing and Wenkai felt a sense of indignation, they had no choice but to comply in pursuit of financial gain. After all, earning money is not something to be ashamed of. Lu Tian refrained from directing Uncle Gio, instead choosing to chat with Ren Fa and others, assuming the role of a supervisor. Soon, all tasks were completed, and as the coffin was unearthed, Lu Tian immediately sensed a chilling aura. However, this aura was trivial compared to the overwhelming negative energy emanating from the exterior, lacking a system. Uncle Gio was less perceptive than Lu Tian but still sensed something amiss. Master, why does the incense burn this way? Qiuxing inquired with astonishment, holding 3 sticks of incense, 2 short and 1 long. His question drew the attention of everyone, particularly Ren Fa, whose heart raced upon learning about the grave. People dread the uneven lengths of incense, and this burning pattern could spell trouble for you, Uncle Lu Tian said directly, causing Ren Fa's expression to shift to one of horror. Noble nephew, do you have any solutions? Ren Fa asked urgently, having come to regard Lu Tian as his lifeline. Lu Tian responded, in this situation, we must temporarily place the old gentleman's coffin in the charitable establishment and select an auspicious day for the relocation. He turned to Uncle Gio, seeking his approval. Uncle Gio's demeanor was somber, yet he did not refuse. Instead, he replied earnestly, indeed, what young friend Lu Tian suggests is quite sensible, given the late hour. It would be prudent to keep the coffin at the charitable establishment. I will ensure it is well guarded, he assured, patting his chest, feeling more at ease with the coffin in the establishment. Listening to Uncle Gio's words, Lu Tian maintained a stoic expression while inwardly dismissing him. Although Uncle Gio was reliable, his 2 disciples were not as dependable. However, Lu Tian refrained from offering any reminders, as it was evident that Qiuxing and Wenkai held a greater trust in Uncle Gio than he did. Uncle Gio, you focus on safeguarding the coffin. I will take care of the Ren residents, Lu Tian assured Uncle Gio. Upon hearing this, Ren Tingting visibly brightened, a look of gratitude crossing her face. Uncle Gio nodded in agreement. Very well, let us reconvene tomorrow to discuss the grave relocation. Soon after, the group parted ways, and Lu Tian accompanied Ren Tingting back to the Ren residence, where Ren Fa was notably more courteous. Throughout the journey, he addressed Lu Tian as noble nephew repeatedly, making Lu Tian feel somewhat bashful. That evening, Ren Fa hosted an extravagant banquet, serving a splendid array of dishes, and even Ren Madam made an appearance, causing Ren Tingting's cheeks to flush like ripe apples. Rest assured, Uncle, with my protection, the Ren residents will face no issues, Lu Tian declared confidently, having gained 40 years of skill and thunderous abilities from Uncle Gio. Lu Tian felt prepared to confront the old gentleman's spirit. As the banquet concluded and the guests departed, Lu Tian intended to return to his room, only to be halted by Ren Tingting. Tingting, is there something you need? Lu Tian inquired. Lu Tian, I'm feeling a bit frightened. Could you move to a nearby room? She shyly requested, her face tinged with red. That might not be entirely appropriate, Lu Tian replied. Aware that both Ren Tingting and the old gentleman resided on the 2nd floor of the Ren residence, that it would indeed be awkward if he also moved in. Upon hearing his words, Ren Tingting's expression shifted slightly, her face showing a hint of grievance. But in stories, don't knights always protect princesses closely, she murmured. Such words did not escape Lu Tian's ears, leaving him somewhat speechless. Miss, are you reading some sort of Mary Sue Night novel? You've certainly been influenced by a plethora of Western tales. Just as Lu Tian was about to decline, Rin Tingting interjected, I even planned to spend the evening together. Together in the evening? Lu Tian's eyes brightened. And with swift agility, he positioned himself right in front of Rin Tingting. Tingting, please allow me to protect you closely, Lu Tian declared with utmost seriousness. His expression grave. It is far too perilous for a fragile girl to be alone at night. All right. Rin Tingting beamed, her joy illuminating her features. Night fell swiftly, and during the Republican era, they had already adopted the use of lamps, sparing them from candlelit conversations. However, as Lu Tian gazed at the chess set before him, he felt somewhat perplexed. Is this what you meant by together? He asked, tilting his head, his hand trembling as he clutched a chess piece. He was contemplating whether this was more beastly than beastly, yet she presented him with this. Noticing the intensity in Lu Tian's gaze, Rin Tingting's complexion paled slightly as she bashfully suggested, how about we play Go instead? Lu Tian's silence caused Rin Tingting's expression to shift again. After a moment, she spoke with a hint of disappointment, but I don't know how to play anything else. Sister, is this truly a matter of the game? Lu Tian mused, recalling a joke he once encountered online. After a night spent playing Honor of Kings with his girlfriend, would he end up like Lu Xiaohui? Just then, a series of distinct sounds echoed from the rooftop, akin to someone leaping above. It's here. The noise was unmistakable, and both Lu Tian and Rin Tingting heard it clearly. What is that sound? Rin Tingting's face turned pale, nearly collapsing against Lu Tian in terror. The Rin residence stood as the tallest building in the vicinity. Save for the occasional bird, nothing should be on the roof. Yet, with minimal avian activity at night, what could be responsible for such rhythmic sounds? Rin Tingting's complexion turned ghostly white as a thought crossed her mind. Seeing her reaction, Lu Tian hurriedly reassured her, do not worry, I will investigate. Stay inside and do not move. With that, he prepared to step outside. Even if there were indeed a zombie, it would only be the old gentleman. And Rin Tingting's safety remained assured, so he instructed her to remain inside. No, I'm going with you. Rin Tingting firmly grasped Lu Tian's arm. Lacking his knowledge, she instinctively chose to stay close to the safer Lu Tian. Feeling the gentle grip of her hand, Lu Tian reluctantly nodded, and together they dashed outside. As they exited the room, Lu Tian felt a thick, cold aura swirling in the vicinity. Kaihua, can you pinpoint this aura? Lu Tian inquired, trusting that Kaihua could sense the dense spiritual energy. Absolutely. Kaihua's response was immediate, and soon a voice echoed in Lu Tian's mind. Ding. Targeting assistance system activated. At this, Lu Tian quickly glanced at the system. Targeting assistance system. Self-locking headshot assistance. Seamless execution. Kaihua, do not cheat. Disregarding the playful blooming, Lu Tian found the auxiliary targeting system to be remarkably effective. Once activated, he was able to discern the figure of old Master Rin. Within his perception, a shadow, a ghostly silhouette, wandered outside the house. Over there, Lu Tian exclaimed, hastily exiting the Rin residence, and he caught sight of a figure lingering by the wall, seemingly in search of something. Lu Tian knew well that it was searching for its own bloodline. After being buried for decades in a grave transformed into a corpse rearing ground by a geomancer, old Master Rin had accumulated a great deal of resentment. Thus, upon emerging from the coffin, he instinctively sought vengeance upon his kin. Following this primal instinct, he had come to the Rin household. Is that a zombie? Rin Tingting, following Lu Tian, exclaimed in fright. Her voice echoed throughout the entire Rin residence. Illuminating the once quiet night, zombies lack vision, yet they possess the ability to sense the presence of life. The sudden appearance of so many members of the Rin bloodline immediately captured his attention. Consequently, the old corpse sprang towards Lu Tian, causing a flurry of chaos. Lu Tian, I'm scared. Rin Tingting cried out. Don't be afraid. Leave it to me. Lu Tian spoke softly to Rin Tingting, his voice warm and reassuring. Allowing her to steady herself, he then raised his voice. Everyone, remain calm, gather together, and do not wander off. The number of people in the Rin household was not insignificant. A panic could pose serious issues. So Lu Tian urged them to stay united. Upon hearing his words, the crowd inexplicably felt reassured, ceasing their panic and noise, ascending to the 5th floor with ease. Observing this, Lu Tian charged towards the approaching old Master Rin. The old master leaped straight towards him, and before he could get close, a wave of chilly air and the stench of earth assaulted Lu Tian's senses. After decades of being buried, could there be no odor? Lu Tian quickly held his breath and struck out, delivering a powerful kick to old Master Rin's chest, sending him hurtling backward. However, old Master Rin did not fall. Rather, He tilted at a 45-degree angle before standing upright again. "Are you practicing your moonwalk with me?" Lu Tian taunted, charging forward once more, swinging his fist towards Old Master Ren's head. The impact produced a resounding clang, making Lu Tian feel as though his hand had struck a wall. "Damn, this old fellow is tough." Lu Tian, much like the fiery dragon hero, shook his wrist and couldn't help but exclaim. The previous kick had not felt particularly impactful, but this punch certainly did. The body of a zombie, while not as rigid as iron, had become sufficiently hard. Despite having inherited 40 years of power from Uncle Gio, Lu Tian remained merely human. It is worth noting that the zombie master was merely a one-star being. Even Uncle Gio would feel pain when confronting a zombie barehanded. Lu Tian began to engage in a battle of wits with Old Master Ren, attempting to limit his movements, though with little success. Old Master Ren was not yet a zombie king, but his strength was considerable, making it difficult for Lu Tian to subdue him. Fortunately, I still have some knowledge of Maoshan techniques, otherwise, I would truly be at a loss. Lu Tian thought to himself, raising his right hand with fingers poised like a sword, biting down hard. It hurt. How is Uncle Gio able to endure such pain? Lu Tian grimaced, his mouth contorted, but he managed to pierce his fingertip. Then, chanting a spell, Lu Tian aimed his finger at Old Master Ren's forehead, intending to subdue him. A sound echoed, and indeed, Old Master Ren halted in place, but his body continued to sway. Oh no, my Maoshan technique is too rudimentary. I fear I cannot control this fellow. Realizing the issue, Lu Tian wasted no time and executed a more complex maneuver. His movements became swift and agile, as if he were in tune with the very laws of nature. Even his palms felt a tingling sensation. Thunder technique. Lu Tian decided to unleash his strongest attack. If this failed, he would have no choice but to escape with Rintingding using his wall-passing technique and seek Uncle Gio's help. "Thunder God, aid me," Lu Tian shouted, channeling his gathered energy directly at Old Master Ren. Crack! A loud sound reverberated as Old Master Ren was propelled backward. This time, he did not charge forth as before. Instead, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing. This strike had drained a significant portion of Lu Tian's inner strength. If it proved ineffective, he would truly question his existence. "Find some rope to bind him," Lu Tian urged, preparing to secure Old Master Ren. However, before the servants could act, Old Master Ren stood up, defying gravity. You are still capable?" Lu Tian inhaled deeply, readying himself for another round. Yet, Old Master Ren did not retaliate. Instead, he turned and fled. He has escaped. Even without consciousness, does he still possess instinct? Watching Old Master Ren depart, Lu Tian's mind began to formulate theories. "Young nephew, what on earth is happening?" Ren Fei's voice called out. Having been roused by the commotion, he hurriedly emerged, his clothes in disarray. Lu Tian glanced up to see Ren Fei's shirt covered in red marks. Looks like Ren Fei had quite the night. "Is this the joy of the wealthy?" Lu Tian mused inwardly. Though his thoughts were rather unseemly, Lu Tian maintained an air of composure and seriousness as he spoke. That was likely the old master. It seems Uncle Gio and the others did not keep a close watch, allowing him to escape. Lu Tian's words made Ren Fei grimace, his teeth grinding. "What do you mean by not keeping a watch? Has my father turned into a dog? Young nephew, how could my father end up like this?" Ren Fei continued. "Is that truly a zombie?" Having heard of zombies, he was compelled to inquire further. Lu Tian nodded, confirming, "Indeed, Old Master Ren has become a zombie. However, uncle, there is no need for concern. I have severely injured him, and by tomorrow's sunlight, we can track him down. Lu Tian, I truly thank you. Without your protection." Rintingding began, her eyes glistening with gratitude. Ren Fei nodded in agreement, clearly appreciative. Though it was late at night, the events had left everyone restless, and they chose to congregate in the grand hall instead of returning to their rooms. Lu Tian, unable to use any form of duplication, could not protect everyone simultaneously. Without him, the others would likely be too frightened to sleep that night. Recognizing this, Lu Tian said little and remained in the hall with them. Though he closed his eyes as if meditating. In reality, he was reflecting on his recent gains. The encounter with Old Master Ren had proven to be immensely beneficial for Lu Tian. He refrained from activating his super learning system. Having already utilized 3 of his 5 opportunities, he had plans for the remaining chances and did not wish to squander them. Moreover, what skills could a mere zombie possess? Although zombies originate from humans, they are ultimately not of the same lineage, and Lu Tian had his own strategies in mind. His greatest benefit lay in the utilization of the 40 years of inner strength he had acquired from Uncle Gio. This world was merely a one-star realm, devoid of true masters, and the powers involved were quite rudimentary. Now endowed with Uncle Gio's 40 years of inner strength, Lu Tian found himself feeling lighter and more invigorated. Sitting cross-legged, he practiced the Maoshan cultivation method, sensing a warm energy circulating in his abdomen, akin to a small yellow fish. Is this inner strength? While it certainly enhances my abilities, it doesn't seem all that extraordinary. Lu Tian expressed his sentiments, reflecting on his encounter with the old master and he felt that he had acquired some means of combat. However, when it came to confronting the zombies, he still found himself at a disadvantage. The only effective tool at his disposal remained the Maoshan techniques he had learned. The host felt no mistake in his assessment. Within the confines of a one-star world, the limits of power were indeed as such. Although this realm possessed a lineage of Maoshan Dao techniques, it was merely an inferior path. The sound of blooming flowers caught Lu Tian's attention, stirring his curiosity. Inferior path, what does that mean? Could you elaborate on the concept of blooming? Lu Tian inquired, his mind filled with intrigue regarding the matters raised by the blooming flowers. Of course, the gentle laughter of the blooming flower resonated, light and airy. In a one-star world, the pinnacle of strength is merely that of a one-star warrior. Confined to the acquired realm, refining essence into qi, even within the martial arts, such a figure cannot be deemed truly powerful. This realm, despite appearing to possess a transmission of Dao, is in fact merely a fleeting illusion. Like reflections in water. An illusion, like reflections in water. As Lu Tian listened to the blooming flower's words, his astute mind quickly grasped the underlying meaning. You mentioned that the one-star world is of the acquired realm. Does that imply the existence of a congenital realm? Lu Tian asked, deeply intrigued, for this bore significant implications for his future path. The blooming flower did not withhold information and continued, indeed. The congenital realm is a hallmark of the two-star world, where upon reaching that tier, one can circulate qi throughout the universe, achieving great mastery over refining essence into qi. However, you need not worry. In this world, such formidable beings do not exist. The 40 years of power you obtained from Uncle Gio is more than sufficient for your needs. Two-star world, congenital realm. Lu Tian pondered once more, then waved his hand, dismissing the notion as something beyond his current consideration. In the one-star world, even the Maoshan inheritance from Uncle Gio was but the most rudimentary of techniques. Sitting cross-legged, Lu Tian began to cultivate the Maoshan techniques, attuning himself to the fluctuations of qi within his body, his heart as calm as a still lake. If another were to learn that what he practiced was but an illusion, a path devoid of future, they might lose their composure or even be led astray. Yet, Lu Tian, equipped with the blooming flower system, faced no such turmoil. His future was limitless, and thus he remained unperturbed. Although this world was fraught with illusions, it also presented an opportunity to lay a solid foundation. The Maoshan cultivation method, while elementary, was balanced and harmonious, embodying the inclusive nature of Taoism. As Lu Tian pondered these thoughts, he continued to circulate the Maoshan inner breath technique. Ding. Host has comprehended the Maoshan inner breath technique. The voice of the blooming flower interrupted Lu Tian's contemplation, drawing his attention to the system. Maoshan inner breath technique, the foundational cultivation method within the Maoshan lineage, capable of establishing a solid base. Mastery leads to the pinnacle of the acquired realm. The foundation for reaching the pinnacle of the acquired realm. What does this mean? Blooming flower? Lu Tian inquired, for this skill was not among those he had previously acquired. Host, this realm lacks true methods, only remnants of a lineage. However, the system is different, replied the blooming flower, a hint of pride evident in its voice. The host has obtained 40 years of inner strength from Uncle Gio, combined with Maoshan techniques, leading to a successful comprehension of the foundational method, Maoshan inner breath technique. Hearing the blooming flower's explanation, Lu Tian's eyes brightened, yet he could not help but voice his confusion. Is it truly that simple? Why didn't Uncle Gio and the others comprehend it themselves? In this world, Uncle Gio is the main character, yet he is not the strongest. Moreover, he possesses the same 40 years of power and knowledge of Maoshan techniques. Why has such a transformation occurred in me? Ha, it's quite simple. The blooming flower chuckled at Lu Tian's words. Because the host possesses a system, deducing techniques is one of its fundamental functions. Deducing techniques? Does that mean I am invincible? Lu Tian exclaimed with excitement. The implications of this function were immensely useful. With it, his future cultivation would encounter no obstacles. Do not rejoice too soon. Host, deducing techniques also requires energy expenditure, akin to upgrading skills. It demands source power, the blooming flower cautioned, dousing Lu Tian's enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Lu Tian's expression turned contemplative, and after a moment, he asked, if deducing techniques requires source power, why was there no expenditure this time? He recalled that he had no source power when comprehending the Maoshan inner breath technique. So how had he suddenly succeeded? You dare to question. You currently possess no source power. Yet the expenditure is still drawn from my private funds. Fortunately, understanding the techniques of a one-star world requires minimal source power. Otherwise, I would not let you off easily. Lu Tian could almost visualize the blooming flower's animated expression as it spoke. However, this notion seemed oddly endearing to him. The smile crept onto Lu Tian's face at the amusing thought. Having comprehended the Maoshan inner breath technique, Lu Tian was ready to embark on his cultivation journey. Although he had never practiced before, he felt remarkably adept, completely devoid of the awkwardness typically associated with a novice. The Maoshan inner breath technique was merely the most basic form of internal cultivation, intended for the acquired stage, quite elementary by any standard. Yet, as a product of the system, it promised excellence. As Lu Tian began his practice, he sensed the warm energy stored within his abdomen beginning to circulate. This energy, a result of Uncle Gio's 40 years of inner strength, served as fuel, while the Maoshan inner breath technique acted as the engine. The two combined, creating a powerful surge of energy coursing through Lu Tian's meridians. Thank goodness I have a super learning system, otherwise, I would have no idea how long it would take to memorize knowledge about meridians. Lu Tian thought to himself as he followed the cultivation method of the Maoshan inner breath technique, guiding the internal warmth to circulate throughout his body and settle into his dantian. During this process, Lu Tian felt his blood boiling, akin to water reaching a rolling boil. His mind was besieged by a whirlwind of thoughts. Yet, the Taoist principles of tranquility and balance reminded him. Even with distractions, I contain my restless thoughts. Gradually, his mind cleared, and all distractions faded away, subdued one by one. At that moment, the 40 years of inner strength acquired from Uncle Gio transformed completely into Lu Tian's own inner power. Cultivated through the Maoshan inner breath technique, this inner power, balanced and harmonious, lacked overwhelming force, yet it encompassed all, flowing like water. This is my inner power, Lu Tian mused, reveling in the sensation of its smoothness. The difference between his cultivated power and that which he had borrowed was immense, particularly in application. Is it truly that smooth? The voice of the blooming flower chimed in. Indeed, it is, Lu Tian affirmed. Rising from the bench. To his surprise, the sun had already risen, casting a warm glow across the morning sky. Is it already morning? Lu Tian exclaimed in astonishment. He had been so absorbed in his cultivation that he had lost track of time. Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Ren Tingting's eyes widened in disbelief. Did you really just sleep through that? Impossible. I was merely adjusting my breathing. How could I possibly fall asleep? Lu Tian explained that it would have been highly inappropriate for him to have dozed off while others were in peril. Oh, Ren Tingting nodded, about to utter something further when a commotion erupted outside. Uncle, it's bad. There's been an incident. A terrified voice echoed from outside. Away, you are the security captain now. How could you be so careless? Ren Fa bellowed. Uncle, several families in Ren's village have suffered damage to their homes, and many of the inhabitants have died. Tragically, a wise face bore a look of sheer terror, clearly indicating that he had encountered a scene that instilled profound fear within him. This revelation caused Ren Fa's expression to shift dramatically as he recalled the events of the previous night, hastily turning his gaze towards Lu Tian. Cousin, do you think this has anything to do with my father? Ren Fa inquired in a hushed tone. Lu Tian replied. Perhaps we should investigate further. The truth will soon reveal itself. Lu Tian was already convinced that this incident was orchestrated by the old master Ren. Yet he understood the importance of witnessing the evidence firsthand. Very well, let us proceed without delay. Accompanied by Ren Fa and others, Lu Tian made his way to Ren's estate under the protection of the security team. During their journey, Ren Tingting had informed Lu Tian that this so-called Ren estate was where the collateral branches of their family resided. This further solidified Lu Tian's belief that the old master Ren was indeed responsible for the happenings. Under his own protection, the old master had not targeted Ren Fa but had instead redirected his aggression towards the collateral branches of the family. Have you notified Uncle Gio? Lu Tian asked Awai during their trek. Notify Uncle Gio for what? Is this not a murder case? Awai queried, puzzled by Lu Tian's words. Quickly send someone to inform Uncle Gio. Ren Fa interjected sharply. He was somewhat displeased, holding significant grievances against Uncle Gio. Although he had felt secure with his father's body resting in Uncle Gio's funeral home, the emergence of such troubling events left him uneasy. If this continues, our family's reputation is at stake. How can Uncle Gio, at his age, be so unreliable? Ren Fa could not help but express his frustration. Lu Tian, listening to this exchange, couldn't suppress a smile. It was not Uncle Gio's incompetence that was at fault, but rather the ineptitude of his two disciples. Soon, they arrived at the outskirts of Ren's estate, an expansive area on the fringes of the town. A crowd had gathered, encircling the scene with layers of onlookers. "Step aside, Captain Awai is here. Clear the way." Awai commanded as he pushed through the crowd to allow Lu Tian and the others to enter. Before they even approached, Lu Tian detected a strong aura of malevolence, unmistakably belonging to the old Master Rin. Awai reached the forefront, covering his nose with his hand, and remarked, "Uncle, these individuals appear to have been mauled by a beast. Look at the wounds on their necks." He gestured towards the injuries on the corpses. Continuing, "It's truly horrific. Beasts. Are there any large predators in this vicinity?" The onlookers gasped at Awai's words. "There are no large beasts. Where could these wounds possibly come from?" Awai stated, reaching out to inspect the injuries on the corpse. "Stop," Lu Tian exclaimed, gripping Awai's hand. "Do not touch those wounds. This is not the work of a beast, but rather a zombie, and there is corpse poison present." His declaration instantly drew the attention of the crowd. "Do not speak nonsense. Where in this world are there zombies?" the crowd retorted, their eyes filled with skepticism. "Young man, you seem educated. How can you believe in such things? Is there truly a zombie?" However, at that moment, they noticed Awai trembling violently at the mention of zombies. "Am I going to be poisoned?" Awai stammered. "You won't. The corpse poison isn't that potent. Just wash your hands with glutinous rice water when you return home, and you'll be fine," Lu Tian said, finding humor in Awai's frightened demeanor. "What a disgrace. Go aside," Ren Fa scolded, pushing Awai aside before stepping up to Lu Tian. "Cousin, if these corpses were indeed attacked by a zombie, what should we do?" Ren Fa emphasized the word zombie deliberately. With so many spectators, he feared he could not explain to the villagers if he stated that his father had become a zombie. If they were truly bitten by a zombie, they must be burned. Otherwise, there is a risk of them turning. A voice emerged as three figures pushed through the throng. A man clad in a yellow Taoist robe rushed to the corpses, examined them closely, and immediately shouted, "Master Rin, these indeed bear the marks of a zombie bite. What Lu Xiaoyu said is correct. These bodies must be incinerated at once, or they will truly transform." Gasps of alarm rippled through the crowd. As everyone realized the gravity of the situation, this was a matter of life and death, and no one dared to be careless. Ren Fa turned to Lu Tian, seeking his counsel. Lu Tian nodded and stepped forward, commanding, "Quickly gather lychee tree branches and burn these bodies to prevent transformation." "Very well. I shall prepare at once. Organize a search party to track down the zombie. It is broad daylight now, and zombies dare not roam in the sunlight, so we should be able to find it." "Understood, Awai. Quickly arrange for the search. We must leave no stone unturned." Hearing Ren Fa's words, Awai immediately complied. "Rest assured, Uncle, I will find that zombie and dismember it," Awai proclaimed, flexing his muscles for emphasis. "How about that, Uncle?" Lu Tian could no longer contain his laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Awai glared at Lu Tian. "My apologies. I just recalled something amusing and was not laughing at you." "You were clearly laughing at me." "I truly was not," Lu Tian insisted, covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. Meanwhile, Ren Fa's expression darkened, his gaze towards Awai growing increasingly unfriendly. "Enough. Let's hasten to organize the search team. The matter of dealing with the zombie will be entrusted to Lu Tian and Uncle Jio." After uttering this, Ren Fa promptly departed with his entourage. "Uncle, what's wrong? He was clearly laughing at me," Awai called out. Pfft. Another wave of laughter erupted, this time from Qiushin and Wakai. They were aware of the true nature of the zombies, which explained their amusement. Lu Tian looked up at the two and smiled, though his laughter was not directed at Awai, but at them. "Hey, what are you laughing at now?" Qiushin asked. Approaching Lu Tian with indignation, Lu Tian glanced at Qiushin and chuckled again before saying, "I find it amusing that as a disciple of Mao Shan, you associate with ghosts and monsters." Upon hearing this, Qiushin's expression shifted to one of shock. With the system's presence, Lu Tian had already discerned that Qiushin was enveloped in a layer of malevolent energy, indicating that a ghost had attached itself to him. That ghost was a female spirit from the cemetery. Qiushin, what is going on?" Uncle Jio inquired sharply upon hearing Lu Tian's words. Uncle Jio focused his attention, activating his celestial eye to observe Qiushin, confirming the presence of the ominous energy. "Master, I haven't done anything," Qiushin stammered, his face betraying his unease. He had indeed encountered a female ghost and experienced some indescribable events. But how could he possibly confess such matters? Lu Tian, witnessing Qiushin's discomfort, expressed regret as he addressed him. "As a member of our Taoist lineage, do you not understand the principle that humans and ghosts are worlds apart? You ought to release her spirit so she may attain peace." As Lu Tian finished speaking, he suddenly reached out to Qiushin. "What are you doing?" Qiushin exclaimed, quickly attempting to evade. Smack. Lu Tian's finger shot out with remarkable speed, leaving Qiushin little chance to dodge. However, at the critical moment, Uncle Gio intervened, blocking Lu Tian's action. Lu Xiaoyu, Qiuxing is still young. There is no need for such force. Uncle Gio aimed to protect his disciple. Yet Lu Tian was aware that had it not been for Uncle Gio's intervention, Qiuxing and Wenkai would not have been so lax, even neglecting the body of the old Master Ren. Now that my internal power has begun to take shape, it would be an opportune moment to test its efficacy. Lu Tian thought to himself. At this moment, he was not inclined to retreat but rather stepped forward, coldly declaring, "In that case, I shall seek guidance from Uncle Gio." After uttering these words, Lu Tian leaped forward, arriving at Uncle Gio's side without the need for any weapons, attacking with bare hands. In a world of minimal martial prowess, Lu Tian's mastery of the Maoshan internal breathing technique could be considered exceptional. Good. Uncle Gio observed this and, rather than feeling anger or retreating, he equally launched an attack. The sound of fists and feet clashing echoed as the two engaged in combat, leaving Qiuxing and Wenkai outside only able to witness the swift movements of their figures. Incredible! Lu Tian's skills are astonishing. I am no match for him, Qiuxing exclaimed in awe. Indeed, even the master is no match for him, Wenkai added, squinting his eyes in disbelief. Although both had revered Uncle Gio as their teacher, their training had been lackadaisical, resulting in their inadequate strength. Witnessing Lu Tian's prowess left them utterly astonished. Not only Qiuxing and Wenkai, but even Uncle Gio, who was embroiled in the battle, felt increasingly alarmed, as if he were navigating through tumultuous waves. Initially, Uncle Gio had assumed Lu Tian's youth implied a lack of strength, yet upon engaging, he found their abilities evenly matched, with no discernible victor. Uncle Gio relied on his extensive experience, while Lu Tian's internal energy surpassed his own, rendering them evenly balanced. However, as the battle progressed, Uncle Gio began to find himself at a disadvantage. After all, Lu Tian's internal power was greater, coupled with his youth and vigor. Youthful strength overcomes age, Uncle Gio realized, as he felt his capabilities waning. Furthermore, Lu Tian's combat experience grew increasingly profound, allowing him to fight with greater ease. Suddenly, Lu Tian shifted his stance, thrusting his hand forward while tripping Uncle Gio with a swift movement, sending him crashing to the ground. Master, Qiuxing and Wenkai rushed forward, ready to assist. Yet, Lu Tian merely smiled, embracing the opportunity, and advanced with fists raised like a tiger. Bang! He first struck Wenkai, sending him sprawling, before turning to Qiuxing, extending his palm, which crackled with flickering sparks. Crackle! The sound echoed as the energy struck Qiuxing. Yield! On the other side, Lu Tian removed his shirt and enveloped a surge of dark energy within it. Is this the thunder technique? Uncle Gio, lying on the ground, was taken aback by Lu Tian's actions, unable to fathom what he was witnessing. Within the Taoist realm, the thunder technique holds great reverence, although Uncle Gio possessed some knowledge of it. He felt it paled in comparison to Lu Tian's execution. Lu Tian had learned this technique from Uncle Gio, but due to his unique internal energy, the results were markedly different. With a flick of his shirt, Lu Tian used his hand as a brush to inscribe symbols in the air, sealing the dark energy within the fabric. I apologize, Uncle Gio. After completing this, Lu Tian addressed him with a courteous tone. His actions were effortless and pleasant, yet his final words rendered Uncle Gio visibly embarrassed. After all, this situation was inherently unjust for the three of them. Ding ding, let us return first. We shall wait until they find the zombie. Lu Tian turned to Ren Tingding and suggested. All right. Ren Tingding responded, and the two made their way back to the Ren estate. Master, what should we do? Qiuxing and Wenkai, nursing their wounds, approached Uncle Gio for guidance. Uncle Gio, seeing their state, sharply rapped their heads. What should we do? What else can be done? This mess was caused by the two of you. Hurry up and find the zombie. After saying this, Uncle Gio joined the search for the zombie. Qiuxing and Wenkai shrank back, fully aware of their culpability, and dared not utter another word. With their master joining the search, they knew they could not remain idle. Lu Tian returned to the Ren estate with Ren Tingting. She looked perplexed and could not help but ask, Lu Tian, aren't we going to search for the zombie? Not only the security team, but even the servants of the Ren family are outside looking for it. After all, the zombie hangs over everyone like the sword of Damocles, and until it is dealt with, no one can feel at ease. Yet, despite this urgency, Lu Tian chose not to search, opting instead to return to the Ren estate. Leaving Ren Tingding bewildered. Lu Tian felt a sense of helplessness. If he were to search, he would undoubtedly find the zombie in no time. However, if that happened, could old Master Ren still become the zombie king? Lu Tian's task was to resolve the zombie king issue. If he could not become the zombie king, Lu Tian would have to seek another. This was no trivial matter. Moreover, remaining by Ren Tingding's side alleviated any fears of old Master Ren being lost. In that case, is it necessary for me to squander my time outside? Let them handle the search for the zombie. Our presence would not be of assistance. I still have something to attend to. Lu Tian stated, lifting his gaze. Upon hearing this, Rintingding recalled the terror of old Master Rin and nodded in agreement. Facing the zombie again, even in daylight, was daunting for her, once back at the Rin estate. Lu Tian requested a dim, quiet room from Rintingding. Under her guidance, he was led to an underground cellar within the estate. This place was devoid of sunlight, perpetually shrouded in darkness. I want to see too. Rintingding exclaimed curiously at the entrance. Lu Tian raised an eyebrow and inquired with a smile, "Aren't you afraid?" Initially, Rintingding shrank back but soon resolutely declared, "No, I want to see." She earnestly expressed her desire to understand the nature of Lu Tian. Reluctantly, Lu Tian nodded. "Very well. If that's the case, let us proceed." With that, Lu Tian guided Rintingding into the underground cellar. "You stay to the side and watch. Rest assured, there is no danger," Lu Tian said without looking back. Rintingding obediently nodded and positioned herself in the corner. Lu Tian removed his shirt, and with a swift motion, a rush of dark energy erupted from it, immediately seeking to penetrate deeper within. "Don't run," Lu Tian bellowed, raising a hand in a decisive gesture to block the path of the dark energy. The energy twisted and transformed into a striking figure, adorned in an ancient palace garment. Appearing ethereal, "Why must you pressure me so, young master?" The woman in palace attire gazed at Lu Tian with a pained expression, her eyes filled with distress. Is this a ghost? Rintingding's complexion shifted. Her eyes full of wariness upon the ghostly apparition. As Lu Tian beheld her large, glistening eyes, a melody echoed in his mind. "She has got a bladder. She has got a bladder, like the stars. They twinkle. What is your name?" Lu Tian shook his head, dispelling the enchantment from his thoughts, and inquired, "I am Dong Xiaoyu. At your service, young master." The ghostly figure, Dong Xiaoyu, inclined her body and performed a respectful bow to Lu Tian. Unmoved, Lu Tian continued to regard her coldly. Dong Xiaoyu blinked, her alluring eyes sparkling as she spoke. "I beseech you, young master, grant us your mercy and allow me to be with Chiu Guan." After her words, Lu Tian's expression shifted slightly, while Rintingding behind him exhaled a sigh of relief. Sensing Rintingding's reaction, Lu Tian couldn't help but smile inwardly. This little girl surely has a lot on her mind. He then turned his gaze back to Dong Xiaoyu, realizing that she had likely developed feelings for Qiu Sheng, who had burned incense for her, due to her prolonged death. However, Lu Tian had no interest in their affair. "I have already stated, humans and ghosts are on different paths, so it is best for you to seek rebirth." Lu Tian formed hand seals, channeling his internal energy as it began to circulate. "Bloom, are you certain there won't be any issues?" Lu Tian pondered within himself. The task he was about to undertake was, in truth, somewhat perilous. However, emboldened by the presence of the system, he dared to embrace such risks. Essentially, Lu Tian was a person who relished the thrill of danger. Otherwise, he would not have traversed the white wall to confront the myriad of negative entities after acquiring the ability to pass through walls. "Rest assured, host, this realm is fundamentally a one-star world. There should be no issues." The words from Hua Hua brought reassurance to Lu Tian, dispelling his hesitations. With a decisive gesture, he formed a hand sign and firmly planted his right foot on the ground. "Please, Yin Chai." With his movements, a surge of eerie energy erupted from the ground, and 4 figures leaped forth from below. Rintingding gasped in fright upon witnessing this spectacle. Yet, before she could utter another word, Lu Tian had already approached her and covered her mouth. "Do not be afraid. I am here." His gentle reassurance calmed Rintingding, who had been initially terrified. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dong Xiaoyu's face displayed a look of horror. "Yin Chai, any ghost would undoubtedly feel fear. Even a ghost king would not stand a chance against the Yin Chai." The 4 Yin Chai, resembling lifeless paper dolls, cast a glance at Dong Xiaoyu before turning their attention to Lu Tian. "Gigi," one of the leading Yin Chai exclaimed. Is that a mouse or a Yin Chai?" Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, the Yin Chai became agitated. Gigi. Several of them spoke again, but their utterances still resembled the squeaks of mice. "Foolish host, that is ghost talk." Hua Hua could no longer hold back and reminded him. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian finally realized that indeed, the Yin Chai were speaking in ghostly language. "Oh no, I forgot that. What should I do if I can't speak ghost talk?" "Hua Hua, can you assist me?" Lu Tian inquired. However, this time, Hua Hua disappointed him. "Host, you should already know how to speak ghost talk," came her voice. Hearing this, Lu Tian frowned, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Speaking ghost talk was rather simple. One merely needed to consume dirt. There were indeed records of such practices in the Maoshan techniques he had mastered. However, the thought of eating dirt repulsed him. Gigi. The Inchai observed Lu Tian's demeanor, their pale faces contorting with anger. Gritting his teeth, Lu Tian reached down to scoop a handful of dirt from the corner. Lu Tian, what are you doing? Rintinting could not help but inquire, watching his actions. With a face resolute as if facing death, Lu Tian held the dirt aloft and shouted, though we are not in the same time or the same cellar. Today I, Lu Tian, shall challenge the act of eating dirt. Let us do this, brothers. With that, he swallowed the dirt and simultaneously activated the Maoshan technique. Speaking ghost talk was not simply a matter of eating dirt. Otherwise, countless people worldwide would be able to converse in ghostly language. It required the proper combination with Maoshan's mystical arts. His inner energy flowed. Lu Tian felt his senses sharpen, and the sounds around him transformed. Who are you? What were you just doing? Was it you who summoned us? At this moment, Lu Tian comprehended the Inchai's words entirely, indicating that the dirt-eating Maoshan technique had taken effect. Lu Tian replied. Gigi, my name is Lu Tian. It was I who summoned you. Lu Tian, how come you were speaking like that too? Rintingting asked in confusion. Lu Tian nodded at her but did not respond. Now, his speech consisted solely of ghost talk, which Rintingting could not comprehend. After signaling to Rintingting, he turned to the Inchai and said in ghostly language, I summoned you, Inchai, because I wish for you to escort her to the cycle of reincarnation. He pointed to Dong Xiaoyu, a smile on his face that concealed a hint of profundity beneath it. Lu Tian had no ties to Dong Xiaoyu, and certainly, he would not summon Inchai on her behalf. His true intention was solely the Inchai. Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, the Inchai focused their gaze on Dong Xiaoyu, their pale, expressionless faces furrowing into frowns. No, her lifespan has not yet expired. She cannot be sent for reincarnation just yet. However, we can take her to the underworld, one of the Inchai stated, as an iron chain suddenly manifested in his palm, which he promptly bound around Dong Xiaoyu. She attempted to evade but found no opportunity, becoming ensnared. With no other recourse, Dong Xiaoyu looked at Lu Tian, her face a mask of despairing plea. Young master, save me, I do not wish to enter the underworld. Although Dong Xiaoyu had already become a ghostly spirit, she roamed freely in the human realm. Entering the underworld would subject her to confinement. Halt. If you cannot send her for reincarnation, I cannot allow you to take her. Lu Tian declared to the four Inchai, extending his hand to grasp the chain that bound them. Dong Xiaoyu's expression shifted to one of astonishment and joy. She had never expected Lu Tian would stand up for her. The four Inchai were equally taken aback, their expressions darkening. In their line of work, they had never encountered a mortal who dared to intervene. Which sect do you belong to? Whose disciple are you? How dare you speak so brazenly to the Inchai? The lead Inchai shouted, raising a paper-wrapped morning staff. Do not test our patience. Otherwise, we shall take action. The atmosphere in the small cellar became tense and charged. Yet, Lu Tian maintained a tranquil smile as he regarded the Inchai. I am a disciple of the Laozan sect. How about we wager, dear Inchai? If I win, you shall escort her to reincarnation. I know you possess that capability. If I lose, not only her, but I too will submit to your will. Upon finishing his statement, the Inchai's faces remained. I see why. Lu Tian smiled again and continued. Furthermore, I will offer you some money for your expenses. What do you say? His fingers rubbed together, his expression brimming with confidence. Money can indeed sway spirits, and these Inchai were not devoid of desires. Indeed, after hearing Lu Tian's words, excitement flickered across the faces of the Inchai. Although they were spirits, they were also filled with a yearning for rewards, never having a designated time to finish their duties. We not only want money but also demand you burn us some foreign currency, not Southeast Asian, but from the East, one of the Inchai exclaimed. You know how to play? Lu Tian nodded, accepting the challenge, and added, all right, as long as the Inchai can defeat me, I will not only provide you with East Asian currency but also arrange for US dollars. Upon hearing this, the speaking Inchai's eyes lit up. And he quickly asked, what shall we compete in? The bait had been set. Observing the Inchai's reaction, Lu Tian knew they had taken the hook. With a smile, he proposed. Let us wager that I can disarm this esteemed Inchai within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Lu Tian's gaze was fixed upon the weeping stick held by the ghostly envoy. It appeared to be a white morning staff crafted from corn stalks, yet it was ensconced in a layer of sinister energy, which piqued Lu Tian's curiosity immensely. A few ghostly envoys, having overheard Lu Tian's words, exchanged glances, and a shadow of a malevolent smile flickered across their lips. The envoys readily acquiesced to Lu Tian's proposal. Young master, be wary of deceit, cautioned Dong Xiaoyu from the side. The swiftness with which these ghostly envoys agreed suggested a hidden agenda, otherwise, they would not have been so agreeable. upon hearing her words. Lu Tian chuckled lightly, unperturbed. After all, it was he who had proposed the terms. How could he be without precautions? Commence, lock onto the ghostly envoy. Lu Tian silently resolved. Let us begin. He then turned to the lecherous envoy and spoke. The lecherous envoy, seeing this, hastily retreated while Lu Tian lunged forward with remarkable agility. The other three envoys positioned themselves to the side, granting Lu Tian and the lecherous envoy ample space, with his movements enhanced by inner strength. Lu Tian's speed surged suddenly, and his right hand reached out like a claw towards the morning staff. What astonishing speed! The lecherous envoy's countenance shifted as he realized Lu Tian's swiftness, prompting him to begin dodging urgently. Swiftly, the lecherous envoy evaded, striving to avoid being captured by Lu Tian. However, the purity of Lu Tian's inner strength rendered his speed extraordinary in this realm. Although the lecherous envoy was a specter, he could only barely evade Lu Tian's relentless pursuit. If this continued, Lu Tian would undoubtedly seize the morning staff, resulting in their defeat. The other three envoys exchanged glances, silently communicating, and in an instant, they resolved to join the fray. They transformed into three shadows, moving to obstruct Lu Tian's advance. Despicable! How can you lack integrity? Dong Xiaoyu exclaimed. She had not anticipated that these three envoys would shamelessly assist the lecherous one. With four envoys now confronting Lu Tian, their agility increased significantly, and under the protection of the other three, the lecherous envoy found himself with far more room to maneuver. This development considerably diminished Lu Tian's odds of success. The lecherous envoy, his expression haughty, declared arrogantly, "Humph, we never stated that we couldn't team up, did we?" The other three envoys echoed in agreement. Indeed, this all falls within the rules. You, Dong Xiaoyu, listening to the envoy's words, felt an overwhelming sense of anger and turned anxiously to Lu Tian. Surrounded by the four ghostly envoys, Lu Tian's expression remained unperturbed, as if their actions had not shaken him in the slightest. He had anticipated such treachery from the envoys, hence his calm demeanor, even finding it somewhat amusing. No matter, this was all foreseen, Lu Tian proclaimed, his inner strength surging as he accelerated once more. With this newfound speed, the four envoys found themselves momentarily taken aback. How is this possible? The envoys gasped in shock. None had expected Lu Tian's speed could increase further. Lu Tian, noting their astonishment, smirked coldly. This is merely the beginning. I can move even faster. This battle is mine to win. As he spoke, he accelerated again, his movements becoming a blur. The renewed speed rendered the four envoys clumsy in their attempts to intercept Lu Tian's strike. Bring it to me, Lu Tian commanded, his fingers extending with remarkable swiftness. In a flash, his palm moved so quickly that it left only an afterimage, dazzling the lecherous envoy. Run, the other three envoys cried out, hastily raising the morning staff to shield against Lu Tian's approach. The remaining lecherous envoy nodded in agreement, but suddenly leapt towards the ceiling of the pantry. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. How utterly despicable! Dong Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim. The ghostly envoys, lacking a physical form, could traverse walls and barriers without impediment, which was their greatest advantage. Kid, didn't I tell you that you stand no chance? The three envoys sneered at Lu Tian, yet at that moment, they saw no trace of disappointment on his face. Instead, it bore a cold smirk. The three envoys felt an inexplicable foreboding. God-level wall-passing technique. In that instant, Lu Tian too vanished from his original position. Above the pantry, the lecherous envoy, still sneering, suddenly found his vision blurred as a figure appeared before him. It was none other than Lu Tian, who reached out effortlessly and seized the morning staff from the lecherous envoy's grasp. In a flash, Lu Tian activated the god-level wall-passing technique once more, returning to the pantry. The lecherous envoy, sensing his staff's disappearance, was left in a state of shock, his face contorted with disbelief. What just happened? Am I seeing things? But I am a ghost. Within the pantry, the three envoys gazed in astonishment as Lu Tian reappeared, the morning staff now in his possession. This sudden change left them dumbfounded, their faces reflecting utter incredulity. Brothers, I've seen a ghost, the lecherous envoy exclaimed as he rejoined them, his voice filled with alarm. He then glimpsed the morning staff in Lu Tian's hands. Observing this, Lu Tian smiled faintly, his expression calm as he declared, I have one. Those three words, seemingly light, left the four envoys exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Ding! Host has defeated the ghostly envoy, acquiring the method for cultivating sinister energy. At that moment, a voice resonated in Lu Tian's mind, igniting a spark of excitement within him. Finally, it has come to fruition. The reason Lu Tian had sought to capture Dong Xiaoyu was to create a valid rationale for summoning ghostly envoys. His intent in summoning them was to pilfer their abilities. After all, in this world, the options for stealing powers were quite limited. The ghostly envoys were particularly unique, as they were connected to the underworld. Lu Tian was eager to discover what abilities he could siphon from them. The method for cultivating sinister energy, Lu Tian mused, the notion sounding rather fundamental, akin to the Maoshan inner breath technique. However, despite its simplicity, it might still possess its merits. Suddenly, Lu Tian felt an influx of information rushing into his mind, significantly enhancing his understanding of sinister energy. At that moment, Lu Tian sensed an abundance of sinister energy within the morning staff he held. So much sinister energy, I yearned to consume it. This thought surged within him. And as he did, a torrent of sinister energy surged forth from the morning staff, flooding into his body. Whoosh! The deluge of sinister energy rushed into Lu Tian, causing his body to grow cold. Kid, what are you doing? The sinister energy within that staff is beyond your capacity to handle. Do you wish to become a living corpse? The ghostly envoy exclaimed in alarm. Lu Tian, unable to stop himself, began to absorb the sinister energy from the morning staff. The lecherous envoy was horrified, his face a mask of fear. The staff was not merely a weapon. It symbolized his identity and proof of being a ghostly envoy. If Lu Tian were to absorb the sinister energy within, it could severely harm him and even cost him his status as an envoy. Brothers, help me! The lecherous envoy cried out in desperation. Upon hearing this, the other three envoys sprang into action, converging upon Lu Tian. No. Dong Xiaoyu attempted to intervene, but the envoys were too swift. Before she could act, they had already reached Lu Tian. Yet as the three envoys approached, they too found themselves ensnared by an irresistible force. Whoosh! A continuous stream of sinister energy surged into Lu Tian's body. Lu Tian could no longer hear the words of the ghostly envoy. His mind was immersed in the sensation of the dark energy entering his being. At that very moment, the method of cultivating this dark energy, which he had recently acquired, began to operate. The technique for cultivating dark energy, a practice employed by the envoys of the underworld, capable of refining true energy, albeit with limited efficiency, though of a lower grade. This method was exceptionally suitable for Lu Tian at this juncture. His physique was inherently frail, unable to accommodate a sufficient amount of dark energy. The low-tier nature of this cultivation technique rendered it remarkably safe. The mournful staff connected with four ghostly envoys, whose bodies were continuously siphoning dark energy into Lu Tian. Upon entering Lu Tian's body, this dark energy was refined by the cultivation method. Consequently, a substantial quantity of pure dark energy entered Lu Tian's body safely, coursing through his meridians into his dantian. Within Lu Tian, the internal energy that once flowed was now undergoing transformation upon encountering this dark energy. The internal energy, originally pure yang, fundamentally belonging to the realm of light, began to clash with the overwhelming influx of dark energy. Yin and yang, two opposing forces, commenced their tumultuous battle, akin to two distinct armies clashing on the battlefield of Lu Tian's body. With Lu Tian bearing the brunt of their conflict, an excruciating pain surged through him, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Kaihua, what is happening? You said you would be here. Lu Tian felt a surge of anger. The pain was unbearable. Hearing Lu Tian's words, Kaihua's tone was laced with amusement. I am here. Did you die? She inquired. I am not dead. Lu Tian retorted. Then that's all that matters. An ordinary person absorbing such a vast amount of dark energy would surely perish. Your survival is precisely due to my presence. Upon hearing Kaihua's response, Lu Tian felt a surge of frustration. This torment was truly intolerable. Nevertheless, he managed to endure. All right. Lu Tian gritted his teeth, steeling himself against the searing pain inflicted by the invasion of dark energy. As the dark energy continued to accumulate, the four ghostly envoys sensed their own bodies being drained. Within Lu Tian, the balance of yin and yang began to shift as the dark energy overwhelmed the yang energy. The attribute of his internal energy underwent a transformation. The once pure energy of the Maoshan techniques morphed into a chilling, dark energy. With a surge of power, Lu Tian's internal energy ascended, reaching the pinnacle of the acquired realm. Dark energy continued to flood in, yet it also began to overflow. Enough? I can no longer contain this much dark energy. Kaihua's voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian's heart stirred, and he relinquished the mournful staff. At that moment, the four envoys had already lost half of their dark energy. Upon seeing Lu Tian abandon the staff, they hurriedly reclaimed it. Lu Tian took a deep breath, steam rising from his hair, a testament to his newly attained internal power. The ghostly envoys, witnessing this spectacle, widened their eyes in disbelief. As a mortal, Lu Tian had absorbed such an immense amount of internal energy and yet remained alive, even progressing in power. The envoy wielding the mournful staff trembled, yet managed to speak. I now question whether you are truly human. The other envoys nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Lu Tian chuckled at their words, extending his finger as dark energy coalesced around him. With a single inhalation, he devoured the gathered dark energy. After this display, Lu Tian smiled, remarking, "It's all right. I've developed a taste for this foul energy. If I don't absorb some, I start coughing." As Lu Tian brought his fingers together, the dark energy gathered into a slender form, showcasing an exquisite control that caused the expressions of the four ghostly envoys to shift once more. Lu Tian extended his hand toward the envoys, saying, "So, how about it? Care to join me?" The four envoys were perplexed, yet their gazes remained fixed upon Lu Tian as if he were a marvel. Lu Tian grinned again, directing his attention to the envoys and pointing at Dong Xiaoyu. "Let us not dilly-dally. I have triumphed, and it is time for you esteemed envoys to escort her to reincarnation." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the four envoys darkened. They had not only been bested by Lu Tian, but they were also obligated to facilitate Dong Xiaoyu's reincarnation, a task far from simple. The envoy with the mournful staff's expression shifted, as if he wished to speak. However, Lu Tian swiftly interrupted, "Enough with the pleasantries. This was our agreement, and you esteemed envoys would not dare to renege. Would you?" Lu Tian's words carried a hint of threat. With the vast amount of dark energy he had amassed, his internal cultivation had reached the pinnacle of a one-star world, allowing him to act with greater audacity. Listening to Lu Tian, the four envoys wore grim expressions, their pallid faces seemingly capable of yielding water. After a moment, the envoy with the mournful staff reluctantly nodded, albeit with a serious demeanor. "Very well. If that is the case, we concede." The four envoys recognized the futility of resistance. Someone as capable as Lu Tian could summon them at any moment, even if they wished to evade their responsibilities. It was impossible. Lu Tian smiled upon hearing this, his previously stern expression transforming into one of delight. Do not be disheartened, esteemed envoys. I shall provide for both the payment and the beautiful lady. After Lu Tian's declaration, the faces of the four envoys brightened, their eyes betraying a glimmer of excitement. "Really, you are indeed a man of integrity." Lu Tian dispatched the four envoys, instructing them to return Dong Xiaoyu to the underworld. As he turned back, he noticed Rintingting had been anxiously watching him from behind. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As Lu Tian spoke, he realized he was still engaged in ghostly banter. Suddenly, he spat out a clump of earth and continued, "All right, it's all over. Let us head out." Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, the worry faded from Rintingting's face. She nodded and prepared to follow him out. The two opened the door to the pantry and navigated the passageway. Suddenly, they found themselves confronted by a group of people, led by Ren Fei, the master of the Ren household. "Father, what are you doing here?" Rintingting could not contain her curiosity as she looked at Ren Fei. Ren Fei's countenance darkened, a rare fierceness crossing his features as he scrutinized Lu Tian and Rintingting. "Ding ding, I heard from the servants that you went to the pantry with your cousin. What were you doing?" His tone was not just sharp, it was laden with intensity. Rintingting, bewildered, replied, We went to see a ghost." Upon hearing this, Ren Fei trembled with anger, pointing at his daughter and exclaiming, "I can't believe you would utter such nonsense. You're driving me to the brink." Understanding Ren Fei's misunderstanding, Lu Tian stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Rintingting. "Uncle, please do not be angry. We truly went to see a ghost. I just performed a rite to exorcise a malevolent spirit. As a straightforward person, I hope you will believe me." Lu Tian's expression was earnest, and upon hearing his words, Ren Fei's demeanor shifted. "How about this, uncle? If you have any concerns, I am more than willing to assist. I simply hope you can trust me. It is indeed unfortunate that one finds themselves in a cellar with someone else's daughter. Such a situation, if divulged, would surely sound scandalous." Listening to Lu Tian, Ren Fei's expression remained grave as he regarded Lu Tian and earnestly remarked, "Esteemed nephew, it is not a matter of distrust. This concerns my daughter's lifelong happiness." At this juncture, a glimmer of cunning suddenly flashed across Ren Fei's face, and he proposed, "How about this? I see that you, my esteemed nephew, are quite the gentleman, and my daughter is both intelligent and charming. The two of you, a match made in heaven, might as well become a couple." "Father, what are you saying?" Rintingting exclaimed, hastily retreating to the side, leaving Lu Tian utterly perplexed. Indeed, the wisdom of age prevails. He had inadvertently fallen into Ren Fei's scheme. Fortunately, Rintingting had fled. Otherwise, Lu Tian would have been at a loss for words. "Let me think it over," Lu Tian replied to Ren Fei, attempting to sidestep the matter. A day passed without any leads in the search for old Master Ren, filling Jioshu with anxiety. Accompanied by his two disciples, he arrived at Ren Fei's residence, only to find the atmosphere within the Rin household quite festive. "Ah, Jiu, just in time for a drink," Rin Fa exclaimed joyfully. However, a peculiar expression flickered across Jiu-Shu's face at this remark. "What feast?" he inquired, puzzled. "Nothing much, merely a commonplace family dinner," Rin Fa replied, nodding. Yet, Jiu-Shu's demeanor grew serious. "Master Rin, we have searched all day without locating the zombie. This signifies a potential danger tonight." Just as Jiu-Shu began to speak, Rin Fa waved his hand dismissively and asserted, "Little Tian has informed me of this. With him around, I have no cause for concern." Upon hearing this, Jiu-Shu's brows furrowed deeply, his expression revealing a hint of incredulity. What happened to calling him esteemed nephew? Now he's Little Tian. Qiu Sheng and Wakai, standing behind, couldn't help but whisper to one another, their faces displaying their discontent. "Jiu-Shu, you're back. I actually wanted to speak with you." Lu Tian approached with a smile. "What is it?" Jiu-Shu sensed a change in Lu Tian. In his eyes, Lu Tian now exuded a softer aura, and his skin appeared remarkably improved. This was not a mere figment of Jiu-Shu's imagination, but rather a reflection of Lu Tian's evolving inner strength. "How has his skin become so much better?" Qiu Sheng remarked, unable to contain his curiosity. "Indeed," Wen Kai echoed in agreement. Lu Tian, beaming, stepped forward and asked, "Jiu-Shu, I haven't brought my own weapon. Might I borrow a peachwood sword?" Although a peachwood sword is quite ordinary, it is not easily accessible to the average person. Only someone like Jiu-Shu, who specializes in such matters, would have one at hand. Without hesitation, Jiu-Shu glanced over his shoulder and instructed, "Qiu Sheng, fetch a peachwood sword." Reluctantly, Qiu Sheng tossed a sword to Lu Tian, who caught it effortlessly, performing a flourish before stowing it away. Master Rin, with old Master Rin having become a zombie, his resentment may manifest dangerously. You must exercise utmost caution, Jiu-Shu cautioned, visibly troubled. Lu Tian smiled at his words, confidently declaring, "Do not worry, Jiu-Shu. Tonight, I shall resolve this matter." Jiu-Shu's expression shifted slightly, a peculiar look gracing his features. Such confidence. I wonder if he is merely putting on a brave face. Before Jiu-Shu could respond, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai chimed in with a hint of sarcasm. "Enough of your chatter." Jiu-Shu's fist met their heads before Lu Tian could interject. "Calm down, Jiu-Shu. I harbor no ill will. Instead, why not stay and observe tonight?" After Lu Tian's suggestion, Jiu-Shu nodded in agreement, and thus, the group remained in the Rin residence until deep into the night. In the living room, as they took their seats, a distinct sound of rhythmic thumping resonated, capturing everyone's attention. "It's here. Watch closely." Lu Tian stood, wielding the peachwood sword, his confidence palpable as he faced the overwhelming presence of dark energy. The wait of the night had not been in vain. The sound of the zombie's movements sent a chill down Rin Fa and the other spines, while Lu Tian, sword in hand, felt an exhilarating battle spirit rise within him. Indeed, after a day, as he ascended to the rank of Zombie King, Lu Tian pondered. The last time, old Master Rin had not yet reached such a status. Now, as a newly formed Zombie King, Lu Tian knew he could not let him escape. With determination, Lu Tian dashed forward, followed closely by the others. "Be careful, young friend. The zombie has undergone significant changes and should possess greater strength," Jiu-Shu warned, his keen senses alert to old Master Rin's transformation. Gripping his peachwood sword tightly, he prepared for combat. "Fear not. If he is not formidable, my spirit may falter," Lu Tian retorted with a smile. In an instant, he became a blur, swiftly approaching old Master Rin. Old Master Rin emitted an unintelligible sound, his chilling gaze locking on to Lu Tian. "He has developed sight. It appears he has indeed evolved," Lu Tian surmised. With a shake of his sword, he advanced, striking old Master Rin with precision. The clash of the peachwood sword against old Master Rin produced a corrosive sound, as if fire met water. Sensing excruciating pain, old Master Rin retreated, his icy eyes filled with fear as they fixated on the sword. Since his transformation into a zombie, he had never encountered such a weapon, and Lu Tian found no surprise in his astonishment. "Indeed, having a peachwood sword at hand is quite advantageous," Lu Tian remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Previously, he had faced numerous challenges against old Master Rin. Now, with the sword, his task had become significantly easier. "Today, I shall put an end to you," Lu Tian declared, channeling his inner strength as he pursued old Master Rin. With rapid slashes, Lu Tian danced around, relentlessly attacking, forcing the newly crowned Zombie King to flee in disarray. Meanwhile, Jiu-Shu and the others observed the scene, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. "Master, Lu Tian is remarkable. He can single-handedly contend with such a zombie," Wen Kai exclaimed, thoroughly impressed. Qiu Sheng nodded, despite his prior reservations about Lu Tian, acknowledging the latter's extraordinary capabilities. Impressive indeed, but his swordsmanship leaves much to be desired. As Jioshu listened to these words, he furrowed his brow and exclaimed, this was indeed a problem that pertained to Lu Tian. He was lacking in swordsmanship. Although Lu Tian had acquired some foundational knowledge of Maoshan techniques from Qiusheng, he had yet to grasp the art of swordplay. At this moment, Lu Tian possessed internal strength, yet he was devoid of the skills required for sword fighting. His internal energy allowed him to move with remarkable agility and speed. But his attacks lacked structure, wielding a peachwood sword as if it were merely a chopping tool. Unaware of this shortcoming, Lu Tian felt he had the upper hand as he pursued Old Master Ren. His feet seemingly flying, the peachwood sword could inflict significant damage upon zombies, but against the zombie king, while it could cause harm, it was far from fatal. After a bout of combat, Lu Tian had left numerous charred marks on Old Master Ren's body. Yet he had not inflicted considerable damage. In the midst of their fierce struggle, Lu Tian began to recognize the issue. It appeared that without employing a killing move, he would be unable to subdue this creature. Lu Tian mused, a determined expression crossing his face. Suddenly, he retreated a step and delivered a powerful kick to Old Master Ren. This kick, infused with a great deal of internal energy, propelled Old Master Ren backward. Lu Tian then gripped the peachwood sword with both hands and thrust it directly toward Old Master Ren's chest. Don't. Jioshu shouted hastily upon witnessing Lu Tian's actions. What? Hearing Jioshu's words, Lu Tian momentarily froze, yet he could not retract the full force of his attack. Crack. The peachwood sword pierced Old Master Ren's chest with a crisp sound, only to shatter upon impact. Broken? Lu Tian stared at the half of the sword he held, a look of displeasure crossing his face. Jioshu, this peachwood sword is rather poorly made, don't you think? He exclaimed. Old Master Ren let out a breath, and Lu Tian seemed to detect a glimmer of delight and pride in his eyes. In the next moment, Old Master Ren lunged toward Lu Tian, advancing not by jumping, but utilizing both hands and feet. Seeing this, Lu Tian quickly clapped his hands together to fend off Old Master Ren's assault. The collision of their bodies produced a dull thud. I'll assist you, Jioshu called as he rushed forward, brandishing his own peachwood sword. With a swish, the sword met Old Master Ren, causing him to stumble backward and liberating Lu Tian from his encirclement. Upon witnessing Jioshu's intervention, Lu Tian turned his gaze toward him. To be precise, he focused on the peachwood sword in Jioshu's hand and directly stated, Jioshu, hand me the sword. Hearing this, Jioshu's forehead creased with annoyance as he rejected Lu Tian's proposal. No way, your swordsmanship is too lacking. Let me take charge. As he spoke, Jioshu charged forward with the sword, leaving Lu Tian with a parting remark. Swords are not meant to be wielded in such a manner. With a graceful flourish, Jioshu advanced toward Old Master Ren, his peachwood sword executing attacks with a fluidity that suggested mastery. Each swing of the sword exhibited a clear technique, combining offense and defense. Despite Jioshu's internal energy being less profound than Lu Tian's, he still managed to push Old Master Ren back step by step. As Lu Tian observed their duel, a flicker of inexplicable light danced in his eyes. Host, would you like to seize this final opportunity to learn this sword technique? Cao Hua inquired. Lacking a proper sword technique was indeed Lu Tian's Achilles heel, yet his super learning system had one last chance remaining. If he defeated Jioshu once more, he would master the swordplay, achieving a level of proficiency akin to that of Jioshu. Upon hearing Cao Hua's suggestion, Lu Tian shook his head in refusal. No need. I want to reserve this opportunity for something more significant. It is merely a set of sword techniques, not worth it. He uttered softly, his confidence unwavering. He stepped forward, his voice growing louder. A mere zombie? I can resolve him without a sword. As he spoke, a flicker of lightning seemed to dance in his hand. Jioshu, stand back and watch me deal with him, Lu Tian called out, advancing barehanded. Though unarmed, he exuded an aura of strength. It's igniting. The voice of Cao Hua echoed in Lu Tian's mind. Shall I provide you with some music? At this, Lu Tian smirked, taken aback by Cao Hua's absurdity. No thanks. I'm not that melodramatic, he replied, having reached Old Master Ren's vicinity. Jioshu, engaged in battle, glanced swiftly at Lu Tian upon hearing his words. At that moment, Lu Tian formed a hand seal, and a faint flash of lightning shimmered in his palms. A sight most astonishing. Another lightning technique. Jioshu's eyes widened in alarm. The last time he had witnessed Lu Tian wielding lightning, he had been thoroughly astonished. Yet this time, the aura emanating from Lu Tian appeared even more formidable. Lu Tian's internal energy had reached the pinnacle of the postnatal realm, the limit of a one-star world. Thus, the Maoshan lightning technique he unleashed, bolstered by this internal energy, had become significantly more potent. Can you handle this alone? Jioshu asked, a hint of hesitation in his voice. The lightning technique was indeed formidable, yet Old Master Ren was no easy opponent. Jioshu contemplated collaborating with Lu Tian to face old Master Rin together. Lu Tian shook his head, his expression resolute. No need. A mere zombie does not require two to handle. With that declaration, he stepped forward, his form suddenly exploding into action. In an instant, Lu Tian's figure vanished from sight, leaving behind only an afterimage as he surged toward old Master Rin. Lightning palm. Lu Tian bellowed, unleashing the thunderous power he had been cultivating in a moment of explosive energy. Boom, this palm, infused with all of Lu Tian's internal energy and the might of the lightning technique, struck old Master Rin, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The lightning technique proved effective against evil, producing remarkable results. Old Master Rin's body erupted upon receiving the lightning strike. Lu Tian quickly retreated, spitting out dirt, as he had no desire to experience the taste of earth once more. Beep. Host has slain the zombie king. Kaowa's voice rang out, drawing Lu Tian's attention to the system interface. He had completed 1/3 of the task in this realm, which brought him a measure of relief. Is it resolved? Jioshu and the others watched in astonishment. Old Master Rin's prowess was not to be underestimated, yet he had been vanquished so easily, underscoring Lu Tian's formidable strength. Father, I am an unfilial son. At that moment, a figure dashed forward, his face awash with sorrow, his hands frantically searching for the remnants of old Master Rin on the ground. This individual was none other than Rin Fa, visibly distressed, appearing deeply mournful. Such filial piety, Lu Tian thought to himself, unable to suppress a chuckle. Do not touch it. These remnants contain corpse poison. Jioshu shouted urgently. Do not use your hands. Just as Jioshu's warning fell, Rin Fa immediately withdrew his hands, retreating several steps. Is corpse poison dangerous? Rin Fa inquired earnestly, his expression grave. All right, I take back what I said. Lu Tian mused internally, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. He realized that Rin Fa's reaction was somewhat understandable. After all, who wouldn't fear corpse poison? Ultimately, under Jioshu's guidance, the group gathered the remnants of old Master Rin. Although he had been shattered, the process of relocating his remains still had to be undertaken. Xiao Tian, this incident was truly thanks to you. I can rest easy knowing Ting Ting is in your hands, Rin Fa remarked, looking at Lu Tian. Upon hearing Rin Fa's words, a flush of embarrassment spread across Rin Ting Ting's face. As a young girl facing such a situation, she naturally felt shy. I object. At that moment, Captain Away suddenly exclaimed. He had long harbored feelings for Rin Ting Ting, and upon hearing Rin Fa's words, he naturally felt quite displeased. The crowd frowned in unison, their expressions turning sour, before Lu Tiankai could speak. Rin Fa had already stepped forward. They are a match made in heaven. Who are you to oppose? Rin Fa coldly rebuked. Away, you should focus on being a good captain. His scolding made Away shrink back, fear evident on his face. Away's ascension to captaincy was due to Rin Fa's support. Otherwise, with his abilities, he would never have held that position. Rin Fa's intervention effectively forced Away to retreat. Observing this, Lu Tian turned his attention away from Away, for in comparison to his own handsome visage and extraordinary capabilities, Away was merely a buffoon. It was certain that Rin Ting Ting would never take a liking to Away. Congratulations, you've become the son-in-law of the Rin family. At this moment, Jioshu approached, his eyes betraying a hint of peculiarity. No wonder he asked for nothing. It seems he has ulterior motives, remarked Qiusheng Wakai with a tinge of jealousy. Who wouldn't envy Rin Ting Ting's beauty? Hearing his disciples' inappropriate comments, Jioshu turned and delivered a punch to both their heads. Mind your words. After admonishing them, Jioshu turned to Lu Tian, his face displaying gratitude. Young friend Lu Tian, this incident is largely due to my two unruly disciples. I feel utterly embarrassed to accept any payment. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian smiled faintly, a glimmer of amusement crossing his face. There is no need for you to be so polite, Jioshu. We will still require your assistance with the forthcoming relocation of the graves. At his words, Jioshu's lips curled into a smile. He was not a man of ascetic disposition. How could he refuse money? His previous comments were merely a formality. Before Jioshu could express further politeness, Lu Tian continued, if you feel uncomfortable about it, why not teach me the sword technique you demonstrated earlier? Lu Tian said with a cheerful demeanor, casting a casual glance at Jioshu. Jioshu's expression suddenly turned sour. He had not anticipated such a request from Lu Tian. While Jioshu was not one to cling to sectarian pride, he was also not one to undervalue his own skills. The sword technique is not a secret art. It is merely a common form of swordplay. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you, he said after a moment's consideration. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian's lips curled into a smile, and he promptly bowed to Jioshu. Thank you, Jioshu. Was this all part of your plan? Host. The voice of Hua Hua echoed at that moment. Lu Tian did not respond, but a smile lingered on his face. As the sun began to rise, casting brilliant rays, a tranquil aura enveloped the mountain forest. The fresh air invigorating one's spirit, evoking a sense of harmony with the universe. Within an ancient structure on the mountain, a quaint loft stood. A man opened the door and stepped outside, revealing his flawless physique. Indeed, living in the mountains is quite delightful, he remarked, gazing at the picturesque scenery before him. Hearing his words, a woman emerged from behind, wrapping her arms around him. What's wrong? Did marrying me, Rintingting, make you feel wronged? Would you rather admire the mountain view than look at me? Tingting, I didn't mean it that way. I was merely expressing my feelings. Besides, we haven't even tied the knot yet, the man replied. Humph, you unfaithful scoundrel. How many days have you spent at home this past month? If I hadn't come to find you, would you have even returned? She retorted. And if we were married, would you simply never come home again? The man, feeling embarrassed at her words, could only stammer an explanation. I came here to learn swordplay, as you know. This man was none other than Lu Tian. A month had passed since he dealt with the Elder Rin, completing a third of his task to eliminate the zombie king. However, Lu Tian's gains were not limited to this. Subsequently, Ren Fa took the initiative to arrange for Lu Tian to be betrothed to Rintingting, effectively making them a couple in name and reality. Following this, Lu Tian also successfully completed the task of ensuring Rintingting's safety. This successful endeavor earned him a low-level inner strength technique as a reward. Initially, Lu Tian had little expectation, but the reward offered by Hua Hua took him by surprise. Ice-cold true chi. This was the low-level inner strength he had acquired. Ice-cold true chi, a technique created by Zhuilingshan, the leader of the Songzhan sect, capable of emitting chilling energy that renders the afflicted frozen and in excruciating pain. When Lu Tian first acquired ice-cold true chi, he was elated. It was Zhuilingshan's signature skill, comparable even to the legendary Zixia divine art. However, when Hua Hua learned of Lu Tian's thoughts, she mercilessly mocked him. While ice-cold true chi was formidable, it could not hold a candle to Zixia divine art, which was a true Taoist transmission. Yubuchuan had never managed to unleash its full potential. After hearing Hua Hua's explanation, Lu Tian felt somewhat disappointed but did not allow it to weigh heavily on his mind. However, when he discovered that his ice-cold true chi could only be cultivated internally without any accompanying techniques, his disappointment deepened. Zhuilingshan's ability to contend with Renwishing relied on the ice-cold divine palm, which was the true martial art. The cultivation method for ice-cold true chi was merely a means of inner strength application. This was also why ice-cold true chi was categorized as a low-level inner strength technique. Had it been paired with the ice-cold divine palm, Lu Tian would not have received such a reward. Thus, though disheartened, Lu Tian did not reject this outcome. Over the past month, he had frequently stayed with Jiu Shu, learning swordplay under his guidance. By day, he practiced his swordsmanship, and by night, he cultivated the ice-cold true Q. As a month passed, Lu Tian's sword technique had become remarkably refined, nearly matching Jiu Shu's level. The cultivation of ice-cold true chi was even more promising. Initially, after absorbing the Yin energy from the ghostly envoy, his internal power had reached its peak. Although cultivating ice-cold true chi did not elevate him to the innate level, it significantly refined his internal strength, completely transforming it into ice-cold true Qi in terms of combat prowess. Lu Tian had more than doubled his former capabilities. Lu Tian had grown fond of this feeling of cultivation, relishing in the gradual strengthening of his abilities, which brought him immense satisfaction. His prior decision to stealthily learn swordplay without the aid of the super learning system was rooted in this sentiment. The power acquired through means other than his own cultivation always left him with reservations. Furthermore, given the unique advantages this world offered, he would not be able to directly siphon the abilities of others in higher-tier worlds. The consumption of source energy in those realms would be exceedingly dire, making such endeavors impractical. It was essential for him to cultivate on his own, and he had grown to appreciate this process. Later, due to Lu Tian's preference for residing in the mountains, Rintingting decided to pay him a visit. After a night without training, Lu Tian would have struggled to rise from bed that morning had it not been for his successful cultivation of internal strength. Tingting, it's still early. You should go back and catch some more sleep. I was just about to practice my swordplay, Lu Tian suggested. Upon hearing his words, Rintingting did not refuse. She released her embrace and swayed back to her room. Lu Tian smiled gently, picked up a sword, leaped from the rooftop, and began to practice. Whoosh! The long sword sliced through the air, producing a series of crisp sounds, as if he were performing an exquisite dance with the blade. Lu Tian's swift movements rendered him almost like a fleeting shadow. Hua Hua, what level would you say this swordplay is? Lu Tian inquired after completing a round of practice. Host, do you truly wish to hear my assessment? Hua Hua responded. Without awaiting an answer, Lu Tian already surmised the conclusion but did not shy away, replying, yes, with a soft sound. A rudimentary sword technique was generated. Lu Tian gazed at the system interface and noticed the emergence of a new skill. Rudimentary sword technique LV5. A simplistic sword technique inherited from the Maoshan lineage, exceedingly simple. This evaluation caused Lu Tian to smirk, a peculiar expression fleeting across his face. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Tian inquired, if I were to elevate this sword technique to its maximum level, what sort of effect would it yield? Could I become a sword saint? The maximum level of the wall-penetrating technique had undergone a qualitative transformation, evolving into a godly skill akin to a bug. He wondered if this rudimentary sword technique held similar potential. Host, you have already cultivated this sword technique to its peak. It cannot be upgraded, replied Hua Hua. Not all skills can be enhanced to the level of the godly wall-penetrating technique. Hua Hua's response caused Lu Tian's expression to shift subtly, a hint of disappointment crossing his face. Well, at this juncture, I find myself devoid of avenues for enhancement in this realm. Lu Tian mused inwardly, a trace of helplessness flashing across his countenance. Lu Tian status, 1 star. Cultivation technique, cold ice true chi. Skills, godly wall penetrating technique, Maoshan thunder method, rudimentary sword technique. Evaluation, you are insignificant, utterly lacking, and have not changed. Lu Tian surveyed his information, his eyelids twitching, observing his interface. He could not help but feel a sense of resignation. It appears I am still quite feeble, Lu Tian murmured. Nevertheless, he possessed self-awareness. He had merely traversed 2 worlds, with the first being almost inconsequential. In comparison to the myriad of formidable beings across the vast cosmos, Lu Tian was indeed negligible. Yet, his future undeniably beckoned him towards the pinnacle. Wait a moment, I have mastered quite a few internal skills. Why does it only display the cold ice true chi? Lu Tian suddenly realized a critical point. Hearing Lu Tian's remark, Hua Hua chuckled lightly. The panel displays only the streamlined information after you cultivated the cold ice true chi. The original Maoshan internal breathing method and the Yin Chi cultivation method have already merged into it. Now, your panel reflects only the most essential information, automatically omitting those integrated techniques. Upon listening to Hua Hua's explanation, Lu Tian nodded in understanding. So, if I were to learn a more advanced sword technique, would the rudimentary sword technique also vanish? Lu Tian posed the question, and Hua Hua immediately responded, congratulations, you've mastered the art of interrupting. Lu Tian cast a sidelong glance, a serious expression briefly crossing his features as he remarked with satisfaction. That sounds promising. However, he now needed to contemplate how to complete his tasks and conclude this realm, as he could already sense the mounting pressure from this world. Hua Hua, will it be the same in other worlds? Lu Tian inquired. If every world bore such constraints, his future path would indeed be fraught with challenges. No, it is likely only this world that exhibits such suppression, as it has been tainted by negativity, thus imposing limitations upon you, Hua Hua elucidated. This explanation relieved Lu Tian's heart. Thus, his future breakthroughs would not be hindered by worldly constraints. In that case, I must expedite my exit from this world. Lu Tian contemplated inwardly. After spending a brief time at the mortuary, Lu Tian escorted Rin Tingting back to the Rin residence. He had previously asked Hua Hua if, upon completing his tasks, he could suspend the passage of time in this realm, and even retrieve Rin Tingting once his cultivation reached a sufficient height. After all, for the Hua Hua system, the myriad worlds were devoid of the concept of time and space. Armed with this knowledge, Lu Tian was certain he would have ample time for reunion in the future, thus dedicating himself wholeheartedly to self-improvement. After enjoying a pleasant afternoon at the Rin residence, Lu Tian returned to the mortuary. The Yin Chi is quite dense. Upon his return, Lu Tian immediately sensed a thick aura of Yin. Although the mortuary housed numerous corpses, the presence of a high-ranking individual like Jiao Shu typically kept the Yin Chi at bay. However, now Lu Tian encountered an exceptionally potent aura of Yin, leaving him astonished. Has something occurred? Lu Tian's thoughts raced, and he quickened his pace. With a swish, the cold ice true chi circulated, and as Lu Tian stepped forward, he left behind an icy imprint on the ground, his speed dramatically increasing. Thud, thud. Lu Tian dashed forward, the wooden doors flung open, and he arrived in the living room. Jiao Shu, such heavy Yin Chi, what has transpired? Yet, upon witnessing the scene in the living room, Lu Tian's voice gradually diminished, eventually nearly vanishing. In the living room, aside from Jiao Shu seated at the head, 4 pallid heads turned to face him. Ghost messengers, Lu Tian exclaimed in astonishment, a strange expression overtaking his face. Isn't this just a few paper figures? Must you come here to collect debts? Indeed. The four pallid figures were the same ghost messengers Lu Tian had summoned previously. He had promised to burn paper figures for them, yet had never acted upon it. In fact, had he not encountered them, he might well have forgotten about this matter altogether. Chirrup, the four ghost messengers, upon seeing Lu Tian, erupted into a flurry of excited exclamations. Regrettably, Lu Tian could not comprehend their ghostly chatter. What paper figures? Do you recognize the four esteemed beings? Jioshu remarked, also astonished by Lu Tian's words. Hearing Jioshu's statement, Lu Tian quickly grasped the situation. So it's not about the paper figures, then I shall take my leave. He hastily declared. Turning to depart. Lu Tian surmised that the ghost messenger's appearance was likely due to Qiuxian and Wenkai letting the spirits roam free during the ghost festival. In a flurry, as Lu Tian attempted to leave, the four ghost messengers quickly encircled him, chattering incessantly. Beads of sweat formed on Lu Tian's forehead. What is going on in this room? It feels as if someone is present. Just then, the voices of Qiuxian and Wenkai echoed from outside. As they entered, they spotted Lu Tian, Jioshu, and the four ghost messengers, all eyes turning towards them. Chirrup. The ghost messengers abandoned Lu Tian and focused their attention on Qiuxian and Wenkai. What do you intend to do? Jioshu inquired, a hint of helplessness gracing his features. Chirrup. The ghost messengers glanced at Jioshu and spoke once more. Apologies, I forgot that you do not comprehend human language. After uttering this, Jioshu reached for a lump of soil from a bowl on the table. Upon seeing the soil, Lu Tian's expression froze, recalling an unpleasant experience. Why is Master eating dirt? Qiuxian and Wenkai could not help but ask. Eating dirt and speaking ghostly words, have you never heard of it? Lu Tian replied. Upon hearing this, Qiuxian and Wenkai's expressions shifted, and they retorted, it must be quite unpalatable. Indeed, it is rather disagreeable, Lu Tian answered. Qiuxian and Wenkai exchanged peculiar glances. I see, Qiuxian remarked. Observing this, Lu Tian waved his hands vigorously, exclaiming, I warn you not to speak carelessly. I can accuse you of defamation, you know. He pointed at Qiuxian and then shifted his gaze to Wenkai. He is slandering me. He is defaming me. Seeing this, Qiuxian and Wenkai wore expressions of understanding, solemnly assuring him, rest assured, we will not divulge this to anyone. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Tian narrowed his eyes. A palpable aura of menace emanating from him. Should one perhaps contemplate silencing them permanently? Sensing the murderous intent reflected in Lu Tian's gaze, Qiuxian and Wenkai hastily bowed in deference. We apologize, we were in the wrong, they exclaimed in unison. After spending a month together, they were well aware of Lu Tian's temperament. They dared not provoke someone whose abilities surpassed those of their own master. Meanwhile, while the others were engaged in their playful antics, Jioshu had concluded his conversation with the ghostly emissaries. After the four ghostly figures finished their discussion, they turned their attention to Lu Tian. Their gazes imbued with a meaning akin to debt collection. Subsequently, one of the ghostly emissaries turned on his heel and retreated underground. Master, we have returned. Qiuxian and Wenkai looked towards Jioshu. At that moment, Jioshu cast a fierce glare at his two disciples, his face etched with anger. What a fine mess you two have created. Who allowed you to let the ghosts escape? Upon uttering these words, Jioshu shifted his gaze to Lu Tian, a fleeting look of embarrassment crossing his features as he spoke. Lu Tian, I truly apologize for my two incompetent disciples. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian bore no grudge. In fact, he felt a chuckle rising within him, for this indicated that the narrative was about to unfold once more, and Lu Tian would have an opportunity to fulfill his mission and depart from this realm. It is of no consequence, Lu Tian replied with a smile. I believe I have grasped the situation, but what do you intend to do, Jioshu? Upon hearing this, Jioshu sighed deeply, a look of helplessness shadowing his face. With the ghosts unleashed, I find myself powerless. I can only summon my fellow brothers for assistance. After voicing his sentiments, Jioshu straightened his demeanor and addressed his two disciples with a fierce tone. Follow me. Intrigued, Lu Tian trailed behind Jioshu to the rear of the ancestral hall. In the courtyard, there stood a modest altar adorned with various ritual implements. Jioshu approached, pointed with his finger, and ignited a lamp. Then, with a clap of his hands, a bagua mirror ascended, seemingly radiating light. Following closely behind, Lu Tian observed Jioshu's actions, a strange glimmer flashing in his eyes. This must be considered a means of summoning from the spirit world. In this realm, where phones and even telephones were likely non-existent, Jioshu and the adept practitioners of the spirit world possessed their own means of communication. Although Lu Tian was unaware of the specifics, he could surmise Jioshu's intentions. All right, I have sent messages to my fellow brothers. They shall arrive shortly. The disciples of Maoshan were not slow to respond. Within a day, nearly all the disciples had gathered in the ancestral hall. Lu Tian recognized Jioshu's influence in the unity of Maoshan. No wonder Maoshan flourished. Such solidarity was truly unmatched by other sects. As he observed the throng of individuals, Lu Tian couldn't help but reflect. The assembly crowded the parlor, leaving insufficient space even on the second floor. Witnessing this scene, a peculiar expression crossed Lu Tian's face, once Jioshu noted that most of his brothers had arrived. He recounted the events. Listening intently, the esteemed elders of Maoshan exchanged glances of resignation. Let us wait until Jianshu arrives to discuss this matter, one Taoist suggested. Why should so many wait for just one person? Who does he think he is? Qiuxing inquired. Upon hearing Qiuxing's words, Wen Kai quickly chimed in. Jianshu is my senior brother, the Grandmaster of Maoshan. Jioshu replied. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice echoed from outside. The Grandmaster has arrived. The doors swung open, and the disciples at the entrance bowed respectfully. Two figures emerged, the foremost of whom, despite his advanced age, possessed piercing eyes and moved with the swiftness of the wind. Clearly an individual of significant cultivation. I assure Jian here. Lu Tian's gaze flickered towards the individual, a glimmer of joy crossing his face. As the Grandmaster of Maoshan, Shi Jian's prowess surpassed even that of Jioshu. Moreover, he was the fifth target Lu Tian had set his sights on. Shi Jian, accompanied by his son, approached with an imposing demeanor, exuding an air of authority as if he were there to demand an explanation. Elder brother, Jioshu called out urgently upon seeing the situation. However, Shi Jian offered no response, striding directly into the room and seating himself at the position Jioshu had vacated. Once seated, Shi Jian's expression turned grave as he addressed Jioshu. This matter was instigated by your disciples. Is it that fellow over there? His gaze fixated on Lu Tian, who was merely observing the spectacle and thus bore a nonchalant demeanor, much to Shi Jian's displeasure. Do you understand the concept of decorum, you rascal? Shi Jian's son, Shi Shaojian, chimed in, his expression decidedly unfriendly. Lu Tian, hearing these words, allowed a cold smirk to flit across his lips. His desire to observe the unfolding drama had inadvertently drawn him into an unwanted predicament. However, this development aligned perfectly with his intentions. Rising to his feet, Lu Tian approached Shi Jian. Elder brother, he is not. Jioshu began to explain. No need. Let me teach him a lesson. Shi Jian interrupted. Waving his hand dismissively, and with a swift motion, he charged at Lu Tian. Unleash your powers, and target Shi Jian. Lu Tian thought to himself. In the next moment, he too surged forward, raising his hands as a torrent of icy energy surged forth. As Shi Jian confronted Lu Tian, he sensed the chilling aura emanating from his hands, causing a flicker of surprise to spark within him. The icy energy far surpassed any technique within this realm. And upon its manifestation, it was indeed astonishing. Crack. Shi Jian launched a rapid series of strikes, yet every attack was deftly thwarted by Lu Tian, his defenses unyielding. The two figures engaged in a swift and fierce duel within the confines of the crowded room, their movements becoming a blur. As the battle raged on, Shi Jian's astonishment grew. This young one's strength is formidable. I must employ my most potent techniques. Shi Jian gathered his hands, summoning bolts of lightning that surged forth. Thunderclap Fist. Shi Jian unleashed a devastating attack imbued with the power of lightning, aimed directly at Lu Tian. The sheer destructive force of this technique caused alarm to flicker across Jioshu's face. Lu Tian, be cautious. Yet, Lu Tian remained unfazed, his expression steadfast, devoid of fear. Instead, he raised his hands and countered. Whoosh! Lu Tian unleashed his icy energy, the chill radiating from his palms directly clashing with the thunderclap fist. Crackle. Upon contact, both combatants were pushed back. Lu Tian's sleeves appeared slightly scorched, while Shi Jian's hands were dusted with frost, trembling ever so slightly. Elder brother, there has been a misunderstanding. He is not one of us from Maoshan. The fault lies with my two inept disciples. Jioshu quickly interjected. Why didn't you say so sooner? Shi Jian retorted, a grin spreading across his face as he quickly concealed his trembling hands behind him. Shi Jian turned with a flourish, but the hands hidden behind his back continued to quiver. The icy energy was exceptionally frigid, not easily endured. Although Shi Jian's cultivation was profound, he still found it quite uncomfortable. On the opposite side, Lu Tian's sleeves bore signs of charred blackness, a rather disheveled appearance. However, in truth, his hands were as pristine as white jade, even exuding a translucent sheen. As the icy energy circulated, the harm inflicted by Shi Jian had vanished without a trace. Ding. Host has defeated Shi Jian, acquiring the skill Thunderclap Fist. Thunderclap Fist, a technique cultivated by Shi Jian, the Grandmaster of Maoshan, imbued with lethal force. Capable of annihilating spirits and scattering souls. Observing the message from the system, a smile crept across Lu Tian's lips. Indeed, I have acquired the ability I desired most. Lu Tian smiled. The Lightning Thunder Fist was Shi Jian's signature skill and also Lu Tian's ultimate goal. The Lightning Thunder Fist, embodying both thunderous techniques and martial prowess, promised to unleash a terrifying effect when executed. To Shi Jian, Lu Tian's smile appeared as a smug mockery. Junior brother, since this person is not one of our Mao Shan disciples, what brings him here? Rather than confronting Lu Tian, Shi Jian cast a piercing gaze towards Jiao Shu. Since Lu Tian was with Jiao Shu, Shi Jian speculated that Lu Tian had been summoned by him, ostensibly to bring embarrassment upon himself. It can be said that those with dark minds perceive everything through a shadowy lens. Upon hearing this, Jiao Shu furrowed his brow, having grasped the implication in Shi Jian's words, and quickly offered an explanation. Senior brother, although Lu Tian is not one of our Mao Shan disciples, he hails from the Laozan school, which is also part of our Taoist lineage. He wishes to lend his assistance in this matter. Lu Tian was taken aback, a look of disbelief crossing his face. When did he ever express a desire to help? He turned to Jiao Shu, his eyes questioning. Jiao Shu managed to smile and silently mouthed, "Paper doll beauty. Ah, so this is an opportunistic endeavor," Lu Tian thought to himself. Observing Jiao Shu's demeanor, Lu Tian realized that he would have to involve himself in this affair. However, this also provided a chance to witness the prowess of Mao Shan in the spirit realm. Shi Jian, upon hearing Jiao Shu's explanation, felt his eyes darken, a grim intensity clouding his gaze. So it was indeed your scheme, meant to humiliate me, Shi Jian mused. Unbeknownst to Shi Jian, Jiao Shu was unaware of his thoughts. After introducing Lu Tian, he returned to the matter at hand. Brothers, with the recent surge of malevolent spirits, if we fail to capture them, it may lead to chaos in the mortal realm. The others nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the wisdom in Jiao Shu's words, the distinction between yin and yang was paramount. Should these spirits roam freely in the realm of the living, it would spell disaster. I cannot apprehend so many spirits alone. Hence I require your support. Humph. Shi Jian scoffed at this statement. Isn't this just a case of reckless disciples causing a calamity and expecting us to bear the burden? His words left Jiao Shu visibly uncomfortable, as it was indeed the responsibility of his disciples, and Shi Jian's assertion hit too close to home. What do you propose we do about this? Shi Jian asked coldly. Hearing this, Jiao Shu's expression turned serious as he replied, "We have decided to employ the primordial 8 trigrams formation to ensnare the spirits." The other Mao Shan Taoists nodded in agreement, as this was the method they had just discussed. The primordial 8 trigrams formation, with its vast coverage, was designed to capture as many spirits as possible. If you have a plan, why summon me? Shi Jian retorted sharply. Lu Tian, overhearing this, could not suppress a smirk. Shi Jian was clearly seeking trouble. It was evident to everyone. Jiao Shu gently inquired, "Master brother, do you have any insights? Let it be the primordial 8 trigrams formation, then." Shi Jian replied dismissively. Lu Tian's derision intensified at Shi Jian's words. It was obvious that Shi Jian was instigating discord. Lu Tian's mind raced as he pondered how to turn the tables on Shi Jian. Who will serve as bait to lure the spirits? Shi Jian suddenly inquired. Just as he finished speaking, Shi Jian behind him raised an eyebrow and stepped forward. Such a formidable task is undoubtedly mine. Shi Jian beamed with pride, viewing this as an opportunity to shine. Shi Jian's eyes narrowed with cold intensity. The role of bait was fraught with danger. He would never allow Shi Jian to take that risk. This matter requires careful consideration, Shi Jian asserted. All right, Lu Tian interjected suddenly, his voice ringing clear. This young hero is truly the embodiment of the next generation of Mao Shan leaders. He possesses remarkable courage. Lu Tian's words sparked a flurry of discussion among the gathered crowd. Indeed, Xiao Jian is astute and rises to the occasion in critical moments. He is undoubtedly a leader among the younger disciples. The others, wishing to maintain decorum, refrained from speaking ill of him. However, Shi Jian's expression grew increasingly grim as he shot a glare at Lu Tian, his eyes simmering with fury. Lu Tian's actions seemed to place his son in peril. Shi Jian contemplated a refusal, yet the flattery from his fellow disciples caused him to hesitate. As the master brother of Mao Shan, he held his son in high regard. Traditionally, they addressed each other as master and disciple, concealing their true relationship. Shi Jian had intended to groom Shi Jian as the next leader of Mao Shan. And if Shi Jian were to back down this time, it would significantly tarnish his reputation. I will remember this. Shi Jian silently seethed, casting a cold glare at Lu Tian. Meanwhile, Lu Tian remained unfazed by the hostility directed at him, instead wearing a sly smile. Having a single person as bait was neither secure nor prudent. Lu Tian's remark captured the attention of the others. Jiao Shu, observing Lu Tian's demeanor, felt an ominous premonition wash over him. What scheme is he concocting now? Lu Tian turned to Qiuxing and Wakai, saying, moreover, each person should bear their own responsibility. This incident was instigated by Qiuxing and Wakai, so why not let them join as well? 3 individuals as bait would surely enhance our safety. Upon hearing Lu Tian's suggestion, Shi Shaojian's expression shifted, and he opened his mouth to protest. However, Shi Jian's fierce gaze silenced him before he could speak. Jiao Shu looked at Lu Tian, only to see his face alight with a smile. This rascal is seeking revenge, Jiao Shu thought. Yet he could only acquiesce to this decision. Lu Tian felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Let this fellow threaten me. Once the Maoshan group had solidified their strategy, they promptly set about executing it. When night fell, Lu Tian finally witnessed the might of the Maoshan disciples. A massive formation was erected in a single afternoon, adorned with numerous Taoist symbols on vast swathes of yellow cloth. However, Lu Tian found himself unable to escape. Having promised to assist, he began inscribing talismans. As he prepared to draw the symbols, Shi Jian approached. At such a young age, do you truly understand how to inscribe talismans? I hope you do not hinder our efforts. Although Shi Jian did not directly point at Lu Tian, the implication was clear to all. Lu Tian raised an eyebrow, filled with mockery. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned his brush, creating a flawless talisman with ease. After completing the talisman, Lu Tian stretched lazily. Indeed, I know little of talisman crafting. Perhaps I should take a break. With that, he discarded the brush and sauntered off to rest. A perfect talisman. Such skill would take decades to hone. Just then, Jiao Shu happened by and glanced at Lu Tian's talisman. Upon hearing this, Shi Jian's expression darkened further. What an insufferable fool. Time sped by, and soon the sun dipped below the horizon, marking the hour of the spirit's emergence. Lu Tian remained at the primordial 8 trigrams formation, awaiting the arrival of the 3 individuals to draw the spirits forth. Master, help! It was not long before desperate cries rang out. From the town, Qiuxing and the others sprinted out, pursued by a throng of pale-faced apparitions. The night was cloaked in a heavy aura of malevolence, as a horde of spirits surged forth, filling the air with an oppressive chill. Lu Tian regarded this ominous energy, a grave expression crossing his face. Though individually weak, these spirits, when gathered, formed a formidable force. It seemed that this time, trouble would indeed be substantial. Lu Tian observed the situation and remarked, the horde of spirits appears to have lost their sanity. Surging towards the 3 individuals, the trio, pursued by the relentless spirits, found themselves in a dire predicament, with Shi Shaojian, who typically exuded confidence, now stripped of his composure, prepare the formation. Upon witnessing this scene, Shi Jian's countenance darkened considerably, and he urgently called out. With a swish, everyone channeled their energy, and streams of yellow cloth soared into the air, enveloping a vast area completely. The practitioners of Maoshan joined forces, and in an instant, activated the previously arranged formation. A chilling wind began to surge within the confines of the formation, and the spirits commenced their chaotic darting about. Prepare to capture the spirits, Uncle Jiao shouted, brandishing a spirit-capturing altar as he charged forward. The other Maoshan practitioners followed suit, relentlessly gathering the wandering souls. Humph, who is in charge here? Shi Jian, initially the overseer of the formation, found himself under Uncle Jiao's command, which left him feeling exceedingly disgruntled. Die! Shi Jian bellowed in fury, leaping into the throng of spirits, his palms crackling with electric energy as he unleashed a barrage upon them. Lightning thunder fist. Boom! A resounding thunderclap echoed as a spirit was struck, obliterated by the immense force of the lightning technique. Shi Jian, unfazed, continued his assault, his hands ablaze with electric energy. Lu Tian observed this with a sidelong glance, a trace of cold amusement flickering in his eyes. To take out one's frustrations on the spirits, how utterly uncouth. With a deft leap, Lu Tian positioned himself beside Shi Jian, gently pressing down on his hand. Shi Daozhang, these spirits are counted among the ranks of the underworld. Should you obliterate them, how will you account to the spirit emissaries? Lu Tian's words caused a palpable shift in the expressions of those present, all eyes turning to Shi Jian, already in a foul mood. Shi Jian's ire surged further upon hearing Lu Tian's comment. You're quite the meddler, he retorted, his tone far from courteous. However, he refrained from further attacks on the spirits, opting instead for restraint. Shi Jian recognized Lu Tian's formidable strength and understood he was no match for him. Thus, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary trouble. Uncle Jiao, observing Shi Jian's compliance in capturing spirits rather than striking, couldn't help but express his astonishment. It's rare to see my senior brother yield like this. Uncle Jiao realized that it was solely due to Lu Tian's overwhelming power that such a thing occurred. While everyone was engaged in capturing spirits, Lu Tian took a more leisurely approach, as he lacked the necessary artifacts for spirit gathering. Is that the female spirit? Lu Tian's gaze sharpened, and he bounded over to Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai. You too, why are you not over there capturing spirits? Lu Tian's voice rang out, startling Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai, their faces contorting with fear. It's Lu Tian, they exclaimed in terror, while the female spirit, Xiaoli, regarded him with curiosity. Hey, who is this person? Xiaoli inquired. Attempting to approach Lu Tian, however, she was quickly pulled back by Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai. Don't go near him. He's extremely powerful. Be careful he doesn't capture you, Qiu Sheng urged, his face a mask of alarm. At this, Lu Tian raised an eyebrow, a smirk gracing his lips. Do you think I cannot endure her presence if she stays away? Upon uttering this, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai's expression shifted drastically. They knew all too well that Lu Tian's strength far exceeded theirs, rendering them powerless to intervene should he choose to capture Lu Tian, then let out a chilling laugh. Casting a glance at the two. Make sure that Shi Jian doesn't see you. Otherwise, I won't be able to help. With that, Lu Tian strode away. Having witnessed such a grand spectacle that evening, he felt thoroughly entertained. Numerous spirits fled, yet the Maoshan practitioners were equally numerous. After a night of effort, nearly all the spirits were successfully captured. However, Lu Tian slipped away in the dead of night. He had no patience to wait until morning. Following the completion of the spirit-catching endeavor, most of the Maoshan practitioners departed, and Lu Tian did not see them again. He returned to the Ren residence in the middle of the night, enjoying a sweet reunion with Rentingting. For the entirety of the following day, Lu Tian remained absent from home, as he intended to refine his recently acquired lightning thunder fist. After all, this technique, learned from Shi Jian, bore a profound personal signature. Should he demonstrate it outright, it would undoubtedly expose him. When Shi Jian acted, although he did not fear confrontation, it would still pose a considerable inconvenience. Clarifying the situation would prove challenging and detrimental to his mission. Thus, Lu Tian resolved to stay at the Ren residence, intending to train there. In the courtyard of the Ren residence, Lu Tian dismissed the servants. With no one else around, he took a deep breath and began to practice the lightning thunder fist. Crackle. As Lu Tian executed the technique, electric flashes erupted around him, creating a truly formidable spectacle. He raised his hands, light flickering from his palms as streams of electricity coursed through them. At that moment, the lightning in his palms became even more radiant. Go. Lu Tian uttered sharply, thrusting his fist forward. The lightning erupted from his palm, striking a nearby rockery with the ferocity of a thunderbolt. Boom, the rockery shattered upon impact, debris scattering in all directions. The power of the lightning thunder fist was indeed impressive. A smile crept across Lu Tian's lips as he marveled at the technique's potency. He surmised that even a formidable entity like Old Master Ren, the king of zombies, would struggle to withstand its might. However, the lightning thunder fist bore a heavy personal signature, making it easily recognizable when performed in front of the Maoshan practitioners. Lu Tian found himself in a quandary and resolved to seek a solution from Kaihua. Kaihua, do you have any ideas? Host, your internal energy is unique. Why not try using your own energy to execute it? Kaihua suggested, prompting Lu Tian to ponder deeply. Use my own energy to perform it? Lu Tian murmured, raising his hand. Swish, a surge of icy true energy manifested within his palm, emanating a chilling aura and even emitting a thin veil of white smoke. Can I use icy true energy to execute the lightning thunder fist? Lu Tian questioned, uncertainty clouding his mind regarding Kaihua's suggestion. Absolutely. This lightning thunder fist is merely an ordinary technique, and icy true energy can fully harness it. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian felt reassured and ceased his hesitation. Swish. The icy true energy began to circulate, while Lu Tian initiated the lightning thunder fist. Crackle. A flash of electricity danced across his palm, rendering it seemingly unchanged. His hands, as pale as jade, appeared even more exquisite than those of many women. Yet, Lu Tian could sense an immense thunderous power contained within his palm, though outwardly, it showed no signs of it. Kaihua, what is happening? Lu Tian inquired, his mind racing with questions. Host, this is dark thunder, a unique form of thunderous energy. Kaihua explained. Your icy true energy leans towards the Yin attribute, thus the thunder you produce should also be Yin-based. However, I did not anticipate you transforming Yin thunder into this even more specialized dark thunder. Kaihua's words illuminated Lu Tian's mind, prompting him to spring into action. He leaped to a nearby tree in the courtyard. Crack. Lu Tian struck the tree with his palm, unleashing the dark thunder upon it. In that instant, the thick tree was snapped in half, crashing to the ground. What tremendous power! Lu Tian's eyes widened with astonishment, a glimmer of excitement flashing across his face. Moreover, its stealthy nature made it exceptionally useful for ambushes. A smirk crept across Lu Tian's lips. Host, You only think of ambushes. It's no wonder you could develop dark thunder. Kaihua's voice chimed in, further fueling Lu Tian's delight. More praise, please. He was entirely indifferent to this remark, even feeling a sense of joy. Originally, Lu Tian was not the type of straightforward brute. After all, the cold ice true chi was not meant for underhanded tactics, since he had manifested the lightning thunder fist in such a manner. It was no longer fitting to call it by that name. A change was in order. Lu Tian mused quietly, pondering for a moment before decisively settling on a new name. Ding. The skill has been renamed to the Cold Ice Dark Thunder Fist. Lu Tian nodded, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. This name is quite fitting. It allows me to showcase it before Uncle Gio and the others. As Lu Tian's gaze shifted to the small courtyard, a hint of helplessness flickered across his face. With the courtyard in such disarray, explaining it later would certainly prove challenging. Furrowing his brow, Lu Tian resolved to leave the Rin residence and return to the. By the time Lu Tian returned to the evening had nearly fallen. However, he discovered that it was entirely deserted. Where have these fellows gone? Lu Tian wondered, a look of confusion crossing his face, with no one around. Lu Tian did not idle. He returned to his room to commence his training. Although he had encountered a bottleneck in cultivating the cold ice true chi, he had never slackened his efforts. As dusk approached, Lu Tian heard the sound of someone entering from outside. Raising his eyes, he saw Qiuxing and Wakai walking in together. Upon spotting Lu Tian, both of them revealed expressions of surprise. Lu Tian, we were just looking for you, they exclaimed, rushing over while speaking. Lu Tian furrowed his brow in inquiry. What do you need me for? He felt a surge of curiosity, as he had no particularly close ties with them. Upon hearing Lu Tian's question, Qiuxing and Wakai exchanged glances, their faces displaying an eager expression. Lu Tian, this time it was Qiuxing who was fidgeting, unsure of where to place his hands, and we were hoping you could lend us a hand. After Qiuxing finished speaking, Lu Tian's brows knitted tightly, yet he did not refuse. What kind of help? He inquired. If he indeed could assist, he would not decline. After all, living under their roof did carry some sense of obligation. Phew. Hearing Lu Tian's response, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Wen Kai spoke up eagerly, that sure Xiaojian has unclean intentions, and while we were upholding justice, we inadvertently allowed his body to be devoured by wild dogs. Now, Master Uncle has tasked us with finding the coffin fungus. However, our master has matters to attend to, so we wish to ask for your assistance. Coffin fungus? Lu Tian's eyes flickered with intrigue. Indeed, how could I have forgotten that the coffin fungus resides within a certain zombie king? Lu Tian's mission required him to eliminate 3 zombie kings, and he was still too short. He had been waiting for Shi Xiaojian to transform into a zombie king, yet he had overlooked the presence of an existing one nearby. All right, I'll help with this. Lu Tian replied readily. Lu Tian, our relationship has been somewhat strained, but what do you mean? Qiuxing suddenly realized as he continued to persuade. Let us go. Take me to find the coffin fungus. Lu Tian declared, a glimmer of battle intent flashing in his eyes. Qiuxing and Wen Kai gazed at Lu Tian with immense gratitude. Lu Tian, we misjudged you. Uncle Gio had matters to attend to and could not accompany them to find the coffin fungus. But he had already informed Qiuxing and Wen Kai of its location. Under their guidance, Lu Tian easily made his way to the hillside. By the time they arrived, the moon was high in the sky, casting silver light upon the earth. The 3 of them crouched on the hillside, witnessing a peculiar sight of a horde of corpses paying homage to the moon. Lu Tian observed this scene with a smile. Yet his gaze was firmly fixed on the zombie king at the center. Another zombie king. Eliminating this fellow would bring me closer to completing my mission, Lu Tian thought, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Unfortunately, the zombie king was surrounded by a throng of corpses, and defeating it would require considerable effort. Master said the coffin fungus is within the mouth of that zombie king, but in this situation, how do we retrieve it? Qiuxing inquired, his face etched with seriousness. Having previously faced Ren Laote, Qiuxing naturally understood the formidable power of a zombie king. Moreover, this particular zombie king was encircled by numerous corpses, making matters even more complicated. Indeed, dealing with so many zombies is quite troublesome, Wen Kai added. The only option is to sneak in and steal the coffin fungus, Qiuxing declared, clenching his fist. That's a good plan. Lu Tian's voice chimed in. Startled, Qiuxing and Wen Kai turned towards the source of the voice, only to find Lu Tian standing up and striding towards the zombies. Hey, what are you doing? Qiuxing shouted, his mouth agape. Though his voice was muted in fear of alarming the zombies. Lu Tian turned to glance at them, speaking directly. Am I not following your plan? As he spoke, the cold ice true chi began to circulate within his dantian, while simultaneously, the cold ice dark thunder fist began to coalesce in his palm. Hey, it's dangerous for you to go like that. Qiuxing and Wenkai exclaimed in alarm, their faces revealing concern for Lu Tian's safety. Though somewhat foolish at times, Qiuxing and Wenkai were not ill-natured. Lu Tian, hearing their anxious words, smiled knowingly and did not look back. Instead, he charged forward with great speed. It's perilous, Qiuxing and Wenkai shouted, their expressions turning frantic. Yet in the next moment, their faces shifted dramatically. Boom, the two zombies nearest to Lu Tian were dispatched with a single strike each. Hiss. At that moment, the horde of corpses finally noticed Lu Tian. Roaring as they rushed toward him. Whoosh! A chilling wind swept across the hillside, a gale howling as a multitude of zombies began to claw and gnash. Lu Tian bore no trace of fear. Instead, a cold smile graced his lips. This all, no matter how many there are, it's of no consequence. As he spoke, he leapt forward, swiftly entering the throng of corpses. Lu Tian moved with agility, plunging into the mass of bodies while delivering blows with both palms. Boom, boom. Dark thunder erupted continuously, toppling the approaching zombies one after another. Lu Tian's cold ice true chi had reached its peak in this realm, and through relentless training, it had become exceedingly pure. Thus, the consumption of energy in executing the cold ice dark thunder fist was minimal. Although the number of zombies was considerable, Lu Tian was more than capable of handling them. Just right for me to practice my fist techniques, otherwise, the trees at the Rin residence might not suffice. Lu Tian mused, his hands striking rapidly while dark thunder was unleashed. During this process, Lu Tian could feel his mastery of dark thunder becoming increasingly proficient. Incredible! Qiuxing and Wenkai gaped at Lu Tian's actions, their mouths agape as if they could see their dinner from the previous night. Though Lu Tian was formidable, being surrounded by so many zombies posed a challenge, right? Qiuxing remarked suddenly, observing the escalating battle. The tide of zombies encircled Lu Tian, attempting to overpower him with sheer numbers. Swish, however, just as the multitude of zombies closed in, Lu Tian activated his godly wall-piercing technique. In the blink of an eye, Lu Tian's figure appeared outside the horde, his foot striking the ground as he surged directly towards the zombie king. I shall deal with you first, Lu Tian declared, leaping into the air, his speed at its zenith. Swish! Lu Tian's figure seemed to transform into a fleeting shadow, arriving before the zombie king in an instant. The zombie king, its arms taut, retaliated against Lu Tian's advance. Too weak. You can't even touch me. Lu Tian curled his lips into a cold smile, disdain evident in his voice. With a swift motion, he raised both hands, and a surge of power erupted forth. Bang! A resounding sound echoed as Lu Tian's palm struck the chest of the zombie king, causing it to explode. Eerie dark thunder surged into the zombie king's body, inflicting immediate damage. Don't forget to retrieve the coffin fungus. Upon witnessing Lu Tian's actions, Qiuxing and Wenkai shouted from a distance. Their cries inadvertently attracted the attention of surrounding zombies, and in an instant, a horde surged toward the two. Lu Tian paid no heed to Qiuxing and Wenkai. They possessed some strength and, with luck on their side, would likely be fine against the zombies. For Lu Tian, the priority was to deal with the creature before him, the second target of the mission. I shall eliminate you, Lu Tian declared coldly. And with a swift flick of his toes, he darted behind the zombie king. Since Lu Tian had reached the pinnacle of postnatal energy, his speed had increased significantly. Ordinary zombie kings could hardly touch him. Crackle! The icy true energy from Lu Tian's dantian surged forth, coalescing into dark thunder in his palm, a rich thunderous sound faintly emanating. Die. In the next moment, Lu Tian's palm pressed against the back of the zombie king. Terrifying thunderous power completely infused into it. Boom! A gaping hole erupted in the back of the zombie king, presenting a bizarre sight. This assault had severely damaged the zombie king's body, rendering the aura within it weak and feeble. In other words, this zombie king was on the verge of death. A glint flashed in Lu Tian's eyes as he extended his right foot, tripping the zombie king, then pressed a hand directly into its mouth. Icy true energy swirling as he inhaled sharply. In the next moment, the coffin fungus, glowing green, was grasped firmly in Lu Tian's hand. Rustle. Immediately, Lu Tian felt a chill emanating from the coffin fungus. However, this chill was nothing compared to Lu Tian's icy true energy. Barely significant. After acquiring the coffin fungus, Lu Tian activated the dark thunder, thoroughly eliminating the zombie king. Ding. Kill confirmed. Moon zombie king. Mission completed. 23. With the zombie king dispatched, the remaining zombies, now leaderless, lost their prior organization. Consequently, their threat level diminished significantly, causing them to scatter chaotically. Lu Tian clutched the coffin fungus tightly in his right hand, while still able to execute dark thunder with his left. Boom. Lu Tian's speed showed no signs of slowing. Although he had slain the zombie king, the depletion of his inner strength was minimal. The dark thunder in his palm continuously unleashed blasts, swiftly annihilating all zombies. After dealing with these creatures, Lu Tian sought out Qiuxing and Wakai. Lu Tian, help! Upon seeing Lu Tian approach, the two shouted urgently. They rushed toward him, unarmed and struggling against the zombies. Lu Tian raised an eyebrow at the sight and directly advanced, using only his left hand to dispatch the remaining zombies one by one. Phew! Finally dealt with. That was terrifying. Qiuxing and Wakai gasped for breath, their faces marked with fear. Lu Tian shook his left hand, a layer of white frost scattering, shaking off the lingering zombie aura. At that moment, he glanced at the two, discovering that they bore no injuries. Qiuxing turned to Lu Tian, curiosity evident in his gaze. Lu Tian, did you not say we would infiltrate according to our plan and steal the coffin fungus? Why did you charge indirectly? Qiuxing's question drew Wensai's attention as well. Lu Tian tilted his head, perplexed. Is infiltrating not synonymous with eliminating all enemies? Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Qiuxing and Wakai felt their thought processes falter. Lu Tian then raised his right hand, revealing the coffin fungus within his grasp. Well, I've retrieved the coffin fungus for you. Now you can take it to Shijian. As he spoke, Lu Tian pressed the coffin fungus into Qiuxing's mouth. Unlike Lu Tian, who possessed icy true energy, Qiuxing and Wakai could not hold the coffin fungus with their hands. Thus, it was more practical to use the original method of transport, with the coffin fungus in his mouth. Qiuxing found himself unable to speak, the chilling aura emanating continuously. Wakai, noticing this, wore a panicked expression. What have you done to Qiuxing? Wakai exclaimed. Lu Tian smiled and explained, this is the coffin fungus. Due to its excessive chill, it must be stored this way. If one person cannot endure it, simply switch to another. As soon as Lu Tian finished speaking, Qiuxing's eyes brightened, and he directly passed the coffin fungus from his mouth to Wensai's. Phew, if you had said so earlier, that was unbearable. While Qiuxing felt relieved, Wakai displayed a look of discomfort. Observing the two exchanging the fungus with such familiarity, Lu Tian felt reassured and addressed them. In that case, you can deliver it to Shijian directly. I shall take my leave. Lu Tian turned to depart, wishing to avoid the foul visage of Shijian, which resembled that of a ghost. Lu Tian paid little mind to Shijian's affairs. He was indifferent to how Shijian would save others. However, later, upon the return of Jiu, he reminded him, although the coffin fungus can save lives, one who has been mauled by wild dogs cannot be brought back. Upon hearing about Shijian's condition, Jiu deduced that he was no longer human but had transformed into a corpse demon. Consequently, Jiu concocted a pot of baibao soup using various treasures, intending to pour it over Shijian to force him to reveal his true form. This was the first time Lu Tian learned of the existence of such a concoction as baibao soup. He did not participate in this process, instead remaining in the ancestral hall to meditate peacefully. As night fell, Jiu returned with Qiuxing and Wakai, their expressions notably subdued. Lu Tian, aware of the plot, surmised what had transpired. Nevertheless, he approached them. Lu Tian, it's so good to see you. Upon spotting Lu Tian, Jiu previously troubled countenance brightened with a hint of joy. Jiu, what happened? Lu Tian feigned ignorance. Jiu sighed deeply, a shadow of sorrow crossing his face. It is a misfortune for our sect. The senior brother has indulged his disciples in the practice of dark arts, and I discovered it. Now, we are completely at odds. As Jiu spoke, sorrow flickered across his face before he continued. Now that we are enemies, he will surely not let me off tonight, so I hope you can assist me. Jiu's eyes held a serious expression, filled with anticipation. Lu Tian, being the strongest individual Jiu had encountered, would provide him with great reassurance should he lend a hand. Hearing this, Lu Tian did not decline. Very well, it is our duty to uphold righteousness and dispel evil, Lu Tian stated, unwilling to evade this matter. He understood that tonight, Shijian would transform into a zombie king, driven by resentment to seek revenge. This served as a target for Lu Tian, perfectly aligning with his mission. How could he refuse such a fortuitous opportunity? Excellent. I truly appreciate your help. Jiu expressed gratitude, knowing that Shijian would come. Jiu made preparations. However, with Lu Tian present, he decided against sending Qiuxing and Wakai away, instead keeping them at the ancestral hall to assist. I'll help as well, young Master Lin. Suddenly, a sultry voice echoed from a jar in the courtyard. Lu Tian cast a glance and recognized it as Xiaoli, who had indeed entangled herself with Jiu. A faint smile appeared on Lu Tian's face. He chose not to involve himself in this matter. Preparations were swiftly completed, and Lu Tian sat cross-legged within the ancestral hall, calming his inner energy and awaiting the impending battle. Outside the door, a cacophony of howls reverberated, and and a multitude of figures had gathered around the ancestral hall. Who could these individuals be? Are they reinforcements? Upon witnessing the scene, Qiusheng could not restrain himself from speaking. Such heavy malevolence. How could they possibly be allies? Lu Tian observed with a faint smile, responding to the situation. Boom! In the next moment, the grand entrance of the ancestral hall was thrust open, and a horde of animated corpses surged inside. These corpses, though their bodies had not yet stiffened, had long since succumbed to death. Exuding a pervasive aura of decay, what are these abominations? Qiusheng exclaimed, his face etched with horror. The elder brother has actually raised so many undead. Alas! Jiushu sighed heavily at the sight. Lu Tian raised his gaze. His expression calm as he remarked, "These are merely appetizers." With that, he stepped forward, plunging into the throng of the undead. The horde of animated corpses, their pallid faces swaying as if intoxicated, charged toward the ancestral hall. Jiushu and his companions wore solemn expressions. They had never encountered such a multitude of undead before, particularly Jiushu, who sighed deeply, his countenance grave. How could my brother harbor so many undead? Why would he resort to such measures? The people of Maoshan are, by nature, righteous, yet Shi Jian's actions are clearly veering into the path of malevolence. Lu Tian plunged into the sea of animated corpses, his hands gathering dark thunder, striking with precision. Swish! Lu Tian's speed was astonishing. The sluggish corpses could not lay a finger on him. Meanwhile, his dark thunder struck repeatedly, dispatching the undead one after another. Jiushu and his disciples were taken aback. Marveling at Lu Tian's formidable prowess and his effortless handling of the undead, the scene was overwhelmingly shocking to them. "Master, should we assist?" Qiusheng inquired. Upon hearing his words, Jiushu shook his head, a trace of displeasure crossing his face. "No need. Lu Tian requires no aid." Jiushu discerned that these animated corpses posed no threat to Lu Tian. In less than 10 minutes, all the undead had been neutralized. The efficiency of this process left Jiushu and his companions in awe. Lu Tian's palms lay flat, the icy true energy within him accumulating, his exterior betraying no signs of change. This was a testament to the depth of Lu Tian's inner strength. In this realm of the undead, Lu Tian was barely considered highly cultivated. "Has it been resolved?" Qiusheng asked, astonishment flickering in his eyes. With Lu Tian present, it was resolved so effortlessly. Not so simple. Jiushu's expression remained grave, his concern unabated. He knew that Shi Jian was not the type to easily concede. Listening to their discussion, Lu Tian's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Fear not. The likes of Shi Jian possess no formidable tactics." Lu Tian spoke dismissively. Hearing this, Jiushu couldn't help but pout, expressing his discontent. "Why does your statement fail to bring me joy? They are coming," Lu Tian suddenly declared. Upon this pronouncement, Jiushu and the others' expression shifted. Holding their breaths. In Lu Tian's line of sight, a dense aura of malevolence was approaching. Sensing this energy, Lu Tian's eyes narrowed, forming a judgment in his mind. The intensity of this malevolence had indeed reached that of a zombie king. Shi Jian was truly ruthless in his quest for vengeance. Boom! The walls of the ancestral hall shattered as a figure, reeking of blood and shrouded in darkness, charged forth. Lu Tian's gaze sharpened, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "The last zombie king. If I can slay this creature, my task shall be complete." With a swift motion, Lu Tian leaped forward, unarmed yet unafraid, striking with a palm. Whoosh! As Lu Tian's palm made contact, a powerful gust spread forth, accompanied by an aura of chilling cold. This formidable force left Jiushu and the others in a state of shock. "Master, what kind of sorcery is this?" Qiusheng inquired, astonished at Qiusheng's words. Jiushu's face mirrored his surprise, replying gravely, "This is not sorcery, but rather a testament to Lu Tian's extraordinary cultivation." At this moment, Lu Tian unveiled his true prowess. Confronting the third zombie king, he felt no need to hold back any longer. The icy true energy surged forth, conjuring a tempest of chilling winds around him. Faced with such a ferocious gale, Shi Jian showed no fear, charging forward with reckless abandon. Shi Jian had lost all rationality. Consumed solely by the desire for vengeance. A feral roar erupted from his lips as he lunged at Lu Tian. His hands had grotesquely mutated, nails elongated and darkened, teeming with the venom of the undead, a truly terrifying sight. Yet Lu Tian struck forth, his palms imbued with icy true energy, dark thunder coalescing in his grasp. Crack! When Lu Tian's palm met Shi Jian's claws, the dark thunder erupted, despite his transformation into a zombie king. Shi Jian could not withstand the onslaught of dark thunder. What a powerful technique! Jiushu was inwardly astounded. Though he had witnessed Lu Tian's thunder techniques before, this dark thunder was a first for him. An expert can discern the nuances, and Jioshu understood the terrifying potency of Lu Tian's Dark Thunder. Perhaps even his elder brother, after years of mastering thunder techniques, could not rival Lu Tian. Dark Thunder continued to erupt from Lu Tian's hands, and his movements were incredibly swift. Shi Shaojian, in contrast, appeared as a clumsy wooden puppet, utterly unable to grasp the hem of Lu Tian's garment. Not far from the ancestral hall in Shi Jian's residence, he stood before a ritual altar, manipulating Shi Shaojian. At that moment, Shi Jian sensed his subordinate's actions, fury flashing across his face. "Fool," he scolded, forming hand seals to exert control. Whoosh! Shi Shaojian's speed suddenly escalated, charging toward Lu Tian at an exaggerated pace. Yet Lu Tian was unfazed. "Too slow. Do you truly think such speed can catch me?" A look of disdain crossed Lu Tian's face as he struck with conviction. Gathering Dark Thunder once more, the icy true energy surged, transforming the potent lightning into a murky torrent. This time, Lu Tian unleashed his icy Dark Thunder fist to its utmost, striking directly at Shi Shaojian's chest. Boom! An explosive sound resonated as the concentrated Dark Thunder struck Shi Shaojian, detonating entirely upon impact. Ding! Host has slain Shi Shaojian, completing the task. Reward, zombie bloodline, accept. The notification rang in Lu Tian's ears, signifying the completion of his mission. Zombie bloodline. I shall defer acceptance. Lu Tian made his decision. Host task completed. Shall we return? The notification echoed once more. Not yet. Lu Tian declined again, although he had vanquished Shi Shaojian. Shi Jian remained unaddressed. Lu Tian was resolute in his intent to eradicate the root of the problem. Jioshu, do you know where your elder brother is? Lu Tian inquired. Hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Jioshu's face. After all, there was a bond of brotherhood, and he did not wish to act too ruthlessly. In his turmoil, Lu Tian's gaze lifted, peering ahead. No need. He is already on his way. Lu Tian scanned the distance, sensing Shi Jian's approach, the unmistakable power of thunder coursing through the air. That I will annihilate you. Even before his arrival, the roar echoed ominously. In that moment, Shi Jian appeared to have lost his sanity, charging forth with unbridled fury, driven mad by the loss of his son, Shi Shaojian. Brother, upon witnessing this scene, Jioshu felt a pang of anxiety in his heart and could not help but exclaim in astonishment. However, Shi Jian was already engulfed in madness and paid no heed to Jioshu's words. Instead, he charged forward with reckless abandon. I shall demand your lives as a burial for my son. Shi Jian bellowed in fury, his hands coming together to summon a tremendous amount of lightning energy. Thunderclap fist. In a fit of rage, Shi Jian unleashed an almost overwhelming force, manifesting as a bolt of lightning that surged directly towards its target. His fury had reached its zenith, and the lightning unleashed from his hands had become exceedingly terrifying. Yet, in the face of such an assault, Lu Tian's expression remained devoid of any panic. Has it arrived? Lu Tian spoke calmly, his tone laced with a hint of disdain. With a swift motion, Lu Tian's internal icy energy surged forth, emanating a chilling aura from his hands. As he harnessed this frosty energy, he propelled himself into the air, skillfully weaving his form until he stood directly before Shi Jian. You shall perish, Shi Jian roared upon seeing Lu Tian. His anger intensifying. He launched a fist, thunderous lightning crackling from his palm, carrying with it an aura of dread. Dark thunder. Lu Tian did not flinch, mirroring the action with a palm strike of his own, releasing the dark thunder in response. The collision of dark thunder against bright lightning reverberated with cataclysmic force. The two combatants clashed, the air resonating with terrifying booms, as if thunder itself were birthed from their confrontation. You too, step back. This lightning technique is far too perilous for you to handle, Jioshu cautioned, leading his two disciples a few steps back. The trio remained transfixed, their eyes glued to the fierce battle unfolding before them. Such a level of combat was a rare spectacle indeed. As the conflict raged on, Shi Jian's visage became increasingly grotesque with each passing moment. His furious roars accompanied a relentless onslaught, his palms unleashing the thunderous strikes with growing ferocity. Yet, Lu Tian adeptly evaded the majority of Shi Jian's attacks through deft footwork. The remaining strikes were met with counterattacks of dark thunder, escalating the intensity of the battle. As the fight progressed, Shi Jian's hands became riddled with numerous wounds from the fierce exchanges. The mastery of lightning is not easily attained. With each clash, Shi Jian's palms became more bloodied and mangled, presenting a gruesome sight. In stark contrast, Lu Tian's hands remained as pristine as white jade, showing no signs of wear. Although the icy energy he wielded was not of the highest caliber, it was still considered advanced within this realm. Under its protective influence, Lu Tian's hands sustained no damage. With Shi Jian's injuries revealing more vulnerabilities, Lu Tian's eyes sharpened, and he launched a decisive strike. With a resounding bang, Lu Tian's palm collided with Shi Jian's chest, producing a muffled roar before Shi Jian's torso erupted. This was the effect of the lightning technique. The dark thunder rendered Shi Jian completely incapacitated. With a long sigh of relief, Lu Tian steadied his breath. "Senior brother." Upon witnessing Shi Jian's fall, Jiao Shu called out and hurried over. Shi Jian lay on the ground, slowly opening his eyes at Jiao Shu's words. At that moment, the madness in his gaze dissipated, replaced by clarity. "Junior brother," Shi Jian began, looking at Jiao Shu, but his words faltered midway. "Senior brother." Jiao Shu's face contorted with sorrow at this sight. After a while, Jiao Shu composed himself and gathered Shi Jian's body, his expression still shrouded in gloom. Observing this, Lu Tian chose not to intrude, departing directly from the mortuary and returning to the Ren residence. Upon his return, after attending to various matters, Lu Tian opted for immediate re-entry. A sudden dizziness overcame him as he traversed through time and space, and he found himself back in the White Room. "How has the zombie world fared in my absence?" Lu Tian inquired upon his return. "It would be better for you to see for yourself," Kai Hua responded with a gentle smile. Upon concluding this statement, she pointed a finger at Lu Tian's forehead. In an instant, a radiant light enveloped his body. Lu Tian soon discovered a shift in his perspective. The world around him transformed from three-dimensionality into an entirely different form. In this state, he could discern the entirety of the zombie world, every individual within it coming into view. Jiao Shu, Jiao Sheng, Ren Tingding, and Ren Fa, all their states were laid bare before him. However, these individuals appeared frozen in time, as if someone had pressed the pause button. "Now you comprehend, do you not?" Kai Hua retracted her finger, and Lu Tian emerged from that extraordinary state. His eyes sparkled with astonishment as he exclaimed, "What was that perspective just now? Is that how you perceive the world?" The sensation was so wondrous that it lingered in Lu Tian's mind, evoking a feeling of omnipotence. Though it was merely the tip of the iceberg, he began to grasp the essence of Kai Hua's power. Kai Hua, upon hearing his words, smiled subtly but did not refute him. "Indeed, you are correct. In my perspective, all things in the world appear distinctly different. Can I attain such a viewpoint as well?" Lu Tian asked, excitement evident in his voice. "Of course, but it will require you to become a 10-star powerhouse." Kai Hua replied with a smile. 10-star powerhouse. Lu Tian fell silent, fully aware of what it entailed. A 10-star powerhouse represented the mightiest individuals across all realms. Even with the aid of the Kai Hua system, the 10-star status seemed an infinitely distant goal. "You must strive diligently," Kai Hua encouraged, raising her fist in a gesture of support. Seeing this, a smile broke across Lu Tian's face. "Very well, I shall begin with this newfound knowledge." "Excellent. Beep, zombie system, do you accept?" "Beep, zombie bloodline, do you accept?" Kai Hua's melodious voice echoed, plunging Lu Tian into contemplation. "Kai Hua, what will happen if I accept the zombie bloodline?" Lu Tian inquired cautiously, unwilling to make hasty decisions. In response, Kai Hua cast a bright-eyed glance at Lu Tian and smiled. "If you accept the zombie bloodline, you will be transformed into a zombie, gaining a zombie physique." Zombie physique, a physical constitution of the undead, categorized into various types such as white zombie, black zombie, flying zombie, and more, invulnerable to blades and bullets, with diminished pain sensitivity and immense strength. Upon reading the description, Lu Tian furrowed his brow, clearly lost in thought. "Once transformed into a zombie, can I revert back?" he asked, a crucial question weighing on his mind. "Once the zombie bloodline is accepted, it cannot be reversed unless an extraordinary opportunity arises," Kai Hua clarified. Lu Tian's frown deepened at this. Weighing the advantages of accepting the zombie bloodline against his desire to remain human, he concluded, "It is far more preferable to be human. That I shall refuse the acceptance." After a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. Beep, the host has refused the zombie bloodline and has instead transformed it into the zombie fist. Beep, congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Zombie Fist. Zombie Fist, a rare martial art mastered by Yin Buqian, the leader of the Yin family in Qinzhou, a peculiar form of boxing that blends incantations with mind control. Zombie Fist. Lu Tian's eyes widened in surprise, his expression reflecting his astonishment. How did the zombie bloodline transform into the zombie fist? Initially, Lu Tian had thought that his refusal would lead to a waste of this opportunity. Yet he had unexpectedly reaped an unforeseen reward. The system's rewards were guaranteed and would not be rescinded due to the host's refusal. The host has mastered the mystical arts of Maoshan. Although lacking in certain techniques, it is still able to harness their essence. The zombie fist, inherently a martial art interwoven with the shamanistic practices of incantations, naturally facilitates the transformation of the zombie bloodline into the zombie fist. After the explanation from Hua, Lu Tian generally understood the rationale and no longer found it peculiar. Accepting the zombie fist, Lu Tian mused inwardly, and in an instant, a surge of information flooded his mind. The art of incantations, originally one of the 13 branches of ancient Chinese medicine, essentially encompasses the methods of utilizing talismans and spells to treat ailments, including prohibitive and incantatory techniques. The zombie fist draws upon the soul-capturing techniques within this realm. Closely relating to the Maoshan arts that Lu Tian has grasped. As the information of the zombie fist inundated Lu Tian's consciousness, he nearly mastered this martial art, with the foundation of Maoshan techniques. His proficiency was remarkably high. In fact, at this moment, Lu Tian was already capable of applying the zombie fist in practical combat. Suddenly, Lu Tian raised both hands, his body rigid, and began to move with a jerky, leaping motion, reminiscent of a zombie. Whoosh! His hands moved up and down, appearing chaotic yet possessing an underlying order. The techniques were enigmatic and difficult to defend against, while his movements were remarkably agile. Moreover, a chilling energy surged from his hands, emanating waves of cold that harmonized perfectly with the zombie fist. After practicing for a while, Lu Tian halted his movements, exhaling deeply, and spoke slowly. Indeed, the zombie fist is quite an admirable martial art. If paired with the dark thunder, it could potentially wield significant destructive power. As Lu Tian expressed his eagerness to test his combat prowess, Hua interjected, cautioning him not to celebrate too soon. This remark drew Lu Tian's attention, a look of surprise flashing across his face. What does that mean? Lu Tian inquired, sensing that there was more to the story. Could it be that the zombie fist cannot be used in conjunction with the dark thunder? Not only the zombie fist, but the dark thunder wields immense power in the realm of zombies. However, in other worlds, it may not possess such might, Hua explained. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian's eyes widened, his expression evidently perplexed. Hua then clarified, in the myriad of worlds, due to their inherent differences, the potency of various powers can vary significantly, particularly with techniques like thunder, which hold great power in the realm of cultivation. Their effectiveness diminishes in other worlds. The dark thunder you have mastered may not retain such strength in different realms. Listening to Hua's words, Lu Tian's countenance darkened. This dark thunder is my strongest offensive technique. How could its power diminish due to the differences in worlds? Does that mean the zombie fist is my only viable option? Lu Tian's eyes flickered, sensing that his next world might not be so easy. Do not fret, host. In the next world, you may choose for yourself, Hua reassured him upon hearing Lu Tian's concerns. This, Lu Tian broke into a smile, waving his hand dismissively. No need to comfort me. I have never claimed to be afraid. We can overcome any challenge. Lu Tian's lips curled into a confident smirk, his handsome visage radiating self-assurance once more. We shall face any obstacles without fear. Confronting them with a smile, observing this, Hua widened her eyes at Lu Tian, causing him to feel a bit uneasy. What are you staring at? Lu Tian crossed his arms defensively. It's nothing. I merely wish to see what sort of person you are, and how you can be so self-absorbed. Lu Tian shot Hua an exasperated glance before retorting. Enough with the nonsense. Quickly open the next world for me. Once Lu Tian uttered this, Hua blinked her beautiful eyes and inquired, what kind of world do you wish to enter? Upon hearing Hua's question, Lu Tian pondered for a moment before responding. Having acquired the chilling energy, I have ventured into the martial path. It would be best to select a world flourishing in martial arts. Beep. The world has been provided. Please select. Host. Hua replied. The system interface displayed numerous options. 1-star world. The deer in the cauldron. Task. Restore the Ming dynasty. 2-star world. The greatest in the world. Task. Dominate the Ming. 3-star world. The 8 parts of the heavenly dragon. Task. Achieve world peace. Lu Tian gazed at the worlds presented by the system, lost in thought. Are you contemplating which world to choose, host? Hua inquired. Lu Tian shook his head. No. I merely observe that based on these tasks, you seem to be a royalist. Enough with the jesting. I will first eliminate the 1-star world. This realm offers little enhancement for me. As for the 3-star world, it poses too great a danger. Thus, I shall opt for the world of the greatest in the world. Then let us prepare for the transition. The ground is white, the wind is cold, and the snowflakes fall as large as hands. At the summit of Tianshan, snowflakes dance, and beneath this drifting snow, an ice cave lies concealed. Within the cave stands a massive block of millennium-old ice. This ice, 3 feet thick, did not form in a day. How many years did it take to create such a block of ice? Lu Tian stood still, reflecting. This is indeed a piece of millennium-old ice. Naturally, it would take a millennium to form. Hua responded. It is rarely seen. So it is millennium-old ice. Lu Tian remarked in awe, but quickly added, however, Even if it is rare millennium-old ice, there is no need to encase me within it. The millennium-old ice loomed, and within its depths, a human figure could faintly be seen. Lu Tian's body was encased within this ice, which is why he remained motionless. Inside this ancient ice, countless cold energies incessantly eroded Lu Tian's body. At this moment, however, the chilling energy he possessed activated, safeguarding him from freezing. Host, you are quite the villain. I have placed you alongside a beauty, yet how could you be so ungrateful? Hua's tone seemed somewhat irked. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian's mind was sluggish, but his eyes darted to the side. It was then that he noticed another figure within the millennium-old ice. This was a beautiful woman clad in plain garments. Her eyes tightly shut, lying at the heart of the ancient ice. This Su Xin, Lu Tian's eyelids flickered as he speculated. Though it was merely a guess, Lu Tian felt certain, based on his understanding of the narrative, that the only one trapped within millennium-old ice could be none other than her. Indeed, this is Su Xin, Hua confirmed, solidifying Lu Tian's deduction. After hearing this, Lu Tian cast a sidelong glance, a hint of disdain flashing across his gaze. If it is Su Xin, what use is that? She is already a mother. After uttering this, Lu Tian adopted a serious demeanor. However, Su Xin remains encased in the millennium-old ice. How far along is the plot? Please explore on your own. Host, Huan, however, did not provide an answer, instead responding in this manner. This caused Lu Tian's expression to sour. Hua, you are not being cooperative. As he spoke, a thought crossed his mind. Whoosh! A flash of white light flickered, and Lu Tian emerged from the millennium-old ice. God-level wall-penetrating technique. Ever since Lu Tian acquired this ability, he no longer feared being trapped. Mere millennium-old ice could not confine him. With Su Xin here, this place must be Tianshan. Unfortunately, I have arrived too late. By now, the true transmission of the Tianshan weird hero has already been taken. A fleeting expression of regret crossed Lu Tian's face, but he swiftly discarded these emotions and turned his gaze to the system interface. Task 1. Protect Haitang. Reward: Xianming Divine Palm. Task 2. Dominate the Ming. Reward: Indestructible Diamond Technique. 2 tasks appeared on the interface, causing Lu Tian to furrow his brow. Hua, what is this? When I selected the world, wasn't I supposed to receive only one task? Lu Tian, filled with perplexity, inquired. Upon entering this realm, the system detected a trace of resentment, thus formulating this task. Hua elucidated. The host need not concern themselves with the origins of these tasks. Your sole focus should be on their completion. After Hua's words, Lu Tian cast a fleeting glance, a peculiar expression momentarily flashing across his face. Regardless, completing the task comes with rewards, which is advantageous for me. He mused, subsequently dismissing thoughts of the task and instead sitting cross-legged, his gaze fixed on the distance. Amidst swirling snowflakes and howling northern winds, the peak of Tianshan was blanketed in white, but the scenery was exquisite. It lost its charm with familiarity. Host, do you still have the leisure to sing here? Shouldn't you descend the mountain? Hua queried at that moment. Descend, the time is not yet ripe. Lu Tian responded, shaking his head at Hua's words. Hua was bewildered, unable to comprehend Lu Tian's intentions. Aren't you going to complete the task? In response, Lu Tian merely smiled faintly, a profound glimmer flickering in his eyes. He turned, once again employing his wall-passing technique to return to the ancient ice. Host, how can you retreat like this before midnight? Hua inquired again, observing Lu Tian's stillness. Maintaining his posture, Lu Tian parted his lips, speaking with a deep tone. I am quite fond of a line by Dazai Osamu's younger brother. I am sorry for not being able to produce a human. Allow me to remain in this frigid ice until dawn. Having uttered these words, Lu Tian closed his eyes. Outside the icy confines, the cold wind intensified, and the snowflakes danced wildly. Heavens, even you grieve for me? Lu Tian suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the swirling snow outside. Releasing a long sigh, Hua. The sound of Hua's voice emerged, clear yet tinged with a hint of sorrow. What troubles you, Hua? Lu Tian asked hastily upon noticing her distress. The host has lost their senses. This cannot be, Hua exclaimed, her voice increasingly tinged with a weeping tone. Enough? I merely discovered that this environment is more conducive to my cultivation of the ice true qi. Lu Tian retorted, feeling quite helpless. What do you mean by lost your senses? Is that not an insult to my intelligence? Truly, you are merely putting on an act, Hua remarked. You are quite mischievous. Following this exchange, Hua's voice faded, as if sulking. Lu Tian raised an eyebrow, a wry smile gracing his lips, yet he paid it little mind. After spending considerable time with Hua, he had grown familiar with her temperament, thus he understood that she was not genuinely angry. Very well, I shall focus on cultivating the I's true chi. Lu Tian muttered to himself, then closed his eyes to begin his training. In the world of zombies, Lu Tian had elevated the I's true chi to its utmost limit, reaching the pinnacle of acquired stages. However, within that world, constraints had hindered his progress, preventing further advancement. Now, in this supreme realm, those barriers had vanished, allowing Lu Tian to continue his ascent. The millennium-old ice exuded a remarkable chill, aiding Lu Tian in his cultivation of I's true chi. With such favorable conditions, how could he not seize the opportunity? Hiss. Ha. Standing upright amidst the ancient ice, Lu Tian began to regulate his breath. A torrent of cold air surged into his body with each inhalation, the refreshing chill swiftly merging with his I's true chi. Repeating this process, the true energy within him grew increasingly robust. Thus, Lu Tian trained diligently within the millennium-old ice. The surrounding frigid atmosphere proved to be an ideal environment for cultivation, and he felt his prowess steadily rising. To master unparalleled martial arts, one must endure the pain that ordinary individuals find unbearable. The millennium-old ice chilled to the bone, a torment for most, yet for Lu Tian, it was far from distressing. Rather, he relished the sensation. Consequently, Lu Tian embarked on a monotonous period of training. Whenever hunger struck, he would employ his extraordinary wall-passing technique to procure sustenance. Atop Tian Shan, there was scarce nourishment, save for a few snow lotuses to appease his hunger. Clutching a pristine snow lotus, Lu Tian mumbled to himself before swallowing it whole. Soon after, he felt a gentle warmth coursing through his body, the potency of his I's true chi significantly enhancing. Thus, Lu Tian spent approximately a month atop Tian Shan, embracing simplicity and immersing himself in training. During this time, the true energy within him finally experienced a transformation, a qualitative change arising from quantitative accumulation. With the true energy reaching its zenith, the I's true chi within him began to undergo a metamorphosis, its frigid intensity augmenting, greatly amplifying its power. More importantly, Lu Tian sensed that he had brushed against the threshold of the innate realm, as if mere paper separated him from that state. Ha! Lu Tian suddenly leaped from the ancient ice, his hands clasped before him, exhaling a breath that shot skyward, extending several feet. The I's true chi within him surged, enveloping his form in a delicate frost. At that moment, the already low temperature within the icy cavern further plummeted. Swish! Lu Tian's eyes flew open, sparkling like stars, yet a fleeting expression of regret crossed his features. What a pity, so close to breaking through to the innate realm, Lu Tian mused, a realization dawning upon him that he was but a step away from that state. Ah well, what is meant to be is meant to be. It appears I am not yet ready for the breakthrough. In the previous zombie world, Lu Tian had not trained for an extended period, resulting in insufficient accumulation. Now, having just entered this realm, he could only barely reach this level. Any further advancement would be exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, Lu Tian maintained a positive mindset. Even if he could not break through, it was of little concern. However, after such prolonged training, it was time to descend the mountain and ascertain his current capabilities. After spending considerable time atop Tian Shan, Lu Tian felt compelled to venture forth. He was eager to discover the extent of his strength in this supreme world. The most formidable expert was likely Zhu Wushi. He doubted he was a match for him yet. Despite his confidence, Lu Tian remained aware of the vast difference between himself and Zhu Wushi, who had mastered the art of energy absorption, having previously drained the internal energy of 108 masters from the 8 major sections. While Lu Tian possessed the I's true chi, it was insufficient to contend with such an opponent. As for other experts, there was Gu Santong and Chao Zhengchun. However, he hoped not to encounter them. Gu Santong had been imprisoned by Zhu Wushi, and as the governor of the Eastern Depot, Chao Zhengchun was similarly elusive. Aside from these three, Lu Tian felt confident in facing anyone else. Turning back to the ancient ice, he beheld the lifelike visage of Su Xin, still awaiting her prince with closed eyes, unchanging after their shared time. Though we have cohabited this space for half a month, alas, I am unable to save you, Lu Tian remarked, his expression turning solemn. However, should the opportunity arise in the future, I need not demand your life. In the original narrative, Su Xin had willingly sacrificed her head to disrupt Zhu Wushi's focus. Having uttered these self-reflective thoughts, Lu Tian descended the mountain with grace. Swish! Gathering the I's true chi beneath his feet, Lu Tian leaped down the mountain with remarkable speed. Host, why did you speak those words to Su Xin? Hua inquired. That considered a promise. As he descended from the peak of Tian Shan, he suddenly heard the sound of blooming flowers. Lu Tian was taken aback by the sound and inquired, I thought you had entered a state of dormancy. But it seems you are still present. Throughout the past month, Lu Tian had not heard the sound of blooming flowers. However, during that time, he was engrossed in his cultivation and did not pay much attention. Now, upon hearing the sound of flowers blooming, he was moved to reflection. Humph. Hearing Lu Tian's words, the voice of Hua Wang snorted coldly yet did not pursue the matter further, listening to Hua Wang's seemingly intentionally irate tone. Lu Tian couldn't help but smile slightly. What I said does not amount to a promise. I merely feel that since Su Xian has managed to survive against the odds, she should not meet her end in such a manner. Hee. At this moment, Hua Wang suddenly let out a laugh like the tinkling of silver bells. Lu Tian raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are you laughing at?" "It's nothing. I suddenly feel that choosing you as a host was not a mistake." Hua Wang replied, "I used to worry that you were a villain, but now I realize my concerns were unfounded," Hua Wang added. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian smiled once more, striding forward while exclaiming, "Of course it was unfounded. I am still just a child. How wicked could I possibly be?" As he spoke, Lu Tian crushed a green snake beneath his foot. Soon, he had departed from the peak of Tianshan, heading directly towards the capital city. Shortly after Lu Tian's departure, a middle-aged man clad in a crimson robe and adorned with a jade belt arrived at the location. His eyes were filled with a look of pity as he slowly made his way into the icy cave. However, when he gazed upon the millennium-old ice where Su Xian lay, his expression transformed into one of shock and fury. There was a large human-shaped hole in the ancient ice, lying right beside Su Xian. "Who sneaked in here?" the man bellowed, his voice resonating and creating a wave of sound, attesting to his immense inner strength. He scanned the ice cave but found no traces of anyone. It was only then that he returned. His anger still palpable on his face. "If I find out who did this, I, Zhu Wushi, will not let him go." After leaving Tianshan, Lu Tian's destination was the capital. The two tasks in this world, protecting Haitang and controlling the Ming dynasty, were both closely tied to the capital. Shangguan Haitang, she seems to be the current master of the #1 estate in the world. Should I infiltrate the #1 estate? Lu Tian's heart stirred, a contemplative expression flashing across his face. With Lu Tian's current martial prowess, few could rival him. Infiltrating the #1 estate seemed far from difficult. If I managed to enter the #1 estate, I might as well pretend to be the best person in the world, or perhaps the most handsome. Lu Tian mused aloud, feeling that this plan was quite promising. Phew. Lu Tian's ears perked up. As if he had caught a particular voice. He paid no mind and continued his journey towards the capital. With inner strength coursing through him, Lu Tian traveled at remarkable speed, the capital now just within reach. As he approached the capital, he initially intended to head straight to the #1 estate, but a certain occurrence changed his mind. On the official road, a well-equipped procession was making its way. The soldiers marching in perfect unison, unmistakably a trained unit. At the forefront was a palanquin carried by 8 men, surrounded by guards clad in black robes, with red cloaks billowing behind them. "Make way. Make way. The chief supervisor Chao is on his way. You lot better clear the path." The front of the procession commanded the pedestrians to move aside, prompting Lu Tian to furrow his brow. Chief Supervisor Chao, could it be Chao Zhengchun? Based on Lu Tian's knowledge, the only person who could be addressed as Chief Supervisor with the surname Chao was indeed Chao Zhengchun. Lu Tian's expression shifted slightly, an unusual glint flashing in his eyes. What a coincidence, to encounter one of the 3 great masters in the world. Lu Tian pondered, curiosity piqued by Chao Zhengchun's ostentatious outing. Thus, he stealthily trailed behind, keeping his distance to avoid detection, as he lacked the light-footedness required for close pursuit. Before long, Lu Tian discerned Chao Zhengchun's purpose. It turned out that the anniversary of the late emperor's death was approaching, and Chao Zhengchun was to pay respects on behalf of the current emperor. Paying respects to the late emperor. Now, that presents an opportunity. Lu Tian's mind raced, formulating a plan. "What scheme are you concocting now?" Hua Wang inquired. Hearing this, Lu Tian smiled suddenly and declared, "I have no ill intentions. I simply wish to meet Chao Zhengchun and gauge the extent of my own strength." His eyes sparkled with confidence in his plan. As the chief supervisor of the Eastern Depot, Chao Zhengchun was undoubtedly trusted by the emperor, even being entrusted with the task of honoring the late emperor upon arriving at the mausoleum of the late emperor. The Eastern Depot guards swiftly surrounded the area, ensuring tight security. Leading the charge, Chao Zhengchun and his men approached the grand tombstone that stood before them. "You all may leave. Let me pay my respects to the late emperor in peace." Chao Zhengchun waved his hand, dismissing his subordinates. "Yes, supervisor." The group retreated, leaving Chao Zhengchun to gaze at the tombstone, standing still without making any offerings. Suddenly, a dull thudding sound echoed from within the tomb behind the stone. "Who goes there?" Upon hearing the noise, Chao Zhengchun immediately became alert. rising to his feet as the surrounding dust swirled about. The previously placid expression on his face transformed into one of intensity. His gaze sharp as an eagle's, scanning the area. Who dares to play this trick on me? Chao Zhenchuan's expression grew grave, searching for the source of the sound. Hearing his movements, the Eastern Depot guards hastily approached, their faces etched with alarm. "Supervisor, is something amiss?" the chief guard inquired. The thudding continued, sounding increasingly ominous, particularly within the confines of the mausoleum, amplifying the terror. "Supervisor." The chief guard's voice trembled, revealing his fear. They were indeed skilled fighters. Yet even they felt trepidation in such a situation. "Fools!" Chao Zhengchun snorted coldly at the sight. Upon hearing this, the faces of several Eastern Depot guards twitched. The thudding resumed, sending a wave of dread through the hearts of all present. "Supervisor, it seems the sound is coming from inside," the chief guard shouted. Chao Zhenchuan's gaze shifted toward the tomb's interior, his expression darkening. "Immediately send someone to investigate. If anyone dares to disturb the mausoleum and anger the late emperor, both you and I shall face dire consequences." Chao Zhenchun dismissed the notion of ghosts outright, convinced that someone had tampered with the tomb. He promptly ordered his subordinates to search the entire mausoleum. The accompanying Eastern Depot guards sprang into action, conducting a thorough search, yet found no signs of disturbance. There were no traces of intrusion, nor any evidence that someone had been there. Could it be that the supervisor truly believes in ghosts? The chief guard asked, his voice quaking. "Impossible. I refuse to believe in such nonsense," Chao Zhenchun retorted, his expression icy. "That I suspect this is the work of someone scheming against us." As he spoke, he suddenly moved and arrived at the entrance of the tomb chamber, then struck the stone wall with great force. Boom! Having cultivated for over 50 years, Chao Zhengchuan's formidable skills manifested as he unleashed a strike that shattered the thick stone wall before him. Debris flew, dust billowed, and the interior of the mausoleum was laid bare before them. "Supervisor, His Majesty sent you to pay respects to the late emperor, and yet you have demolished the tomb chamber." The chief guard exclaimed in horror. The other guards were similarly filled with dread, their thoughts racing. Has the supervisor finally decided to rebel? In the hearts of several individuals, a sudden thought took root. "Why are you all still standing there in a daze? Surely someone is up to mischief within this tomb. Quickly, find them." Chao Zhenchun, unaware of the thoughts of his subordinates, roared in fury and then issued his command. Upon hearing Chao Zhenchun's words, the crowd finally reacted, hastily ordering a search of the entire interior of the tomb. Chao Zhenchun stood guard at the entrance, his face twisted in rage, his eyes gleaming with malice. "You better not fall into my hands." With lips pressed tightly together and fists clenched, the knuckles turned white, revealing his extreme anger. The members of the Eastern Depot entered the interior of the Tai Ling. Yet after an exhaustive search, they found nothing. "Supervisor, we found nothing. The internal mechanisms remain unscathed," reported the head officer. "What? Impossible. I must have misheard," Chao Zhenchun shouted, stepping into the inner tomb. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Chao Zhenchun entered, the sound reverberated once more. This time, everyone turned their gaze towards the source, only to discover that it was the coffin of the late emperor, made of precious gold and silk nanmu, that was making the noise. A chill ran down their spines. Their mouths agape in silence. A grave expression flickered across Chao Zhenchun's face, now shrouded in darkness. "Who dares to play such a jest upon me?" His voice echoed through the tomb. "Supervisor, there are no signs of disturbance on the coffin. It is still covered with a layer of dust." The head officer spoke again, causing panic to ripple through those present in the tomb. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the coffin lid sprang open, and a figure stood up abruptly from within. "The Emperor of the Ming Dynasty has returned," the figure declared as it rose. This person stood stiffly, limbs rigid, exuding an aura of coldness. Could it truly be the late emperor? The heads of the officers were filled with astonishment. Unsure of the truth, the late emperor is dead. How could a corpse return to life? "I shall see what you truly are," Chao Zhenchun bellowed, for the figure before him, despite wearing the imperial yellow robe, appeared too youthful to be the late emperor. "Dare to mock me? You shall meet your end," Chao Zhenchun roared, lunging forward with a palm strike. Having practiced the art of youthful mastery for over 50 years, Chao Zhenchun's internal energy was profound, rivaling only the likes of Zhu Wushi and Gu Santong in the realm. Many renowned martial artists from the Jianghu would find it impossible to withstand a single blow from him. Whoosh! As his palm struck out, a fierce wind swept through the tomb, the formidable force of his strike barreling forward. Inside the coffin, the masked figure felt a surge of exhilaration. This person was none other than Lu Tian, who, realizing Chao Zhenchun aimed to pay respects to the late emperor, had hurried to Tai Ling and orchestrated this elaborate ruse using his unparalleled wall-passing technique. His intent was to engage with Chao Zhenchun and test his own prowess. Under normal circumstances, Lu Tian would never dare confront a master like Chao Zhenchun, given the latter's extensive entourage. However, in his current state of anger, Chao Zhenchun had forgotten to command his subordinates to act, directing his ire solely at Lu Tian. Seeing this, a cold smile flashed across Lu Tian's face as he raised his hands, moving with a stiff, unyielding posture, legs straight, and leaped forth. Swipe. Lu Tian unleashed his zombie fist, aiming at Chao Zhenchun. What kind of martial arts is this? Could it truly be a zombie? The heads of the Eastern Depot gasped in astonishment at Lu Tian's technique. The zombie fist was an art that did not exist within this world. And in such a peculiar environment, it was even more horrifying. Its essence bore resemblance to the soul-capturing techniques of the Zhiyu art, and with the added influence of the atmosphere, it instilled a sense of dread in the hearts of those present. Yet, Chao Zhenchun merely snorted. Undeterred, his offensive momentum unyielding, this moment, Lu Tian felt no fear. His hands remained straight as he summoned the chilling true energy, meeting Chao Zhenchun's strike head-on. Crackle. Lu Tian's palm, due to the cold energy, frosted over, while Chao Zhenchun's hands similarly became tainted with this chill. Bang! The two palms collided, causing them to recoil several steps back. What a venomous force, Chao Zhenchun remarked gravely, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Lu Tian. Following their clash, Chao Zhenchun's palm bore a layer of frost. With a flick of his internal power, he brushed the ice away, yet his face remained as cold as ice itself. Meanwhile, Lu Tian stepped back a few paces, halting his retreat, his eyes gleaming with a newfound radiance. From their exchange, Lu Tian gathered that Chao Zhenchun had not yet reached a true innate state. He likely stood at the threshold of innate mastery, having not yet broken through. Otherwise, that last palm strike would have been far more formidable. Lu Tian mused, having deduced Chao Zhenchun's level of prowess. Achieving innate mastery was no trivial feat, despite his over 50 years of practice. Chao Zhenchun had yet to attain it. Lu Tian estimated that without at least a century of cultivation, Chao Zhenchun would not reach the innate realm. In the hierarchy of the three great masters, Chao Zhenchun indeed appeared the weakest. Not only could he not rival Zhu Wushi, but he might also struggle against Gu Santong's indestructible divine skill. Just then, Chao Zhenchun charged forward once more, unleashing the full might of his 50 years of youthful mastery. I shall have your life. Chao Zhenchun's voice dripped with malice. Whoosh! Accompanying his roar was a tempestuous wind that swept up dust, forcing the surrounding Eastern Depot officers to cower in fear. After Chao Zhenchun's outburst, they felt an urgent desire to vacate the premises. However, Lu Tian displayed no trace of fear on his countenance. Instead, he advanced to meet the challenge. Channeling his cold true energy, Lu Tian struck out, his palm seemingly crystallizing with frost. As he unleashed the zombie fist, Lu Tian clashed with Chao Zhenchun. While Chao Zhenchun's internal skill was exceptional, his techniques lacked agility, relying solely on brute strength to overpower his opponent. In contrast, Lu Tian's chilling true energy was both bizarre and formidable, matching the effectiveness of youthful mastery. Moreover, the zombie fist was equally potent, defying conventional martial arts logic while delivering substantial power. In such a scenario, Lu Tian managed to hold his ground against Chao Zhenchun, demonstrating remarkable prowess. Employing the zombie fist, Lu Tian's unconventional techniques left Chao Zhenchun perplexed, allowing him to gain the upper hand in their battle. Yet, despite the stalemate, Chao Zhenchun's 50 years of youthful mastery rendered him impervious to harm, and Lu Tian's assaults failed to inflict significant damage. Thus, the two found themselves locked in a fierce standoff. What incredible skill! This man, so rigid in body, can contend with the supervisor without yielding. Could he truly be a zombie? The head officer of the Eastern Depot pondered. He was well aware of Chao Zhenchun's capabilities. Yet Lu Tian's equal footing with him was unprecedented. After exchanging over 100 blows, Lu Tian retreated, spreading his arms wide, unleashing a torrent of cold true energy like a wall of frost. No more fighting. No more fighting. Lu Tian called out as he withdrew. Surprisingly, Chao Zhenchun did not pursue. Instead, he halted his advance. This scene astonished the spectators from the Eastern Depot, as they were taken aback by the unusual turn of events. The supervisor was known for his ruthless strikes, always leaving no survivors. Why was he so restrained today? The heads of the officers were filled with confusion, unable to comprehend Chao Zhenchun's sudden cessation. At this moment, Chao Zhenchun's heart brimmed with uncertainty. His pause was due to the inability to decipher Lu Tian's tactics. Who exactly are you? Chao Zhenchun cast his gaze upon Lu Tian and posed a query. At that moment, the fury in Chao Zhenchun's voice had significantly diminished, replaced instead by deepening perplexity. After an intense battle, he had realized that subduing Lu Tian would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus his anger had considerably waned. Upon hearing the words, Lu Tian's eyes darted, and he suddenly exclaimed, "I too know not who it is, for upon regaining consciousness, I found myself here." As he spoke, a look of bewilderment adorned his handsome visage. "Can you enlighten me as to my identity?" Lu Tian's expression transformed into one of utter innocence, and upon uttering this, all present were rendered speechless. "Host, Oscar owes you a little golden figurine," came the voice of Kaihua. Listening to Kaihua's words, Lu Tian displayed no outward emotion, yet inwardly he mused, "A little golden figurine. Oscar owes me a Hollywood, master. Can his words be trusted?" The chief of the Eastern Depot leaned closer to Chao Zhenchun. His mind filled with doubt. Chao Zhenchun himself was equally perplexed. No one could survive within a tomb chamber, for it lacked air and sustenance. Even a master of internal martial arts could not endure. Yet, this tomb showed no signs of damage, and even the coffin remained intact. In such circumstances, the possibility of foul play was utterly ruled out. Caught in a conundrum, Chao Zhenchun's suspicions regarding Lu Tian's identity intensified. Could it be that this fellow truly is the reincarnation of the late emperor? Chao Zhenchun muttered to himself. Though this conclusion was hard to believe, it was the sole explanation that made sense. As Chao Zhenchun pondered, the chief of the Eastern Depot approached, exclaiming, "Master, do you recall that the late emperor had a missing prince? Could this individual be the long-lost third prince?" Chao Zhenchun retorted sharply. "Could he possibly be the third prince? That is utterly impossible." "What do you mean impossible? Do you know my identity?" Lu Tian inquired. Yet, within, he scoffed. "If you knew, that would be truly suspicious. Best to play along for now." Having achieved his goal of testing his strength against Chao Zhenchun, Lu Tian began to contemplate his departure. Chao Zhenchun's gaze flickered, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light as he spoke. The late emperor once had a son, ranked third. The third prince was born of a palace maid, and thus held a lowly status. Moreover, the late emperor favored the empress and rarely took concubines. Showing little regard for this illegitimate prince, who was raised in a separate palace and seldom acknowledged. When the late emperor passed away, amidst the chaos, no one paid attention to this prince's whereabouts. And by the time the new emperor ascended, the third prince had vanished without a trace. Chao Zhenchun fixed his gaze intently on Lu Tian and continued, "This third prince has not been heard from to this day. Are you, perchance, the missing third prince?" A glimmer of insight flickered in Chao Zhenchun's eyes as he sought to discern the truth of his conjecture from Lu Tian's expression. Meanwhile, Lu Tian's mind raced with a cacophony of thoughts. How's it possible? I merely conjured a flimsy rationale, and this fellow can draw such extensive conclusions. Lu Tian regarded Chao Zhenchun with newfound admiration for his imaginative prowess. "I won't read your book if it's not in the bookstore." Lu Tian thought, filled with admiration. Chao Zhenchun, observing Lu Tian's demeanor, noted the lack of any change in expression. Could it be that I have truly guessed correctly? This fellow is indeed the late emperor's third prince. Having lived in the tomb for several years while mastering such peculiar martial arts, doubt deepened in Chao Zhenchun's gaze as he recalled the zombie fist technique Lu Tian had displayed. His expression growing grave. "From where did you learn that martial art?" Chao Zhenchun suddenly demanded. "I taught myself." "And what of it?" Lu Tian responded. "Self-taught." A spark of realization ignited in Chao Zhenchun's eyes. "They claim you were the third prince. I initially dismissed it, but now, having seen your martial arts, I harbor some doubts." After Chao Zhenchun spoke, Lu Tian's expression shifted, and he replied, "Is that so? If you say so, then so be it. I shall not refute." Lu Tian neither confirmed nor denied Chao Zhenchun's speculation, choosing instead to feign ignorance. After all, he knew nothing of the third prince, and saying too much could lead to mistakes. It was wiser to act oblivious. A strategy that had proven effective for countless time travelers. Seeing this, Chao Zhenchun mused to himself, regardless of whether he is genuine or not, this provides a plausible excuse. Initially, Chao Zhenchun had come to pay respects to the late emperor. But now he had unearthed the emperor's tomb and even disturbed the coffin. Without a valid explanation, his position as the chief of the Eastern Depot would be jeopardized. The notion of the emperor's resurrection was far too outrageous and could lead to severe repercussions. However, claiming to have found the late emperor's third prince served as a convenient cover. Chao Zhenchun, pay my respects to the third prince and warmly welcome him back to the palace." Chao Zhenchun bowed deeply. Lowering his head. Is this for real? Lu Tian's face radiated innocence, while his heart brimmed with astonishment. He had initially believed that as long as Chao Zhenchun was not completely devoid of reason, he would not accept such nonsensical claims. Yet, to his surprise, Chao Zhenchun seemed to genuinely believe in this far-fetched explanation. "Host, this is indeed a delightful entry point. You may have masqueraded as royalty," Kaihua suddenly interjected. This revelation startled Lu Tian, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. "Kaihua, could this possibly be your doing?" Lu Tian inquired, filled with suspicion. The absurdity of the situation bore the hallmarks of Kaihua's influence. Host, do not wrongfully accuse me. I had no hand in this matter, nor will I interfere with the narrative, Kaihua insisted. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian chose not to press further, since Kaihua had asserted her innocence. He decided to trust her. However, now that the identity of the Ming dynasty's royalty had inadvertently fallen upon him, he resolved to embrace it fully, compared to starting from scratch. Leveraging royal status to gain control over the Ming seemed far more feasible. After all, wasn't Zhu Wushi known for doing just that? With this in mind, Lu Tian was well aware of the course he ought to take. When Xiao Zhengchun relayed the news back to the capital, everyone questioned his sanity. This tale, upon reaching 100 years, would be deemed preposterous by all. Yet, when Lu Tian truly arrived at the Forbidden City through the Zhengyang Gate, those who had doubted would find themselves questioning their very existence. The young emperor, who had ascended the throne as a mere teenager, could hardly recollect whether he had a younger brother. Thus, the young emperor personally came forth to greet Lu Tian, eager to ascertain the veracity of this newfound royal kinship. Accompanied by the vigilant members of the Eastern Depot, Lu Tian navigated smoothly to the capital and entered the Forbidden City. Especially notable was the close protection from Xiao Zhengchun, which made it clear that the latter was wary of any attempt to flee. Xiao Zhengchun pays his respects to your majesty. Upon meeting the young emperor, Xiao Zhengchun knelt and declared with evident reverence. Rise, the young emperor replied, turning his attention directly to Lu Tian. Are you truly my elder brother? Lu Tian inquired, feigning utmost innocence, professing ignorance of all matters. Internally, however, he felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, and I never anticipated I would reach a point of pretending to be youthful. Not long after, the Empress Dowager approached as well. My child, she said, her face aglow with maternal tenderness as she gazed at Lu Tian. How much hardship have you endured over the years? Lu Tian, feeling awkward, took a step back. He was not the genuine third prince and wished to maintain some distance from the Empress Dowager. Observing this, she withdrew her hand, disappointment etching her features as she murmured, I was simply too overjoyed. Lu Tian had already learned that the Empress Dowager was not the biological mother of the third prince, but rather his nominal mother. The third prince's actual mother had long since passed away. Otherwise, Lu Tian would have been at a loss on how to disguise himself. Your Majesty, there remains some doubt regarding the third prince's identity that I brought him back to verify, Xiao Zhengchun suddenly stated. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager exchanged a glance with the emperor. How do you propose we verify this? They inquired of Xiao Zhengchun. By blood test. He replied. The expressions of both the emperor and the Empress Dowager shifted slightly. Yet they nodded in agreement without objection. Lu Tian, however, could not help but scoff internally. How ignorant. A blood test is unscientific. Lu Tian mused silently. Soon, a eunuch brought forth a basin of water, and the emperor first pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall. The eunuch then presented the basin to Lu Tian, while another eunuch brandished a knife. With no other choice, Lu Tian reluctantly cut his flesh to draw blood. The sharp blade sliced through Lu Tian's fingertip, producing a coarse sound, and a layer of frost formed upon the blade. Within Lu Tian's body, the icy true energy surged, automatically providing a protective barrier that manifested as frost when the blade passed. This spectacle elicited astonishment from the onlookers. Your brother possesses remarkable inner strength, the emperor exclaimed, his face displaying surprise. Though a shadow of contemplation flitted across his eyes, Lu Tian observed this scene with a flicker of intrigue. He was acutely aware that despite the similarities to the historical knowledge he possessed, this world was indeed different. The young emperor, seemingly frivolous and unserious, was in fact a shrewd individual, biding his time with cunning. Lu Tian would not underestimate him. He resolved to act again, consciously restraining the inner force within his fingers, and finally succeeded in drawing blood. 2 droplets of blood swayed in the basin, gradually converging until they melded completely. You are truly of the late emperor's bloodline, my royal brother, the emperor declared with excitement. On the other side, a look of surprise crossed Xiao Zhengchun's face, though Lu Tian had been brought back by him. Doubt had lingered in his heart. However, the successful blood test had entirely dispelled his suspicions. Lu Tian regarded this moment with a calm heart, even stifling a laugh. This is the consequence of ignorance. Had you pursued scientific knowledge, you would understand that anyone's blood would be compatible. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Empress Dowager. Congratulations, Your Highness, Xiao Zhengchun exclaimed, his face alight with joy. As if this were his own fortune, the emperor, too, wore a broad smile as he gazed at Lu Tian and spoke. I have stood alone for so many years, and I never anticipated having a royal brother. This brings me immense joy. The emperor, in his excitement, gesticulated animatedly. I shall grant you the title of Marquis. What would you like to be called? Monkey. Lu Tian replied, his expression subtly shifting. Does that mean I would become a laughingstock? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Tian answered the emperor, any title will do. Very well, I shall bestow upon you the title of Divine Marquis, the emperor proclaimed, waving his hand grandly. I have an uncle, the iron-willed Divine Marquis. Today, I shall name you the loyal and brave Divine Marquis. I pay my respects to the loyal and brave Divine Marquis. Chao Zhenchun quickly bowed to Lu Tian upon witnessing this. However, a trace of solemnity lingered in the depths of his eyes. The iron-willed Divine Marquis, Zhou Wushi, had already become a source of concern for him, and now the addition of a loyal and brave Divine Marquis left him feeling quite weary. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian bowed to the emperor and stated, Since your majesty has conferred upon me the title of loyal and brave Divine Marquis, I shall endeavor to serve you diligently today. As he spoke, a smile crept upon his lips. I have heard that the Hulong Manor was established by the late emperor to protect the royal family. Perhaps I should join the Hulong Manor. Upon uttering these words, a spark of brilliance flashed in Chao Zhenchun's eyes. The emperor's gaze momentarily faltered, but he quickly regained his composure. You wish to join the Hulong Manor, my royal brother? That is splendid. Your impressive martial skills would be well utilized there. The emperor's eyes gleamed with insight as he continued, From this day forth, I appoint the loyal and brave Divine Marquis as the deputy master of Hulong Manor, to assist the iron-willed Divine Marquis in overseeing the manor. Thank you, your majesty. Lu Tian promptly expressed his gratitude with a bow. Though merely a deputy master, and subservient to Zhou Wushi, having this title would undoubtedly facilitate the handling of various matters. I have heard that my royal brother has arrived. Where is he? Just then, the doors of the grand hall swung open, and a lively young girl rushed in, her face alight with excitement. Yun Luo, why are you still so reckless? The Empress Dowager scolded, though her eyes betrayed her affection. Hearing the Empress Dowager's admonishment, Yun Luo playfully stuck out her tongue and then gazed into the hall, her eyes landing on Lu Tian. You must be my royal brother. You are so handsome. Royal brother, you are so handsome. Yun Luo exclaimed, her eyes sparkling like stars. Lu Tian, taken aback, waved his hand modestly, saying, No, I am not that handsome, just ordinary, perhaps the third best in the world. Ordinary, perhaps the third best in the world. Your words are quite amusing, royal brother. Yun Luo responded. At that moment, her gaze toward Lu Tian was filled with curiosity. Yun Luo, aren't you supposed to be practicing martial arts? Why have you come here today? The emperor, observing Yun Luo's affectionate demeanor, felt a twinge of jealousy. Normally, she did not show him such enthusiasm. Could it be that my appearance pales in comparison to my royal brother's? The young emperor pondered. Has practicing martial arts worn you out, Yun Luo? She teased, adding, And I heard that I have a royal brother, so I thought I would come to see him. Is that not acceptable? After saying this, she turned her gaze back to Lu Tian, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Does my royal brother practice martial arts? Lu Tian, slightly taken aback by the question, eventually responded, I have a modest understanding of martial arts. Hearing this, Chao Zhenchun's lips curled in a peculiar manner, his expression betraying incredulity. If Lu Tian's level of expertise could be deemed merely a modest understanding, then there would be no true masters in this world. The news of the newly appointed loyal and brave Divine Marquis swiftly spread throughout the court, resulting in a flurry of discussions among the officials. However, as this matter pertained to the royal family, many ministers, though dissatisfied, found themselves powerless to intervene. Meanwhile, upon hearing that a new deputy master had joined the Hulong Manor, the atmosphere grew tense. At the entrance of the Hulong Manor's grand hall, 3 of the 4 top spies encountered each other at the door. Tianya, Yidao, have you heard? Our Hulong Manor has gained a new deputy master. Shangwan Haidang, dressed in a masculine outfit, declared with a spirited demeanor. However, her handsome face was marred with worry. The sudden appointment of a deputy master would undoubtedly disrupt the stability of the Hulong Manor. Yes, I have heard. It would be wise to heed our adoptive father's advice and remain discreet. Duan Tianya replied. If that person dares to cause trouble, we shall eliminate him, Gue Hai Dao stated coolly. Listening to their remarks, Shangwan Haitang nodded, fully aware of their usual temperaments, and thus was not overly surprised. The 3 then prepared to enter the Hulong Manor together. The loyal and brave Divine Marquis has arrived. A resounding voice called out, halting their steps. The loyal and brave Divine Marquis was none other than the newly appointed deputy master, and all 3 turned their gazes in that direction. What a commotion at the entrance of the Hulong Manor. Gue Hai Dao remarked coldly. The Hulong Manor typically upheld decorum, with civil officials dismounting their carriages and military officials dismounting their horses. No one dared to act so brazenly. yet. Before the loyal and brave divine marquis had even arrived. Such a loud uproar had already erupted, naturally drawing their attention. The Hulong Manor was situated in a secluded locale, directly accessible from the official road. However, at this moment, no large procession was passing by. Instead, a lone rider approached at a leisurely pace. Creak. At this moment, the grand gates of Hulong Villa swung open, and a middle-aged man emerged, leading a retinue of followers. This man was adorned in luxurious robes. His countenance marked by a charming smile and an extraordinary visage, subtly exuding an air of authority. Adoptive father. The three prominent spies, upon witnessing him, swiftly knelt in reverence. This individual was none other than the formidable iron-bowled lord. Zhu Wushi, who had stepped out of Hulong Villa upon hearing the call. Zhu Wushi waved his hand, signaling the three to rise, then cast his gaze towards the road ahead. Where is the loyal and brave lord? Zhu Wushi furrowed his brow, for there was no sign of any entourage on the path. His expression shifted from a smile to one of growing solemnity. Who dares to toy with Hulong Villa? Who was it that shouted just now? Shangwan Haitang spoke as her figure swiftly approached the lone individual on the official road. Did you hear who called out? What a striking young lady. May I inquire your esteemed name? The man on horseback replied with a smile, removing his reed hat. As the foremost spy, Shangwan Haitang had never before been subjected to such teasing. She extended her hand, intending to seize the man with force. How chill! Upon grasping his wrist, she felt an icy coldness. Suppressing her curiosity, she pressed on with her inquiry. I ask you again, did you hear who shouted just now? I did, he replied. Who was it? Shangwan Haitang inquired again. It was me, he answered once more. Just then, the spies of Hulong Villa emerged from their concealment, surrounding him completely. With a clang, Lu Tian and Gui Haidao drew their blades, pointing them threateningly at the man. Who are you? Do you wish to mock Hulong Villa? Zhu Wushi descended slowly from the high steps, his voice heavy with authority, each step exuding an air of oppression. Yet the man showed no sign of fear. Instead, a smile flickered across his face. Is this how Hulong Villa welcomes its leaders? He remarked, lifting his chin defiantly, his gaze sharp. As the vice master of Hulong Villa. Am I to be met with blades? He exclaimed, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. The expressions of Lu Tian and the others turned to shock upon realizing that this audacious individual was none other than the newly appointed vice master of Hulong Villa. The loyal and brave lord. What startled them further was the realization that Lu Tian's furious roar echoed with the force of thunder, indicating the formidable depth of this loyal and brave lord's internal power. You are the loyal and brave lord. Then why the ruckus? Shangwan Haitang's face flushed with embarrassment, having never heard of a lord who had to announce himself. Lu Tian glanced at her, his eyes filled with confusion. Is this the extent of the loyal and brave lord's reception? Upon seeing her expression, a look of helplessness crossed Lu Tian's face. Despite being designated as the loyal and brave lord, he had yet to assume his position and had no followers. Haitang, stand down. Zhu Wushi commanded, raising his hand, prompting the surrounding spies to retract their weapons. Loyal and brave lord, I have awaited your arrival with great anticipation, Zhu Wushi said, his face adorned with a smile. Lu Tian reciprocated with a grin, though his heart remained vigilant. Who would suspect that this seemingly genial character was the true antagonist? Taking a few steps forward, Lu Tian retrieved a bright yellow scroll from his robe. This is the imperial edict, commanding your humble servant to assume the position of vice master of Hulong Villa. I pay my respects to the loyal and brave lord. After the commotion at the entrance subsided, Lu Tian stepped into Hulong Villa. Upon entering, he beheld a magnificent stone sculpture of a true dragon in the center. During the final battle, Zhu Wushi's internal energy had enabled it to soar, undoubtedly reaching the innate realm. However, at that time, he had absorbed Chao Zhengchuan's youthful energy, making him stronger than he was now. Lu Tian pondered, speculating whether Zhu Wushi currently possessed the innate realm. Unfortunately, he had no means to directly test this hypothesis. Mere conjecture would not suffice. As they entered the grand hall of Hulong Villa, Zhu Wushi ascended the ornate golden chair at the center. The other spies positioned themselves on either side, resembling a miniature court. Ahem! Lu Tian suddenly cleared his throat. Pray tell, where might I find my seat? Upon uttering these words, he felt several penetrating gazes fixated on him, some imbued with a sharp, murderous intent, without needing to look. Lu Tian knew it was undoubtedly Gui Haidao. He paid little mind to the imposing man's glare, instead turning to Shangwan Haitang and offering her a smile. She glared back at him, but was taken aback when he merely responded to her, quickly averting his gaze. This exchange further darkened Gui Haidao's expression. Zhu Wushi's eyes were solemn, yet he did not appear angry. Instead, he addressed the spies in the hall. The loyal and brave lord has been sent by his majesty. Do not be disrespectful. After this pronouncement, Zhu Wushi turned his gaze to Lu Tian, his eyes calm and steady. What position does the loyal and brave lord desire to occupy? Zhu Wushi's voice boomed, reverberating through the hall like thunder. To the ordinary person, such a declaration would be enough to instill fear and prompt submission. However, Lu Tian merely raised his eyes, a hint of mockery flashing within them. With a firm step, Lu Tian surged forward, dashing towards the exit. The spies, upon witnessing this, hastily moved to obstruct him, especially the three leading spies, who, although unarmed, wielded formidable strength. Bang! Lu Tian's arm stiffened, akin to a statue. A chilling aura sweeping through him, repelling their assault effortlessly. Moments later, he arrived before Zhu Wushi's table, leaving behind a trail of frostbitten footprints. The three spies stared in shock at their hands, which bore the icy remnants of their encounter with Lu Tian. Feeling an encroaching chill that gnawed at their very essence, the power of the loyal and brave lord was indeed terrifying. The trio was astonished. They had initially thought the loyal and brave lord to be a mere spoiled scion, a pampered fool. Yet now, they witnessed him break through their defenses in an instant. Such prowess was far from that of a waste. Lu Tian's frost-laden hand struck the table as he calmly addressed Zhu Wushi behind it. This chair you occupy seems quite appealing. May I take a seat? The moment those words left his lips, it was as if a thunderbolt had struck. The entire hall fell silent, the only sounds being the heavy breaths of those present. No one dared to speak. All eyes were riveted on Lu Tian in stunned disbelief. What audacity! Suddenly, the three leading spies' expressions shifted, and they simultaneously drew their weapons. Zhu Wushi's countenance darkened, his gaze narrowing with a hint of malice directed at Lu Tian. My chair is not one for just anyone to occupy. Lu Tian responded with an exaggerated expression. Not comfortable. Is there a nail beneath it? As he spoke, he lifted his eyes to glance at Zhu Wushi's rear. This action was laced with provocation, and Zhu Wushi, typically astute, felt a surge of anger rising within him. With a loud slap, Zhu Wushi's hand struck the table, leaving a distinct imprint on the solid wood. It was evident that he was now thoroughly enraged. Loyal and brave lord, my seat is not for the likes of you. You are merely the vice master of Hulong Villa, Zhu Wushi uttered with a countenance so ominous that it was truly frightening. Even the faces of the three chief spies were far from pleasant. Never before had the adoptive father displayed such fury. The three of them silently mused. However, Lu Tian suddenly gaped in exaggerated astonishment. My lord, have you perhaps misunderstood? I merely spoke of making chairs, not usurping your seat. This expression only served to infuriate Zhu Wushi further. Humph, seeking to intimidate me, are you? You shall soon come to regret it. Lu Tian thought to himself. This deputy master of Hulong Villa had a name that sounded impressive, yet Lu Tian was well aware that he wielded no real power. The entire Hulong Villa was under Zhu Wushi's control, leaving no room for him to intervene. Indeed, today, Zhu Wushi intended to assert his dominance. Lu Tian, therefore, felt no obligation to show Zhu Wushi any courtesy. After all, he was a loyal and valiant marquis bestowed by the emperor himself, and Zhu Wushi would not dare to lay a hand on him. Observing Zhu Wushi's enraged visage, Lu Tian estimated that the moment had come, and he shifted his gaze, surveying the surroundings. This villa's decor strikes me as overly ostentatious, exuding the air of a nouveau riche, which I find quite displeasing. His critique only served to incite further ire in Zhu Wushi and the others. Yet, Zhu Wushi refrained from intervening. He was curious to see what Lu Tian was up to. After a barrage of remarks, Lu Tian abruptly changed his tone and spoke. I've heard that Hulong Villa has a subordinate establishment known as the world's greatest villa. I am quite fond of the phrase world's greatest, so I shall make that my office henceforth. Lu Tian raised his eyes to Zhu Wushi, inquiring, my lord, is that permissible? You. Before Zhu Wushi could respond, Shangwan Haidang could no longer contain herself. Since Lu Tian's arrival, she had been keeping a close watch on him, only to find that he was attempting to encroach upon her influence. She was the master of the world's greatest villa. Lu Tian was clearly seeking to usurp her position. The world's greatest villa. You say, I see. Zhu Wushi cast a glance at Lu Tian, then nodded, saying, very well, from now on, the loyal and valiant marquis shall handle affairs at the world's greatest villa. Thank you, my lord, Lu Tian replied, departing without further ado. After Lu Tian had left, Shangwan Haidang turned to Zhu Wushi, a look of confusion on her face. Adoptive father, this. Shangwan Haitang's words were cut short as Zhu Wushi interjected. Haidang, I entrust you with a task. Keep a close watch on this loyal and valiant marquis at the world's greatest villa. I suspect he is not as simple as he appears. Understood. Adoptive father. Though discontent brewed within her, Shangwan Haidang did not refuse. Shortly after Lu Tian exited Hulong Villa, Shangwan Haidang had already pursued him. Loyal and valiant Marquis. Take care, she called out. Though reluctant, she felt compelled to follow as it was a task assigned by Zhu Wushi. What do you seek from me? Lu Tian halted, casting a playful glance at Shangwan Haidang, who, though a beautiful maiden, was dressed as a man, exuding a strikingly gallant aura. As the sole woman among the three chief spies. Shangwan Haitang's capabilities were not to be underestimated. Regrettably, in the original narrative, she had met her demise at the hands of Lu Shang Piaoxiu, failing to survive until the end as the female lead, a truly tragic fate. The loyal and valiant Marquis is bound for the world's greatest villa. As its master, I must accompany you, Shangwan Haitang declared. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian's eyes sparkled momentarily before he remarked, "Ah, I almost forgot that you are the master of the world's greatest villa. Does that not make you my subordinate?" With hands on hips, Lu Tian exclaimed, "Shangwan Haitang, I command you to engage in a duel with me." Shangwan Haitang was taken aback, unable to comprehend his meaning. "Loyal and valiant Marquis, you are still a noble lord recognized by the court. I dare not offend you," she replied respectfully. Although irritation lingered in her heart, Shangwan Haitang maintained her decorum, observing her response. Lu Tian chuckled. "Very well, I misspoke. You are indeed a lady, and thus cannot duel with me. How did you see through my disguise?" Shangwan Haitang exclaimed in astonishment, having always presented herself as a man. Even those in the martial world were unaware that the master of the world's greatest villa was a woman. Hearing her words, Lu Tian smiled confidently. "Do not underestimate me, Miss Shangwan, if I lacked such discernment. What a waste my life would be." After a brief pause, Lu Tian continued, "But tell me, are you here to pledge your allegiance to me?" Shangwan Haitang felt a surge of indignation at Lu Tian's tone, which she found exceedingly irksome. Nevertheless, recalling her adoptive father's instructions, she took a deep breath and replied, "Loyal and valiant Marquis, I understand you will be conducting business at the world's greatest villa, as its master. How can I not extend my hospitality?" You are mistaken," Lu Tian laughed upon hearing her. "What have I said incorrectly?" Shangwan Haitang asked, perplexed. "Your error lies in the fact that from now on, I shall be the true master of the world's greatest villa." With that declaration, Lu Tian propelled himself forward, dashing away. Shangwan Haitang was nearly apoplectic, and upon witnessing Lu Tian's swift departure, she immediately pursued him in a flurry. Shangwan Haitang employed her lightness skill and quickly caught up to Lu Tian. Sensing the fragrant aura wafting beside him, Lu Tian felt quite vexed. In terms of lightness skill, I am already at a disadvantage, he thought, due to his minimal accumulation of experience in the previous world. He had never learned the advanced techniques of lightness. Therefore, in the realm of the world's greatest, Lu Tian often resorted to blunt force in his travels. Typically, he relied on his superior internal strength to enhance his speed. However, when faced with true masters of lightness skill, Lu Tian found himself lacking. While he might hold his own in short bursts of speed, he would soon become a source of amusement over longer distances. Shangwan Haitang quickly caught up to Lu Tian, observing his manner of progress, which elicited a soft chuckle from her. Lu Tian suddenly halted, prompting Shangwan Haitang to do the same. "Loyal and valiant Marquis, do you require something?" she inquired. "Miss Shangwan, am I not the deputy master of Hulong Villa?" Lu Tian asked abruptly. "Yes," Shangwan Haitang replied. "Are you not a spy for Hulong Villa?" Lu Tian inquired again. "Indeed," Shangwan Haitang answered once more. "Then I command you to swiftly impart your lightness skill to me," Lu Tian declared. This, Shangwan Haitang instinctively wanted to respond, but suddenly realized the implication of his request. "What?" she gasped, taken aback by Lu Tian's audacity. In the martial world, skills were not easily shared among different sections. While it was true that the current martial realm was largely under Hulong Villa's control, the transmission of martial arts was not so straightforward. "I cannot fulfill such a request," Shangwan Haitang promptly refused. "Without my master's consent, I cannot impart my sex teachings to anyone." Hearing this, Lu Tian was neither surprised nor angered. Instead, he continued, "If that is the case, then surely you can teach me the lightness skills of other sects." This suggestion caused a change in Shangwan Haitang's expression, plunging her into deep thought. Moments later, a glint of cunning flashed in her eyes. "Very well, I can teach you lightness skill, but you must not interfere in the affairs of the world's greatest villa." Upon hearing this, Lu Tian raised an eyebrow. This demand posed a bit of a dilemma. He scrutinized Shangwan Haitang with an unusual glimmer in his gaze and replied, "I cannot agree to that condition. The Emperor has tasked me with assisting the iron-boned Marquis in overseeing Hulong Villa. If I were to do nothing, would I not be merely a figurehead? Lu Tian displayed a countenance of righteousness, vociferously declaring, "Does Miss Shangguan believe I am such a person?" The question posed by Lu Tian rendered Shangguan Haidang momentarily speechless. Her gaze sharpened slightly before she spoke again. In that case, as long as the divine marquis does not interfere with my work, I shall teach you a skill in lightness, with a playful glimmer in her eyes. Shangguan Haidang modified her request. Upon hearing this, a flicker of admiration crossed Lu Tian's face. What an astute individual, he praised. The initial demand was merely a facade, while the latter request revealed her true intentions. Lu Tian easily discerned Shangguan Haitang's thoughts. However, rather than exposing her, he merely smiled and nodded in agreement. "Very well, I consent. I shall not intrude upon your endeavors, but the lightness skill you impart must meet my expectations." Shangguan Haitang respectfully bowed, her smile radiating warmth as she assured him, "I will ensure the loyal and brave Marquis is thoroughly satisfied. Yet," she continued, addressing Lu Tian, "please accompany me to the esteemed Tianxia First Manor." Lu Tian let out a hearty laugh and joined Shangguan Haitang as they set forth together towards the Tianxia First Manor. Although Shangguan Haitang had employed a clever ruse, Lu Tian harbored no resentment. He believed that in the future, she would undoubtedly stand by his side. For now, she was merely a victim of Zhu Wusher's deception. As they made their way to the Tianxia First Manor, they traversed the distance solely using lightness techniques. Along the journey, Shangguan Haidang began to impart the secrets of lightness to Lu Tian. It was then that Lu Tian learned the name of the technique she was teaching him, Tiyunzong. This renowned lightness skill was something Lu Tian had heard of before. However, he was previously aware of its seemingly illogical nature. Leaping into the air with the left foot stepping on the right. Divine Marquis, this Tiyunzong is a skill from the Wudong sect, emphasizing agility and movement. Mastering it to a profound degree allows for freedom in ascending and descending, Shangguan Haidang explained earnestly. Lu Tian nodded, refraining from interjecting, yet he held a deep admiration for Tiyunzong. The name itself may not evoke grandeur, seeming less impressive compared to skills like Lingbo Wei Bu or Yiwei Du Jiang. But in reality, this lightness technique was quite advanced, rivaling the aforementioned skills. After all, Tiyunzong was founded by the illustrious Grandmaster Zhang Sanfeng, and it was inconceivable for it to be inferior. After explaining the intricacies of Tiyunzong, Shangguan Haitang turned her gaze towards Lu Tian. "Divine Marquis, the difficulty of mastering this lightness skill is considerable. Once we arrive at the Tianxia First Manor, I shall transcribe the detailed manual for you." However, before she could finish, Lu Tian extended his arm. "No need," he replied, and with a sudden push off his toes, he soared into the air, drawing upon the icy true energy within him. He accelerated, a stark contrast to his prior sluggishness. Tiyunzong. Shangguan Haitang gasped, astonished. She had only provided a brief instruction, yet Lu Tian had already demonstrated the technique. Were it not for her certainty that Lu Tian had no prior foundation in lightness skills, she might have suspected him of jesting. Lu Tian executed Tiyunzong with grace and agility. A notification echoed in his mind. Host has acquired the lightness skill Tiyunzong. Tiyunzong LV1, a lightness skill from the Wudong sect, created by Zhang Sanfeng, focusing on agile movement and allowing for ease in ascending and descending. At last, I have mastered a lightness skill. Lu Tian mused inwardly. Lightness techniques had always been his Achilles heel, but now, with the acquisition of Wudong's Tiyunzong, that shortcoming had vanished. "Divine Marquis, have you truly never practiced lightness techniques before?" Shangguan Haidang, having caught up in midair, inquired with a look of bewilderment. This time, however, she was not as composed as before. She struggled to keep pace. Though Wudong's Tiyunzong was not primarily designed for extended pursuits, Lu Tian's internal power as the Divine Marquis allowed him to surpass most lightness practitioners. He paused on a tree branch, poised like a monkey, turning to glance at Shangguan Haidang. A relaxed smile graced his lips. "Of course not. There would be no benefit in deceiving you, Haidang," Lu Tian asserted with righteous conviction, gradually dispelling her doubts. Could it be that true genius exists in this world? Shangguan Haidang pondered, her perception of Lu Tian shifting dramatically. The once frivolous marquis now bore an elevated status in her eyes. Lu Tian chose not to elaborate further. After all, the existence of the system was not something he could disclose, having mastered Tiyunzong. Lu Tian's speed noticeably increased, and soon enough, the Tianxia First Manor came into view. The Tianxia First Manor was an institution under the jurisdiction of the Hulong Villa, renowned for gathering various firsts of the world, thus earning its title. Shangguan Haitang was the manor's mistress, overseeing its operations and managing a plethora of talents. The location of the Tianxia First Manor, like Hulong Villa, was rather remote, situated on the outskirts of the capital. Occupying a vast expanse of land, standing before the grand entrance of the Tianxia First Manor, Lu Tian smiled. Indeed, this Tianxia First Manor is quite impressive. He remarked, such a magnificent estate shall now be mine. Shangguan Haitang, upon hearing Lu Tian's commendation of the Tianxia First Manor, couldn't help but smile as well. Let us see what remarkable individuals and events this so-called Tianxia First Manor holds, with a smile playing on his lips. Lu Tian stepped forward into the manor. Shangguan Haitang hastily followed, concerned that Lu Tian might harbor ill intentions. We pay our respects to the manor master. Upon entering, the guards promptly bowed and opened the gates wide. Several stewards of the Tianxia First Manor approached, their expression shifting to astonishment upon seeing Shangguan Haitang following Lu Tian. When had the mistress of the Tianxia First Manor ever taken a subordinate position? As Lu Tian surveyed the astonishment in their eyes, a smile flickered on his lips. This is the loyal and brave marquis, personally bestowed by His Majesty, and the deputy master of Hulong Villa. Shangguan Haitang announced. The steward's eyes widened in surprise at her words. The deputy master of Hulong Villa, does that not make him our superior? They mused internally, their expressions now filled with astonishment, seeing the shock in their eyes. Shangguan Haitang felt a tightening in her chest. Lu Tian's status indeed afforded him considerable advantages. We pay our respects to the loyal and brave marquis. The stewards of the Tianxia First Manor immediately knelt in reverence. Their demeanor exceedingly respectful. Lu Tian approached slowly, raising his hand to channel his internal energy, gently lifting them to their feet. This scene left the stewards in awe. Such profound internal energy, they marveled inwardly, their expressions reflecting their astonishment. Even Shangguan Haitang, witnessing this, felt a spark of surprise. So, this loyal and brave marquis possesses such terrifying internal power. The revelation filled her with astonishment as it was her first time witnessing Lu Tian showcase his internal cultivation. Observing the surprise on their faces, Lu Tian's smile broadened. Everyone, please rise. From today onward, this shall be my office. Here at the Tianxia First Manor, I look forward to our continued collaboration. Lu Tian's words once again astonished the crowd. The esteemed Duke of Loyalty and Valor is to conduct affairs at the renowned First Estate. What does this mean for the position of its lord? All eyes turned towards Shangguan Haitang. Uncertainty flickering in their gazes. As Shangguan Haitang parted her lips to offer an explanation, Lu Tian interjected once more. Please do not misunderstand. I am merely here to work at the First Estate, not to directly govern it. The future lord will still be Haitang, he stated affectionately, further igniting the curiosity of the onlookers. Shangguan Haitang felt a mix of anger and helplessness, unable to refute his words. Lu Tian had made a striking entrance into the First Estate, leaving an indelible impression upon the stewards. We welcome the Duke of Loyalty and Valor to the estate, the stewards proclaimed in unison. The crowd quickly parted, creating a path for Lu Tian to stride forward. With a gentle smile adorning his face, Lu Tian advanced with an air of nonchalance. Do not go too far, Shangguan Haitang whispered fiercely. Channeling her voice through her inner strength. Lu Tian, hearing her words, merely smiled and turned his gaze toward her. Pray tell, where have I overstepped? Haitang, he countered playfully. Shangguan Haitang faltered for a moment, and after a brief pause, she retorted, do not call me Haitang. Her expression betrayed her irritation. She could not comprehend Lu Tian's audacity. Their acquaintance was hardly substantial. Sensing her thoughts, Lu Tian placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Given our amicable relationship, must we be so entangled over such trivial matters? You may call me Lu Tian from now on, he declared straightforwardly. Lu Tian. Shangguan Haitang was taken aback. Are you not the third prince of the late emperor? Why do you go by Lu Tian? Confusion etched across her face as she discerned an anomaly. Lu Tian, however, flashed a roguish grin and replied, what of it? My name is Lu Tian, after all. Besides, I have forgotten my past. He effortlessly invoked the notion of amnesia to justify himself. Though still puzzled, Shangguan Haitang chose not to pursue further inquiries. As they entered the estate, a cacophony of voices reached their ears, suggesting a considerable commotion. What is happening here? Lu Tian inquired directly. The stewards, sensing his rising ire, quickly approached and respectfully explained, esteemed Duke, there is a contest for the title of the first in the world taking place. Hence the noise. If it displeases you, I shall command them to disperse immediately. However, Lu Tian waved his hand dismissively and stated, no need. I am quite curious about this contest. Let us proceed to observe. With that, he led the way, while Shangguan Haitang hesitated, as a steward approached her. My lord, a confidential letter has arrived from Hulong Mountain Villa. Hearing this, Lu Tian, undeterred, continued into the estate. Those who succeed in the challenges could claim the title of the first in the world and enjoy all the privileges the estate offered. Additionally, patrons of the esteemed Wan Sanqian could partake in these benefits entirely free of charge. Choosing not to have the steward accompany him, Lu Tian mingled among the crowd. His gaze sharpened as he noted a name of interest, Wan Sanqian. This individual was no ordinary figure. His subordinates, the four ghosts of Xiangxi, possessed considerable strength. Wan Sanqian's businesses spanned the nation, earning him the title of the wealthiest in the land. In any era, wealth could indeed command reverence. Establishing a connection with Wan Sanqian could prove advantageous for Lu Tian. As Lu Tian pondered, a challenge commenced. A young girl boldly sought to claim the title of the strongest in the world. To everyone's astonishment, she gradually lifted a chair designed for 6 individuals. The spectators' faces were painted with astonishment. Is this what constitutes strength? Lu Tian mused, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. This so-called strong man merely lifted the weight of 6 individuals, totaling less than a ton. With the aid of his inner strength, Lu Tian could effortlessly accomplish the same feat. Please do not misunderstand, esteemed Duke. Our selection for the title of the strongest relies solely on natural strength. Disregarding any internal energy, Shangguan Haitang approached Lu Tian, her face radiating confidence as she spoke. Moreover, this individual is hardly the strongest in the world. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian waved his hand and replied, I was already aware of that. The young girl is merely performing a trick. Shangguan Haitang was momentarily stunned, her face reflecting surprise. Lu Tian then grinned, suddenly stepping forward, with a deft push of his toes. He executed a graceful leap into the center of the arena. This young lady's illusionary display is commendable, yet such strength is hardly sufficient to claim the title of the strongest. His words elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Illusionary display? But is this not a test for the strongest in the world? They exclaimed, their faces reflecting disbelief. Indeed, this is our estate's newest member, the foremost illusionist in the world, Gong Gong. Shangguan Haitang clarified to the crowd as she approached. Young Master Shangguan, the steward mentioned 2 participants have entered the rankings. Is this one of them? May I ask whom he intends to challenge? A young man clad in green stepped forward, gazing curiously at Lu Tian. He had observed Lu Tian's martial prowess and was deeply impressed by his agile movements. Lu Tian smiled at the inquiry and boldly proclaimed, Indeed, that would be me. I am here to challenge the titles of the smartest in the world, the most handsome, and the most talented. His declaration left the crowd in awe, their faces reflecting disbelief at the audacity of his claims. Are you here to recite a tongue twister? Are you perhaps challenging the title of the greatest braggart in the world? The young man in green taunted. Lu Tian's eyes narrowed as he turned to Shangguan Haitang. Haitang, who is this person? To Lu Tian's surprise, Shangguan Haitang responded with unexpected cooperation, explaining earnestly. This is the current gentleman of the world. By Wuxia. Nodding, Lu Tian remarked, the gentleman of the world, and then added with a chuckle, I remember now, my challenge is indeed to the gentleman of the world. You. By Wuxia's expression darkened with anger, though he quickly regained his composure. If you desire the title of the gentleman of the world, you may have it. Bai Wuxia spoke with an air of indifference, embodying the demeanor of a true gentleman. Not so fast. The selection process at the first estate is quite rigorous. Please, young Master Bai, accompany me to the inner courtyard for further discussion, Lu Tian said, casting a sidelong glance at Shangguan Haitang's delicate countenance, a smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. The 3 of them made their way to the inner courtyard of the first estate, whereby Wuxia appeared somewhat perplexed. Young Master Shangguan, may I inquire what matters you wish to discuss? If it pertains to the title of the gentleman of the world, I would willingly relinquish it. Bai Wuxia spoke again, wearing an expression of humility, as if he were entirely indifferent to the title of the world's foremost gentleman. Lu Tian turned his gaze toward Shangguan Haitang, awaiting her performance. At this moment, Shangguan Haitang produced a letter and addressed by Wuxia, saying, Young Master Bai. This letter is a superstition pilfered by the world's greatest thief from the Eastern Factory. It contains your denunciation of Lord Yang Yuxuan to Chao Jingchun, as the world's greatest gentleman. You are but a treacherous scoundrel who betrays his friends. Upon hearing these words, a look of panic flashed across Bai Wuxia's face as he hastily seized the confidential letter. After scanning its contents, his expression turned frantic, and a glimmer of alarm flickered in his eyes. Is this truly the world's greatest gentleman? I see only the world's foremost hypocrite, Lu Tian remarked, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It appears that I have become the new foremost gentleman of the realm. Shangguan Haitang, upon hearing this, rolled her eyes, a hint of disdain gracing her lips. This lord? You are a lord? Bai Wuxia looked at Lu Tian in astonishment. unable to fathom the elevation of his status. Indeed, I am the newly conferred loyal and valiant Marquis by His Majesty. To compete on the same stage as me is a stroke of fortune for you. Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Bai Wuxia's expression suddenly turned sinister. Is that so? Since you are a Marquis, with such a high status, if I can subdue you, I shall escape, Bai Wuxia declared coldly, suddenly launching an attack with both palms aimed at Lu Tian. So this is your judgment? Lu Tian exhibited no semblance of panic. Rather, he maintained an air of calmness. With a swift motion, just as Bai Wuxia's arms were about to make contact, Lu Tian deftly sidestepped the assault. Ti Yunzong, Bai Wuxia gasped in surprise, still reeling from the unexpected maneuver, when he saw Lu Tian's hands stiffen, then lash out like a steel whip, striking Bai Wuxia's chest forcefully. Puffed. Blood erupted from the corner of Bai Wuxia's mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Lu Tian's strike had been executed with such speed that even Shangguan Haitang wore an expression of astonishment. Having mastered Ti Yunzong, his speed has indeed increased, Shangguan Haitang mused inwardly, after effortlessly defeating Bai Wuxia. Lu Tian did not pursue him further, but instead paused to survey his surroundings. You two may come out now. I have dealt with this fellow for you. Upon hearing this, Bai Wuxia's eyes widened in horror. Suddenly, two figures appeared in the courtyard, Duan Tianya and Gue Haidao. Both gazed at Lu Tian with grave expressions, astonished by the agility he had displayed with Ti Yunzong. A treacherous scoundrel who betrays his friends has no value in living. Gue Haidao suddenly shouted, swiftly swinging his blade to cleave Bai Wuxia in two. Witnessing Gue Haidao's decisive action, a flicker of surprise crossed Lu Tian's features, though this individual appeared cold and merciless. His swordsmanship was indeed formidable, exhibiting speed that ranked among the finest Lu Tian had ever encountered. Considering this, my rudimentary swordplay may seem rather insignificant in the martial world. I ought to seek a more advanced form of swordsmanship. Lu Tian contemplated, pondering whether he should choose a superior technique to practice within the confines of the world's foremost estate. Thank you, Lord Marquis, for your assistance. We must now report to our foster father. Duan Tianya stated with neither deference nor arrogance, while Gue Haidao maintained a stern countenance. No need for concern. You may leave. I shall remain here at the world's foremost estate, Lu Tian replied nonchalantly. Fully aware that these individuals would not offer him any compliments, thus he remained indifferent to their opinions. As he strolled through the estate, Lu Tian's thoughts began to wander. Although the world's foremost estate was renowned, it seemed that only a handful of its treasures were genuinely useful. However, it was likely that numerous secrets lay hidden within its walls. I wonder if there are any formidable martial arts within? Lu Tian mused, curiosity piqued. When it came to martial arts, the most comprehensive knowledge was likely held by Gu Santong. But alas, he was imprisoned in the 9-tiered celestial prison, a place shunned by Zhu Wushi, rendering it inaccessible to Lu Tian. A wave of regret washed over him, and he felt quite helpless. Gu Santong possessed not only the indestructible body technique, but also the ability to absorb skills. Along with the martial arts of the 8 major sections, ultimately, Gu Santong would inscribe these techniques onto the body of Cheng Fei, presenting a unique opportunity for Lu Tian. As he stroked his chin in thought, an idea began to form in his mind regarding the possibilities ahead. Lord Marquis, your servant pays his respects. May I inquire if the Marquis has any commands? A steward from the Longshan Manor approached, bowing to Lu Tian. Upon noticing this, Lu Tian's lips curled into a smile, and he casually replied, You have arrived at an opportune moment. Where is the room in the world's foremost estate that houses confidential documents? Please take me there at once. The steward was taken aback, feeling a wave of trepidation at Lu Tian's request. The access to such confidential materials was traditionally reserved solely for Shangguan Haitang, and no one else possessed the right to peruse them. This is a matter of strict protocol set forth by Shangguan Haitang. I cannot dare to defy it, the steward stammered. In response to this, Lu Tian's eyes narrowed, and as his icy inner energy surged forth, a chilling aura enveloped the steward, leaving him in a state of shock. Under the pressure of Lu Tian's internal force, the steward was filled with dread. The weight of Lu Tian's authority was not something an ordinary steward could withstand. My lord, I shall take you there at once, the steward exclaimed in terror, leading Lu Tian to the location of the confidential documents. Upon entering the secret chamber, the steward exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, Lu Tian poked his head back out. By the way, from this day forth, you shall accompany me. Following me will lead to a promising future, Lu Tian said with a smile before stepping into the chamber. Hearing Lu Tian's words, the steward's face flickered between red and white, and after a moment, he respectfully bowed to Lu Tian. I pledge my eternal loyalty to the loyal and valiant Marquis. A day later, Lu Tian emerged from the secret chamber, his face weary. After a day of searching, he finally uncovered some valuable items, though his expression remained composed. Excitement bubbled within him. Lu Tian had mastered the zombie fist technique, which granted him considerable power. However, his knowledge of swordplay was merely superficial. Therefore, seeking a comprehensive martial art in the path of swordsmanship had become Lu Tian's current objective. After all, with his internal energy, breaking through to a higher level was no simple task, and it could even be deemed quite difficult. The final barrier was exceptionally resilient. Thus Lu Tian could only temporarily find alternative means to enhance his abilities. "My lord, your accommodations have been prepared. Is there anything else you require?" The now subservient steward approached Lu Tian as he exited, eager to inquire. Observing this, Lu Tian smiled faintly and waved his hand dismissively. "Nothing of great importance. I will be stepping out of the estate shortly. We can discuss the arrangements for my quarters upon my return." After issuing his brief command, Lu Tian exited the world's foremost estate and entered the bustling marketplace of the capital. During the Ming dynasty, the markets were already thriving, filled with a cacophony of voices, creating an atmosphere of vibrant activity. Clad in a blue and white scholar's robe, Lu Tian made his way through the throngs of people until he arrived at a quaint fruit stall. The proprietor of this small shop was an elderly gentleman with graying hair, exuding a warm and amiable demeanor. At that moment, the elderly man sat in the stall, delighting in the company of his grandchildren, embodying the essence of familial bliss. "What would you like to purchase, esteemed guest? These are fresh fruits just brought in." Upon witnessing Lu Tian's entrance, the elderly man gently laid down the child he was cradling and rose to his feet, respectfully addressing him. After surveying the small fruit shop, Lu Tian smiled and remarked to the old man, "The pears in your store appear quite delightful. May I have a taste?" He spoke with a kind demeanor. "Certainly, it's the perfect season for pears," the old man replied with a smile, beckoning to his assistant. "Xiao Song, come and peel a pear for this esteemed guest." "Of course, esteemed guest. Please wait a moment while I select a large one for you." The assistant hurried over with a knife in hand, ready to peel the pear. "Wait a moment," Lu Tian interjected, turning to the old man. "Is it not possible for you, the owner of the pears, to peel it yourself?" As soon as Lu Tian's words left his lips, the old man's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a mixture of surprise and resignation. "Are you here to cause trouble? The once formidable Ba Dao has perished." "You have come to the wrong place," the old man stated, his seemingly mundane words carrying an air of despondency. Lu Tian, however, chuckled heartily, unperturbed, and retorted coldly, "Is that so? I never anticipated that the once dominant Ba Dao would now be but a mere fruit seller." Relinquishing his blade, and requiring assistance even to peel a pear, Lu Tian's presence here was solely to confront the man before him, the legendary Ba Dao, once the ruler of Jiueqing Mountain Villa. Renowned for his unmatched prowess in the art of Jiueqing slash, had even garnered praise from Chao Jingchun. It was inconceivable that he had fallen to such a state of ineptitude. Indeed, Lu Tian continued, recounting Ba Dao's illustrious history. Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Ba Dao chuckled nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. "I have already stated that Ba Dao is dead. I am merely an old man selling fruit." After finishing his statement, Ba Dao pointed at the assistant, Xiao Song, and said with a smile, "If you seek Ba Dao, he is also known by that name." Lu Tian cast a sidelong glance at the assistant, who, brandishing a fruit knife, waved it around and declared loudly, "Indeed, I, Song Yi, am the Ba Dao." Listening to this, Lu Tian's expression turned contemplative as he remarked seriously, I see. Is it true that there is no Ba Dao in this world? Or perhaps everyone is a Ba Dao?" Upon hearing Lu Tian's earnest proclamation, both Ba Dao and Xiao Song exchanged bewildered glances. Ba Dao's gaze shifted towards Lu Tian, now tinged with an expression akin to that of someone regarding a fool. What had begun as a jest had unexpectedly prompted Lu Tian to articulate profound truths. If this individual could be dissuaded from pursuing further confrontation, it would be of little consequence. However, as Ba Dao contemplated this, he observed Lu Tian showing no signs of departure. Lu Tian waved his hand once more and spoke again. "What I seek is the Ba Dao who is the master of the first secret agent of Jiueqing Mountain Villa, Guhai Dao." Upon hearing this, Ba Dao's expression suddenly changed, as if he had recalled some uncomfortable past. After a moment of silence, he let out a long sigh and finally spoke, "You have come to the wrong person. That Ba Dao perished during the battle with Guhai Dao." Ba Dao sighed deeply, a bittersweet smile crossing his lips as he raised his aged hands towards Lu Tian. "Look at these hands. They can no longer wield a blade. Even peeling fruit requires assistance. I have no sword left." Lu Tian listened quietly to Ba Dao's words, After he finished speaking, Lu Tian pressed his lips together and continued. It is said that the ultimate technique of Jiuetching Mountain Villa, the Jiuetching slash, embodies the essence of severing ties, estranging love, friendship, and kinship, ultimately leading to the severance of heaven and earth, spirit and demon. Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, a flicker of astonishment crossed Ba Dao's face. Who are you? He inquired, recognizing that this was the secret essence of his Jiuetching slash, knowledge not easily accessible to just anyone. Lu Tian smiled in response, offering no answer but instead pressing on. You were defeated by Ge Haidao, and though you laid down your sword, you have reclaimed emotions, love, loyalty, compassion, kinship, and friendship. Ba Dao's expression grew more incredulous, his eyes widening as he gazed at Lu Tian. Taking a step forward, Lu Tian's demeanor became increasingly assertive. I have once heard it said, only those who can reach the depths of emotion can truly master the sword. Ba Dao. While you may have laid down your sword and reclaimed your feelings, your swordsmanship need not remain stagnant. You can carve out a Jiuetching slash that transcends mere sentiment. To reach deep emotions is to master the sword. Upon hearing Lu Tian's declaration, Ba Dao appeared momentarily perplexed, only for a unique brilliance to suddenly ignite in his eyes. The aura emanating from Ba Dao transformed entirely. If he had previously been perceived as an ordinary old man, he now exuded the presence of a martial arts master. Boss, what is happening? Xiao Song, sensing the shift in Ba Dao's aura, quickly retreated to the side, clutching the child protectively. To forget the sword, while possessing emotions truly allows Ba Dao's skills to advance. Lu Tian marveled, observing the emotional intent conveyed by Ba Dao, a look of delight crossing his face. Indeed, how could a master of the blade so easily forsake it? Lu Tian remarked calmly. Ba Dao had once been the mentor to Ge Haidao. Though he had been defeated, it was only by the narrowest of margins. Surviving an encounter with Ge Haidao spoke volumes of his prowess. To allow such a talent to fade into obscurity was undeniably a loss. As Ba Dao reined in his sword intent, a distinct aura enveloped him. I do not know your identity, but I am grateful for your guidance, esteemed guest, Ba Dao said, bowing to Lu Tian in appreciation. Upon hearing Ba Dao's words, a smile graced Lu Tian's face. There is no need for such formalities. My purpose in seeking you is merely to invite you out of retirement. With a flourish of his sleeve, Lu Tian continued straightforwardly, as for my identity, I am the loyal and brave divine marquis, appointed by the emperor, and the deputy master of Hulong Mountain Villa. As Lu Tian concluded his statement, an imposing aura emanated from him, a chill radiating forth. Feeling the coldness that enveloped Lu Tian, Ba Dao's expression changed dramatically, a look of shock overtaking his features. The loyal and brave divine marquis, what profound internal strength, Ba Dao exclaimed. Astonishment etched across his face. This depth of internal strength ranked among the elite Ba Dao had encountered throughout his life. What further astonished him was Lu Tian's youth, despite his apparent age. The depth of his power rivaled that of seasoned veterans. Ba Dao was equally taken aback by Lu Tian's other identity. You are the deputy master of Hulong Mountain Villa, and you wish for me to join your ranks? Ba Dao's expression shifted, a glint of coldness emerging in his gaze. Noticing this, Lu Tian smiled once more, his face radiating warmth. I suspect your interest lies not with Hulong Mountain Villa itself, but rather with a certain individual within its ranks. Lu Tian spoke with calm assurance, and upon finishing his statement, Ba Dao's aura pulsed with a renewed intensity. Lu Tian was acutely aware that this individual was none other than Ge Haidao, Ba Dao's disciple. Brother Ba Dao, it seems you harbor some reservations regarding Ge Haidao, Lu Tian remarked with a knowing smile, having seen through Ba Dao's demeanor. Ba Dao, hearing Lu Tian's words, snorted dismissively but refrained from contradicting him. Lu Tian regarded Ba Dao, a smile gracing his face as he addressed him. Rest assured, Brother Ba Dao, I do not seek your allegiance to Hulong Mountain Villa. Rather, I wish for you to serve as my retainer. Surely, my humble request as the loyal and brave divine marquis would not tarnish your reputation. Upon hearing Lu Tian's proposition, a glimmer of intrigue sparked in Ba Dao's eyes. You wish for me to acknowledge you as my master? If you can defeat me, I shall acquiesce. With a swift and decisive tone, Ba Dao spoke, yet a hint of cold amusement flickered in his eyes. Named Ba Dao, he naturally held his own convictions and would never yield so easily. Lu Tian, however, was not taken aback by this outcome. Instead, a trace of indifference crossed his face. Very well, I accept. Xiao Song, I leave the shop in your capable hands, Ba Dao declared to his companion. Having uttered these words, Ba Dao departed with Lu Tian, leaving the marketplace and heading towards the outskirts of the capital. This time, having mastered the Wudong technique of Tian Zong, Lu Tian moved with remarkable speed, consistently outpacing Ba Dao, who could not catch up. In no time, They arrived at a secluded area on the outskirts. In the midst of the forest, Lu Tian and Ba Dao exchanged glances, a gust of wind swirling around them, exuding an aura of mastery. However, at that moment, both men were unarmed. Ba Dao regarded Lu Tian with a serious expression, cautioning him, "My current sword technique is derived from the Ju Qing Zhan. Although I am without a blade, I can still wield the essence of the sword in my heart." After saying this, Ba Dao's lips moved again, as he continued earnestly, "The sword energy is formidable. My lord should wield a weapon." Yet, Lu Tian simply shook his head in response to, "I shall forego a weapon. Since you choose to fight barehanded, I shall do the same," Lu Tian asserted with righteous conviction, maintaining an expression devoid of any discernible emotion. On the surface, he appeared utterly serious, seemingly unwilling to take advantage of Ba Dao. However, internally, Lu Tian felt a tinge of helplessness. Should I really disclose that I only possess rudimentary sword techniques? At that moment, Lu Tian embodied the philosophy that it is better to fight unarmed than to wield a trivial weapon. For him, the efficacy of the zombie fist far surpassed that of basic swordplay. "All right, since my lord possesses such resolve, I shall not hold back," Ba Dao proclaimed, and immediately after, he transformed his hand into a blade and struck towards Lu Tian. "Ju Qing Zhan," Ba Dao roared, unleashing a powerful slash. In an instant, a tempest of energy surged forth, as Ba Dao's true chi coalesced into a fearsome sword energy. The momentum of this sword energy was staggering, radiating an aura of terrifying might, as though it could cleave through the heavens and the earth, rendering both gods and demons powerless. Such formidable sword energy, Lu Tian exclaimed in admiration, raising his arms suddenly, his limbs stiffening like those of a corpse, as an icy true chi began to emanate from his body. With a crackling sound, waves of frigid energy spread out, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it were on the verge of freezing. Boom! The sword energy collided with the icy true chi, resulting in a deafening explosion. Lu Tian's icy true chi was unleashed with full force, capable of freezing the very air around him. Witnessing this attack, Ba Dao's expression shifted to one of astonishment. In his moment of surprise, Lu Tian leaped, executing Tiyun Zong, and dashed in front of Ba Dao. With a swift motion, he turned his rigid arms, unleashing a terrifying force directed at Ba Dao. "My lord, I shall employ a technique I have just comprehended," Ba Dao suddenly shouted, "Ju Qing Yu Qing Zhan." Upon uttering these words, a menacing sword energy radiated from his palm, becoming even more terrifying, imbued with a sense of qualitative transformation. Is that sword light? Lu Tian thought, his heart racing at the sight, astonished that Ba Dao had reached such a level. However, Lu Tian was not without means to counter this sword light. With all his might, he unleashed his icy true chi, the chilling energy spreading outward, as his palm struck forcefully against Ba Dao's hand. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as the sword light shattered under the impact. Subsequently, Lu Tian raised both hands, seizing Ba Dao by the throat. "This round is mine," Lu Tian affirmed, his hands pressing against Ba Dao's neck, the cold sensation sending a shiver down Ba Dao's spine. He understood all too well that should Lu Tian exert even a slight bit of inner force, his soul would descend into the abyss. Yet, at that moment, Lu Tian refrained from striking, instead taking a step back and withdrawing his hands. Observing Lu Tian's actions, Ba Dao's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, he knelt down. "Subordinate Ba Dao pays respects to my lord," Ba Dao declared, his face a mask of reverence, now genuinely submitting to Lu Tian. Seeing this, Lu Tian raised his arm, channeling inner force to lift Ba Dao back to his feet. The display of inner force once again elicited a look of respect on Ba Dao's face. "Ba Dao, my first command is for you to teach me Ju Qing Zhan," Lu Tian stated directly, his gaze fixed on Ba Dao. This time, not only would he acquire a potent sword technique, but he would also gain a formidable subordinate and endeavor not to be underestimated. Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Ba Dao's expression shifted, a flicker of incredulity crossing his features. "My lord wishes to learn my martial arts?" Ba Dao inquired, a hint of doubt lingering in his heart. Lu Tian smiled and nodded, reiterating, "Indeed, I hold your sword techniques in high regard and wish to learn them." After pondering for a moment, Ba Dao did not refuse. The first manner in the realm. In a small garden within the inner courtyard, Lu Tian grasped a finely forged long knife and began to practice, his icy true chi circulating within him. Initially, under the influence of the icy true chi, the speed of his blade was not particularly swift. However, as time progressed, Lu Tian's speed increased dramatically, and his strikes grew increasingly fierce. With each horizontal slash of the long knife, a faint sword energy began to emanate from the blade. Were Ba Dao to witness this scene, his expression would surely be one of utter shock. After years of relentless practice honing Ju Qing Zhan, He would be astounded to see Lu Tian master it so effortlessly. Zhu Qingzhan LV1. Absolute detachment, absolute righteousness, absolute compassion, absolute love, absolute kinship, absolute friendship, absolute heaven, absolute earth, absolute divinity, absolute demonic, between heaven and earth. There exists only my blade. Lu Tian beamed, a smile gracing his lips as he absorbed the introduction. Originally, Zhu Qingzhan was the ultimate technique of the Zhu Qing Villa, requiring one to slay 7 close friends before being deemed worthy to learn the art. Yet for Lu Tian, the desire to learn was all that mattered. Indeed, for me, what is arduous for others is merely a matter of determination, Lu Tian declared, a cold smile emerging upon his face. Though this technique demanded the eradication of emotions and the pursuit of absolute calmness. Such a challenge was not insurmountable for him. As he spoke, Lu Tian suddenly invoked the principles of the zombie fist. Crackle. The icy true chi coursed through his body, enveloping him in a chilling aura, rendering his complexion pale as a specter. In this state, a glacial intensity radiated from Lu Tian's eyes, resembling that of a true zombie. With a swift motion, Lu Tian wielded the long knife, unleashing a series of devastating strikes. In that moment, waves of cataclysmic sword energy erupted forth, amplifying the might of Zhu Qingzhan significantly. After completing a sequence of Zhu Qingzhan, Lu Tian ceased his practice, and the chilling aura surrounding him gradually dissipated. Remarkable, by channeling the principles of the zombie fist, I can indeed attain a state of utter detachment, enabling me to unleash the true power of Zhu Qingzhan. Lu Tian mused, a serene expression crossing his face. If only I had the ice heart technique, I would not need to go through such trouble. A fleeting expression of helplessness crossed Lu Tian's face. Although the principles of the zombie fist were highly effective, their execution rendered him somewhat inhuman, posing a significant impediment to his handsome image. Yet, with no alternative, Lu Tian reluctantly resorted to this method. Completing his training, he sheathed his sword and surveyed the courtyard. A flicker of alarm flashing across his face. Alas, he had become so engrossed in his practice that he had left the place in disarray. If Haidang were to discover this, she would surely be furious. Lu Tian muttered to himself, instinctively tapping his forehead. He simply could not shake off the habit of wreaking havoc in the courtyard during his training sessions. Of course, I would be angry. This garden was designed by the world's foremost horticulturist, and I never expected it to be so thoroughly destroyed. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and a figure clad in white, exuding grace and elegance, darted forward. Upon hearing these words, Lu Tian's expression froze, and he suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Haidang, you're back. Lu Tian slowly turned his neck, his face a picture of awkwardness. Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Shangguan Haidang lightly tapped her toes and instantly appeared before him. She shot him a disdainful glance, but spoke directly. If I hadn't returned, would my house have been torn down by the Marquis? A contemptuous glint flickered in Shangguan Haitang's eyes, and her irritation towards Lu Tian grew ever more palpable. She felt as though Lu Tian had become an unwelcome burden in her life. Meeting you truly is my misfortune. Nothing good ever comes of it, she remarked again, her gaze reflecting her disdain. Her words. Lu Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Finding amusement in Shangguan Haitang's expression, he lightly sprang forward, employing his profound skills of cloud stepping, and positioned himself beside her, gazing intently at her face. Seeing Lu Tian's demeanor, Shangguan Haitang's expression shifted, revealing a look of surprise. What are you staring at? She exclaimed in anger. Her face flushed with indignation. Upon hearing her response, Lu Tian's eyes suddenly softened. The Marquis truly lacks consideration for his subordinates. You seem to be burning the midnight oil. I can even see crow's feet forming, he said to Shangguan Haidang, who tightened her expression, clearly concerned about her appearance. However, her countenance soon darkened again as she retorted, Humph, do not insult my adoptive father. After Shangguan Haitang's words, Lu Tian merely smiled faintly and replied, Very well, I shall refrain from mentioning that Zhu Taidan. However, you truly appear to be overworked lately. I hardly ever see you. That is none of your business. Shangguan Haitang shot back. At this, Lu Tian laughed heartily and boldly inquired, Is there anything you cannot disclose to me, the vice master of Longhu Mountain Villa? Hearing this, Shangguan Haitang's face briefly displayed a look of disdain. Yet, due to Lu Tian's status, she felt no inclination to conceal her thoughts and calmly stated, Recently, the kingdom of Chuyan dispatched a princess for marriage, and my adoptive father has discerned some clues. Hence he sent me to investigate. As she continued, she added, Tonight, my adoptive father wants me to accompany Brother Tianya to the post station for further inquiries. Upon finishing her sentence, Shangguan Haitong's expression suddenly changed, an air of astonishment flickering in her eyes. These words were not meant to be shared, yet for some inexplicable reason, they slipped from her lips. Lu Tian, hearing this, pressed his lips together. The envoy from the kingdom of Chuyun, you say? In my recollection, this envoy is no ordinary one. Among them is a cross-dressing master who has deceived everyone. Tonight, shall I join in on the fun? Lu Tian's lips curled into a smile, exuding an air of calm. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Haitong felt an inexplicable stirring in her heart, her lips curling into a hint of excitement. Was he doing this for me? As night fell, the moon hung heavy in the sky, and Lu Tian followed Shangguan Haitong to the vicinity of the post station. Suddenly, a figure appeared, approaching the two of them. What brings you here? The figure inquired, revealing himself to be none other than Duan Tianya, the first-ranked spy in the world. Duan Tianya was taken aback by Lu Tian's unexpected presence, his heart brimming with caution. Zhu Wusher's repeated warnings had instilled a sense of distrust regarding Lu Tian in the minds of the three top spies. Thus, Duan Tianya regarded Lu Tian with utmost wariness. With a glance, Lu Tian discerned Duan Tianya's thoughts and couldn't help but smile. Calm down, there's no need to be so startled. I'm merely accompanying Haitong for a stroll. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Shangguan Haitong, his gaze laden with unspoken meaning. Seeing this, Duan Tianya's heart raced, his eyes darting between Lu Tian and Shangguan Haitong. At this moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that Shangguan Haitong was not a man but a woman. Consequently, Lu Tian's actions led Duan Tianya to suspect that Lu Tian harbored alternative inclinations. Observing Duan Tianya, Lu Tian thought to himself that this fellow was one of the protagonists and thus wore a smile. However, upon witnessing that smile, Duan Tianya instinctively recoiled. Surely he doesn't have feelings for me too. Duan Tianya mused, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Enough of this. Let us not squander time. We must hurry and monitor the envoy from the kingdom of Chuyun. Shangguan Haitong declared assertively. With that, she sprang into action, darting into the post station. Seeing this, Lu Tian promptly employed his cloud-stepping technique to follow her into the post station. Naturally, Duan Tianya could not afford to lag behind. This was a task assigned by Zhu Wusher, and he was determined not to falter. Before long, the three of them stealthily evaded the guards from the kingdom of Chuyun and ventured deeper into the post station. The princess is bathing. Suddenly, they overheard the envoy from Chuyun exclaim at this proclamation. The expressions of the three varied. Duan Tianya appeared awkward. Shangguan Haitong displayed keen interest, while Lu Tian, who was aware of the true identity of the illustrious Princess Li Xiu, could not help but display a look of disdain. Duan Tianya caught sight of the disdain in Lu Tian's eyes, and his expression shifted once more. Indeed, this fellow might genuinely prefer men, he thought. Glancing at Shangguan Haitong and contemplating whether he should warn her to steer clear of Lu Tian. Caught in this dilemma, Duan Tianya inadvertently stepped on a loose brick, causing a loud clatter that immediately alerted Princess Li Xiu in the water, prompting her to raise the alarm. Help! A series of startled cries erupted, and soon, numerous individuals from the kingdom of Chuyun converged upon them. Lu Tian glanced at Duan Tianya, directly addressing him. You call yourself the top spy in the world. Yet this is your level of competence. Feeling wronged by Lu Tian's rebuke, Duan Tianya thought to himself, if I am exposed, it is entirely due to you. Suddenly, the rooftop where the three were concealed shattered, and a figure burst forth. The figure charged at the trio, unleashing a flurry of strikes imbued with a terrifying killing intent. The rushing wind was fierce, carrying with it an ominous heat that made the air feel scorching. Amaro, fire cloud blade. Upon witnessing the martial prowess of this individual, Duan Tianya gasped, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. The Huiyun Dao represented an exceedingly profound martial art, capable of harnessing inner strength to conjure fiery blades. As Wu Wan burst forth from the rooftop, he immediately launched an attack, wielding his weapon thrice in succession, thereby manifesting three blazing blades that surged towards Lu Tian and his companions. Duan Tianya unsheathed his long knife, employing the techniques of ninjutsu to deflect Wu Wan's onslaught. Meanwhile, within Lu Tian, the icy true energy surged forth, allowing him to shatter the fiery blade with a single punch. However, on the other side, Shangguan Haitong was caught off guard, taking a blow to her chest, resulting in a violent expulsion of blood. Witnessing this, Lu Tian's heart sank, a flash of fury crossing his visage. Seeking death, Lu Tian exclaimed. Enraged that this scoundrel had injured Shangguan Haitong at that moment, a chill began to emanate from within Lu Tian's body. As this icy energy erupted, it swirled forth like a tempest, sending tiles from the rooftop flying. The cold true energy continued to circulate, covering the rooftop in a layer of frost. The blades of wind and frost press in upon us. Lu Tian's fist, accompanied by this terrifying cold, surged forth with lethal intent. What? Wu Wan exclaimed, his expression shifting in alarm, unprepared for the emergence of such a formidable adversary. In an instant, Lu Tian's fist was unleashed, piercing straight ahead. Imbued with an aura of icy cold, Wu Wan realized he could neither evade nor withstand the blow. The sound of explosive energy resonated, as the dreadful icy true energy struck Wu Wan, sending him crashing from the rooftop to the ground below. Pooh! Such profound inner strength. Wu Wan coughed blood, astonished at this juncture. However, Lu Tian refrained from pursuing further. Instead, he grasped Shangguan Haitang and addressed Lu Tian. You have unleashed this calamity. You shall be responsible for its resolution. I must attend to Haitang's wounds. Lu Tian, witnessing this, displayed a flicker of concern. Isn't this allowing this scoundrel to take advantage? He pondered anxiously. Yet, amidst this crisis, he could think of little else, drawing his long knife and charging towards Wu Wan. Meanwhile, Lu Tian had already vanished with Shangguan Haitang. Regardless of his mission or his fondness for Shangguan Haitang, Lu Tian would not abandon her. He carried her from the relay station, channeling his inner strength as he employed the technique of Tiyunzong. Hastening towards the renowned First Manor, Shangguan Haitang, having received a blow from the Huiyun Dao, was gravely injured but had not lost consciousness. At this moment, she sensed Lu Tian's arms enveloping her, propelling them forward. The continuous circulation of icy true energy enveloped her in a faint chill, imparting an inexplicable sense of relaxation that lulled her into slumber. The Marquis has returned with the Manor Lord. Lu Tian burst through the doors of the First Manor with unbridled urgency. The Manor Lord is injured. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd could not suppress their exclamations. Lu Tian had no time to attend to their concerns. Issuing commands with authority, prepare a room for me. Having delivered his orders, he swiftly brought Shangguan Haitang inside. Though some attempted to intervene, they were rebuffed by Lu Tian's stern admonition. He was acutely aware of Shangguan Haitang's identity as a woman. Observing the situation, he lifted his gaze and placed a hand upon her wrist, feeling the pulse thrum beneath his fingertips. Detecting the rhythm of her heartbeat, Lu Tian's lips twitched, realizing the gravity of her condition. The fiery energy from the Huiyun Dao had inflicted significant harm, yet it provided an opportunity for him to utilize his icy true energy to counteract it. With a casual diagnostic assessment, Lu Tian discerned the extent of Shangguan Haitang's injuries and the means of remedying them. He then unfastened her clothing and began to channel his icy true energy to heal her wounds. The efficacy of the icy true energy aligned with Lu Tian's expectations. As he circulated his inner strength, the chilling energy flowed into Shangguan Haitang's body, swiftly diminishing the internal flames. Her previously flushed countenance gradually returned to tranquility. Observing her state, Lu Tian nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Excellent, it is finally resolved." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Haitang opened her eyes, her bewildered gaze locking onto Lu Tian, before swiftly shifting in expression. "What? Did you heal my wounds?" she inquired, her complexion shifting dramatically. Suddenly, Shangguan Haitang lashed out, attempting to slap Lu Tian across the face. Smack! Lu Tian deftly seized her wrist, a smile gracing his features as he inquired, "What? Do you intend to repay your savior with ingratitude?" Upon hearing this, Shangguan Haitang's expression turned peculiar. She recognized the truth in Lu Tian's words. Indeed, he had saved her. "Very well, rest here for a moment. Do not worry, I have not disclosed your identity as a woman to anyone," Lu Tian assured her, gradually retreating from the room and instructing others to refrain from entering. As night fell and dawn broke, Lu Tian received a secret missive from the Imperial Palace, summoning him to attend. Upon receiving this news, Lu Tian's heart stirred with curiosity regarding the unfolding events. Soon, he arrived at the palace, making his way directly to the main hall. There, he encountered the iron-bellied Marquis, Zhu Wushi, along with Chao Zhenchun. The appearance of these two formidable figures prompted a subtle shift in Lu Tian's demeanor, a flicker of astonishment evident upon his face. "The loyal and brave Marquis has arrived. It is an honor to meet you." "Marquis," Chao Zhenchun greeted Lu Tian with a smile. Though the two had experienced some discord, Chao Zhenchun did not perceive Lu Tian as an adversary. To him, Zhu Wushi remained the paramount concern. In Chao Zhenchun's estimation, Lu Tian might even serve as a means to contend with Zhu Wushi, perhaps even relishing the prospect of employing him in a strategy to outmaneuver the Marquis. Lu Tian reciprocated with a smile and a respectful bow. Acknowledging Zhu Wushi with a nod. "Iron-bellied Marquis, you are here as well. Pray, what has transpired?" Lu Tian inquired directly, and as he spoke, both Zhu Wushi and Chao Zhenchun exhibited expressions of unease. "Imperial brother, I have summoned you because a grave matter has arisen." At that moment, the young emperor stepped forward. Lu Tian, upon hearing this, raised his gaze, unable to suppress his curiosity. What has occurred? The emperor's expression grew increasingly grave as he earnestly declared, Imperial brother, last night, someone abducted the Empress Dowager. And I have gathered you all in hopes of enlisting your aid in locating her. Your mother has been taken. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian was momentarily taken aback. Then recollected the situation. He was well aware that the Empress Dowager had indeed been captured by Wu Wan and was currently in the possession of the envoy from the state of Aoyuan. I could locate the Empress Dowager with ease. However, would it truly benefit me to find her so swiftly? Lu Tian mused coldly to himself, though he maintained a facade of concern. Very well, I entrust this matter to you all. I hope you will expedite the search for the Empress Dowager. We shall obey. As the crowd began to voice their concerns, preparations were made to embark on the search for the Empress Dowager's whereabouts. However, Lu Tian chose to return directly to the esteemed Tianxia First Manor, completely opting out of the search efforts. Yet, no one seemed to mind, despite his title as the Vice Master of Hulong Mountain Manor. He possessed no true influence of his own. In such circumstances, Lu Tian found himself at a loss as to how to contribute to the search, and thus, although he merely idled, no one stepped forth to admonish him. Instead, he devoted his time within Tianxia First Manor to mastering the technique of the Heartless Slash. With each passing day of practice, his skill in this formidable technique grew more refined and proficient. Should he successfully wield the Heartless Slash, his combat prowess would see a significant enhancement. However, he still would not stand a chance against Zhu Wushai. At that moment, Lu Tian could not help but contemplate in silence, pondering how he might swiftly elevate his own strength. Yet, devising such a method proved to be a challenge. Aside from the Heartless Slash, Lu Tian had not abandoned his pursuit of other martial arts. As the Vice Master of Hulong Mountain Manor, he commanded his subordinates to gather various martial arts techniques, true to their reputation for possessing classified intelligence. The people of Hulong Mountain Manor quickly returned with a plethora of martial arts knowledge. Regrettably, none of it was particularly profound, leaving Lu Tian feeling rather disappointed. He had initially anticipated that he would cultivate his skills until matters reached a conclusion, yet unexpectedly, it was that evening when Shangguan Haitang sought him out. Lord, I implore you to assist me, to save Brother Tianya. Shangguan Haitang gazed at Lu Tian with a face full of hope. What has transpired? Lu Tian could not restrain his curiosity, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Shangguan Haitang promptly explained, Brother has been wrongfully accused of harboring ill intentions toward the imperial consort and is now imprisoned in the Eastern Depot. Upon hearing these words, a shadow of doubt flickered across Lu Tian's heart. Haitang, do not fret. What exactly has occurred? He inquired. What has happened to Duan Tianya? Shangguan Haitang's expression turned grave as she elaborated. Brother Tianya was tasked by our adoptive father to investigate Princess Li Xiu, but was unexpectedly framed and captured. As she spoke, a look of indignation marred her features. Moreover, the Princess Li Xiu has falsely accused Brother Tianya of harboring ulterior motives, inciting the Emperor's wrath, who has entrusted Brother Tianya to Chao Zhenchun. Listening quietly to Shangguan Haitang's explanation, Lu Tian suddenly interjected, if that is the case, then he is indeed in peril. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Haitang's anxiety deepened. That is why I have come to beseech you. I hope you can persuade the Emperor and clarify that Brother Tianya is innocent. Shangguan Haitang spoke earnestly, her face reflecting a plea for help. Seeing her desperation, Lu Tian felt a stirring in his heart. Refraining from an immediate agreement and instead countered with a question, did Ironbone Divine Marquis send you? Lu Tian's expression remained calm and collected. Yet this question rendered Shangguan Haitang momentarily speechless. A flicker of conflict crossed her face before she finally responded. Though it was my adoptive father who sent me, I cannot deny that I also genuinely seek your assistance. As she spoke, her gaze was fixed on Lu Tian, radiating sincerity. Very well, since you have expressed yourself so openly. I shall lend you my aid, Lu Tian declared. Upon hearing his words, Shangguan Haitang felt a warmth in her heart and an inexplicable sense of gratitude. Lu Tian regarded Shangguan Haitang and spoke in a soothing tone. Your heartfelt plea resonates with me. Thus, I shall genuinely assist you. This, after all, is the essence of mutual trust. His words caused Shangguan Haitang's heart to tremble once more, evoking a feeling of camaraderie within her. As she recalled the time Lu Tian had saved her, she found herself momentarily entranced. After promising Shangguan Haitang his assistance, Lu Tian set out from Tianxia First Manor. However, rather than heading straight for the Imperial Palace, he took a detour towards the relay station. Lord, you are mistaken. The Imperial Palace lies down this path. Shangguan Haitang pointed toward the intersection, addressing Lu Tian. Is it truly wise to be so lost? She mused inwardly, Hearing her, Lu Tian opened his mouth. Oh, I see. A look of seriousness crossed his eyes, yet he did not alter his course. In truth, I never intended to visit the imperial palace, he replied. Ah, Lord, did you not promise Haitang that you would rescue Brother Tianya? Have you changed your mind? Shangwan Haitang pressed. Lu Tian responded with a mysterious smile, his gaze earnest. When have I ever deceived you? However, seeking out the crown prince at this moment is not the most prudent course of action. Lu Tian's eyes seemed to gaze far into the distance, as if envisioning a figure within the imperial palace. The crown prince is not one to heed counsel. Even if I were to speak, it may prove futile. Therefore, what I must do is gather evidence proving that Duan Tianya did not dishonor the imperial consort. Lu Tian's assertive declaration caught Shangwan Haitang by surprise, making her realize that she had underestimated him. At that moment, Lu Tian harbored a hint of a cold smile within. Zhu Wusher's maneuver to have Haitang solicit my intervention likely aims to tarnish my reputation before the young emperor. Intending to suppress me, little does he know that I have already seen through his schemes. Choosing to disregard Zhu Wusher's treachery, Shangwan Haitang pondered Lu Tian's words before inquiring again. So, Lord, do you possess a method to gather evidence on Brother Tinya's behalf? Shangwan Haitang, as the foremost spy of the Xian faction, was both astute and perceptive, yet she could not fathom how to navigate this predicament. Lu Tian's lips curled into a smile as he nodded gently. Of course, Haitang, simply follow my lead, he instructed, taking her hand as they hurried toward the relay station. Upon their return to the relay station, they discovered that their trio had been reduced to 2. Duan Tianya was now imprisoned within the Eastern Depot's dungeon. Lu Tian guided Shangwan Haitang stealthily into the relay station, employing acrobatic prowess to evade detection. They arrived at the spot where they had previously spied on Princess Li Xiu. And Lu Tian suddenly halted. What is it, Lord? Have you discovered evidence? Shangwan Haitang asked urgently, hope gleaming in her eyes. Lu Tian shook his head. I was merely reflecting on our last encounter when we were discovered. It appears that Duan Tianya's lack of skill was the reason for our exposure. Shangwan Haitang fell silent, envious of his composure. Lord, could you please conduct yourself more seriously? She exclaimed in such a tense moment. Lu Tian still found the capacity for jest, which left her both exasperated and impressed. Silence, Lu Tian suddenly commanded, gesturing to Shangwan Haitang, then swiftly pulled her along as he executed a graceful leap to the rooftop. The princess has entered the palace. The grand scheme will unfold today. Chaos will undoubtedly ensue in the capital. Follow me. I have plans to arrange. Wu Wan, leading several guards of the Out Loud Nation, declared as they swiftly traversed the area towards a room deep within the relay station. Once Wu Wan departed, a look of alarm spread across Shangwan Haitang's face. This is dire. They intend to act tonight, which may jeopardize the emperor. We must hasten to the palace and report this, she urged, her expression fraught with urgency. Hearing this, Lu Tian grasped Shangwan Haitang's delicate arm, shaking his head. There is no need for haste. Although Princess Li Xiu has entered the palace, gaining an audience with the crown prince is no simple task. Let us first ascertain what Wu Wan is plotting. With that, Lu Tian led Shangwan Haitang in the direction Wu Wan had taken. They stealthily followed, only to witness Wu Wan entering a chamber. Seemingly rummaging through medicinal supplies. Lu Tian's gaze shifted, focusing on 2 large jars within the room. From the openings, 2 heads emerged, 1 male and 1 female, 1 young and 1 old. Empress Dowager, Chang Sifei. Shangwan Haitang exclaimed in shock upon recognizing them. Who goes there? A sudden shout startled Wu Wan, causing him to bellow in surprise. In the next moment, Wu Quan's body trembled, and he shot out of the room like a bolt of lightning, aiming directly at Lu Tian. It's you too. Upon seeing Lu Tian and Shangwan Haitang, Wu Quan's face instantly contorted with fury. Last time you escaped, but this time, I shall surely kill you. As he spoke, Wu Quan lunged forward, striking at Lu Tian with fierce determination. Lu Tian casually raised his hand, propelling Shangwan Haitang away while instructing her, I will hold him off. You go save the empress. He hurled Shangwan Haitang into the room, demonstrating his overwhelming confidence. Such arrogance. Wu Quan shouted in rage, his eyes blazing crimson. Despite being a formidable master himself, Lu Tian's blatant disregard for him ignited a murderous intent within Wu Quan. Fire cloud blade, he bellowed, his arm sweeping wide as his inner energy erupted, forming a terrifying red light. With a roar, the dual palms, seemingly ablaze with flames, surged toward Lu Tian with deadly intent. The fire cloud blade was Wu Quan's signature technique, propelled by extreme yang energy, wielding immense power. Die! Wu Quan's furious roar reverberated through the air, imbued with a dreadful aura. However, Lu Tian merely smirked, devoid of fear, his expression laced with disdain. Suddenly, an icy chill spread through the air, as if the very atmosphere had been compelled to freeze. Ice true chi. This peculiar energy manifested its unique power at that moment, the chilling essence completely isolating the fiery force. Then, Lu Tian's hands became rigid, his form resembling a zombie as he leapt upward. Crashing down with tremendous force. Bang! The zombie fist struck out, accompanied by the ice true chi, shattering Wuquan's fire cloud blade with ease. Not good. Wuquan's eyes widened in disbelief, incredulity flooding his gaze. His fire cloud blade, which even the top masters of the martial world dared not confront head-on, was effortlessly obliterated by Lu Tian's bare hands. How is this possible? Wuquan stumbled back, his momentum faltering. In that instant, Lu Tian charged forward. His presence akin to a drought demon descending upon the earth, an aura of terror trailing behind him. You, a mere Wuquan, dared to think of yourself as my equal. Last time, I was merely in a hurry to save someone. But this time will be different, Lu Tian declared, extending his hands as the ice true chi surged forth, his figure appearing ghostly as he leaped before Wuquan. Crack! In an instant, Lu Tian's hand struck Wuquan's arms, rendering them utterly useless. Wuquan howled, hastily retreating in panic. Form the formation, soundwave technique, Wuquan commanded, as a group of envoys from the kingdom of Yuyun arranged a row of large drums. Boom, 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 at Wuquan's order. The crowd began to beat the drums, the sound resonating with a peculiar force as the drum beats echoed. They seemed to stir the very hearts of those present, causing them to tremble. Soundwave attacks? How novel, but unfortunately, it is of no use against me. Lu Tian scoffed, his expression one of utter disdain. Since when do you think zombies have a heartbeat? After uttering this, Lu Tian channeled a vast amount of ice true chi, his body emanating a chilling aura, his complexion visibly paled, frost forming upon his palms. At this moment, Lu Tian bore an uncanny resemblance to a zombie. Perish, Lu Tian grunted, his right foot stamping down as his body launched forward in an instant. The drumbeats continued, yet their sound had no effect on Lu Tian. Wuquan's face contorted with terror as he shouted, "What are you, a human or a ghost? Are you human or a ghost?" Hearing Wuquan's frantic words, Lu Tian smirked, his feet pounding the ground as he surged toward his opponent. Me, half human, half ghost, the foremost sharpshooter. Huh? Wuquan froze, his expression momentarily blank. In the next heartbeat, Lu Tian's hands pierced through Wuquan's neck, and the master fell lifelessly before him. Compared to dying under my bone powder, dying by my hand is a more fitting end, Lu Tian remarked, casting a glance at Wuquan before turning his attention to the guards of the kingdom of Yuyun, his form transforming into a shadowy bat as he pursued them relentlessly. Within moments, those lackeys were dispatched by Lu Tian. "Lord, I have rescued the Empress." At that moment, Shangwan Haitong's voice rang out as she supported the Empress, with Cheng Shifei following closely behind. As they emerged, Lu Tian returned to his original form, his palms vibrating with energy, causing the bloodstains to vanish without a trace. I pay my respects to the Empress. Lu Tian hastened forward, bowing respectfully to the Empress. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty, for my delayed arrival." The Empress, visibly moved, trembled as she gazed at Lu Tian. "My son, please rise. Quickly, get up. You have worked so hard." Her satisfaction was evident, and this ordeal had transformed her outlook. Who was this person, such formidable martial arts to have vanquished Wuquan? Cheng Shifei interjected, his expression displaying a hint of dissatisfaction. "I was planning to take revenge." "How could you have killed Wuquan?" Lu Tian smiled at Cheng Shifei's words. Among the top figures in the world, Cheng Shifei was perhaps the most reckless and impulsive, unlike the other three spies, who were unwaveringly loyal to Zhu Wushi. Cheng Shifei was clearly not aligned with him. Moreover, he was a veritable treasure trove. If Lu Tian could win him over, it would be a boon. However, taming such a headstrong individual was no simple task. At that moment, Lu Tian moved swiftly to Cheng Shifei's side. "Wow." Cheng Shifei was startled, his face suddenly reflecting shock. "Why do you look like a ghost?" he exclaimed. "Do you not realize that you might frighten children? What if this leaves a lasting scar on my tender psyche?" Upon hearing this, Lu Tian activated the zombie fist technique, his expression turning ghastly as he regarded Cheng Shifei. "So you are dissatisfied with me?" Lu Tian suddenly shouted, his pallid visage causing Cheng Shifei to jump back in alarm. Cheng Shifei screamed, promptly fainting from the fright. "My son, what have you done to Cheng Xia?" the Empress inquired urgently upon witnessing the scene. Hearing her words, Lu Tian's expression normalized, and he reassured her, "It's nothing." Cheng Shifei was merely exhausted. He then turned to Shangwan Haitong, instructing her, "Haitong, please take Cheng Shifei to the first in the world manor for rest." After issuing these commands, Lu Tian's gaze sharpened as he declared, "I must hurry to see my brother. He intends to summon Princess Li Xiu, and there may be danger." Yes, yes, my son, hurry. Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, the Empress Dowager hastily spoke. Her remarks were evidently biased, yet they did not dishearten Lu Tian. After all, he could fully comprehend that it was her biological son. After bidding farewell to the Empress Dowager and accompanying Shangguan Haidang, Lu Tian leapt towards the imperial palace. If he could rescue the young emperor this time, it would undoubtedly enhance his favor in the emperor's eyes. Moreover, seizing this merit would allow him to overshadow Zhu Wushi. The post station was not far from the palace, and Lu Tian swiftly arrived there in no time. The royal city was imposing and heavily guarded. However, within the realm of martial arts, this was merely a jest. No matter how high the walls, they could not deter one who could soar. Thus, Lu Tian effortlessly infiltrated the palace and hastened towards the direction of the young emperor's quarters. His speed was remarkable. Unless the young emperor was an exceptionally swift marksman, he would surely catch up. Indeed, upon reaching the young emperor's chambers, he discovered that Princess Li Xiu had just entered. The princess slowly raised her hands, allowing her delicate veil to cascade down, revealing skin as fragile as a blown feather. The young emperor, however, widened his eyes, displaying an expression of infatuation. It was clear that the young emperor was also a lecher. Otherwise, he would not have vented his ire on Duan Tianya. Nevertheless, Lu Tian was acutely aware that soon the young emperor would be assassinated by Princess Li Xiu. If he did not intervene, the young emperor might meet his demise at her hands. However, even so, the imperial throne held little significance for him. After all, Zhu Wushi had been scheming for an indeterminate duration, and the young emperor's death would pose greater harm than benefit to him. Pondering this, Lu Tian discerned the pros and cons and resolved to rescue the young emperor. A chilling aura emanated from Lu Tian's body, forming a terrifying gale of frost. This icy wind swept through, causing the palace doors to swing open, revealing the unfolding scene within. Your Highness, I am coming in. Lu Tian's voice, carried by the winds, startled the young emperor, causing him to feel a sudden weakness. Who goes there? Princess Li Xiu exclaimed, her face contorted with fury, her alluring eyes betraying a murderous intent. With a rush of wind, a figure appeared before Princess Li Xiu. Brother, what brings you here? You've disrupted my good fortune, the young emperor shouted, his tone already tinged with anger. Had it not been for Lu Tian's status as his brother, he might have erupted in rage. Lu Tian seemed oblivious to the young emperor's disdain and, with a gentle smile, remarked, Brother, I had no idea you favored men. The moment his words fell, both the young emperor and Princess Li Xiu bore expressions of astonishment. Why, you're a man, the young emperor stammered, staring at Princess Li Xiu with a look of horror. At that moment, he felt a twinge of disgust. On the other hand, upon realizing that her secret was exposed, Princess Li Xiu's face morphed into one of fury. Dog Emperor, I shall make you pay with your life. With that, she moved with an astonishing swiftness, transforming into a shadow as she aimed to assassinate the young emperor. Thinking of escaping? Do you truly believe you can? Lu Tian scoffed. In the next instant, a wave of cold energy enveloped him, and he floated gracefully, positioning himself directly in Princess Li Xiu's path. With a resounding thud, his rigid arm, imbued with frost, blocked her advance. Thud, thud. Lu Tian then swung his arm, delivering a powerful strike to Princess Li Xiu's body. She staggered backward, her expression now grave. Impossible. I refuse to believe your speed surpasses that of the strongest ninja, Princess Li Xiu exclaimed, pivoting as her crimson silks fell to the ground. In that fleeting moment, she had vanished, reappearing like a specter as she charged towards the young emperor once more. Ninja, I am the Hokage, Lu Tian retorted mockingly, his foot barely touching the ground as he executed a swift maneuver. Propelling himself forward, whoosh, Lu Tian's velocity surged, the innate icy energy radiating from him propelling him to his utmost limits. At such speed, Princess Li Xiu's movements paled in comparison. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Lu Tian's eyes as he landed before Princess Li Xiu. Do you wish to dance as well? He coldly inquired. In the next moment, Lu Tian leapt, delivering a fierce kick to Princess Li Xiu's form. She could only let out a cry of outrage as her body was sent flying, shattering the doors and landing outside. Protect His Majesty. Suddenly, a chorus of voices emerged as a group of guards rushed to the scene. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures broke through first, wielding long blades directed at Princess Li Xiu. Lu Tian glanced and recognized them as Duan Tianya and Gue Haidao. Not bad. These two certainly possess swiftness, Lu Tian remarked disdainfully. However, rather than pursuing, he turned back. I asked your majesty unharmed. I apologize for arriving late, Lu Tian declared. Brother, you have saved me. What wrong could there be? Truly, I owe you my gratitude, the young emperor replied earnestly. Following this ordeal, the young emperor indeed felt a newfound closeness to Lu Tian. Brother, please remain calm. Allow me to deal with that wretch, Lu Tian asserted, and with a swift motion, he conjured a gust of cold wind and dashed out in the corridor outside the main hall. Duantianya and Gui Haidao were engaged in a fierce battle with Princess Lixiu but struggled to subdue her. Suddenly, from Princess Lixiu, several strips of white cloth flew out, ensnaring the three of them completely. Observing this, Lu Tian smirked, his expression unperturbed. How fortuitous. This truly requires no effort, he remarked, leisurely approaching the trio without a hint of tension. As Princess Lixiu noticed Lu Tian's approach, a look of panic flashed in her eyes. Nowhere left to run, Lu Tian declared, delivering a swift kick to Princess Lixiu's vulnerable point. With a wheeze, she deflated like a punctured balloon. At that moment, the white cloth restraining Duantianya and Gui Haidao began to tear apart inch by inch. More support, my lord, Duantianya and Gui Haidao exclaimed in unison. Yet, Lu Tian merely waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Isn't it the leader's duty to clean up after their subordinates? Upon hearing this, Duantianya instinctively tightened his legs. With ease, Lu Tian had defeated Princess Lixiu, liberating Duantianya and Gui Haidao. At that moment, both men regarded Lu Tian with strange expressions, their eyes filled with shock. Is the strength of this loyal and valiant marquis truly so terrifying? They silently questioned each other, both struck by the realization that despite being handpicked by Zhu Wushi and having mastered the skills of the martial world, they might not stand a chance against this young marquis. This revelation left them profoundly astonished. Protect the emperor, my lord. I apologize for my tardiness. I deserve the gravest punishment. At that moment, a sharp and anxious sound pierced the air, and a man clad in an opulent eunuch's robe burst into the room. The newcomer was none other than Chao Zhengchun. Princess Lixiu, having meticulously plotted to assassinate the young emperor, had even dispatched skilled assassins to restrain Chao Zhengchun. Desperately, he fought to eliminate the experts sent by Princess Lixiu, racing back with all haste. Yet, he arrived only to find that he was too late. Incompetent fools, a truly worthless lot. The Eastern Depot and Hulong Villa are utterly useless. If it weren't for my royal brother today, I might have met my end. The young emperor, incensed by Chao Zhengchun's words, shouted furiously. Upon hearing this, Chao Zhengchun and Duantianya exchanged awkward glances, their expressions revealing their discomfort. Though they felt deep resentment, they found themselves bereft of any rebuttal. Lu Tian, however, raised his hand, addressing the young emperor. Your Majesty, please refrain from such remarks. I, your humble servant, am merely the deputy master of Hulong Villa. At these words, a flicker of appreciation arose in the hearts of Duantianya and Gui Haidao toward Lu Tian. Yet, in the next moment, that sentiment dissipated entirely. While Chao Gonggong's arrival was somewhat delayed, he had finally made his entrance. Lu Tian's words seemed casual, yet they were directed at a particular individual, the master of Hulong Villa, Zhu Wushi. Words spoken without intent may strike chords with attentive ears. The young emperor, upon hearing this, found an unusual thought emerging within his mind. For the young emperor, Chao Zhengchun harbored ambition and a yearning for power, but the authority of a eunuch was bestowed by the emperor himself. Even if Chao Zhengchun were to rebel, it would merely be an attempt to usurp his own position. However, Zhu Wushi, bearing the surname Zhu, posed a different threat. If he were to harbor treasonous thoughts, the young emperor's reign would be jeopardized. The young emperor had always maintained a delicate balance between Zhu Wushi and Chao Zhengchun. Yet today, Lu Tian was prepared to impart a crucial lesson to the young emperor. A lesson in the stability of triangles. Three factions, each balancing the others, were far simpler to manage than the equilibrium of two. The young emperor appeared to grasp Lu Tian's message, his expression becoming serious as he declared, regardless of the circumstances. My salvation this time is due to my royal brother. I had intended to appoint my brother as the deputy master of Hulong Villa, and the facts have proven I did not err in my judgment. As he spoke, the young emperor's countenance grew increasingly animated. In light of this, I shall bestow upon my brother the authority to establish a governing office and recruit spies, thereby founding the Hulong Vice Villa. At this juncture, the young emperor seemed to recall something, adding, furthermore, the Hulong Vice Villa may utilize all resources of Hulong Villa, and no one from the original Hulong Villa may obstruct this. Upon issuing the decree, astonishment gripped the faces of all present, save for Lu Tian. Particularly, Chao Zhengchun's expression twisted with conflict. The emergence of a Hulong Vice Villa would both dilute and enhance the power of Hulong Villa. In that moment, Chao Zhengchun found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to laugh or see or why. As the night wore on, apart from Lu Tian, none emerged as victors. The news of the establishment of the Hulong Vice Villa reached Zhu Wushi, whose countenance turned a shade of iron gray. Within Hulong Villa, the three chief spies were absent, leaving Zhu Wushi alone in the chamber. The esteemed Shen Ho appeared rather disinterested. Was there some sorrow weighing upon him? In the parlor, a figure stood with their back to Zhu Wushi. "Wan Xiong, you've arrived. I have been feeling somewhat out of sorts lately," Zhu Wushi remarked, a look of admiration crossing his face. "You truly live up to your reputation as one whose wealth can transcend the mortal realm. Nothing escapes your notice." This figure was none other than the wealthiest man in the realm. Wan Sanqian listened to Zhu Wushi's flattery. He remained unfazed, responding matter-of-factly. "Wealth may not guarantee omniscience, but capability certainly facilitates the flow of information." After this, Wan Sanqian called out, "Zhang Jinjiu." At the entrance, a man reeking of alcohol, his face flushed, stumbled into view. "You are the legendary detective Zhang Jinjiu?" Zhu Wushi inquired. Admiration evident on his face. "I have heard that there is nothing you cannot uncover." In response, Zhang Jinjiu extended a finger, slurring, "There is one thing I cannot find, the finest half-jar of wine. A daughter's red brewed 30 years ago in Shaoxing. I drank one half-jar, yet I cannot locate the other. That half-jar of daughter's red was divided into 8 portions by the greatest wine god. Should you solve the issue at hand for Shen Ho, I shall grant you a share." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinjiu's face lit up with greedy anticipation, his mouth nearly watering. Shen Ho seeks to investigate the identity of the loyal and brave Shen Ho. Correct. The moment Zhang Jinjiu uttered these words, a flicker of sharpness flashed in Zhu Wushi's gaze. However, this fleeting expression was quickly concealed. Appearing inebriated, Zhang Jinjiu continued earnestly. "The loyal and brave Shen Ho is said to have been unearthed by Chao Gonggong from Tailing. There were no records of him prior, yet I have unearthed a few clues." As Zhang Jinjiu concluded, a peculiar light flickered in Zhu Wushi's eyes. What clues? Since the establishment of the Hulong Vice Villa, Zhu Wushi had regarded Lu Tian as a significant threat. The degree of this threat eclipsed even that posed by Chao Zhenchun. Regardless of how Chao Zhenchun fared, he remained an external crisis. However, Lu Tian was influencing the very foundation of Zhu Wushi's power. Zhang Jinjiu, seemingly oblivious, spoke with utmost seriousness. "I have been investigating for some time and discovered that before Chao Gonggong headed to Tailing, a youth journeyed from the northwest to the capital. However, I have yet to find concrete evidence and will require some time from Shen Ho." Zhu Wushi, however, was disinclined to heed Zhang Jinjiu's words. His eyes narrowed as he recalled a recent incident. It was a matter concerning his domain atop Tianshan, where signs of activity had been detected near Su Xian's residence. Could he be the one who disrupted Su Xian's 1,000-year-old ice coffin? At the first villa of the realm, Lu Tian returned from the palace, deep in thought regarding the establishment of the Hulong Vice Villa. To establish the Hulong Vice Villa, it was imperative to choose a location that would not be overly influenced by Zhu Wushi. Stroking his chin in contemplation, Lu Tian suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. If such a place exists, it would be best situated in the first villa of the realm. Lu Tian chuckled, formulating his plans. He then picked up a brush, preparing to transcribe this blueprint and present it to the young emperor. A meticulously crafted report regarding the Hulong Vice Villa emerged from Lu Tian's hands. Detailing his strategies and proposing certain conditions, this plan was the most optimal option he could conceive at present. With a serene smile, Lu Tian organized the documents. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Shangguan Haitang rushed in. Fixating her gaze upon Lu Tian, "Haitang, why do you stare at me so? Though I am undeniably handsome and not averse to being admired, if you keep your gaze fixed upon me, I might misconstrue it as interest." Lu Tian blurted out nonsensically. "Pa." Shangguan Haitang spat at Lu Tian. At this moment, her gaze was quite awkward, laced with a hint of anger, prompting Lu Tian to furrow his brow in confusion. "Haitang, you can't possibly have developed feelings for me, can you?" Hearing Lu Tian's words, Shangguan Haitang scoffed coldly, her expression one of discontent. "Shen Ho, how could you speak so of your adoptive father?" Shangguan Haitang reproached, clearly. She had grasped what Lu Tian had uttered in front of the young emperor. Lu Tian's expression eased, finally understanding the situation, and he no longer felt anxious. Well then, Lu Tian raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Did I say anything incorrect?" In such a critical moment, the iron-boned Shen Ho, the realm's foremost expert, was inexplicably absent. What does he consider the safety of the emperor? The adoptive father undoubtedly has more pressing matters to attend to, retorted Shangguan Haitang. What could possibly be more important than the safety of the crown prince? Lu Tian countered once more. At this, Shangguan Haitang found herself at a loss for words. Observing her predicament, a smile crept across Lu Tian's lips. He was not surprised by her reaction. In truth, despite Zhu Wushi's remarkable patience, he would inevitably reveal hints of his intentions. Shangguan Haiteng had merely been unwilling to believe. However, once she began to harbor doubts, an abundance of information would come to light. What Lu Tian was doing at this moment was to administer a dose of suspicion towards Zhu Wushi, planting a seed of doubt in Shangguan Haiteng's mind. I shan't converse with you any longer. You are merely arguing for the sake of it. Shangguan Haiteng huffed disdainfully, tossing a stack of papers onto the ground. This is the information you requested, she declared coldly, storming out in a fit of anger. As Lu Tian watched her retreating figure, another smile flickered across his face. Haiteng, do be cautious and do not let Zhu Wushi deceive you, he murmured, before picking up the pile of papers she had left behind to peruse its contents. This stack contained the tasks Lu Tian had assigned to Shangguan Haiteng. At that time, he had instructed her to bring Cheng Shifei back to the first manor, while simultaneously using a secret communication to direct her to transcribe the martial arts manuals possessed by Cheng Shifei. The list included the Shaolin Bone Dislocating Hand, Ame Phoenix Piercing Heart Palm, Transformation Technique, Jade Maiden Sword, Shaolin I Jin Jing, Demonic Cult's Bone Concealing Technique, Shaolin Tranquility Mantra, Kunlun Fiery Palm, Great Strength Diamond Finger, Immortal Crane Divine Needle, Wudong Two-Element Fist, and even Wudong's Cloud Soaring Technique. With such an abundance of martial arts manuals, it was evident that Gu Santong was indeed a treasure trove. As Lu Tian thumbed through the materials left by Shangguan Haiteng, he couldn't help but express admiration. At the moment of his demise, Gu Santong had inscribed the ultimate techniques of the 8 great sects onto Cheng Shifei's body, which now conveniently fell into Lu Tian's hands. Although he knew Shangguan Haiteng would undoubtedly make a copy, he remained unconcerned. These so-called masters were all captured by Zhu Wushi to assess their martial prowess in Gu Santong's presence. Thus, Zhu Wushi must have retained copies of the manuals as well. What Lu Tian possessed should not be of much significance to the other party. To Zhu Wushi, they were of little use. But for me, they are immensely valuable, Lu Tian exclaimed excitedly, his eyes sparkling as he regarded the martial arts manuals. Each of these manuals could incite a tempest within the martial world, being the pinnacle techniques of the 8 great sects. Nevertheless, this realm of the first manor belonged to the 2-star world, and even housed innate masters. Thus, the potency of these manuals was somewhat diminished. For instance, someone like Chao Zhenchun, who only practiced the Heavenly Gang Youth technique and boasted over 50 years of cultivation, could still be considered a top-tier expert. Even Zhu Wushi and Gu Santong, despite their eclectic martial arts knowledge, primarily relied on their own adept techniques, the absorbing energy method and the indestructible diamond technique. For Lu Tian, these martial arts manuals served as a stepping stone for further development. Perhaps by studying these manuals, I can elevate my Aish True Chi to new heights and ascend to the innate realm. How splendid that would be. Lu Tian mused as he continued to peruse the manuals. Among them, certain texts proved immensely beneficial, such as the I Jin Jing, which provided Lu Tian with significant inspiration. Others, like the Jade Maiden Sword technique and the Bone Dislocating Hand, merely expanded his repertoire of combat techniques, offering limited practical utility. These ordinary ultimate techniques, Lu Tian would merely learn and integrate into his own skill set, disregarding them thereafter. Conversely, the martial arts texts like the I Jin Jing were subjects of intense study for Lu Tian. These internal cultivation techniques resonated with his own practice of Aish True Chi, prompting immediate improvements. The original Aish True Chi, conceived by the extraordinary talent Zhuo Linchan of the Songzon sect, was designed to counter Renwishing's star-absorbing technique. Upon acquiring the manual for Aish True Chi, Lu Tian adopted it as his primary cultivation method, absorbing vast amounts of Yin energy and the chilling essence of a millennium-old ice, resulting in a transformative evolution. Thanks to this technique, Lu Tian ascended directly to the pinnacle of the postnatal realm, merely a breath away from the innate stage. Now, with the acquisition of so many manuals, he felt as though he had gained wings. Previously obscure aspects of his understanding suddenly became clear, and his comprehension of Aish True Chi underwent a profound transformation. Within the secret chamber, the cold energy enveloped Lu Tian's body, rendering his face as pale as that of a corpse. This appearance, reminiscent of a zombie, placed Lu Tian in a state of extreme chill. As he began a rhythmic breathing pattern, the icy aura gradually dissipated. After a lengthy interval, Lu Tian concluded his practice, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. The Aish True Chi had undergone a metamorphosis, becoming even more formidable. The first manor, once the exclusive domain of Shangguan Haiteng, now completely belonged to the loyal and brave Divine Marquis. This was not an act of Lu Tian seizing Shangguan Haiteng's territory, but rather her voluntary relinquishment upon learning of his plans to establish the Dragon Guard submanor within the first manor. However, Whether this act of voluntary submission signified goodwill or a desire to distance herself from Lu Tian was a matter open to interpretation within the small courtyard. A beautifully designed corridor had been crafted by the first manor's premier horticulturist. Surrounding it were various flowering plants exuding delightful fragrances, invigorating the senses. In the center of the corridor, Lu Tian sat cross-legged on a mat, although the sun blazed overhead. A faint layer of white frost still clung to his skin. His face appeared ghostly pale, reminiscent of a corpse. Yet as Lu Tian initiated his cultivation, this pallor gradually improved, his complexion slowly regaining its rosy hue. Suddenly, Lu Tian's eyes sprang open, radiating with brilliant light as he expelled a plume of white frost. This cloud of frost shot forth like a swift arrow, striking the eaves of the corridor. The impact left a moderate-sized hole in the structure. This was not a deliberate action on Lu Tian's part, but rather an inadvertent consequence. The metamorphosis of his ice true chi had intensified his internal power. A mere exhalation of frost was enough to pierce stone and crack tiles, remarkably potent, indeed. This internal energy has undergone a transformation. Although I have yet to enter the innate stage, I should have no trouble contending with ordinary experts, Lu Tian mused confidently, well aware of his own capabilities. However, these were merely ordinary experts, like Chao Jingchun. To confront Zhu Wushi, who had absorbed the powers of over 100 masters, he still had some distance to cover. Lu Tian raised his hand, slowly bringing his two fingers together, fixating intently on the gap between them. Muttering to himself, the difference between Zhu Wushi and me may be just this slight margin. The establishment of the Dragon Guard submanor proceeded smoothly. Zhu Wushi exhibited remarkable magnanimity, generously approving all resources required for the Dragon Guard manor at Lu Tian's request. Consequently, within a remarkably short span of time, the Dragon Guard submanor was officially inaugurated at the first manor. On this day, Lu Tian once again ventured into the imperial palace, presenting the meticulously drafted information to the young emperor. The young emperor perused the memorial in Lu Tian's hands, nodding appreciatively, clearly satisfied with its contents. After some time, he set the memorial down, gazing at Lu Tian as he spoke. Your Highness, this memorial is excellently composed. Establishing the Dragon Guard submanor as outlined within will be highly beneficial. Lu Tian, feigning humility in response, felt quite pleased internally. However, the young emperor's expression suddenly shifted as he reached out to point at the memorial on the table. While I can comprehend the rest, what do you mean by establishing 4 second-level spies? Upon that memorial, a proposal was put forth to establish a second set of spies corresponding to the 4 great secret agents. These so-called second-tier spies would include the second-ranked Sky Spy, the second-ranked Earth Spy, and so forth. This plan appeared to be a direct challenge to the iron-willed Marquis, evoking an air of imitation. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian's smile radiated brilliantly. Your Majesty, this is undoubtedly the most exquisite aspect of the proposal. His face was adorned with a beaming smile as he began to elaborate in detail. The young emperor understood that only through competition could the spies remain diligent. Thus, this plan for the second-tier spies was designed to motivate the 4 great agents. Lu Tian couldn't help but chuckle internally, thinking, little emperor, do you still not grasp the principle that the original cannot outshine the counterfeit? Listening to Lu Tian's explanation, the young emperor nodded in agreement, affirming Lu Tian's rationale. Indeed, my younger brother possesses astute ideas. In that case, I shall approve this memorial. Upon receiving the emperor's endorsement, Lu Tian's face blossomed with joy. That moment, he reached into his robes and produced another memorial to present to the young emperor. Your Majesty, since we are implementing this plan, I shall recommend the first candidate for the second-tier spy. The following day, within the court, Lu Tian, Zhu Wushi, and Chao Jingchun were all present, along with the Empress Dowager, Princess Yu Luo, and Cheng Shifei, who surprisingly were also in attendance. As a court within a martial arts world, Lu Tian was well aware that the assembly lacked any prominent ministers, yet he stood calmly within the court, unperturbed. For the valiant service of the iron-willed Marquis in rescuing the emperor, a fief of 10,000 households is graciously bestowed, and he is to establish his own residence. For the remarkable contributions of Hulong Villa, a special sword is awarded, permitting execution before reporting. For Cheng Shifei's assistance to the Empress Dowager, a grant of 10,000 taels of gold is conferred, along with a golden badge for entry into the palace. A small eunuch raised his voice to announce the emperor's rewards. Excellent, excellent. Upon hearing of the gold bestowed upon him, Cheng Shifei's face lit up with excitement. Observing Cheng Shifei's joy, the Empress Dowager, who held a favorable impression of him, suddenly spoke up. By the way, Marquis, for many years you have been searching for the first-tier spy. Why not directly appoint Qing Shifei as the first-tier spy? The Empress Dowager directed her gaze towards the iron-willed marquis. Zhu Wushi. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wushi furrowed his brow but promptly responded with a serious demeanor. Your Majesty, the 4 great spies of Hulong Villa must undergo rigorous training. They must not only possess martial prowess but also exceptional cunning and intelligence. Before Zhu Wushi could finish his statement, he noticed Qing Shifei's face displaying dissatisfaction. Are you implying that I am foolish? Qing Shifei retorted immediately. Zhu Wushi cast a cold glance, causing Qing Shifei to shrink back. This Qing Shifei is utterly unlearned, lacking any decorum. It would be improbable for him to become the first-tier spy. Upon hearing Zhu Wushi's words, a flicker of displeasure crossed the Empress Dowager's face. Your Majesty, the requirements for the first-tier spy are indeed too lofty. Why not allow Qing Shifei to serve as the second-tier spy instead? Lu Tian interjected. Upon hearing this, astonishment spread across the faces of those in the court. What is this second-tier spy? Why have I never heard of it before? The iron-willed marquis looked at Lu Tian in shock, his expression devoid of warmth. I have never heard of this second-tier spy. Zhu Wushi exclaimed loudly, clearly displeased. This second-tier spy is something I do not recognize. I am unaware of who has concocted such nonsense. Zhu Wushi glared at Lu Tian, his eyes brimming with animosity. Zhu Wushi had already deemed Lu Tian a significant threat and had even commanded Zhang Jinjia to investigate his background. Regrettably, no news had yet emerged, leaving Zhu Wushi with no choice but to bide his time. However, Lu Tian's repeated provocations, overtly disregarding him in the court, pushed Zhu Wushi to the brink of forbearance. Upon hearing Zhu Wushi's remarks, Lu Tian's smile broadened as he clasped his hands in a respectful gesture toward the young emperor. My apologies, but this was approved by His Majesty. Does the Marquis suggest that the Emperor is engaging in folly? What? Zhu Wushi was taken aback, immediately glancing up at the young Emperor. Your Majesty, my younger brother speaks the truth. This matter has indeed received my approval, intended to foster a competitive spirit among the 4 great spies, thereby enhancing their service to the royal family. The young Emperor's pronouncement brought Zhu Wushi's intentions crashing down. As he quickly denied any such implication that I absolutely did not mean that, Zhu Wushi protested vehemently, unwilling to take the blame. Witnessing Zhu Wushi's predicament, the young emperor felt a surge of delight with Lu Tian's presence. The young emperor's reliance on Zhu Wushi diminished, and his disdain for the powerful iron-willed marquis grew. Younger brother, please elucidate this second-tier spy to the esteemed officials, the young emperor commanded. As you wish. Lu Tian replied promptly, proceeding to expound on his second-tier spy plan. Absurd, utterly absurd. Hulong Villa has no need for a second-tier set of spies. Zhu Wushi retorted immediately. It is not a second set of 4 great spies, but rather a second-tier spy, and it is not of Hulong Villa, but rather of Hulong Vice Villa, Lu Tian asserted, his demeanor earnest. You are merely employing flowery rhetoric, Zhu Wushi shouted in anger. The Empress Dowager, having listened to the exchange, comprehended the underlying motives. This was a scheme concocted between the young emperor and Lu Tian, faced with her own sons and the contenders for her son's throne. Her support was crystal clear. Thus, the Empress Dowager interjected, very well, since the Marquis is unwilling to utilize Qing Shifei, let him join Hulong Vice Villa instead. Her words brought a momentary silence to the atmosphere. For her authority held considerable weight. I concur with this sentiment, and I have already approved. Qing Shifei is to become the second-tier spy of Hulong Vice Villa, the young emperor decisively concluded. Hearing the young emperor's decree, Zhu Wushi realized he could no longer alter the outcome and begrudgingly accepted his fate, opting not to oppose further. We obey. All present responded. Good. This matter is settled, the young emperor declared. If there are no further issues, we shall dismiss the court. Your Majesty, I have one more matter. At that moment, Chao Zhenchun suddenly spoke up. What is it, Lord Chao? The young emperor inquired. Stepping forward respectfully, Chao Zhenchun addressed the young emperor. Your Majesty, my subordinates have discovered 2 corpses at the border. Judging by their attire, they appear to be nobles from the Aoyun Kingdom. Aoyun Kingdom. The young emperor's heart stirred unexpectedly, and thoughts of Princess Li Xiu crossed his mind, softening him. These 2 individuals must indeed be the true Princess Li Xiu of Aoyun and the envoy from Wuhan, Lu Tian declared. Chao Zhenchun nodded in agreement, casting an admiring glance at Lu Tian. Indeed, the iron-willed marquis is astute. I too had come to the same conclusion. Meanwhile, Zhu Wushi's expression turned awkward, his mouth agape. He had intended to voice the same conclusion, given that Hulong Villa had already uncovered the trail. However, Lu Tian had spoken first, making it difficult for Zhu Wushi to follow suit without appearing to pander. Zhu Wushi glared at Lu Tian, his anger intensifying. The true Princess Lixiao and the envoy from Wuhan? The young emperor felt an inexplicable stir within him. Indeed, these are the weapons used to slay them. Plum blossom darts, Chao Zhenchun revealed, producing two plum blossom-shaped concealed weapons from his robes. These are weapons employed by the ninjas of the Eastern Isles. It is highly probable that they were killed by ninjas from the Eastern Isles. Zhu Wushi immediately spoke up, seemingly fearful of being overshadowed by Lu Tian once more. However, this time Lu Tian remained composed, showing no inclination to interject at all. This demeanor only fueled Zhu Wushi's deep-seated resentment. Nevertheless, Zhu Wushi was too preoccupied with his report to pay Lu Tian any heed. Your Majesty. The martial arts of those two impostors seem to bear a significant resemblance to the techniques of the Eastern Enchanting sect, which has had considerable dealings with the giant whale gang. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed the young emperor's face. That cannot be right. I recall the giant whale sect has always remained loyal to the court and has assisted in combating the coastal pirates in the southeast. Has it now formed an alliance with the Enchanting sect, possibly harboring rebellious intentions? Zhu Wushi suddenly proposed. Your Majesty, perhaps I should dispatch my top-secret agent, Duan Qianya, to investigate. He is studied in the East and should be well-versed in their affairs. The emperor, of course, would not refuse this suggestion and promptly replied, very well, in that case, this matter shall be entrusted to the Dragon Protector Manor under the auspices of the Divine Marquis. At that moment, Lu Tian interjected once more, calling out, Your Highness, might I suggest that my Dragon Protector Vice Manor also lend its assistance? Zhu Wushi's expression shifted at this remark, yet the decision was not his to make. Indeed, my younger brother is truly diligent in his endeavors. I grant permission for you to contribute and achieve further merit for the court, the young emperor declared with delight, observing the rivalry between Lu Tian and Zhu Wushi. The emperor felt a sense of pride swell within him. Your Majesty, my eastern factory can also provide assistance, Chao Zhenchun interjected. Upon hearing this, the young emperor waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, Enough, Minister Chao. Do not meddle unnecessarily. These two matters shall be handled by the Dragon Protector Manor and the Dragon Protector Vice Manor. The emperor's words highlighted a stark contrast in treatment between the diligent Divine Marquis and the meddlesome Minister Chao, evoking a peculiar emotion within Chao Zhenchun. Stealing a glance at Lu Tian, a hint of jealousy flickered in his gaze. This fellow, whom I brought back, is now vying for favor beyond my reach. It seems I must devise a plan to eliminate him. A murderous intent began to simmer within Chao Zhenchun's heart. At the first Dragon Protector Vice Manor, Jun Luoluo arrived with Cheng Shifei, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Dear brother, who came up with such a mundane name? Jun Luoluo exclaimed. Hearing her remark, Lu Tian, who was occupied at his desk, looked up with a smile and inquired, What? Do you find the name I chose rather pedestrian? It is so cold here. Is this place near an ice cellar? Jun Luoluo suddenly exclaimed. Meanwhile, Cheng Shifei discreetly tugged at her sleeve, quietly pointing at Lu Tian and whispering, No, it's the killing intent emanating from the Lord. You should stop your nonsense. To which Jun Luoluo casually waved her hand, responding, There is no need to be afraid. This is my brother. He wouldn't harm me. She flashed a radiant smile at Lu Tian. Cheng Shifei, however, interjected with a fearful expression, He may not intend to harm you, but rather me. Can't you see the deep-seated malice in his eyes? The memory of that ghastly face he had witnessed one fateful night lingered in his mind, leaving him trembling in fear every time he encountered Lu Tian. Lu Tian set down his pen and turned to Jun Luoluo, smiling as he asked, Jun, what brings you here today? I'm just curious to see what interesting things my brother's Dragon Protector Vice Manor has to offer. She replied with a grin. Lu Tian, however, merely smiled faintly and remarked, I suspect your curiosity is more about wanting to accompany Cheng Shifei. How annoying, brother, Jun Luoluo retorted, her intentions exposed by Lu Tian's astute observation. Lu Tian chuckled softly, rising to his feet as he passed by Jun Luoluo and turned his attention to Cheng Shifei. Cheng Shifei, Lu Tian called softly. Upon hearing his name, Cheng Shifei stood rigidly and responded with a loud, I am here. Lu Tian glanced at him, his gaze as tranquil as still water, devoid of any discernible emotion. He had already acquired the martial techniques recorded within Cheng Shifei, save for the indestructible diamond technique. However, Lu Tian understood well that seeking to learn the indestructible diamond technique from Cheng Shifei would likely provoke his aversion. Fortunately, Lu Tian could still obtain it through missions, so there was no need for haste. Cheng Shifei, from now on, serve diligently under my command, and I shall ensure your family's honor. Whatever wealth you desire shall be yours. I understand, my lord. I will certainly fulfill my duties with utmost diligence. Cheng Shifei replied earnestly. Lu Tian smiled at his response and shifted the conversation, stating, "If you work hard, I can reveal to you the identities of your parents." At these words, Cheng Shifei's expression shifted instantaneously, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes before he vehemently shook his head. "Impossible, impossible. I don't even know who my parents are. How could you possibly know, my lord? You must be deceiving me." As he spoke, his expression grew increasingly grave. "Brother, do you truly know who Cheng Shifei's parents are?" Jun Luoluo asked, astonished. This is information even the Dragon Protector Manor could not uncover. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian smirked slightly, his eyes glinting with a cold amusement as he replied, "Unable to uncover it? I believe they simply lack the will to investigate." With a mocking expression, he then turned back to Cheng Shifei and declared, "That's because Cheng Shifei's father is none other than the former world-renowned master, Gu Santong." The revelation struck Cheng Shifei like a bolt of lightning, leaving him utterly stunned. My father is Gu Santong? The astonishment within him was profound, as he had never anticipated such a truth. Jun Luoluo, upon hearing this, displayed a similar shock, her expression turning serious as she exclaimed, "Gu Santong? Isn't he Cheng Shifei's master?" So his master is actually his father. However, Cheng Shifei was too consumed by an inexplicable sense of regret. I've found my father, yet I only met him for less than a day. His face was a mask of sorrow, tinged with an undercurrent of resentment. Jun Luoluo then recalled, her face filled with bewilderment. "Wait, was Gu Santong defeated by our uncle? Wouldn't that make him Cheng Shifei's enemy?" Cheng Shifei's countenance remained remarkably calm as he spoke slowly. "Do not worry. I will not implicate my lord. I shall voluntarily withdraw from the Dragon Protector Vice Manor. This vendetta is one I will settle myself." Upon hearing this, Jun Luoluo felt a tremor in her heart, having never witnessed Cheng Shifei so earnest. "There is no need for that," Lu Tian interjected abruptly, gesturing dismissively at the two of them. "You need not leave the Dragon Protector Vice Manor. I have no fear of the iron-willed Divine Marquis." After Lu Tian's assertion, Jun Luoluo spoke up once more. "But if you say that, brother, wouldn't you be opposing our uncle? He is the iron-willed Divine Marquis, who has rendered great service to the royal family." She voiced her concerns. Lu Tian, upon hearing this, allowed a cold smile to flicker across his lips. He regarded the two of them with an air of tranquility and stated, "The iron-willed Divine Marquis has merit, but Zhu Wushi is a villain. Aren't they one and the same?" Jun Luoluo asked. Bewildered. On the other hand, Cheng Shifei grasped the underlying meaning of Lu Tian's words. "My lord, from today onward, Cheng Shifei pledges his loyalty to you, ready to face any peril." Lu Tian chuckled heartily, his expression turning serious as he gazed intently at Cheng Shifei. "Very well, you shall accompany me on our expedition tomorrow. This marks the inaugural mission of our Hulong Vice Manor, and it must be executed splendidly." As soon as Lu Tian finished speaking, Cheng Shifei promptly responded, "Rest assured, I will ensure that the task for the Lord is carried out with utmost brilliance." Observing this exchange, Princess Yunluo's playful spirit was ignited, and she turned to Lu Tian, exclaiming, "What about me? I wish to join as well. Such delightful adventures cannot possibly exclude me." With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Lu Tian replied, "That is out of the question. This time we are journeying far to the Eastern Isles, and as a princess, it is not feasible for you to accompany us." Upon hearing this, a look of discontent crossed Yunluo's face. Yet she implored Lu Tian, "Brother Huang, I know you possess the most clever solutions. You must take me along." She reached out, shaking Lu Tian's arm earnestly. In response, Lu Tian laughed once more and stated, "Very well, provided you agree to one condition, I shall take you with me." "What condition? You need only speak." "Brother Huang." Yunluo's heart raced with trepidation, fearing that Lu Tian might propose an impossible demand, one that could prevent her from accompanying Cheng Shifei to the Eastern Isles. With a subtle smile, Lu Tian said, "I have a fondness for jewelry, and I have heard of a precious treasure in your possession, known as the Mermaid's Pearl. Should you gift it to me, I will persuade Brother Huang to allow you a brief respite from your duties." Though the Mermaid's Pearl was indeed valuable, Lu Tian's interest lay not in its worth, but rather in the fact that within it rested a rare Tianxiang Duku, the key to reviving Su Xin, thus becoming a significant leverage for Lu Tian. I was worried it might be some arduous condition, but I see now. I shall fetch it for you at once." Yunluo declared, beginning to search her person. For her, a piece of jewelry was insignificant compared to the prospect of joining Cheng Shifei. In no time, Yunluo produced the Mermaid's Pearl and handed it to Lu Tian. "Brother Huang, we have a pact. You must take me to the Eastern Isles." "Very well, I understand. You may return now." Lu Tian waved his hand, signaling for Yunluo and Cheng Shifei to depart. Once alone in the study, The atmosphere grew markedly quieter. Lu Tian pinched the mermaid's pearl between his fingers and suddenly applied force. Crack. The precious jewel shattered, revealing a single bean within. Lu Tian grasped the bean, and a message flickered in his peripheral vision. Beep. Congratulations. Host has acquired a 2-star treasure, Tianxiang Duku. Tianxiang Duku, 2-star treasure. Consuming the first bean prevents any serious injuries from worsening, though it induces a state of slumber. The second bean awakens the consumer, while the third grants eternal youth and beauty. The realization that Tianxiang Duku was a 2-star treasure filled Lu Tian with a sense of regret. It was lamentable that this precious item had become extinct and was unattainable. Beep. Genetic information of Tianxiang Duku has been fully acquired. The host may cultivate it independently. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Lu Tian's ear, causing him to raise his gaze in astonishment. Cultivation? What does this entail? He inquired, eager to understand the newfound functionality of the system. Tianxiang Duku is a 2-star treasure of great value. Thus, I have utilized source power to replicate its genes, allowing for future cultivation, the voice explained. Excitement spread across Lu Tian's face as he exclaimed, so we can cultivate it in the future. That is indeed splendid. At the very least, it grants me a treasure that ensures eternal youth. He expressed his satisfaction with the prospect of cultivating Tianxiang Duku. Surely, you need not be overly excited. With the system by your side, achieving eternal youth or even immortality is hardly a challenge. The voice found Lu Tian's enthusiasm rather peculiar. Lu Tian waved his hand dismissively, responding, you do not understand. For some, the gift of eternal youth holds immense significance. With the winds at our backs, we shall sail forth and conquer the seas. Lu Tian stood upon the deck of a magnificent treasure ship, gazing at the undulating waves before him, unable to resist reciting the words. This journey was to investigate the giant whale gang, necessitating sea travel. Their base lay in the Eastern Isles, with no land route connecting it to the Ming dynasty, thus necessitating a ship. Lu Tian had delayed his departure by a few days to prepare these treasure ships. These vessels measured 44 zhang in length and 18 zhang in width. Modeled after the ships used by Zheng He during his voyages, they constituted the mightiest fleet in the Ming dynasty's naval forces. Lu Tian had remained for several days, requesting a dozen treasure ships from the young emperor, enough to establish a formidable maritime presence. Accompanying Lu Tian were not only a considerable number of subordinates from Hulong Vice Manor, but also one particular individual. Lord, you truly possess an exquisite sense of enjoyment. Shangwan Haidang approached, remarking. Originally intending to accompany Duan Tianya, she had lingered a few days longer due to Zhu Wusher's directive to surveil Lu Tian. Ah, Haidang, you are awake. Our fleet shall set sail for approximately 10 days before we reach the Eastern Isles, Lu Tian said to Shangwan Haidang, his tone filled with concern. A faint blush crossed Haitang's cheeks as she realized Lu Tian held her in such regard. She lifted her gaze to the horizon, her beautiful eyes clouded with uncertainty. Lord, are we truly bringing so many people to investigate the giant whale gang? These dozen ships, each with over 200 sailors, combined with a myriad of other personnel, totals nearly 3,000 individuals. This hardly appears to be an investigation but rather a preparation for battle. Lu Tian laughed heartily, his words laden with significance. You shall understand the purpose in due time. His vague response only deepened Shangwan Haitang's concern. Could it be that her adoptive father was correct in suggesting that the loyal and brave lord had ulterior motives? Lord, all preparations have been made. At that moment, Badu and Cheng Shifei approached. This was Badu's first appearance before Shangwan Haidang, and the aura he exuded caused her heart to tremble, though she had not delved deeply into his background. Badu's presence was undeniably that of a formidable expert. Where did the loyal and brave lord find such a skilled fighter? Badu's aura rivaled that of Idao. He must be a master with the blade, she surmised. After hearing Badu's report, a smile spread across Lu Tian's face. Excellent. Ensure that all 3,000 individuals arrive at the Eastern Isles intact. Understood. My lord. I shall arrange everything with utmost caution, Badu responded. As a former leader of the Heartless Mountain Manor, he was among the rare managerial talents. Lu Tian raised an eyebrow and suddenly addressed Shangwan Haidang. By the way, Haidang, I almost forgot to introduce you. This is our Hulong Vice Manor's second-ranked undercover agent, Badu. What, Badu? Upon learning of his identity, Shangwan Haidang was taken aback, her expression one of astonishment. Moreover, he was the second-ranked agent. What troubled her further was the implications of Badu's position. Is this a challenge? Shangwan Haitang's heart swelled with apprehension. Seeing her astonished expression, Lu Tian couldn't help but chuckle. What do you think? Is my second-ranked undercover agent not a source of pride? Lu Tian inquired. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Haidang lowered her brows and solemnly asked, is the Divine Marquis, summoning Ba Dao to serve as the second-ranking undercover agent in this territory to deal with Gui Hai Dao. It was evident that the position of second-ranking undercover agent was specifically tailored for Gui Hai Dao, considering the profound enmity between the two masters and disciples, which Shangguan Haitang was acutely aware of. I harbor no such intentions. This position was personally requested by Ba Dao that I merely acquiesced to my subordinate's request, Lu Tian explained, genuinely asserting that it was not his own idea, having been defeated by Gui Hai Dao in the past. Ba Dao, recognizing his inferiority to his disciple, chose to retreat from the world. Though he felt a sense of indignation, he understood that he was no match for Gui Hai Dao and had little to contest. However, the current Ba Dao, having gleaned the principle of detached compassion from Lu Tian, had refined his swordsmanship through the understanding of a compassionate yet ruthless strike. This evolution in his technique diminished his previous acceptance of defeat and instead ignited a desire to reclaim his former glory. In essence, Ba Dao sought to challenge Gui Hai Dao once more and reclaim the title of the world's foremost swordsman. As Ba Dao spoke, Shangguan Haitang's heart was filled with complex emotions. Harboring an unspoken concern for Gui Hai Dao, surely, Yi Dao can prevail, she mused silently. Since learning of Ba Dao's identity, her spirits had been consistently low. During their time together, Lu Tian would engage her in conversation amidst his training. And 10 days swiftly passed. "My lord, we shall soon reach the shore," Ba Dao informed Lu Tian. "Prepare to disembark," Lu Tian proclaimed with youthful exuberance. The past 10 days had seen Lu Tian's internal strength progress significantly, instilling him with confidence for their journey to the east. Upon their arrival in the east, half of the group proceeded directly into the territory to establish a base, while the other half remained aboard the vessel. Accompanying them were the elite naval forces of the Ming dynasty, comprising skilled individuals proficient in setting up encampments. Before long, a large tent was erected not far from the headquarters of the Great Whale Gang. Once the tent was established, Lu Tian and his companions convened within to deliberate their next course of action. Ba Dao, please send someone to locate Duan Tianya. He arrived a few days ahead of us and should possess information we are yet unaware of. Lu Tian instructed. Ba Dao promptly replied, "Rest assured, my lord, I will dispatch someone at once." Meanwhile, Shangguan Haitang felt a flicker of gratitude upon hearing Lu Tian's intent to seek out Duan Tianya. "Thank you," she whispered appreciatively. Lu Tian waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It is merely part of fulfilling our mission, so your gratitude is unnecessary." Yet, despite his words, Shangguan Haitang's heart remained imbued with gratitude. "My lord, what about me? My invincible Xiao Fei Fei can no longer contain her innate power." Chang Shifei, noticing Lu Tian's allocation of tasks, interjected eagerly. Lu Tian turned his gaze toward Chang Shifei, stating, "Your task is to keep a close eye on Yun Luo and ensure she does not inadvertently wander off." "Is that all? What am I to do in the east then?" Chang Shifei retorted, discontented. Lu Tian's gaze sharpened. "I assure you, I will complete the task," Chang Shifei replied, retracting his neck in trepidation upon seeing Lu Tian. He felt akin to a mouse in the presence of a cat, filled with dread. As the night fell, news regarding Duan Tianya's whereabouts emerged. Within the large tent, Ba Dao entered, dragging a man behind him. "Who is this?" Lu Tian inquired. "Reporting to my lord, this man was lurking suspiciously outside the camp, so I apprehended him," Ba Dao replied. "You are all from the Central Plains, so you must be friends of Brother Duan?" the man exclaimed upon entering the tent. "Brother Duan, you mean Duan Tianya?" Shangguan Haitang's interest piqued at these words. "Indeed, that is Brother Duan. Are you friends of his? With so many in your ranks, you must possess formidable skills." "You are surely affiliated with the court," the man observed, his gaze towards Ba Dao tinged with fear. Having merely drawn his blade, Ba Dao had subdued the man, showcasing prowess comparable to that of the famed Yagyu Taijima no Kami from years past. "Who are you?" Lu Tian countered with a question of his own. Aware that he could no longer conceal his identity, the man stood upright and declared, "I am Kobayashi Masaru, an IGA ninja and a close friend of Brother Duan." "IGA ninja, that indeed aligns with the place where Brother Duan once honed his skills," Shangguan Haitang exclaimed. "Can you tell us where Brother Duan is now?" Kobayashi Masaru's eyes filled with urgency as he replied. "Brother Duan is currently trapped within the Great Whale Gang. You must hurry to rescue him. If you delay, he may be killed." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Haitang's heart tightened with anxiety, prompting her to ask, "What has transpired? What has happened to Brother Duan?" Lu Tian also straightened, seeking answers. "Yes, what exactly occurred?" he pressed. Kobayashi Masaru explained, "I encountered Brother Duan by chance. He mentioned that he was tasked with investigating the Great Whale Gang. Initially, the investigation was proceeding smoothly until he encountered Yagyu Taijima no Kami and was subsequently captured. Indeed, the Great Whale Gang is connected to the Yagyu clan. Shangguan Haitang pondered aloud. The Yagyu clan held significant influence within the martial world of the East and wielded considerable power even before the Tokugawa shogunate. Lu Tian elaborated on the Yagyu clan's influence, stating, in this era, the East is not as it was in history, it has entered the shogunate period. Yagyu Taijima no Kami serves the Tokugawa shogunate. Yet his focus remains on the martial world of the East. His ambition has always been to become the leader of the martial world in the East. Listening to Lu Tian's words, Kobayashi Masaru felt a wave of astonishment. The Central Plains individuals possess such profound knowledge of the East. It sent chills down his spine. If the Great Whale Gang had indeed captured Duantianya, it signified their defection, rendering any formalities unnecessary. With this realization, Lu Tian abruptly rose, exuding an intense aura. Ba Dao immediately issued the command to assemble. Tonight we shall launch a night raid on the Great Whale Gang. As you command, my lord, Ba Dao responded, promptly exiting to inform the troops. Meanwhile, Kobayashi Masaru was left in a state of shock, unprepared for Lu Tian's decisiveness. Was a great battle about to unfold? He thought with trepidation. Sensing an impending calamity, with Lu Tian's command, the 1,500 men disembarked, rallying with a different vigor. This formidable force, seasoned in countless battles, approached the headquarters of the Great Whale Gang with an undeniable momentum. In the darkness, torches blazed and blades glimmered, creating an atmosphere thick with the foreboding of violence. My lord, ahead lies the Great Whale Gang. How shall we engage? Ba Dao stood resolutely, his aura brimming with lethal intent. Leading the charge was Lu Tian, who surveyed the Great Whale Gang's stronghold and declared, we attack directly. We shall trample the Great Whale Gang. Kill. With Lu Tian's rallying cry, Ba Dao struck first, followed closely by the others as they surged into the fray. The Great Whale Gang, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, scrambled to mount a defense. Yet, they were a beat too slow. The initial wave of disciples fell before they could react. Defend the Great Whale Gang. Kill, shouted the disciples, attempting to rally their spirits. In the next moment, a blade cleaved through one of them, ending his life. Heed the my lord's command. Tonight we trample the Great Whale Gang. Any who resist shall be mercilessly slain. Amidst the chaos and fierce skirmishes outside, the interior of the Whale Gang was aglow with lights. A gathering of high-ranking members of the Whale Gang convened in the hall, seemingly celebrating some momentous occasion. Elderly, it appears that come tomorrow, you shall be addressed as chiefly. From now on, we shall rely on your leadership to guide the Whale Gang towards greater heights. Exalted one. Indeed. The Whale Gang owes its current stature to your monumental contributions. The flattery resounded, and a smug expression spread across elderly Tianhao's face. Haha, I am but unworthy of such praise, he responded with feigned modesty. However, my nephew, although he bears the title of chief, has shamefully chosen to be a dog of the Ming dynasty. Now, is he not in my grasp? Li Tianhao laughed heartily, his laughter tinged with arrogance. Not good. Elderly, a group of people is attacking from outside. Suddenly, a disciple burst into the Whale Gang's headquarters, his face twisted in terror. Who dares to provoke the Whale Gang? Are they seeking death? Li Tianhao slammed his palm on the table, his voice booming. Just as he was establishing his authority, someone dared to slap him in the face. They seemed to be dressed like the Ming army. The disciple exclaimed in fear. Nonsense. Li Tianhao retorted coldly. This is the Eastern Isles. How could the Ming army possibly arrive here? Do you think they are heavenly soldiers? Li Tianhao was filled with disbelief and did not trust the disciple's words. Chiefly, I too have heard the sounds of battle outside. It appears that indeed, someone has arrived, remarked a middle-aged man clad in samurai attire. His expression grave and emanating an icy demeanor. This man was Yagyu Damisumori, the leader of the Yagyu Shinkajiryu. Mr. Yagyu, do you also believe the Ming army is outside? Li Tianhao asked, his irritation mounting as he slammed the table again, exclaiming, if there truly is a Ming army, I shall devour this table. Suddenly, applause erupted in the hall, catching everyone's attention. Who dares to sneak about? Yagyu Damisumori barked, his expression tense. His martial prowess was formidable, yet he felt a sense of unease as someone had evaded his scrutiny to enter the hall, indicating that the intruder was exceptionally skilled. Sneak about. I entered through the front door most openly, came a voice, and a flurry of snowflakes drifted into the hall as a man stepped inside, exuding an imposing presence. Snow. At this sight, everyone was taken aback. It was only early autumn, and while the Eastern Isles were typically chilly, it was not the season for snow. This man brought with him a chilling aura, the snowflakes falling around him a manifestation of his icy inner energy. Such a legendary scene filled the members of the Whale Gang with trepidation. Your inner strength is quite profound. However, may I inquire what brings you to the Whale Gang? Lu Tian demanded, though beneath his bravado, he instinctively inched behind Yagyu Damasamori for cover. Yagyu Damasamori narrowed his eyes, his focus sharpening. The man before them was none other than Lu Tian, with a faint smile. He replied, "Did you not say that if the Ming army were to arrive, you would consume this table? I have come to serve you your meal." With that, Lu Tian struck the table with his palm. Crack! His chilling inner energy surged forth, instantly shattering the wooden table into splinters, one piece hurtling directly towards Lu Tian. "Please enjoy this wooden shard. Protect the elder," Yagyu Damasamori shouted, drawing his samurai blade in an instant. With a swift flash, he shattered the wooden shard sent by Lu Tian. As the leader of Yagyu Shinkajryu, Yagyu Damasamori possessed immense strength. While he may not rival the likes of Chao Zhengchun or Zhu Wushi, he could certainly overpower Duan Tianya. Gripping his blade, Yagyu Damasamori assumed a combat stance. "You refer to yourself as this lord, might you be a noble of the Ming dynasty?" he inquired, circling around Lu Tian. To his discerning eyes, Lu Tian remained devoid of any vulnerabilities, making it difficult to find an opening for attack. Lu Tian smiled coldly, his eyes glinting with frost. "I am the loyal and brave divine Marquis, the Lord of Hulong Manor, here to investigate the Whale Gang's assassination of the emperor." Upon hearing this, both Yagyu Damasamori and Lu Tian showed signs of shock. The assassination of the emperor was a matter they had concealed with great care. Yet it had somehow come to light. My lord, there must be a misunderstanding, Lu Tian interjected, steeling himself. If they could not clarify matters today, the Whale Gang would surely face annihilation. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Lu Tian retorted, his expression devoid of warmth. The intensity of his gaze sent a shiver down Lu Tian's spine, instilling in him an inexplicable fear. That gaze was so menacing that even a seasoned figure like Lu Tian felt overwhelmed. "It truly is a misunderstanding. Our Whale Gang maintains a close relationship with the court and often assists in combating pirate invaders." As he spoke, Lu Tian forced a smile, adding, "My lord, we are all one family." Lu Tian's cold smile deepened, revealing his disdain. "The Ming dynasty requires no family, only obedient dogs." With those words, the hall fell into a heavy silence. The malice embedded in his statement was palpable, causing Lu Tian's heart to race as he realized that today's predicament would not be easily resolved. He narrowed his eyes yet quickly exclaimed, "So, my lord, are you launching an unwarranted assault on the Whale Gang without any evidence? Are you not concerned about the repercussions of such actions, which may tarnish the Ming dynasty's reputation?" Lu Tian's lips curled into a more pronounced smirk at these words. "What a sharp tongue you possess, truly a silver-tongued orator." With a wave of his hand, several figures emerged from the entrance. "Divine Marquis, we have essentially seized control of the Whale Gang's headquarters. While there are still minor pockets of resistance, they will not hold out much longer." The foremost figure, Badu, spoke directly. "What?" Upon hearing this, Lu Tian felt a rush of blood to his mouth. Nearly spitting out blood, he had never anticipated that such a large faction as the Whale Gang would be subdued so easily. "Mr. Yagyu, please take me away. We can surely rise again," Lu Tian beseeched Yagyu Damasamori, placing his hopes of survival in him. However, Yagyu Damasamori paid him no heed. Upon Badu's arrival, his expression had grown increasingly tense. A master of the blade, Badu had made a lasting impression on Yagyu Damasamori. "Before we clarify the situation, do you intend to flee?" Lu Tian's voice was frigid, an aura akin to the chill of 1,000-year frost enveloping Lu Tian. Lu Tian felt his breath catch, the pressure rendering him hesitant to move. "You claimed I had no evidence. I shall present the evidence for you," Lu Tian declared, waving his hand. Two plum blossom darts suddenly shot forth, embedding themselves in the pillars of the room. These two darts were the very weapons used to assassinate the true princess of the outlying cloud state, strikingly similar to those employed by certain members of the Whale Gang. Does this count as evidence? Lu Tian gazed at the darts embedded in the pillar, their shape unrecognizable, swallowing hard without uttering a word. "There are plenty of plum blossom darts in the Eastern Isles. Does not one of your compatriots, the IGA ninja, specialize in such weapons?" Yashikata, the guardian of the Yagyu clan, was utterly terrified upon witnessing Lu Tian's dismay, realizing that he could no longer rely on him. He then spoke up himself, asserting that as long as one remained steadfast and did not relent, without concrete evidence, Lu Tian could not act arbitrarily. One could only say that Yashikata was sadly mistaken in his understanding of Lu Tian's character. Had he truly comprehended it, such thoughts would never have crossed his mind. Lu Tian, having overheard these words, turned to find Kobayashi visibly flustered, clearly taken aback that Yashikata had directly pointed him out. A cold smile crept across Lu Tian's face as he waved his arm, unleashing a wave of chilling air that further dropped the temperature in the room. This evidence is insufficient. I possess other proof. Lu Tian's expression grew even more frigid. Someone has reported to me that your whale gang has invited ninjas from the Yagyu clan and the IGA faction to train your assassins, among whom is one skilled in the art of cross-dressing, taken as an adopted son by elderly Tian Hao. Is that person not the false Princess Li Xiu? Lu Tian's voice resonated like thunder, sending a shockwave through the hearts of Li Tian Hao and his companions. This information had been gleaned during Lu Tian's inquiries on the road. How did you come to know this? Li Tian Hao suddenly reacted, turning his gaze to the utterly humiliated Kobayashi behind Lu Tian. Oh, it was you who leaked the information. In an instant, Li Tian Hao identified the informant. You were invited here by elderly, yet you betrayed your master. You ought to commit seppuku. Yashikata glared at Kobayashi, his face a mask of fury. Hearing this, Kobayashi covered his face with his hands in shame. Observing this, Lu Tian smirked again before continuing. Furthermore, someone has reported that you, Yashikata, captured the court's foremost secret agent, thus positioning yourself as an enemy of the court. Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Yashikata's complexion paled dramatically, his gaze toward Kobayashi now laced with murderous intent. At this moment, Kobayashi was already contemplating a hasty retreat. There's no need for the Lord to say more. Now everyone knows I was the one who leaked the information, Kobayashi thought to himself. Suddenly, amidst the tense standoff, Shangwan Haitang gracefully entered the hall, her expression fraught with anxiety. My lord, I just searched the entire whale gang stronghold and found no sign of Brother Duan, she exclaimed. After breaching the whale gang stronghold, Shangwan Haitang had begun her search for Duan Tianya, but her efforts yielded no results, leaving her no choice but to consult Lu Tian. Upon hearing her words, Lu Tian turned to Yashikata. Where have you hidden Duan Tianya? Upon hearing Lu Tian's inquiry, Yashikata's expression faltered, a look of confusion crossing his face. Seeing that look, Lu Tian surmised that this man likely had no clue where Duan Tianya had gone. Enough of this. There is no need to question you further. It's better to subdue you first. Lu Tian snorted coldly, a sneer emerging in his eyes. With a swift movement, he propelled himself forward, leaving a trail of frost on the ground, a manifestation of his internal energy. Instantly, the entire hall was enveloped in swirling snowflakes and biting winds as Lu Tian stepped forth, carrying with him an icy gale that struck with lethal force. As he punched, Lu Tian's arm became rigid, seemingly transformed into a solid block, yet the strength behind his strike was inescapable. Such formidable internal energy. Yashikata's face turned ashen as he realized just how terrifying Lu Tian's power truly was. In that moment, Yashikata gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, roaring as he swung, God of Death's blade. In that instant, the trajectory of Yashikata's long sword was imbued with a fearsome force, hurtling towards Lu Tian. Watch out, my lord. Shangwan Haitang cried out in alarm. No need for concern. The Lord's strength is formidable, Badeo reassured her. With Badeo's declaration, a thunderous explosion erupted where the two clashed, causing the hall to tremble. The blade aura of the God of Death's blade was intensely powerful, the cutting force so terrifying that any ordinary person who drew near would likely be cleaved in twain. However, Lu Tian's body was enveloped in an expanding frost aura, forming a protective layer that deflected the blade energy. Lu Tian's fist then struck Yashikata squarely in the chest, sending him crashing against the rear wall, and even with residual force, he broke through, tumbling into the garden beyond. Yashikata, have you contemplated how you shall meet your demise? Lu Tian remarked, stepping forward to pursue him. As Lu Tian sent Yashikata crashing into the garden, he followed closely behind. Yashikata, having shattered the rear wall and fallen to the ground, coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the earth a vivid crimson. Such powerful martial arts, I am no match for this man. Yashikata realized he stood no chance against Lu Tian, and thoughts of flight began to form in his mind. Ambitious by nature, Yashikata was determined not to perish in this place. Suddenly, he roared in fury, swinging his samurai sword with all his might, producing a blinding flash of light akin to a bolt of aurora streaking across the sky, the terrifying blade energy slicing through the air. Lacking in killing intent, have you lost the strength even to wield your sword? Lu Tian mocked, a cold smile gracing his features. This sword light, while seemingly fierce, paled in comparison to the earlier God of Death's blade. Lu Tian, such an attack felt little more than a mere tickle. Lu Tian unleashed a punch, the frost energy rippling outward, distorting the very fabric of space as the chill threatened to crystallize the air. The blade energy met with Lu Tian's formidable frost aura, shattering without a hint of resistance. However, There was no hint of despair or fear in Yashikata's eyes. He instead prepared to leap over the wall to flee. As Lu Tian observed, he halted his pursuit. An opportunity. Yashikata's heart leapt with joy. As long as Lu Tian did not follow, he was certain he could escape. Great power, diamond leg. Just as Yashikata was about to dash out, a loud voice rang out. Boom! In the next moment, a colossal foot struck him, and with no time to evade, he was kicked. In an instant, Yashikata found himself face to face with Lu Tian's handsome visage. The entire whale gang is surrounded by my people. I have laid traps on all sides. Do you truly believe you can escape? Lu Tian cast a glance of appreciation at Cheng Shifei atop the high wall before fixing his gaze back on Yashikata. Upon hearing this, Yashikata's face turned a ghastly shade. His previously open path to survival had been abruptly severed, plunging him into despair. At this juncture, Yashikata's mindset shifted. If escape is impossible, then I shall take you down with me, he declared, gripping his sword with hands that now bulged with tension, appearing genuinely prepared to fight to the death. A fierce wind howled around him, as Yashikata unleashed a formidable aura. My lord, leave this scoundrel to me. Badeo brandished his long knife, his own terrifying aura erupting in response. No need. A mere Yashikata is hardly worth my concern, Lu Tian replied coldly, his expression one of utter disdain. He smoothly drew a treasured sword, prepared to engage not with fists but with blade. In this moment, Lu Tian was no longer the same. His swordsmanship had matured to a commendable level, and he was eager to test his skills against Yashikata. Let us see how you fare against my swordsmanship, Lu Tian mused, raising his long blade and pointing it at Yashikata. Come now, if you can defeat me, I shall grant you your freedom. Really? Upon hearing these words, Lu Danma Shou felt a surge of joy within, akin to the sensation of light breaking through the darkness. Very well, I hope the Lord will not go back on his word. As Lu Danma Shou spoke, he suddenly charged towards Lu Tian with astonishing speed, his katana emanating a chilling light. Slash, 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 the killing goddess blade. Lu Danma Shou shouted loudly as he swung his longsword, unleashing a terrifying blade of light that seemed intent on severing everything in its path. However, Lu Tian showed no fear. Instead, he swung his longsword with great force. Whoosh! From Lu Tian's sword, a similar beam of light erupted, hurtling forward with tremendous power. The Lord's swordsmanship is remarkably formidable. In the distance, Shangguan Haidang exclaimed in astonishment, having never witnessed Lu Tian's swordsmanship before. Humph, this is nothing for the Lord, Ba Dao remarked. Only Ba Dao understood the situation. Lu Tian had not trained in swordsmanship for long, yet now, despite having mastered the emotionless severing strike, Ba Dao could not confidently claim superiority over Lu Tian's skills. Boom, boom. The clash of their sword energies produced a series of thunderous roars. The two figures danced around each other, their swords clashing with unparalleled speed. What an impressive display of sword energy. Ba Dao watched with wide eyes. Lu Tian's swordsmanship was astonishing, and Lu Danma Shou's strength was not to be underestimated either. Their duel was indeed a thrilling spectacle for Ba Dao, a master of the sword arts. Indeed, this battle is intensely fierce. Should we not assist the Lord? Cheng Shifei inquired, having joined the fray. Do not approach. Ba Dao grasped Cheng Shifei's arm firmly. The area surrounding the Lord is now enveloped in invisible sword energy. If we rashly charge in, we will surely be gravely injured. Ba Dao warned. How dangerous. Cheng Shifei recoiled at the thought, hesitating to advance any further. The sounds of their fierce battle echoed relentlessly, and Lu Tian could feel his swordsmanship advancing at an extraordinary pace. Indeed, combat is the most rapid means of improvement, Lu Tian mused, realizing that after becoming familiar with Lu Danma Shou's techniques, he had gained the upper hand. Lu Danma Shou was increasingly astonished, his heart racing with disbelief. I must unleash my ultimate technique, he thought, pivoting his long sword in his grip. Snow falls upon the world. Suddenly, Lu Danma Shou redirected his blade and executed a pinnacle technique from the Lu Sheng Nuyin Flow swordsmanship. Sensing the explosive energy from Lu Danma Shou's blade, Lu Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. At last, this is becoming interesting, Lu Tian remarked with a cold smirk. Swish, in that moment, Lu Tian's body underwent a transformation. A surge of icy true energy coursed through him, radiating an aura of chill. His skin began to pale. At this juncture, Lu Tian activated the principles of the zombie fist, placing himself in a state of absolute calm. Emotionless severing strike. The next instant, Lu Tian swung his longsword with ferocity. Whoosh, the terrifying blade light surged forth, directly confronting Lu Danma Shou's edge. Boom, the clash of their energies erupted in a deafening explosion, enveloping the entire space. Puff, puff. In the next moment, Lu Danma Shou spat out several mouthfuls of blood, his body hurtling backward and crashing to the ground. You squandered your opportunity, Lu Tian coldly remarked as he gazed at Lu Shang Danma's show. Ding. Host has slain Lu Shang Danma's show, acquiring the skill-killing goddess blade. The voice from the system stirred Lu Tian's heart, bringing him a surge of excitement. I actually obtained the killing goddess blade? The blossoming system indeed grants skills upon the elimination of significant figures. However, the probability was so low that Lu Tian had nearly forgotten about this capability. Hearing the system's notification now reminded him of it. Having slain Lu Shang Danma's show, did that mean if I killed Zhu Wushi, I would acquire the absorption technique? Lu Tian's thoughts wandered, his gaze flickering until he suddenly noticed Qing Shifei beside him. If I were to eliminate Qing Shifei, perhaps I could gain the indestructible body. Qing Shifei felt a jolt at Lu Tian's glance and quickly exclaimed, "Wow, the Lord's gaze just now was quite terrifying." Upon hearing this, Lu Tian's heart stirred, and he promptly withdrew from the state of the zombie fist, returning to his human sensibilities. Blossoming. Did I just fall into madness? Lu Tian's expression softened as he immediately called for Blossoming. Blossoming responded swiftly, "Host, you were in a state of absolute rationality, thus your thought process was straightforward and devoid of moral dichotomies. It was not madness." As she spoke, Blossoming's voice suddenly rose, with the system present. "The host shall never fall into madness in this world." Upon hearing Blossoming's words, Lu Tian's heart swelled with joy. "I shall not fall into madness in this world. That is splendid. This means I can pursue martial arts training with far fewer concerns, allowing me to focus without hesitation. My lord, Lu Shang Danma's show is dead." Observing Lu Tian standing still, Ba Dao and the others finally approached, carrying Lu Shang Danma's show's lifeless body. At these words, Lu Tian's eyes shifted, snapping him back to reality. "Gather him up. I will return him to his family shortly," Lu Tian instructed. Then, Ba Dao brought Li Tianhao and the others before Lu Tian. My lord, how shall we deal with these individuals? Lu Tian waved his hand dismissively, his expression nonchalant. "Eliminate them." "Very well, my lord." Ba Dao swiftly drew his sword, effortlessly slaying the group with a single stroke each. "Your Highness, look what I've found." Just as Lu Tian prepared to leave, he suddenly heard the voice of Princess Yun Luo. Lu Tian looked up to see Princess Yun Luo leading a contingent of Ming soldiers, accompanied by several members of the giant whale gang. What scheme has Yun Luo devised this time? Lu Tian thought with amusement as he stepped forward. Li Zhengkai, the leader of the giant whale gang. "Pay my respects to the Lord." The middle-aged man at the forefront immediately knelt down. The followers behind him also knelt, trembling in fear. The leader of the giant whale gang. Lu Tian chuckled lightly, his gaze filled with disdain. This giant whale gang has already been eradicated. Is there still a leader? Boom! Upon hearing this, Li Zhengkai felt as if struck by lightning, his heart quaking. My lord, the rebellion of the giant whale gang was orchestrated by elder Li Tianhao. I was completely unaware of it, Li Zhengkai hurriedly explained, panic etched across his face. At that moment, Xiaolin stepped forward, adding, "My lord, Leader Li enjoys poetry and calligraphy and has been lax in managing the giant whale gang. These claims should hold some truth." Upon hearing Xiaolin's words, joy flickered across Li Zhengkai's face. He disregarded his pride and quickly pleaded, "Indeed, I do enjoy calligraphy, and I have indeed neglected the management of the giant whale gang. I had no part in any of this. Please believe me, my lord." Lu Tian nodded thoughtfully and then spoke earnestly, "I believe you absolutely had no involvement." Upon hearing this, Li Zhengkai breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lu Tian's next words caused his heart to leap into his throat. "Regardless, the giant whale gang is doomed. Your guilt or innocence matters little now." Lu Tian's expression remained calm as he uttered these words, sealing the fate of the giant whale gang. Hearing this, Li Zhengkai's body weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. "The giant whale gang is finished," he stammered. My lord, I have something to say." At that moment, one of the giant whale gang's members suddenly spoke, capturing Lu Tian's attention. "Oh, what do you have to say?" Lu Tian inquired, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. My lord, the whale gang wields considerable power throughout the eastern Japan, governing several counties. Should the whale gang be eradicated, these territories would inevitably fall into the hands of the Japanese. Upon uttering this, the man clasped his hands respectfully towards Lu Tian and continued, "However, if you were to spare the whale gang, these regions would become your allies." Upon hearing this, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. "Wang Ji, do not speak nonsense," Li Zhengkai exclaimed, promptly reprimanding him. "The matters concerning the whale gang do not require your input." In response, Lu Tian merely gestured for Li Zhengkai to cease his words. He regarded Wang Ji with admiration and spoke, "So your name is Wang Ji?" "Indeed." I am called Wang Ji, with the courtesy name Wufeng. Wang Ji replied. Lu Tian's interest deepened at this revelation. Captain Wufeng Wang Ji, I never expected to meet the future pirate leader. Recognizing the potential in Wang Ji, Lu Tian realized that if utilized wisely, he could indeed be a significant asset. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Tian issued a command. You have made a compelling argument. The presence of the whale gang is advantageous to the court. He then turned to Li Zhengkai, as if announcing a decree. In that case, I shall reinstate the whale gang. From this day forth, you shall remain the leader, while I appoint Wang Ji as the vice leader. Who is in favor, and who is against? Upon concluding his statement, an eerie silence pervaded the room. No one dared to voice an objection. We shall obey your command, my lord. The assembly responded, their faces adorned with reverence. The whale gang shall henceforth serve you wholeheartedly, Wang Ji declared promptly. Indeed, Li Zhengkai echoed, albeit in a somewhat sluggish manner. Seeing this, Lu Tian chuckled heartily. The whale gang controlled a substantial territory, and their ranks were filled with capable individuals. Had Lu Tian not opted for a direct assault on their stronghold, but rather engaged in a comprehensive confrontation, capturing them would not have been so effortless. Meanwhile, Shangguan Haitang gazed at Lu Tian subduing the whale gang. A flicker of concern passing through her mind. I wonder if this is a fortuitous turn of events for my adoptive father. Inside the whale gang's main hall, tranquility had returned, blood had been washed away, and broken furniture replaced. Lu Tian reclined casually in a newly positioned chair, flanked by his bodyguards, Ba Dao and Cheng Shifei. In front of him knelt the high-ranking members of the whale gang, led by Li Zhengkai, their expressions grave. At that moment, Lu Tian exuded an air of superiority, reminiscent of a mountain eagle surveying its domain. Suddenly, footsteps echoed as Wang Ji entered, kneeling on one knee with clenched fist raised high. The whale gang's stronghold is under control. How shall the upper echelons be dealt with, my lord? Recently elevated to vice leader, Wang Ji had employed various tactics to ensure the whale gang's complete submission to Lu Tian. Listening attentively, Lu Tian maintained his composure as he turned his gaze to Li Zhengkai. Do you have any objections, leader Li? Li Zhengkai, known for his laid-back demeanor, preferred the art of calligraphy over leadership and bore no grievances towards Lu Tian. In fact, he felt gratitude for Lu Tian saving his life, as otherwise, he might have fallen victim to Li Tianhao. Filled with unwavering loyalty towards Lu Tian, Li Zhengkai proposed, my lord, the faction loyal to Li Tianhao has been eliminated, leaving only those who were steadfast to the gang. If you were to retain these individuals, they could assist you in firmly securing the whale gang. The whale gang's jurisdiction was extensive, nearly governing the entirety of eastern Japan. Without adequate talent, managing such a domain would be impossible. Lu Tian, not inclined towards immediate extermination, tapped the armrest of his chair and stated, in that case, I shall spare your lives. Thank you, my lord. The members of the whale gang quickly bowed their heads in gratitude. After addressing these individuals, Lu Tian turned to Kobayashi Masaru, inquiring, do you know the whereabouts of the death warriors trained by the Yagyu clan and the IGA faction for the whale gang? To conspire against him, Li Tianhao had summoned Yagyu Damasu and Kobayashi Masaru to train these death warriors. At present, this group was not within the whale gang's stronghold. Failing to track their movements would severely hinder future endeavors. Kobayashi Masaru's expression shifted at Lu Tian's inquiry, yet he did not dare conceal the truth. My lord, I know their location and can lead you there at any time. He promptly pledged his allegiance, not daring to show any sign of defiance. Observing this, Lu Tian smiled faintly. Very well, the IGA faction indeed knows how to be pragmatic. After offering praise, Lu Tian called out, Ba Dao, at your service. Ba Dao responded without delay. Lu Tian nodded. Accompany Kobayashi Masaru and locate these death warriors. If you can subdue them, do so. Understood, Ba Dao replied, unable to resist stroking his blade. Having resumed his path of swordsmanship, Ba Dao had reforged his weapon and kept it close at hand. Among Lu Tian's subordinates, besides Cheng Shifei, none could rival Ba Dao's prowess. Entrusting this task to Ba Dao filled Lu Tian with confidence. Ba Dao and Kobayashi Masaru soon departed the hall, preparing to find the secret training grounds of the death warriors. As Lu Tian watched them leave, he inquired, does anyone know the location of the Yagyu family's dojo? Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, a weight of apprehension settling over them. They were acutely aware that Lu Tian's questioning signified an imminent strike against the Yagyu family. However, the family was nearly extinct, with Yagyu Damasu being the last remnant of their lineage. My lord, I am willing to guide you. One subordinate offered. I too am willing. Another chimed in such matters. No one found it difficult to offer assistance. Very well, prepare yourselves. We shall head to the Yagyu family tomorrow, Lu Tian declared, solidifying the plan. The following day, the sun shone brightly. The azure sky was adorned with a few wispy clouds, creating an idyllic atmosphere. From the Whale Gang stronghold, Lu Tian led a group to the Yagyu family's dojo. The Yagyu Shin no Ryu, renowned in the martial world of eastern Japan, had never before faced such a predicament. What is happening? Why are there so many soldiers surrounding us? Is the general planning to strike against us? No, these individuals are not the general's men. They are from the mainland. How dare they? What are mainlanders doing here? Hurry, inform the young lady. Lu Tian's arrival sent the Yagyu Shin no Ryu dojo into chaos as the members hastily gathered to confront Lu Tian's entourage. Yet, fear gripped their hearts, their hands trembling around their weapons. Creak. The dojo's doors swung open, revealing a woman clad in a kimono, who stepped forth. Upon seeing her, Lu Tian was struck by her stunning beauty, her pale complexion tinged with a hint of alarm. Who are you, and why have you come to our Yagyu family's dojo? She demanded. As her gaze fell upon Lu Tian's face, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. What a handsome man, she thought to herself. Captivated. Lu Tian, undeterred by her admiration, stepped forward and proclaimed, I am the loyal and brave God Marquis of the Ming dynasty, here to seek justice. After delivering his declaration, he regarded the woman with calm curiosity. Are you the head of the Yagyu family? Upon hearing those words, the woman was taken aback, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Nevertheless, she hesitated not, addressing Lu Tian directly. I am Lu Xing Piaosu, the daughter of the Lu Xing family head. Dan Ma Shou. It is my father who is the true leader of the Lu Xing clan. Lu Tian nodded in acknowledgement, but immediately asserted, that makes you the head of the Lu Xing family now. As Lu Sheng spoke, she gestured, and her subordinates brought forth the lifeless body of Lu Sheng. Dan Ma Shou. Father, Lu Sheng Piaosu cried out in shock upon seeing the corpse, rushing towards it with a face etched in sorrow. She raised her gaze to Lu Tian, a flicker of hatred igniting in her eyes. Why did you kill my father? With that, Lu Sheng Piaosu drew her treasured blade, poised for battle. Lu Tian regarded her with a cold smirk. You are no match for me. However, should you seek vengeance, the entire Lu Xing family will be obliterated. He spread his hands nonchalantly, adding, if you wish to exact your revenge, feel free to come at me. Standing firmly, he emanated an aura of dominance that instilled fear in the hearts of the Lu Xing clan members. Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Lu Sheng Piaosu fell into silence, with her father gone and her own strength lacking. Could she truly avenge him? Noticing that Lu Sheng Piaosu did not charge at him in a frenzy, Lu Tian smirked inwardly. He then waved a hand, and someone presented him with a dossier. This contains evidence of your father's treasonous conspiracy. He was involved in the assassination of the Ming Emperor. If this information were to be revealed, the Lu Xing family would find no refuge in this world. As those words were spoken, the faces of the Lu Sheng warriors turned ashen, akin to blank sheets of paper. The general's envoy has arrived. Suddenly, a voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. It is the envoy of General Tokugawa. The Lu Xing family members rejoiced, believing reinforcements had come. As a notable figure in the Eastern martial world, the Lu Sheng family had long served the Tokugawa clan. Soon, a contingent of Easterners arrived at the scene. Upon sighting them, the faces of the Lu Sheng clan members lit up with excitement. It is Lord Honda Masakuni, a long-standing vassal of the Tokugawa clan, representing the general, this distinguished individual from the east. Appearing signified the Tokugawa general's presence. However, Honda Masakuni disregarded the Lu Sheng warriors and approached Lu Tian directly. He bowed respectfully, his expression grave, and said, I am Honda Masakuni, a vassal of the Tokugawa clan, here to present the general's orders. Honda Masakuni produced an official document, holding it aloft before Lu Tian. This is the general's decree, granting His Excellency, the loyal and brave Marquis, full authority to handle matters concerning the Lu Xing family, ensuring the everlasting friendship between the Ming and the East. With that, he bowed deeply, demonstrating utmost humility. Impossible. Has General Tokugawa abandoned the Lu Sheng family? The disciples of the Lu Sheng dojo were overwhelmed with terror. If even the Tokugawa general had forsaken them, their standing in the East would be utterly compromised. Lu Tian waved his hand, a chilling aura emanating, compelling Honda Masakuni to rise straight. This evoked a sense of dread within Honda Masakuni. Such profound internal strength, he mused, filled with astonishment. Lu Tian then smiled slightly, stating, the friendship between the Ming and the East is beyond question. I shall convey this to the Emperor, and upon my return to the Ming, the edict to appoint General Tokugawa as the King of Japan will swiftly follow. Hearing this, Honda Masakuni trembled with excitement, bowing deeply once more, exclaiming, Arigato gozaimasu. Noticing the Easterners' enthusiasm for bowing, Lu Tian chose to overlook them. Turning his attention back to Lu Sheng Piaosu, what is the Lu Sheng family's stance? Do you wish to resist? Lu Piao bit her lip, her expression one of restraint in light of the current situation. She realized that she likely had no means to oppose Lu Tian. If she were to stubbornly resist, the only fate awaiting the Lu Sheng family would be annihilation, with my father gone. The Lu Sheng family must not perish by my hand. Lu Piao resolved, and in this dire circumstance, she understood that submission was the only path forward. The Lu Sheng family is willing to submit to your lordship. Hoping you will grant us a chance at survival, Lu Piao spoke earnestly, her head bowed. Moreover, the Lu Sheng family has a significant gift to present to your lordship. Lu Tian raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, and inquired, "Oh, what significant gift? Bring it forth for this lord to behold." After his words, a group of Lu Sheng warriors assisted a man out from the dojo, Brother Duan. Upon seeing this individual, Shangguan Haitong's face lit up with excitement. This man was none other than Duan Tianya, the top spy of the Hulong Villa, who had been missing for quite some time. At that moment, Duan Tianya clutched his chest, struggling to walk, appearing quite feeble, which elicited a peculiar expression from Lu Tian. "Duan Tianya, your performance leaves much to be desired. How is it that after being discovered by the Wuan last time, you find yourself in such a state again?" Lu Tian remarked, a hint of disdain evident in his gaze. Duan Tianya, caught off guard by Lu Tian's words, momentarily froze, a fleeting awkward expression crossing his face. After entering the east, I encountered Lu Sheng Dan Ma Shou while investigating the whale gang and was unfortunately injured by him, forcing me into hiding to recuperate. As he recounted this, Duan Tianya felt a tinge of embarrassment, directly admitting, "This indeed is my negligence." Upon hearing Duan Tianya's explanation, Lu Tian's lips curled into a smirk, his mockery unwavering. "Enough of that. Haitang, take him to recover." Duan Tianya felt a surge of frustration. Though he possessed the skills to be the top spy, his misfortunes had compounded since crossing paths with Lu Tian, resulting in several botched assignments. Duan Tianya suffered from my father's bone-shattering palm, but he has taken our Lu Sheng family's secret medicine, the Shuanglong pill. With some time for recuperation, he shall recover. Lu Piao stated, her demeanor exceedingly respectful. "I wonder if this gift would satisfy your lordship." Lu Tian smiled faintly and stepped closer to Lu Piao, directly stating, "The Duan Tianya is not one of my Hulong Villa's men. He is still a fellow official of the court. I accept this gift." He then clapped his hands lightly and continued, "In that case, I shall accept the Lu Sheng family submission, and I have a rather commendable position to offer you." Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, the members of the Lu Sheng dojo collectively sighed in relief, feeling as though the heavy stone pressing upon their hearts had been lifted. "Wonderful. We have finally escaped the threat to our lives." Lu Piao raised her head, her exquisite visage reflecting in Lu Tian's eyes. "Regardless of your lordship's commands, Piao shall face death without hesitation." Lu Tian smiled gently and replied, "Death? How could I bear to let you die?" With a flick of his wrist, he tossed a jade token to Lu Piao. "From this day forth, you shall be the second top spy of Hulong Villa. Ensure you do not outshine Duan Tianya." Lu Piao grasped the jade token, her spirit invigorated as she promptly declared, "Piao accepts the command." Ding. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Protect Shangguan Haitang and receive the Xianming Divine Palm. Has this task truly been completed?" Just as I anticipated. Lu Tian listened to the prompts emanating from the system, unable to suppress a smile that crept onto his face. This was one of the two tasks he had received upon entering the world of the number one in the realm. Shangguan Haitang was destined to be killed by Lu Piao in the future, a fate orchestrated to conceal Zhu Wusher's nefarious schemes. At present, Lu Tian had set foot in the Eastern Isles, taking command of the giant whale gang and subjugating the Lu Sheng family. With Lu Piao rendered incapable of serving Zhu Wusher, the calamity that loomed over Shangguan Haitang had been averted. Consequently, Lu Tian's mission had been accomplished. The Xianming Divine Palm was finally within his grasp. A smile graced Lu Tian's lips as he reveled in this achievement. The Xianming Divine Palm, a 2-star top-tier martial art, an insidiously lethal technique devised by the 100 damaging Taoist. Those struck by this palm technique would suffer from the chilling poison infiltrating their bodies, enduring excruciating pain that could lead to a near-fatal state. As Lu Tian read this description, an inexplicable shock coursed through him, and he could not help but ponder think that the Xianming Divine Palm was classified as a 2-star top-tier martial art. Was this not on par with the indestructible golden body technique? However, Lu Tian recalled how Zhang Wuji had fallen victim to the Xianming Divine Palm, a feat so formidable that even the unparalleled master Zhang Sanfeng had been rendered powerless and sought help from Mei and Shaolin, which made it seem reasonable. With the Xianming Divine Palm, at the very least, I would fear no one in unarmed combat. Lu Tian thought, cultivating the desire to master the Xianming divine palm. After subduing the Lu Sheng family, Lu Tian had nearly unraveled the mysteries of the Eastern Isles. Following his encounter with the IGA clan, he set sail back to the Ming dynasty. This time, however, he was accompanied by a group of elites from both the Lu Sheng family and the IGA clan. This contingent filled the gaps in Lu Tian's power base, ensuring that his Dragon Guard manor stood on par with the Eastern Office and the Dragon Guard Villa. Moreover, Lu Tian had located the second-ranked secret agent, Lu Sheng Piaoxiu, who seemed to have become Lu Tian's personal maid, attending to him with meticulous care throughout the journey. This attentiveness stirred a twinge of jealousy within Shangguan Haitang's heart. Noticing this, Lu Tian frequently engaged Shangguan Haitang in conversation. After approximately 10 days, they returned to the capital of the Ming dynasty. Lu Tian instructed Lu Sheng Piaoxiu to return to the number 1 manor. While he proceeded to meet the young emperor. In the emperor's study, Lu Tian, Zhu Wushi, and Chao Zhengchun were all present. Lu Tian relayed his actions to the young emperor, whose excitement was palpable with just a few words. Excellent. I shall draft an edict to confer a title upon the King of Japan. Well done, my royal brother, the young emperor exclaimed with enthusiasm. Following Lu Tian's exploits, the entire Eastern Isles would soon fall under Ming dominion. A monumental achievement for the dynasty. In high spirits, the young emperor continued, Royal brother, with such a significant contribution, I must consider bestowing upon you a title of nobility. Upon hearing this, Chao Zhengchun and Zhu Wushi exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a mix of emotions. Zhu Wushi, while known as the iron-bellied god Marquis, held a noble rank of Marquis, but Chao Zhengchun felt a pang of desolation in his heart. As the court session concluded, Zhu Wushi departed, but Chao Zhengchun hastily followed. Is there something you wish to discuss, Lord Chao? Zhu Wushi inquired, his demeanor devoid of warmth, embodying the essence of cold bureaucracy. There is no need for formalities, my lord. This space is devoid of others. Chao Zhengchun replied, placing a hand over his chest before continuing. Today's events truly leave me feeling disheartened. After serving the emperor for so many years, I remain merely the supervisor of the Eastern Office. While that young man, having accomplished but a trifling task, is to be granted a title. With a flick of his wrist, Chao Zhengchun clenched his fists. How bitterly ironic, Zhu Wushi scoffed, a derisive smirk gracing his lips. What does this have to do with me? Chao Zhengchun, unfazed, replied, I know that the Marquis is equally incensed by that young man. His origins are shrouded in mystery, posing both a boon and a bane for the Ming dynasty. Chao Zhengchun's words ignited a spark of interest in Zhu Wushi's eyes. What do you propose, Lord Chao? Zhu Wushi queried suddenly. A malicious glint flickered across Chao Zhengchun's face. Why, to eliminate him, of course, unbeknownst to Lu Tian. A conspiracy was gradually enveloping him. Upon returning from the palace to the number 1 manor, Lu Tian resumed his leisurely routine. As a 2-star top-tier martial art, mastering the Xianming divine palm would greatly benefit him. Moreover, this technique harmonized splendidly with Lu Tian's icy true energy, yielding a surprisingly efficient training experience. In the courtyard, Lu Tian commenced his practice of the palm technique, his movements resembling a butterfly flitting through flowers. A chill emanated from his palms, freezing the plants it touched instantly. This frigid palm power, if unleashed upon an ordinary person, could lead to severe internal damage or even death. After a period of practice, Lu Tian concluded his session, a faint cold aura emanating from him. My lord, Zhang Jingji requests an audience. A voice suddenly rang out from outside. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian waved his sleeve, unleashing a gust of energy that sent the frozen twigs cascading to the ground like falling snowflakes. Stepping out of his courtyard, he was met by a staggering figure. Are you Zhang Jingjiao? Lu Tian inquired. Raise a toast, let the cups not cease. I am Zhang Jingjiao, he declared, appearing thoroughly inebriated, as if he might topple over at any moment. Observing this, Lu Tian swiftly moved through the air, using the cloud ladder technique to reach Zhang Jingjiao's side. He then placed a hand on Zhang Jingjiao's shoulder, a wave of cold energy flooding in. Ugh! Zhang Jingjia bent forward, vomiting a pool of liquor, trembling under the sun's glare. What is the meaning of this, my lord? He asked, his arms wrapped around himself in surprise. Lu Tian, satisfied, regarded Zhang Jingjiao and replied, I merely wish to sober you up, for I am no demon, after all. Now awake. Zhang Jingjiao felt as though he could expel more than he had consumed. Lu Tian's words darkened Zhang Jingjiao's countenance. Although he felt a surge of indignation, he lacked the courage to confront Lu Tian. Now that you're sober, I have a task for you. Find someone for me. Who do you wish for me to seek out? My lord? Zhang Jingjiao inquired. A glimmer of brilliance flashed across Lu Tian's handsome face before he spoke. The person I need you to find is none other than the elusive Mr. Wuhan, known as Spring Dream Without Trace. What? Mr. Wuhan? A look of astonishment spread across Zhang Jingjiao's features. Indeed, the very man famed for being as elusive as a dragon's tail, Lu Tian affirmed. It is said that Mr. Wu's whereabouts are unpredictable, and no one has ever seen his true visage. Only you, the world's greatest detective, possess the capability to locate him. Lu Tian's praise did not elevate Zhang Jingjiao's spirits. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Rest assured, my lord. Zhang Jingjia will exert every effort to find him." In a picturesque Jiang'an town, where beauty flourished, there lay a secluded valley nearby, seldom trodden by even the most intrepid woodcutters or hunters. Yet today, this desolate place welcomed two visitors, Lu Tian and Zhang Jingjiao. "Are you certain that Mr. Wu resides in this area?" Lu Tian questioned, surveying the valley that showed no signs of habitation. Even if Mr. Wu was a martial arts master, he too required sustenance. "Fear not, my lord. According to my investigations, this is the location where Mr. Wu is most likely to appear." Upon hearing this, Lu Tian's eyes flickered with a hint of doubt, yet he continued to stride into the depths of the valley. However, within his heart, a sense of caution lingered. Externally, he displayed no change, yet internally, he began to call out to Kaihua. "Kaihua, host, I am here." The voice of Kaihua immediately resonated, granting Lu Tian a modicum of reassurance. "Kaihua, could you scout for any dangers in the vicinity? I have an unsettling feeling," Lu Tian inquired. "Super targeting has been deployed," Kaihua suddenly exclaimed. As Kaihua's voice echoed, Lu Tian sensed a transformation in his vision. Upon looking up, he beheld numerous humanoid figures within the confines of the valley ahead. It was evident that a significant number of individuals lay in ambush within this valley. "So, there are indeed those who seek to ambush me?" Lu Tian scoffed coldly. Fortunately, his keen senses had already detected the signs, and with Kaihua's assistance, he had finally uncovered the presence of these individuals. Has Zhang Jingjiao also joined in? Lu Tian cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Jingjiao, unable to suppress the thought. Although Zhang Jingjiao belonged to the esteemed Tianxia First Manor, the entirety of the manor was not entirely under Lu Tian's control. It was not surprising that Zhang Jingjiao would turn against him. However, did this group truly believe they could eliminate me so easily? Despite being aware of the imminent danger ahead, Lu Tian felt no fear. Rather, he was filled with a sense of audacity akin to knowingly traversing a tiger's den. With a sense of confidence, Lu Tian followed Zhang Jingjiao into the valley, parting the dense underbrush to reveal a desolate structure devoid of human presence. Several tranquil and elegant bamboo cottages lay in complete desolation, their hues having faded to a dull yellow, likely untouched for ages. The surrounding bamboo had grown to towering heights. It appears that young Master Wuhan has vacated this place, Lu Tian remarked. Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Zhang Jingjiao's expression darkened. Just moments ago, he had confidently asserted that he had located young Master Wuhan. Yet here stood a deserted site. How can it be completely empty? Zhang Jingjiao exclaimed in disbelief, struggling to reconcile his investigation's apparent failure. "Empty?" Lu Tian retorted with a scoff, his tone dripping with derision. "This place is far from deserted. It is teeming with life." With a swift motion, Lu Tian struck his palm against a tall bamboo stalk. Crack! The sound echoed as the bamboo snapped, propelled by Lu Tian's force like an arrow into the depths of the thicket. Thud! The bamboo pierced through a large tree, and the figure hiding behind it was similarly struck. Blood gushing forth. "You've been discovered. No need to hide. Charge forth." At that moment, a voice rang out from within the thicket, followed by a throng of figures rushing from behind the trees, surrounding Lu Tian and Zhang Jingjiao. "The Black Arrow Squad of the Eastern Factory? How did you come to be here?" Zhang Jingjiao gasped in astonishment. The Black Arrow Squad was the most elite unit of the Eastern Factory, and under a volley of arrows, few experts could withstand their assault. Listening to Zhang Jingjiao's words, Lu Tian smirked coldly and stated, "Do you genuinely believe that only the Eastern Factory operates in this realm?" Zhang Jingjiao was taken aback, a new possibility dawning in his mind. "It seems you remain oblivious to the full picture, yet with your intellect, you should have deduced it by now," Lu Tian sneered. Zhang Jingjiao, gritting his teeth, whispered, "The evidence I've gathered was fabricated by others, and only those with such power could be the counterfeit experts of Tianxia." Realizing this, Zhang Jingjiao understood that this time, they faced not only the experts from the Eastern Factory but also members of the Hulong Manor. 36 celestial generals, 72 earthly fiends, come forth. No need to conceal yourselves, Lu Tian declared coldly. With that, 108 figures emerged from the thicket, the elite forces of Zhu Wushi, aside from the 4 major spies. These 108 individuals were orphans raised and trained by Zhu Wushi, formidable though perhaps not on par with Duan Tianya and his ilk. "You are aligning yourselves with the Eastern Factory? Is this still the Hulong Manor?" Zhang Jingjiao shouted, his face flushed with anger. Although Zhang Jingjiao had joined Tianxia First Manor with intentions of confronting the eunuch factions, The revelation that Hulong Manor had allied with them shattered his beliefs. Humph. The Ironbone God General recognizes the tides of the moment. Collaborating with the chief is the wisest choice. A figure stepped forth from the crowd, smiling coldly. With an air of arrogance, Chao Zhengchun. Chao Chief. Are you alone? Has Zhu Wushi not come? Lu Tian inquired icily. Ha! The loyal and brave God General is truly audacious, daring to challenge two formidable experts at once, Chao Zhengchun mocked, with a sudden stomp. Chao Zhengchun caused a massive fissure to split the ground beneath him. However, this chief alone is more than sufficient to deal with you. Very well, I was just eager to test my mettle. Lu Tian responded with a chilling laugh. A terrifying cold aura began to emanate from Lu Tian's body, rendering him akin to a god of war. Let me once again experience the prowess of the Chao Chief's celestial boy technique. Lu Tian declared coldly, his eyes radiating a murderous intent that seemed capable of freezing the very air. Impressive. Is this the true strength of the loyal and brave God General, a true martial genius? Zhang Jingjia marveled inwardly, struck by awe. Compared to Chao Zhengchun and Zhu Wushi, Lu Tian was undeniably youthful, belonging to the younger generation. Yet, his martial prowess was formidable enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with both. Given time, it would not be long before no one could rival the loyal and brave God General. With such thoughts, Zhang Jingjia couldn't help but sigh deeply. Regrettably, Chao Zhengchun and the Ironbone God General are aware of this. Hence their alliance. Detective Zhang, you might want to step back a bit. Otherwise, if you get caught in the crossfire, I cannot be held accountable. Lu Tian's voice was icy, yet his words warmed Zhang Jingjiao's heart. Promptly, Zhang Jingjia retreated to a tree, feigning fear as he observed the impending battle. With a swift motion, Lu Tian's feet touched the ground, and he executed the lightness technique, propelling himself toward Chao Zhengchun at an incredible speed. Black Arrow Squad, engage and eliminate. Chao Zhengchun commanded coldly, his voice sharp enough to pierce the sky. In the next instant, the elite Black Arrow Squad of the Eastern Factory unleashed a barrage of arrows. A tempest of lethal projectiles hurtling toward Lu Tian. Such a fierce and unrelenting rain of arrows would be insurmountable for ordinary experts. Just a trivial trick, Lu Tian remarked with a disdainful smile. Unfazed by the onslaught of arrows, Lu Tian's expression remained one of utter contempt. Within him, the icy true energy surged violently, and a fearsome blizzard erupted from his palms. In an instant, the area transformed into a frozen expanse. A terrifying chill emanating forth. Clang, clang, clang. The arrows shattered upon contact with the icy true energy. Shoot again. Chao Zhengchun remained unfazed, issuing further commands. The onslaught of arrows continued unabated, seemingly with no end in sight. The Black Arrow Squad, meticulously trained by Chao Zhengchun, possessed not only remarkable strength but also astonishing accuracy, leaving their foes with no avenue for retreat. Even more daunting was the sheer volume of arrows. An endless stream that showed no signs of ceasing. Countless arrows surged toward Lu Tian, coalescing into a formidable black dragon, exuding an air of intimidation. Be careful, my lord, Zhang Jingjia called from behind. At this moment, he had come to understand Zhu Wushi's true intentions and felt a burgeoning allegiance toward Lu Tian. Lu Tian's countenance bore a cold smile, his gaze radiating scorn. A mere black arrow formation? Watch how this lord dismantles it. Chao Zhengchun commanded once more. The arrows soared through the air with remarkable speed, akin to a torrential downpour. As they approached Lu Tian, an aura of icy energy enveloped him, and an intense chill emanated from his hands, coalescing into a formidable ice wall. Clang, clang, clang. At that moment, the arrow struck the ice wall, forged from pure energy. What kind of internal power is this? Is it truly within a person's capacity? Witnessing this scene, Zhang Jiaozhou's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of astonishment. The sheer magnitude of this internal force surpassed anything he could fathom. Truly, a genius, if allowed to mature. Even I, the lord of this domain, along with Zhu Taidan, would likely find ourselves outmatched. Chao Zhengchun, observing the spectacle, felt a flicker of cold light in his eyes. The last encounter with Lu Tian had not displayed such might. Realizing Lu Tian's rapid growth, Chao Zhengchun's intent to kill intensified. Today, he must die. Chao Zhengchun bellowed again, and with his command, the black-clad archers knocked their arrows once more. Swoosh, swoosh. This wave of arrows flew even faster, curving in midair to bypass the icy barrier Lu Tian had conjured. The true terror of this barrage lay not in its speed, but in its cunning angles. Who among ordinary men could defend against arrows that could bend? Is this the legendary archery technique? Lu Tian had heard of gunplay, but never had he imagined encountering such archery prowess in this world renowned for its supremacy. However, Lu Tian's ability to jest in such dire circumstances suggested that the situation was far from critical for him. With a swift motion, Lu Tian drew a treasured blade, a weapon capable of slicing through iron as if it were MUD. In that instant, as he unsheathed the sword, his body transformed. The icy energy within him began to flow according to the principles of the zombie fist. His skin took on a ghastly pallor, his face resembling a blank canvas, appearing almost like a specter from a distance. What? Chao Xinchun felt a jolt of alarm, recalling their first meeting. What manner of monster are you? He exclaimed in astonishment. Not just Chao Xinchun, but all those encircling Lu Tian displayed expressions of horror, their faces paling. While they were adept at dealing with martial experts, confronting a ghostly figure was beyond their capabilities. Heartless slash. Lu Tian sneered, and with a sudden flourish of his long knife, a wave of terrifying blade energy erupted forth. The heartless slash of the dominant blade. The onlookers gasped in shock. The might of this strike rivaled that of the dominant blade. Yet it exuded a colder, more brutal essence, devoid of mercy. As the arrows descended, they crumbled to pieces before the sheer ferocity of the blade energy. Not a single arrow managed to pierce through the onslaught of Lu Tian's sword. Here's your repayment. Lu Tian scoffed coldly. He then swept his blade, unleashing a powerful gust that engulfed the rain of arrows, sending them hurtling back towards the black-clad archers. Swoosh, swoosh. The arrows, far from losing momentum, surged back with even greater speed. The black-clad archers, masters of archery, found themselves nearly helpless against the incoming onslaught. A single wave of arrows inflicted devastating casualties upon their ranks. Damn it. Chao Xinchun's eyelids twitched. These were individuals he had invested considerable resources to train. If they suffered significant losses, he would bear the consequences. All of you, advance. We must wear him down, even if it costs us. Kill, with Chao Xinchun's command. The throng surged forward. The black-clad archers' attacks had failed, and instead, they suffered grievously at Lu Tian's hands. This time, Chao Xinchun had no intention of holding back. He ordered everyone to charge forth. Whoosh! Lu Tian expelled a breath of white icy energy, which shot forth several paces, piercing the chests of two black-clad archers before vanishing. More of you will only be sending yourselves to death. Lu Tian mocked, disdain evident as he advanced again, his feet barely touching the ground as he executed a swift leap. Swoosh! Lu Tian's form transformed into a blur, leaving the Eastern Factory operatives unable to react. Lu Tian plunged into the throng, akin to a tiger among sheep, unleashing a one-sided massacre. The nearest to him were the black-clad archers, who had not yet retreated before Lu Tian closed in. The blade in his hand glimmered with a chilling light, cleaving through the air and emitting a frigid blade energy. Those black-clad archers who came into contact with this energy were soon riddled with wounds, resulting in a swift and bloody toll. Run! The leader of the black-clad archers, unaccustomed to such a bloody spectacle, cried out in panic. The retreat of one sparked a chain reaction of chaos, facing the seemingly demonic Lu Tian. They found no desire to fight. Hundreds encircled Lu Tian, yet the scene turned into one of utter rout, igniting Chao Xinchun's fury. Suddenly, Chao Xinchun clapped his hands together, eliminating several who attempted to escape. Fools, stand your ground. Anyone who dares to flee will meet the same fate. The escapees, struck down by Chao Xinchun, finally halted the tide of retreat, yet the remaining fighters still lacked the courage to confront Lu Tian. Fleeing in all directions. Let me handle this, roared the head of the Eastern Factory, charging forward with wind-like swiftness. The other experts followed suit, rushing to join the fray. Die, swoosh. Several powerful strikes rained down, transforming the area into a veritable explosive battleground. Humph, such meager strength. Do you truly wish to meet your end? Lu Tian chuckled coldly, his icy energy surging as he swung his blade, unleashing a radiant arc of light. Heartless slash. The brilliant light cleaved through the martial energies of those present, appearing to sever even the strongest forces with ease. The ultimate essence of the heartless slash is to annihilate heavens and earth, gods and demons alike. As the blade light swept through, it seemed capable of slaying even the divine. Lu Tian's heartless slash was no less formidable than that of the dominant blade. With the strike, it carried a terrifying power that astonished all. Swoosh! As the blade light passed, the leader of the archers gaped in disbelief, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, unable to draw another breath. The remaining experts wore expressions of sheer horror. He is not human. He is a specter, they murmured, their hearts filled with dread. Those from the Hulong Mountain Manor. Come assist me, Chao Xinchun commanded, recognizing that relying solely on his Eastern Factory men would not suffice to subdue Lu Tian. Zhu Wushers trained 36 celestial stars and 72 earthly fiends exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting trepidation. As they hesitated, Chao Xinchun's voice pierced the air, sharp and compelling. What? Have you forgotten Zhu Qidan's orders? You are under my command now. Chao Xinchun's piercing voice caused the crowd to shift uneasily. Advance, the leader of the celestial stars shouted, brandishing his weapon as they surged forward. Swoosh! The 108 celestial stars and earthly fiends from Hulong Mountain Manor, trained by Zhu Wushi, formed a cohesive unit. With a multitude of blades launched at Lu Tian, they executed a well-coordinated assault. Clang, clang, clang. Their seamless cooperation momentarily stymied Lu Tian's advance. From a distance, Chao Zhenchun observed the scene, a deep glint flickering in his eyes. He had long heard of the prowess of the divine Marquis subordinates, the 36 celestial stars and 72 earthly fiends, and today, their exceptional skill was evident, rivaling even the famed sword formations of the Qilin Child and the Shaolin Arhit formation. The combined sword formation appeared to confine Lu Tian, yet in reality, it posed little threat to him. Although Lu Tian was unable to break the sword formation, he remained unharmed. This situation, in fact, brought immense satisfaction to Chao Zhenchun. Very well, let me exhaust him. Once his internal energy is depleted, it will be his demise, Chao Zhenchun exclaimed. His plan was to drain Lu Tian's internal energy completely. Only then would it be time for him to strike. You think you can exhaust my internal energy? You are overestimating your capabilities. A cold smile flickered across Lu Tian's lips. I am akin to a battery. Despite his youthful appearance, Lu Tian's internal energy was remarkably profound. Moreover, having consumed several heavenly snow lotuses at the peak of Tianshan, his internal energy had reached an even more formidable level. In the past, Zhu Wushi and Gu Santong had battled for 3 days and nights before exhausting their energy. Lu Tian surpassed both of them at that time. Before his energy could be drained, these men might very well collapse from exhaustion. However, Lu Tian had no intention of lingering in this standoff. It was time to resolve this matter swiftly. With a smirk, he suddenly hurled a long knife in his hand with tremendous force, the blade cutting through the air with a terrifying momentum. With a sickening thud, the long knife pierced one man's throat, ending his life. Do not fear. He is unarmed now. It is time for our counterattack, announced Tian Gongxing. The other Tian Gang Di Sha members also displayed expressions of hope. Feeling a surge of optimism, they charged forward. Shinming Divine Palm. Lu Tian's murderous intent surged as he shouted, striking forward with his palm. An overwhelming chill erupted from his attack, causing the temperature around him to plummet several degrees. The Tian Gang Di Sha members quickly raised their swords, some on the defensive while others pressed the attack. Several long swords thrusting towards Lu Tian. It worked. A glimmer of joy crossed their faces, as if they could already envision Lu Tian being pierced by their swords. But in the next moment, a fierce blast of cold energy erupted from Lu Tian, enveloping those who had rushed towards him in frost, causing them to collapse lifelessly. The once solid sword formation now revealed a significant flaw. Lu Tian's Shinming Divine Palm made its debut with remarkable effectiveness. As he unleashed his palm strike, the chilling energy shattered the Tian Gang Di Sha's formation entirely. This heralded the complete failure of Chao Zhenchun's strategy to exhaust Lu Tian. Flee. The members of Tian Gang Di Sha immediately sought to escape, realizing they were no match for Lu Tian. They had no desire to perish here. You dare think you can simply walk away after offending me, the leader? It will not be so easy, Lu Tian declared, springing forward with a powerful leap, his body soaring like a strong arrow. With a flurry of movements, he ascended like an eagle taking flight, his palm striking out repeatedly. In an instant, waves of terrifying cold energy surged from his hands, resembling 2 icy dragons soaring forth. With a twist of his wrist, he directed the icy stream like a white silk ribbon, launching it towards his foes like a constricting serpent. The Shinming Divine Palm's chill spread rapidly, and the Tian Gang Di Sha members barely had time to react before being engulfed, their bodies transformed into frost-covered corpses. What kind of martial arts is this? Are you truly some kind of specter? Chao Zhenchun marveled in astonishment. Lu Tian's displayed prowess far exceeded his expectations. Chao Zhenchun had believed his ambush to be foolproof. Even the iron-willed Zhu Wushi would not survive. Yet, Lu Tian had systematically dismantled his traps, decimating nearly all of those he had brought along. Chao Zhenchun suffered devastating losses, his elite forces reduced to a mere fraction. However, he took some solace in knowing that the Tian Gang Di Sha were also nearly eradicated. Otherwise, he would have to contemplate how to contend with Zhu Wushi. To think that all my forces have been wiped out by you. I cannot allow you to escape, Chao Zhenchun proclaimed, raising his delicate fingers, producing a series of explosive sounds akin to bamboo shoots popping. The losses on both sides had been significant. Should Lu Tian not be captured, the balance of power would tilt unfavorably against him. With this realization, Chao Zhenchun's murderous intent intensified. He resolved to eliminate Lu Tian at all costs. Do you truly believe you can kill me? Lu Tian scoffed, having already dispatched the majority of his attackers, leaving only Chao Zhenchun. What audacity! With a sharp exclamation, Lu Tian propelled himself into the air, his hands striking downwards with force. Seeing this, Chao Zhengchun swiftly prepared to defend himself, recalling Lu Tian's previous feats. He dared not let his guard down. With a surge of true energy, nearly a century's worth of mastery in the Tian Gang Tongzi Gong coalesced into a protective barrier around him. With a thunderous crash, Lu Tian's Xianming divine palm descended, the two energies colliding with a terrifying explosion. The sound was like shattering glass, as if something had broken into pieces. Chao Jingchuan's expression shifted dramatically. His protective barrier, forged through years of discipline, had withstood even the mightiest of blades. Yet, Lu Tian's icy palm struck through with astonishing penetration. It is impossible. Even Zhu Titan could not possess such power. Chao Zhengchun thought, his expression grave as an ominous feeling crept into his heart. Die, you castrated dog. Lu Tian's voice rang coldly. In an instant, he executed another leap, closing the distance between them with swift grace. Lu Tian unleashed another palm strike, the icy energy surging forth at incredible speed, his hand striking with a calculated angle. In a flash, the palm connected with a resounding thud, catching Chao Zhengchun off guard. Frost immediately spread across Chao Zhengchun's body, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Taking a deep breath, his face turned ashen. Despite the protection of the Tian Gang Tongzi Gong, which rendered him impervious to blades, he still felt an overwhelming discomfort. The chilling energy of Lu Tian's Xianming divine palm had penetrated his body, introducing a toxic coldness. What a sinister force! Chao Zhengchun grimaced. As he spoke, the cold poison began to infiltrate his internal organs, wreaking havoc within him. Breathing heavily, Chao Zhengchun activated his Tian Gang Tongzi Gong to resist the insidious energy invading his body. Suddenly, he felt a flicker of movement and raised his gaze, only to see Lu Tian charging at him once more. In this life-and-death moment, Lu Tian could not afford to squander such an opportunity. Perish, Lu Tian declared, driving his palms forward with tremendous force, unleashing an unstoppable torrent of icy energy. All rivers returned to the sea. Chao Zhengchun, unwavering, summoned every ounce of energy he had, his fingers curling tightly as he released a surge of fearsome true energy. In that instant, nearly a century's worth of internal power erupted, stirring up a tempest among the trees. With a cacophony of cracking, the surrounding foliage splintered and cracked, branches and trunks hurtling towards Lu Tian like projectiles. Boom! At that moment, Lu Tian's icy true energy collided with the inner forces, producing a series of thunderous explosions. Instantly, the shattered branches erupted into fragments, cascading to the ground. Was this battle truly something we could partake in? The surviving members of the Eastern Factory displayed expressions of sheer horror. For them, this confrontation had reached an unimaginable threshold. Upon witnessing his technique being thwarted, Chao Zhengchun launched another attack, unleashing a wave of formidable inner power from his palms. However, Lu Tian's speed was even more astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had already surged before Chao Zhengchun. This time, you shall truly perish, Lu Tian declared coldly, his hand descending with force, frost surging from his palm, striking unrelentingly upon Chao Zhengchun's head. Crack! At that moment, a crisp sound echoed, and Chao Zhengchun's eyes widened in disbelief, never to close again. Supervisor, the others cried out in terror. Begone! Lu Tian bellowed, a shockwave rippling outward like concentric circles. The crowd scattered in a panic. After slaying Chao Zhengchun, Lu Tian commanded the remnants of the Eastern Factory to flee. This was not an act of compassion. Rather, he lacked the strength to pursue them further. Unexpectedly, it was at this moment that he grasped a glimmer of opportunity. Lu Tian raised an eyebrow, exclaiming with joy. The fierce battle with Chao Zhengchun had awakened a sense of breakthrough within him. The barrier preventing him from entering the innate realm had now been lifted. Without hesitation, Lu Tian seated himself cross-legged, disregarding the cleanliness of the ground. With a whoosh, as Lu Tian settled onto the earth, the debris around him was swept aside, forming a perfect circle. Gradually, layers of frost began to coalesce around him. From a distance, Lu Tian appeared as though he were enveloped in a mantle of ice and snow. It was worth noting that although it was late autumn, snow had yet to fall in the Jiangnan region. Yet, Lu Tian's presence conjured such a spectacle, a testament to the profound depth of his inner power. He could feel the icy true energy within him surging. Thump, 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 the true energy pulsed within him like a drum. Gradually undergoing transformation. Lu Tian's mind sank into this state, achieving a profound sense of oblivion to both self and surroundings. His acupoints ignited, the icy true energy began to circulate, all converging towards the progression into the innate realm. When the mysterious acupoints opened, all channels were unblocked, and the innate could be attained. Lu Tian's heart surged as his true energy began to operate autonomously. The already distinct icy true energy underwent metamorphosis, transforming into something magnificent. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Tian perceived the sound of his bloodline roaring within, as all 84,000 pores and 360 joints erupted simultaneously. Bang! In that moment. It felt as though shackles within his body had been completely shattered. A divine sense of clarity emerging within him. Immortal beings possess no divinity, but accumulate essence and energy to attain reality. The subtle sounds of Huang Tong are scarcely audible, while the Jade Book records the essence of the Red Danlin. Lu Tian's eyes opened, radiating a brilliant light. The void was illuminated, his gaze sharp as lightning, a reflection of his newfound enlightenment. Today, I comprehend the true value of the innate realm, Lu Tian exclaimed, rising effortlessly from his seated position. At this moment, he had genuinely stepped into the innate realm, awakening to the wonders of the universe. If the postnatal realm was akin to an ordinary person, then entering the innate realm signified a communion with nature and the genesis of all things. The most significant change was that an acupoint had opened at the center of his brow, known as the ancestral acupoint. This acupoint could also be referred to as the mysterious gateway. When the mysterious acupoints opened, the ancestral acupoint at the brow also unlocked, causing all other acupoints within his body to unfurl. Particularly at the brow, it seemed as if the sun was rising, radiating brilliance, condensing the essence of true nature, transforming the world entirely. This elevation of realm enhanced Lu Tian's mental state to a higher echelon. Furthermore, his inner power multiplied several times, becoming grandiose in nature. Previously, Lu Tian's inner power was already formidable. Now, after breaking through to the innate realm, it had become even more terrifying. With a mere gesture, he could instantly condense a block of ice in the palm of his hand. The ability to conjure ice from the void, a feat that would have required considerable effort before his breakthrough, was now effortless. With my current strength, I should be capable of contending with iron-boned divine marquis. Lu Tian murmured to himself, finally gaining the confidence to defeat Zhu Wushi after his advancement into the innate realm. Stepping forward, he left no trace behind. For Lu Tian, the innate realm allowed him to traverse snow without leaving a mark. Scanning the battlefield, he found that all the survivors had fled. A cold smile crept across Lu Tian's face, yet he had no intention of pursuing them. With Chao Zhenchuan's death, the Eastern Factory's influence had virtually crumbled. Lu Tian need not lift a finger for it to dissipate completely. Although the court was exceedingly intricate, in the world of martial arts, strength ultimately dictated everything, without a master like Chao Zhenchun to hold the fort. The Eastern Factory lacked the capacity to confront the Hulong Villa. Perhaps upon returning, the young emperor would place even greater trust in me. Lu Tian mused. The young emperor was no fool. He understood the art of balance and would not allow Zhu Wushi to dominate unchallenged. However, with Chao Zhenchun deceased, Zhu Wushi would likely not remain idle. Lu Tian's eyes flickered as a thought occurred to him. As he prepared to depart, his gaze suddenly shifted. Come forth, Lu Tian commanded, sensing the presence of another nearby. After his breakthrough to the innate realm, his perception had become extraordinarily acute, enabling him to detect the presence of enemies with ease. Even without the aid of any system. He had already discerned the individual before him. My lord, it is I. Zhang Jiao came forth from behind the trees. He appeared fully sober now, his wine gourd nowhere to be found. You, rascal, haven't you fled yet? Lu Tian inquired. Upon hearing this, a flash of embarrassment crossed Zhang Jiao's face at being referred to as a rascal despite his age. My lord, do not jest with me. Zhang Jiao replied helplessly. I have never been your enemy, so there is no need for me to flee. After Zhang Jiao's words, Lu Tian cast a sidelong glance, a hint of cold amusement flickering in his eyes. Is that so? You truly have never been my foe? Lu Tian scoffed, his gaze piercing into Zhang Jiao's face. Were you not the one who lured me here? Feeling Lu Tian's intense scrutiny, Zhang Jiao's heart tightened inexplicably, as if his very heart might leap from his chest. He quickly lowered his head and spoke. My lord, this is all a misunderstanding. It was the scheme of the iron-boned divine marquis. The evidence I uncovered was all fabricated by him using the guise of the world's greatest impostor. At this juncture, Zhang Jiao continued, moreover, I just went to investigate and discovered additional evidence. With that, he pursed his lips before stating, it turns out that the Wuhan young master has long since perished, and it was due to the absorption technique. The absorption technique. Lu Tian furrowed his brows at the mention of this name, instantly recognizing the hand behind it. Gather the evidence and await my command. Lu Tian spoke to Zhang Jinjiao, his mind already formulating a plan in the capital city, within the confines of Hulong Mountain Villa. Zhu Wushi was practicing the absorption technique, extracting the cold energy from a sleeping beauty's body, and then administering Tian Xiang Doko to Su Xin. After a while, Su Xin slowly regained consciousness and immediately exclaimed, Stop hitting me, please, do not strike any further. Su Xin, do not be afraid. Zhu Wushi reassured, cradling her in his arms, his expression radiating immense comfort. After a brief moment, he gently set Su Xin down and turned his gaze toward the two elderly guardians stationed by the entrance. Sai Bianke truly lives up to his reputation as the world's foremost physician. Su Xin has indeed awakened. I express my gratitude here. Zhu Wushi addressed the elder of the two, preparing to offer a bow of respect. However, Sai Bianke swiftly raised his hand to stop him, stating, "This is not our doing. It is merely fortunate that the Marquis possesses the absorption technique, capable of drawing out the cold poison, and with the addition of a second Tianxiang Doko, it seems the heavens have willed for Miss Su Xin to awaken." As he spoke, a flicker of concern crossed Sai Bianke's face, and he continued, "However, the Marquis must hasten to procure a third Tianxiang Doko. Otherwise, Miss Su Xin will be in peril within a year." Upon hearing this, Zhu Wushi nodded solemnly, his gaze profound, and replied, "I am aware of this. You two esteemed physicians have labored long enough. Please, do take your rest." After dismissing the two doctors, Zhu Wushi returned to Su Xin's chamber. In that moment, his gaze was uncharacteristically tender as he looked upon the sleeping Su Xin and declared, "Rest assured, Su Xin, I shall acquire the third Tianxiang Doko from Chaozheng Chun." Yet, his expression soon morphed into one of fearsome resolve. "But before that, I shall first ascend to the throne." Lu Tian did not return directly to the capital but instead diverted his path to Yangzhou. Outside the city of Yangzhou, there lay an estate that exuded an air of leisure and elegance. While the exterior appeared quite ordinary, the interior was lavishly adorned, distinctly setting it apart from ordinary courtyards. According to Zhang Jinzhou's investigation, the wealthiest man in the world, Wan Sanqian, resided here, Lu Tian remarked as he stepped further inside. This time, Lu Tian had fallen into a trap, orchestrated by none other than the esteemed official Wan. After all, the so-called greatest impersonator of the realm was also under his employ, making the entire establishment a product of his funding. As an ally of Zhu Wushi, Wan Sanqian had now become an adversary to Lu Tian. And thus, he need not tread lightly. "Stop, this is private property. No one is permitted entry." Upon stepping into the estate's grounds, the guards promptly issued a warning. Lu Tian paid them no heed and pressed forward, intent on breaching their defenses, seeking death. As Lu Tian charged in, the guards wasted no time and swiftly attacked. In an instant, several long blades were drawn, poised to strike him down should he continue his advance. Humph! At that moment, Lu Tian let out a cold snort, and two frosty energies erupted from his being. With a mere gesture, the two guards collapsed to the ground, their bodies enveloped in a chilling frost, unable to rise again. After dispatching them, Lu Tian approached the estate's entrance and struck the door with his hand, unleashing a tremendous force that shattered it into splinters. "Intruder!" At this juncture, a loud shout echoed, and a throng of individuals rushed forth from within. Lu Tian's gaze swept over them, filled with derision. "A pack of mere chickens and dogs dares to obstruct my path." Among this group were indeed formidable individuals. Yet in Lu Tian's eyes, they remained inconsequential. "Seize this intruder!" the apparent leader bellowed, prompting the guards to charge forward. With blades drawn, they surged toward Lu Tian. Observing their approach, he merely chuckled coldly, his foot striking the ground as he propelled himself into the air. With a swift motion, Lu Tian unleashed his internal energy, sending forth a barrage of icy blasts that engulfed the area in frost. The guards who dared to enter this realm found themselves immobilized by the chilling onslaught. "Demonic arts! This is demonic arts!" The remaining individuals cried out in terror. This bizarre spectacle shattered their morale, inciting thoughts of retreat. However, Lu Tian dismissed them entirely, stepping further into the depths of the estate. Boom! A lavish floral hall, once tightly sealed, burst open as Lu Tian's energy surged forth. "I have encountered the valiant Marquis." Inside the hall sat a corpulent man, his expression calm as he addressed Lu Tian. Lu Tian raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly. "You knew I was coming, yet you did not flee?" Wan Sanqian, upon hearing this, could not help but chuckle ruefully, replying honestly, "I only learned of your arrival when you knocked at my door. By then, it was too late to escape." Lu Tian chuckled once more, unfazed, and remarked, "Not bad, quite honest. Given your candor, I might just allow you to retain a complete corpse." At Lu Tian's words, Wan Sanqian's eyelids twitched, an expression of fleeting terror crossing his face. After all, he was a man who had risen to become the wealthiest merchant in the world. Despite his fear, he maintained a facade of composure. "Is the Marquis so certain that you can kill me?" Suddenly, a figure shot forth from the hall like a wraith, moving with astonishing speed, appearing before Lu Tian in the blink of an eye. In a flash, the figure split into four, surrounding Lu Tian from all sides. Is this the shadow clone technique? Lu Tian sneered, showing no signs of surprise. He recognized this as the Phantom Shadow skill. Seemingly one person yet composed of four. The four ghosts of Xiangxi, the only practitioners of the Phantom Shadow skill, had come to confront him. With a decisive step, Lu Tian surged forward, employing the Xian Ming Divine Palm. Instantly, a wave of cold energy surged from his palm. However, upon striking the four figures, his icy attack dissipated as if it had vanished into the sea. The Phantom Shadow skill transforms defense into offense, capable of neutralizing any internal energy. If the Marquis wishes to slay me, it shall not be so simple. Is that so? I shall put it to the test. Lu Tian, unperturbed, allowed a cold smile to cross his lips. His expression hardened as he regarded the four ghosts of Xiangxi, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. Wan Sanqian believed that the Phantom Shadow skill could withstand the martial arts of the world. Yet this notion was the folly of the uninformed. The realm of martial arts was complex. Even Lu Tian would not dare claim to know every nuance. The Phantom Shadow skill may be formidable, but to suggest it could resist all martial arts was an exaggeration. Lu Tian understood that the absorption technique and the indestructible Vajra technique could counter the Phantom Shadow skill. My Xian Ming Divine Palm is not without merit. Confidence filled Lu Tian's heart as he prepared to test his Xian Ming Divine Palm against this formidable technique. The four ghosts of Xiangxi worked in perfect harmony, encircling Lu Tian, preventing him from reaching Wan Sanqian or retreating. Yet, Lu Tian harbored no thoughts of retreat. He would forge ahead without hesitation. Xian Ming Divine Palm. Lu Tian let out a low exclamation, unleashing another palm strike as an overwhelming surge of icy true energy erupted from within him. This chilling force coalesced in the air, forming a magnificent ice dragon. The manifestation of his internal power was vividly displayed at that moment. Whistling winds. At this juncture, a terrifying blizzard swept through the surroundings, howling as the icy palm energy surged directly toward the four ghosts of Xiangxi. The Shadow Phantom technique. Embodying offense within defense, the four ghosts of Xiangxi shouted in unison, pushing the Shadow Phantom technique to its utmost limit, causing their internal energies to seemingly intertwine. Swiftly, their forms began to shift, at times appearing as four distinct individuals, and at others merging into a single entity. Concurrently, the air around them warped, as if it could absorb all incoming attacks. This was the essence of the Xiangxi Four Ghost Shadow Phantom technique, the very source of Wan Sanqian's confidence. Hiss. The icy dragon surged into this distorted space, vanishing without a trace, seemingly neutralized by an unseen force. Lu Tian did not even lift his eyelids, continuing to channel the icy true energy, persistently exerting his power. Whistling, the dreadfully cold air began to erupt once more, causing the temperature in the flower hall to plummet dramatically. Lu Tian was unconvinced that the four ghosts of Xiangxi's method of neutralizing internal energy was limitless. As long as my internal strength is sufficient, I shall surely overwhelm you, Lu Tian scoffed. With Lu Tian's continuous infusion of true energy, a layer of frost finally appeared on the faces of the four ghosts of Xiangxi. This transformation caused their expressions to shift dramatically, as it was an experience they had never encountered before. The Shadow Phantom technique was not merely a method of absorption. It employed a unique means of neutralization. Has the limit finally been reached? Just as I suspected, Lu Tian remarked with a cold smile, his palm sweeping fiercely, amplifying the power of the Xian Ming Divine Palm once more. Boom! Instantly, a terrifying roar erupted from within the distorted space. The next moment, the four ghosts of Xiangxi were sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. How could this be? Wan Sanqian's face contorted in disbelief. At that moment, the four ghosts of Xiangxi lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies cloaked in a layer of frost. Resembling the state of death, the flower hall was engulfed in profound silence, where even a falling needle would be heard. Wan Sanqian's expression transformed into one of incredulity and fear. Lu Tian leisurely approached Wan Sanqian, extending his arm and pointing a finger toward his head. With Lu Tian's cultivation, a mere thought would suffice to strike Wan Sanqian down. What say you, Lord Wan? Lu Tian inquired with a smile. Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Wan Sanqian's plump face twitched, as he struggled to speak yet faltered. Lu Tian's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, retracting his finger. Lord Wan, I believe that we are not truly enemies. Are we? Lu Tian continued with a smile, which appeared exceedingly pleasant to Wan Sanqian. It signified that Lu Tian would spare his life. He had salvaged his existence. Brave and loyal Marquis, what guidance do you offer? Wan Sanqian asked. Lu Tian smiled slightly at this, directly responding, the reason you oppose me is merely due to Zhu Wusher's instigation. There should be no enmity between us. As he spoke, he gestured towards himself, continuing, moreover, the prestigious manor I currently possess is funded by you, Lord Wan. I have no desire to be adversarial. Upon hearing this, Wan Sanqian's eyelids involuntarily twitched, What you say is true, but Iron Courage Marquis has informed me that you harbor treasonous intentions. Prompting my actions, Wan Sanqian replied. Upon hearing this, a mocking smile flickered across Lu Tian's lips. Zhu Wushi accuses me of treason. Isn't that the pot calling the kettle black? The pot calls the kettle black. Upon hearing this phrase, Wan Sanqian's expression shifted dramatically. He understood precisely what those words implied. Could it be that Iron Courage Marquis truly harbored treasonous thoughts? Wan Sanqian exclaimed in shock. It was no wonder Wan Sanqian was so astonished. Zhu Wushi had concealed his true nature exceptionally well. Lu Tian believed that Zhu Wushi might be the genuine first hypocrite of the realm, far surpassing the so-called by Wuxia. Lu Tian nodded. Then stated, Indeed, I possess concrete evidence. As he spoke, he produced a document from within his robes. These are the pieces of evidence collected by my subordinates in the Eastern Island. The assassin from the Izumo Kingdom was, in fact, Zhu Wushi's doing. Is that so? Wan Sanqian's face once again revealed astonishment, unable to fathom such explosive news. Iron Courage Marquis, does Zhu Wushi truly possess such audacity? Wan Sanqian remarked in disbelief. However, these pieces of evidence may merely be your one-sided narrative. After a moment, Wan Sanqian raised his head and stated. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian smiled once more, clapping his hands. I possess not only material evidence but also eyewitness accounts. Indeed, I can testify to this. As Lu Tian's applause echoed, Zhang Jiujio emerged from outside. I have uncovered that Zhu Wushi has secretly practiced the absorption technique. The masters of the 8 great sects were actually drained of their internal energies by him. And even the elusive young Master Wuhan was not spared from his clutches. While Lu Tian's assertions might not have convinced Wan Sanqian, with Zhang Jiujio's confirmation, it became impossible for Wan Sanqian to dismiss it. Zhang Jiujio was not one to speak falsely. I truly was blind. Wan Sanqian exclaimed. I never anticipated that this Iron Courage Marquis, who claims loyalty and bravery, would be a treacherous fiend. Wan Sanqian's face was filled with fury. Seeing Wan Sanqian's reaction, a fleeting, calm smile crossed Lu Tian's face. Now, do you comprehend Zhu Wushi's true nature? This man has concealed his ambitions for so long, Lu Tian stated directly. Wan Sanqian's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Yet he quickly interjected, in that case, should we not inform His Majesty? Wan Sanqian's expression was one of urgent concern. Zhang Jiujio also turned to Lu Tian, for such matters were solely within his purview to decide. However, at that moment, Lu Tian shook his head. Both Wan Sanqian and Zhang Jiujio felt their hearts race at the sight. Does the Marquis have a plan? Wan Sanqian inquired, his expression grave. Lu Tian glanced at the two men and replied. While the evidence I possess can indeed substantiate Zhu Wushi's treachery, relying solely on this evidence to bring him down is not a simple task. As he spoke, a glint of determination shone in his eyes. Zhu Wushi enjoys the Emperor's trust. We require irrefutable proof. Therefore, I intend to stage a performance for Zhu Wushi. Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Wan Sanqian and Zhang Jiujio fell into a contemplative silence. Both men looked toward Lu Tian, their curiosity tinged with trepidation about his plan. In the capital, at Hulong Mountain Manor, Zhu Wushi sat in the main hall, expressionless as he surveyed his subordinates kneeling before him. You claim that Chao Zhenchun perished at the hands of the brave and loyal Marquis, and that the Marquis is now missing? Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. It is absolutely true. One of the surviving Tian gang exclaimed. Zhu Wushi waved his hand, saying, Very well, you may leave. Once the Tian gang departed, a profound expression flickered at the corners of Zhu Wushi's mouth. This man was unexpectedly capable of turning the tables on Chao Zhenchun. Indeed, it was beyond this king's expectations. However, since you have vanished, once I succeed, no matter how formidable you may be, you will have but one fate, destruction. The gaze of Zhu Wushi was chillingly cold, yet at this moment, it was slightly askew, fixated upon the desk ahead. Upon it lay the letters of allegiance pinned by the 10 great generals. Utilizing the intelligence network of Hulong Villa, Zhu Wushi had procured their vulnerabilities and subsequently coerced their submission. As he surveyed these missives, a sense of boundless elation swelled within him, oblivious to the fact that, at this very moment, an individual had stealthily entered the capital, the following day, during the court assembly. The absence of Chao Zhenchun and the loyal and valiant Shen Ho rendered the court markedly desolate. The young emperor, too, appeared lackluster, hastily addressing state affairs before seeking to adjourn. Enough, I am weary. Let us end the session, he proclaimed. With that, the young emperor retreated to his chambers, and the courtiers followed suit. However, Zhu Wushi remained, waiting patiently until the 10 great generals emerged from the shadows. Greetings, Shen Ho. The 10 generals knelt in unison. Bowing deeply, they had returned secretly from their territories and were now poised to assist Zhu Wushi in seizing power. At this moment, They boldly invaded the young emperor's quarters, unimpeded by any opposition. In the absence of Chao Zhenchun, the entire Dongchang had become as fragile as a house of cards, easily toppled. Shen Ho, what is your intention? The young emperor bellowed in fury. At that moment, he was indulging in a soak in the bath of virtue, a favored pastime of his. Yet, Zhu Wusher's sudden intrusion incited his rage. With an expression of icy indifference, Zhu Wusher coldly declared, "Humph, I have come today with the 10 great generals to request your abdication." Your Majesty. After uttering these words, Zhu Wusher continued with unwavering resolve, "Should you abdicate, I shall grant you a fief akin to a paradise. However, should you refuse, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Upon hearing this, the young emperor's countenance darkened with even greater ire. "Shen Ho, my uncle, I never imagined you would commit such an act of treason," he exclaimed, trembling with anger as he pointed at Zhu Wusher. Yet, Zhu Wusher remained unyielding, seemingly unaffected by the young emperor's expression. "Treason, the throne rightfully belongs to me. You, devoid of talent and virtue, have no claim to the imperial seat." In that moment, Zhu Wusher's self-reference shifted from this king to I, revealing his rebellious intentions with stark clarity. A glint of cold amusement flickered in his eyes. "Since you are unwilling to abdicate, then I shall assist you in doing so," Zhu Wusher declared, stepping forward. "Protect the emperor, quickly, protect the emperor," the young emperor cried out in alarm. In response, a contingent of palace guards rushed forth to besiege Zhu Wusher. However, a look of disdain crossed Zhu Wusher's face. "These men cannot hinder me," he proclaimed, as he unleashed the technique of energy absorption, swiftly draining the guards of their vitality. "Bring me the imperial seal," Zhu Wusher commanded, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. With a resounding thud, he struck the young emperor upon the head, causing blood to flow from his 7 orifices, leading to his untimely demise. "Such a foolish ruler is of no further use. Let us seek the Empress Dowager," Zhu Wusher declared, unburdened by guilt, and with a sweeping gesture, he exited. As Zhu Wusher departed the bath of virtue, a figure stealthily emerged from within the walls. It was Lu Tian, observing the lifeless body of the young emperor with a tinge of regret. He remarked, "Behold, this serves as a lesson. Who bathes without a helmet? Had you donned one, perhaps I could have saved you." Subsequently, Lu Tian followed suit, for while the young emperor could not be saved, the Empress Dowager must be protected. Lu Tian's mission to control the Ming dynasty did not necessitate the abdication of the young emperor. If he could eliminate Zhu Wusher, then who in the entire Ming dynasty could stand against him? Even without the title of emperor, he could become a king without a crown. Now that the young emperor was dead, Lu Tian had no choice but to step into the limelight. Contemplating this, he quickened his pace toward the Empress Dowager's chambers. "Zhu Wusher, your heart is as dark as your ambitions are wild. You have truly betrayed the late emperor's profound grace." Lu Tian had yet to arrive, yet he could already hear the Empress Dowager's furious rebuke directed at Zhu Wusher. "Grace? He made me the iron-blooded Shen Ho, but forbade me from ever touching the throne. What kind of grace is that? I shall reclaim what I have lost, and none shall stop me," Zhu Wusher proclaimed loudly, brimming with arrogance. "Is that so? Do you truly believe I cannot thwart you?" At that moment, an unexpected voice resonated from outside, and Lu Tian stepped lightly into the room. Within the Empress Dowager's chambers, Zhu Wusher, accompanied by the 10 great generals, prepared to usurp the throne. In this critical moment, Lu Tian's voice rang out. "What?" Zhu Wusher's expression shifted drastically. Shock overtook his features as he turned to behold Lu Tian entering with a composed demeanor. "How could you possibly be here? This palace is under my watchful eye. Not even a fly could enter undetected." Zhu Wusher, emboldened by his audacity, had taken all necessary precautions. The entire palace was monitored by his subordinates, ensuring that any intruder would be reported to him. Such stringent security? Lu Tian scoffed inwardly. To one who could traverse through walls, no measure of defense would suffice. Even the emperor's mausoleum was not beyond his reach. With a cold snort, Lu Tian refrained from answering Zhu Wusher, instead wearing an expression of disdain. "Zhu Wusher, your ambitions are glaringly evident. You, a regicide and traitor, dare to refer to yourself as I." As Lu Tian's words fell, the Empress Dowager's face paled. An expression of alarm etched across her features. "What? My son is dead," she gasped, shock and sorrow flooding her heart. Her eyes dimming considerably. A fleeting shadow of grief crossed Lu Tian's face as he nodded in affirmation, revealing no intent to conceal the truth. "Indeed, your brother has passed. The perpetrator is none other than Zhu Wusher." Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager glared at Zhu Wusher, her eyes brimming with wrath. "Zhu Wusher, you have truly committed such an unpardonable act." Zhu Wusher had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. A fleeting shadow of gloom crossed his face. Yet, at this juncture, He found no opportunity to retreat. There was no longer any need for concealment. Humph, that young emperor was a fool, squandering his position. He deserved to die. Zhu Wushi asserted, his eyes glinting with cold malice as he surveyed the assembly. I am the entirety of the Ming dynasty, who is more suited to ascend the throne than I. Witnessing Zhu Wushi's blatant ambition, Lu Tian recognized that this man had become dangerously inflated with power. When heaven wishes to destroy a man, it first makes him mad, Lu Tian mused, then turned his gaze to Zhu Wushi. Raising his hands as a chilling energy surged forth, Zhu Wushi, you have lost your senses. Allow me to awaken you. Radiating an aura of battle intent, Lu Tian directed his focus entirely upon Zhu Wushi. Poised for confrontation. Indeed, you are truly worthy of the title my royal son bestowed upon you, the loyal and valiant Shen Ho, capable of turning the tide, the Empress Dowager, within her chambers. Perceived the trust burgeoning in her gaze as she looked upon Lu Tian. In this moment within the palace, if anyone could thwart Zhu Wushi, it would be Lu Tian. Zhu Wushi narrowed his eyes, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him as he regarded Lu Tian. Coldly stating, very well, you have delivered yourself to my doorstep, sparing me the trouble of seeking you out. Once I eliminate you today, I shall be the sole emperor. Zhu Wushi clearly comprehended that Lu Tian was indeed his true adversary. In a flash, Lu Tian propelled himself forward with the lightness of the Tiyunzong technique. Departing from his original position and charging towards Zhu Wushi, a frigid energy began to circulate within Lu Tian's palm, emanating a chilling aura that filled the air around them. What kind of internal skill is this? Zhu Wushi furrowed his brow at the sight. Having traversed the martial world for over 2 decades and having drained the inner strength of countless masters, his knowledge was extensive. Yet, the icy energy emanating from Lu Tian was unfamiliar to him. It was as if it had materialized out of nowhere within the realm of martial arts. The two had previously engaged in a brief skirmish, but it had been superficial, lacking any profound exchange. This time, however, the outcome of their battle would determine the fate of the entire Ming dynasty, a significance unparalleled in the annals of the martial world. Thus, when Lu Tian struck, he held nothing back, his icy energy enveloping his palm, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to plummet. Shinming Divine Palm, Lu Tian exclaimed, unleashing an attack with his hands, which appeared as if carved from white jade. Aimed directly at Zhu Wushi. In response, Zhu Wushi boldly countered, opting to engage without weapons. Meeting palm with palm and fist with fist, the air reverberated with muffled explosions as their fierce clash intensified. Signifying the ferocity of their conflict, the space surrounding them was saturated with their internal energies, making it impossible for onlookers to approach. As their exchanges escalated in speed and intensity, the energy they emitted grew increasingly dramatic. Suddenly, the entire hall began to tremble, as if it were on the brink of collapse. We must retreat. Quickly, one of the 10 generals exchanged glances with another, urging haste. Your Highness, let us exit at once. A young eunuch led the Empress away from the hall's interior. As the two combatants sensed the departure of others, their focus intensified, unburdened by the presence of onlookers. At that moment, a layer of frost enveloped Lu Tian's palm. A peculiar sight resulting from the convergence of his internal energy at tenfold. Lu Tian bellowed once more, propelling himself forward with a swift leap, employing the Tiyunzong technique to reach Zhu Wushi's front in an instant. Zhu Wushi raised his arm to block, but as soon as he did, Lu Tian's palm forced it down, and his other hand struck fiercely against Zhu Wushi's chest. Bang! Another resounding impact echoed as Zhu Wushi staggered back, colliding forcefully with the rear wall of the palace. Humph! Zhu Wushi grunted coldly, having endured the brunt of Lu Tian's internal force. Yet, Lu Tian showed no signs of relenting. Instead, he pressed the attack, raising both arms to deliver another punishing blow to Zhu Wushi's chest. However, this time, Lu Tian did not withdraw his hands but continued to channel his internal energy into Zhu Wushi's body. The chilling energy of the Shinming Divine Palm surged relentlessly into Zhu Wushi. Absorption technique. Zhu Wushi quickly activated his own absorption method to draw in Lu Tian's internal energy. How dare you compete with me in internal strength? Zhu Wushi's mind brimmed with confidence. In his view, aside from the indestructible Vajra skill, there was little to fear from any other technique. Your demise approaches. Lu Tian exerted all of his chilling energy, while Zhu Wushi similarly summoned his absorption technique. Boom! Their internal energies clashed, producing a thunderous resonance. At this juncture, Zhu Wushi utilized his absorption art to draw Lu Tian's energy into his body, preparing to digest it. This was a critical aspect of the absorption technique, enabling the consumption of various internal forces. However, Lu Tian's icy energy, combined with the chilling force of the Shinming Divine Palm, was not easily digested. One misstep could lead to severe repercussions. Zhu Wushi felt an overwhelming surge of frigid, peculiar energy coursing through his meridians, rendering him momentarily paralyzed with cold. Not long ago, in an attempt to save Su Xin, Zhu Wushi had used his absorption technique to extract the cold poison from her body, inadvertently accumulating a significant amount of cold poison within himself. Fortunately, Zhu Wushi's profound internal strength had allowed him to suppress it. Yet now, daring to absorb Lu Tian's icy energy was akin to courting death. Lu Tian's chilling energy, infused with an abundance of Yin energy and the frost of millennia, combined with the poison of the Xianming divine palm, compounded the coldness. Poof! Zhu Wushi spat out a mouthful of blood, his hair and brows coated with frost, resembling someone freshly emerged from a freezer. What a vile palm technique! Zhu Wushi exclaimed, pulling back his sleeve to reveal a green palm imprint on his chest. Ah! The cold poison of the Xianming divine palm surged forth, prompting Zhu Wushi to stifle a cry. The agony induced by the Xianming divine palm was excruciating. The fact that Zhu Wushi remained standing instead of collapsing to the ground spoke to his formidable endurance. At that moment, Lu Tian cast a disdainful glance at Zhu Wushi and remarked, "Mediocre at best. It should suffice to deal with you, Zhu Taidan." Without affording Zhu Wushi a moment's respite, Lu Tian charged forward once more, intent on delivering a fatal blow. "Arrogant fool, do not presume I am defeated," Zhu Wushi retorted fiercely. As he spoke, an immense surge of internal energy erupted from within him, resembling a tempest unleashed. Boom. Aware of the lethal cold poison in Lu Tian's energy, Zhu Wushi chose not to engage directly, instead unleashing his full internal might with a thunderous explosion. The Empress's palace was instantly obliterated, the roof collapsing in an instant. "Lord, are you all right?" The 10 generals outside exchanged worried glances at the unfolding chaos. The wreckage was strewn with debris, obscuring any view of the interior. Boom, boom. Amidst the confusion, 2 figures emerged from the ruins, bursting forth from the debris, Lu Tian and Zhu Wushi, having extricated themselves from the wreckage. "My lord, are you unharmed?" The generals turned their concerned gazes toward Zhu Wushi, observing blood at the corner of his mouth and his disheveled attire. What transpired between them? A flicker of doubt crossed the minds of the 10 generals. "Humph, that brat could never injure me," Zhu Wushi scoffed, channeling his internal energy to exude an imposing presence once more. "Zhu Taidan, your bravado is commendable, yet regrettably, your strength is insufficient," Lu Tian sneered. "You seek death." Enraged, Zhu Wushi stomped forward, gathering his internal energy in his hands. "Absorption technique," Zhu Wushi shouted, raising his hands with a sudden force, generating a terrifying suction. Whoosh! In an instant, a fierce gale erupted, disturbing the remnants of the shattered hall. Lifting debris into the air, with a sweeping motion, Zhu Wushi directed the debris towards Lu Tian. Aware of the toxicity within Lu Tian's internal energy, Zhu Wushi opted for a distant confrontation. Lu Tian, with a cold smile, stood his ground, employing the power of the Xianming divine palm to counter Zhu Wushi's absorption technique. Though direct contact was absent, Lu Tian had transcended the innate level and was unperturbed by this degree of confrontation. Boom! 2 streams of internal energy erupted between the 2 individuals, causing the debris and ruins to explode violently before cascading to the ground. The force generated by the explosion surged outward, knocking the distant 10 generals off balance, rendering them unable to stand firm. The 2 at the center bore the brunt of this immense force. Zhu Wushi staggered backward several paces until he forcefully planted a foot on the ground to steady himself. In contrast, Lu Tian exhibited remarkable composure, retreating only a step or 2 before regaining his balance entirely. A look of disbelief flashed in Zhu Wushi's eyes as he exclaimed in horror, "How is this possible? Even if you had trained in internal martial arts from the womb, you would never attain such mastery." Zhu Wushi's furious outburst stemmed from his utter astonishment at Lu Tian's unexpected prowess. Upon hearing Zhu Wushi's words, a smirk of derision crossed Lu Tian's lips, his expression brimming with mockery. "Just because you lack talent, do you presume everyone else is like you?" After delivering this retort, Lu Tian cast another scornful glance at Zhu Wushi, his disdain palpable. "If you possess no aptitude for martial arts, do not aspire to absorb internal energy like others. Scoundrel, how dare you insult me so?" Zhu Wushi, incensed by Lu Tian's taunts, bellowed in rage. He then stomped his right foot down once more, unleashing another wave of internal energy toward Lu Tian in his fury. Observing Zhu Wushi's demeanor, Lu Tian's cold smile broadened. "Oh, you think your overwhelming anger can defeat me?" As he spoke, Lu Tian showed no intention of retreating. Instead, he boldly charged forward to meet Zhu Wushi's internal force head-on. The clash of energies erupted with a thunderous sound, and Lu Tian was enveloped in a chilling aura, resembling a block of ancient ice in motion. Zhu Wusher's energy assaults were effortlessly neutralized by Lu Tian, who pressed closer to him. Panic surged within Zhu Wusher as he realized the perilous situation and hastily considered retreating. However, it was too late. With a swift flick of his toes, Lu Tian moved with the grace of a flying crane, appearing beside Zhu Wusher in an instant. A frigid energy swirled around his palm as he struck down upon Zhu Wusher's crown. Bang! The impact could be aptly described by a lyric: lift your skull. Let me take a look. Lu Tian paused, sensing something awry. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating Zhu Wusher and acquiring the 2-star skill energy absorption technique. The system's notification triggered a moment of astonishment in Lu Tian, his expression reflecting his surprise. Energy absorption technique, a top-tier 2-star internal skill capable of absorbing an enemy's internal energy, true qi, and essence for personal use. Though the description was succinct, it filled Lu Tian's heart with exhilaration. After all, in this world of unparalleled martial prowess, Zhu Wusher's status as a top master was largely attributed to this remarkable technique. Reflecting on the prowess of the legendary Tuanqi monster, Lu Tian marveled at the extraordinary skills it had left behind. Realizing that the monster had arguably brushed against the threshold of the 3-star Grandmaster level, Lu Tian scrutinized the details of the energy absorption technique, unable to suppress his admiration. Currently, he stood at the innate realm, a level that could be deemed masterful in any martial arts community. Yet, beyond the master, there existed the Grandmaster. Lu Tian speculated that the Tianqi monster's enduring physical form might imply that it was on the cusp of attaining Grandmaster status. However, Lu Tian refrained from assuming that the monster had actually achieved this, as the world they inhabited was a 2-star realm, where Grandmasters were virtually non-existent. In a world less constrained, the Tianqi monster's potential could have been limitless. Lu Tian sighed, contemplating that without the aid of the system, even a prodigy could meet a fate akin to that of the Tianqi monster, unfulfilled and ultimately forgotten. Do not think of escaping. Suddenly, a voice broke the tension. Lu Tian looked up to see the 10 generals preparing to flee. Initially, they believed Zhu Wusher would maintain control, which prompted them to follow him to the palace. However, now that Zhu Wusher had been vanquished by Lu Tian, their only recourse was to escape. Unfortunately, before the 10 generals could exit the Empress Dowager's quarters, they were swiftly apprehended. Greetings, Lord. The newcomers were Ba Dao and the other members of the Dragon Guard. Initially, without knowledge of Lu Tian's arrival, the Dragon Guard had been rendered inactive. However, Lu Tian had secretly come to the capital and assigned them tasks. At this moment, Ba Dao was executing Lu Tian's orders, seizing control of the palace's elite forces and eliminating Zhu Wusher's followers. As Ba Dao burst in, he caught sight of the 10 generals attempting to escape and promptly captured them. My lord, how shall we deal with these individuals? Ba Dao's eyes glinted with cold determination as he regarded the 10 generals. Having become the second-in-command spy, Ba Dao had previously concealed his murderous intent. But now, his gaze alone turned the faces of the generals pale. Lu Tian assessed the 10 captives, his expression inscrutable. Their fate must be determined by the Empress Dowager. With that, Lu Tian swiftly sought out the Empress Dowager, who was hiding in another palace. At this moment, the Empress Dowager appeared to be in a state of profound sorrow, her eyes red from weeping. Lu Tian looked at her, his face reflecting a modicum of shared grief. Are you well, Your Highness? Upon hearing Lu Tian's voice, the Empress Dowager slowly lifted her head. What has become of Zhu Wusher? Her foremost concern remained Zhu Wushai. Lu Tian understood that this was a manifestation of her deep-seated anger. Rest assured, I have slain Zhu Wusher, Lu Tian declared. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager visibly brightened, exclaiming, Excellent, excellent. Her eyes sparkled with a mixture of astonishment and newfound admiration for Lu Tian. My son, by vanquishing Zhu Wusher, you have avenged your brother. This is indeed a monumental achievement. The Empress Dowager's expression was a complex blend of joy and sorrow, shaped by her recent loss, having endured the pain of losing her son. She had come to terms with the current situation. At this juncture, the Ming dynasty faced a pressing need to select a new emperor following the demise of the young emperor. Although the late emperor had numerous concubines, none had borne him a male heir, necessitating the search for a successor. The late emperor's unwavering devotion had resulted in only one offspring besides the young emperor, the third prince. Presently, however, it was Lu Tian who bore the title of the third prince. While the Empress Dowager remained the nominal mother of the third prince, from both legal and emotional perspectives, the Empress Dowager should support Lu Tian's ascension to the throne as a politically astute figure. She quickly grasped this reality. Thus, gazing at Lu Tian with profound intent, she spoke directly. In that case, my son, you should prepare for your ascension to the throne. This statement left Lu Tian feigning surprise. Yet internally, he remained remarkably composed. Upon learning of the young emperor's death, he had anticipated this outcome. Who else but him was suited for this throne? Swiftly, news of the palace's development spread throughout the capital, reaching the residences of the ministers at an unprecedented pace. Just as they returned home from court, many officials, still clad in their formal attire, hurried back to the palace. The great emperor has just passed. We require a new sovereign. I favor the loyal and valiant Lord Shin. What are your thoughts? The Empress Dowager formally convened the court to address the ministers. The decision to hold the meeting outside her chambers was due to the devastation that had befallen them. The ministers, hearing her words, felt a mix of grief and astonishment. They cast their eyes toward Lu Tian, who stood resolutely nearby, pondering how to respond. At that moment, the Empress Dowager continued, loyal and valiant. The divine marquis possesses both talent and virtue. Having avenged the late emperor by slaying Zhu Wushai. Do you harbor any objections? The divine marquis has killed the iron-willed marquis. Upon hearing this, an air of surrealism enveloped the ministers, who exchanged bewildered glances, questioning whether they had misheard. How could the two esteemed marquises of the court find themselves in such a predicament? The Empress Dowager cleared her throat and recounted the cause of the young emperor's demise, allowing the assembly to understand the tragic fate of the young monarch. Under these circumstances, we, the ministers, naturally support the divine marquis in ascending to the throne, the esteemed scholar Fu Taicheng proclaimed, his expression radiating approval. Knowing that Lu Tian had vanquished Zhu Wushi, Fu Taicheng dared not voice any dissent. The other ministers echoed their agreement, and thus Lu Tian emerged as the sovereign of the Ming dynasty. As Lu Tian gazed upon the kneeling ministers, for words echoed in his mind, I am the tide. A nation cannot endure a day without a ruler, especially one as vast as the Ming dynasty. Consequently, the day following the young emperor's funeral, Lu Tian's coronation ceremony commenced. The elaborate and solemn proceedings, despite Lu Tian's profound cultivation, left him utterly exhausted, as if his very essence had been drained. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of seizing control of the Ming dynasty. You are rewarded with the indestructible Vajra technique. The voice from the system elicited a flicker of delight at the corners of Lu Tian's mouth. The indestructible Vajra technique, a top-tier, 2-star martial art. An esoteric skill of Shaolin, later passed down to the Tianqi eccentric. Upon mastery, it grants the ability to transform into a golden form, impervious to blades and flames, with strength and defenses amplifying with increased power. Reading the description, Lu Tian's smile widened, his heart brimming with joy. This indestructible Vajra technique is the supreme martial art of this world, surpassing even the absorption technique. Although Lu Tian had acquired the indestructible Vajra technique, he did not wish to transform into a small golden figure, as he possessed the ancient body of San Tong, preventing him from directly assuming that form. However, this posed no issue. With his innate cultivation, he was confident that, with diligent practice, he could achieve transformation in no time. Lu Tian held considerable confidence in this regard, for his current prowess was certainly not inferior to that of San Tong. Perhaps he lagged slightly behind the Tianqi eccentric, but the difference was negligible. Setting aside thoughts of the indestructible Vajra technique, Lu Tian, now the emperor of the Ming, prioritized state affairs. His first decree upon ascending the throne was to secretly dismiss the 10 generals, dispatching his trusted confidants to seize control of the military power across the 10 military districts. After all, having become emperor, the talents from Hulong Mountain Villa pledged their allegiance to Lu Tian. Otherwise, he would not have been able to accomplish this feat with military power firmly in hand. The Ming dynasty could no longer be upended. Lu Tian appointed Ba Dao as the head of Hulong Mountain Villa, merging it with Hulong Subvilla, and arranged a marriage between Cheng Shifei and Princess Yuluo. Initially, Cheng Shifei contemplated fleeing, but under Lu Tian's orders, he lacked the courage to do so. Additionally, Lu Tian swiftly took the step of making Shangguan Haitang his empress, uniting them in matrimony. Of course, Lu Shangpiashu also entered the imperial harem as a consort, solidifying relations with the Eastern Isles, where General Tokugawa was bestowed the title of King of Japan. Both at home and abroad, tranquility reigned, and the might of the Ming dynasty flourished, seemingly improving with each passing day. In such circumstances, Lu Tian felt little need to remain in this world. Host, do you wish to temporarily depart from this realm? The system inquired. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian did not immediately agree. Instead, a serious expression crossed his visage. No, before leaving, I still have one matter to attend to. At Shuiwei Monastery, a cadre of spies from Hulong Mountain Villa arrived. Following the multitude of spies was an elite contingent of Ming soldiers, safeguarding the small monastery, signaling the arrival of a significant figure. I ask, is it truly necessary? Who in this world could pose a threat to me? Lu Tiandu's voice resonated. In the Ming dynasty, only the newly anointed emperor could command such an imposing presence. Your Majesty, you are of unparalleled worth. Should you need to intervene, it would signify our failure. Ba Dao stated earnestly. Lu Tiandu, hearing this, could only smile wryly, refraining from further argument. At that moment, he glanced down at Gui Haidao, who had been brooding beside him. Idao, do you comprehend why I've brought you here? Lu Tiandu inquired. Gui Haidao's expression soured upon hearing the question. He had harbored suspicions since Lu Tiandu's arrival at Shuiwei Monastery, for this was the sacred place where his mother, Lu Huanong, had undergone her spiritual cultivation, devoid of any other presence. For Lu Tiandu to appear here, there could only be one reason. After a moment of contemplation, Gui Haidao approached Lu Tiandu directly. Your Majesty, I am uncertain of your intentions. This place is where my mother practiced. Is it possible you seek her? Gui Haidao asked bluntly, prompting a shift in Lu Tiandu's demeanor. Lu Tiandu gestured to a figure behind him. Zhang Jinjiao, please share what you have discovered. Zhang Jinjiao stepped forward respectfully. What have you uncovered? Gui Haidao inquired, already anticipating the answer. Zhang Jinjiao first bowed to Lu Tiandu before addressing Gui Haidao. Idao, the inquiries you entrusted me with regarding your father have been thoroughly investigated. Gui Haidao's heart raced. Who killed my father? He demanded urgently. In that moment, his emotions began to spiral. Calm yourself, Lu Tiandu urged, his lips parting slightly as a frigid energy surged forth, akin to a raindrop landing upon Gui Haidao's forehead. With that, Gui Haidao regained his composure, realizing his emotional upheaval. Your Majesty, I was reckless, he admitted. The others present marveled at the display, astonished by the depth of Lu Tiandu's power. Lu Tiandu waved his hand, directing Zhang Jinjiao to continue. Proceed, at your command. Zhang Jinjiao bowed once more before continuing. My investigation revealed that your father was, in fact, slain by your mother. What? That is impossible. Gui Haidao's expression turned frantic, disbelief overtaking him. Zhang Jinjiao, aware of the difficulty of this revelation, pressed on. It is the truth. Your father, Gui Haibalian, became obsessed with a demonic blade known as the sovereign over the world, and despite the attempts of 3 masters to intervene, they were powerless against him. Your mother, in a bid to save those 3, was compelled to take your father's life. As Zhang Jinjiao concluded his findings, Gui Haidao's countenance darkened. Lu Tiandu addressed him, stating, This is our conclusion. We have come to apprehend the perpetrator of this heinous act. Suddenly, the doors of Shuiwei Monastery swung open, revealing Gui Haidao's mother, Lu Huanong. I am willing to atone. The spies from Hulong Mountain Villa advanced, taking her into custody, while Lu Tiandu ordered the retrieval of the demonic blade manual left by Gui Haibalian. This cursed weapon must not be allowed to resurface. Lu Tian spoke, directly in front of the crowd, and destroyed the secret manual. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the 2-star sword technique, dominance of the world. With a stoic expression, Lu Tian returned to the palace. Thus concluded this farcical episode of a single blade losing its way. Thank you for your efforts, my husband, remarked Shangwan Haidang as Lu Tian entered the imperial palace. With a swift motion, Lu Tian used his lightness skill to appear beside her, embracing her as he said, I understand that you grew up alongside Yi Dao. He is like an elder brother to you. And thus, he is also my brother. It is my duty to act in this manner. Lu Tian continued, not only have I resolved a troublesome matter, but I have also acquired a formidable sword technique. It would be unreasonable to consider this a loss. Then, lowering his head to gaze at Shangwan Haidang, he gently added, however, if you believe I have labored excessively, might you consider rewarding me? As the spring breeze swept through, Lu Tian made his way to the study and called out, Return. With a flash of white light, the entire realm of the world's supremacy fell into stillness, as Lu Tian felt himself ensconced within a whirlwind, his body seemingly spinning at a dizzying pace. Upon his return to the White Room, a wave of nausea washed over him. Host, how long has it been since your last return? The voice of Hua Hua reached his ears first. Lu Tian, hearing this, cast a sidelong glance, inhaled deeply, and suppressed the nauseating sensation. Returning like this, could it not be a gentler experience in the future? This is truly unbearable, he mused, thinking that had there been a place for evaluations, he would certainly have given a negative review. Hua Hua, observing his discomfort, merely surveyed the surroundings, whistling without any intention of responding. Seeing this, Lu Tian resignedly relinquished his efforts. Perhaps, he thought, he would soon grow accustomed to this method. At that moment, Lu Tian redirected his focus to the sword technique he had acquired. Dominance of the World, 2-star sword technique. It was a demonic sword technique honed by Gui Haibalian. which, if practiced excessively, could lead one astray, becoming a source of slaughter. Observing the description, Lu Tian's expression turned serious, yet he also understood that mastering this demonic sword technique was no simple feat perhaps. Akin to the words of the monk from Tianlong. The more powerful the technique, the more one requires methods such as Buddhist teachings to temper it. Lu Tian pondered, recalling that he possessed the heart method of the zombie fist, wondering if it could suppress the malevolent thoughts within dominance of the world. This sword technique is on par with the heartless slash. Even if I do not practice it, I can utilize it as a reference. Lu Tian silently reassured himself, preparing to absorb the information of dominance of the world as a thought surged through his mind. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind, wielding a long blade with relentless fervor. Dominance of the world. The figure bellowed, the long blade slicing through the air with a terrifying aura. Is this what dominance of the world embodies? Truly overwhelming. Lu Tian reflected on the scene in his mind, unable to suppress a sigh. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he witnessed the figure's movements change, the sword technique growing increasingly sinister. The three blades of Abhij. Came a thunderous shout, the long blade cleaving through the air. Thunderous roars erupted as this malevolent technique unleashed a force that seemed to converge with the very essence of evil. Lu Tian's body involuntarily trembled, feeling a stagnation within the circulation of his icy true energy. Host, what is wrong? Hua, who had been in a daze, suddenly inquired upon observing Lu Tian's movements. A layer of dark energy seemed to envelop Lu Tian's visage, while a hint of malevolence crept into the corners of his mouth. However, the icy true energy soon began to flow, a blanket of frost spreading forth, restoring Lu Tian to his former self. I'm fine now, he declared, standing upright. Ding, congratulations to the host for comprehending the three-star sword technique, the three blades of Abhij. A voice resonated from the system. Lu Tian was taken aback. He had merely sought to learn dominance of the world, yet he had grasped the three blades of Abhij from it. Had it not been for his mastery of icy true energy, he might have truly been influenced by this malevolent technique. To have obtained the three blades of Abhij, your luck seems to have run out, host, Hua remarked, her gaze glinting with intrigue. Fortunately, you are here. Your presence provides a modicum of suppression against such wicked techniques. Or you might have truly succumbed to madness. As the host I have chosen, it would be quite the jest if you were to fall into madness, Hua added. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian could not help but roll his eyes, retorting, do you truly lack faith in me? Not at all. Hua replied promptly. Lu Tian, finding himself at a loss, shook his head in resignation, choosing to delve into the three blades of Abhij. The three blades of Abhij, a three-star sword technique. The final move of dominance of the world, born from the power of hatred, entirely detached from human emotional control. Merely reading the description revealed the extraordinary nature of this technique. Lu Tian marveled at the introduction of the sword technique. Acknowledging that being a three-star technique, it was indeed exceptional. Hearing Lu Tian's musings, Hua scoffed, of course. This technique is a three-star one, the best you can temporarily acquire. As she spoke, Hua began to count on her fingers like a meticulous housekeeper. However, in the realm of supremacy, you have accumulated a total of 10,000 source points, which can temporarily enhance your abilities. At this, Lu Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. With such an abundance of source points, can I elevate my other skills to their maximum levels? A fully maximized wall-passing technique would grant Lu Tian immense convenience. If he could acquire several maxed-out skills, he would surely soar. Hua, listening to Lu Tian, shook her head. That won't work. The wall-passing technique was a unique instance. Elevating ordinary skills to their maximum levels won't yield significant power. Achieving the effects akin to a divine wall-passing technique requires an immense amount of source points. Though Lu Tian felt a twinge of disappointment at her words, it was not overwhelming. Nevertheless, this 10,000 source points must be utilized wisely, Lu Tian asserted. Whatever aspect the host wishes to enhance, source points can facilitate, Hua replied. Hearing this, Lu Tian focused his thoughts and glanced at his character interface. Lu Tian rank, 2-star. Techniques, icy true energy, absorption technique, indestructible divine skills. Divine wall-passing technique, three blades of Abhij. Dominance of the world, profound dark divine palm, heartless slash, cloud ladder. Evaluation, you are insignificant, yet you have already undergone a subtle transformation. Upon viewing the system's evaluation of himself, Lu Tian could not help but raise his eyebrows. A strange light flashing in his eyes. At least this time, he was not utterly bereft of merit. Given this, let us enhance my three blades of Abhij. It is my most formidable technique, Lu Tian declared. Naturally, Hua had no objections. Very well, no problem. she affirmed. As Lu Tian felt a flash of brilliance before his eyes. He observed the thin layer within the source point's pool rapidly depleting. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The sword technique, 3 Blades of Abhij, has been upgraded to level 5 max. Hearing this announcement, a glimmer of malevolence sparkled in Lu Tian's eyes as he extended his fingers like blades, executing a swift slash. Exuding an aura of wickedness. Is this the full potential of the 3 Blades of Abhij? Truly remarkable. With a slight demonstration of the fully maximized 3 Blades of Abhij, Lu Tian felt the extraordinary power coursing through him. Realizing that the dominance and malevolence entrenched within were beyond the capabilities of ordinary martial arts. However, Lu Tian quickly summoned his true energy, repressing the surging malevolence within, restoring himself to normalcy. Though the technique was powerful, it could not be employed frequently. Otherwise, he might truly be led astray. Lu Tian remarked. He was acutely aware of his own state. The sinister aura had indeed been influencing his mind. Had it not been for Lu Tian's considerable cultivation, the outcome could have been unfathomable. Kai Hua also looked at Lu Tian and said earnestly, "You are absolutely right. Within the 3 knives of abandonment, this malevolent thought is inherently contained, and frequent use of it is indeed inadvisable." Then, with a raised eyebrow, Kai Hua continued, "However, if one could suppress this malevolent thought, this technique could become one of your trump cards." Lu Tian rolled his eyes in response, saying, "Do I need you to tell me that?" Upon hearing this, Kai Hua snorted coldly and lifted her chin, inquiring, "Do you not wish to know how to suppress this malevolent thought?" Lu Tian glanced over and saw Kai Hua poised expectantly. With a smile, Lu Tian feigned humility and asked, "How does one suppress it?" Upon hearing this, Kai Hua shot him a glance of exasperation, and her expression finally returned to normal. To suppress this malevolent energy, there are 2 methods, Kai Hua stated, raising 2 fingers. "What are those 2? Lu Tian inquired. Kai Hua pressed her palms together, adopting a monk-like demeanor. The first method is to dissolve it with boundless Buddhist teachings. As long as the host enters a world where Buddhism flourishes, dissipating the negative energy will pose no issue whatsoever. The Earth Store Bodhisattva suppresses hell and vows to save countless malevolent spirits. A mere abandonment hell is hardly a concern." Upon hearing this, Lu Tian immediately retorted, "Does that mean I must become a monk?" "Absolutely not." He shook his head vigorously, resembling a mischievous monkey. In response, Kai Hua merely smiled and said, "I knew you wouldn't choose that option, but I do have a plan B." "Plan B?" Lu Tian raised an eyebrow. Intrigued at this moment, Kai Hua's expression turned quite serious as she addressed Lu Tian. "Plan B is for you to fully master this malevolent thought. Why not embrace the darkness? As long as you become a demon, you shall not fall into madness." Kai Hua's words left Lu Tian momentarily bewildered. Unable to respond. Is this what they call, "As long as I lack morality, no one can impose moral constraints upon me"? Lu Tian couldn't help but exclaim, finding Kai Hua's plan B utterly implausible. Seeing his reaction, Kai Hua quickly waved her hands, insisting, "That's not what I meant. What I mean by embracing darkness is not truly succumbing to madness, but rather learning the essence of demonic arts." Lu Tian nodded thoughtfully. Kai Hua continued, "The so-called demonic arts are not necessarily malevolent. The demonic path is also one of the great paths." Kai Hua's explanation illuminated Lu Tian's understanding. "Demonic arts, you say?" Lu Tian replied calmly. He held no aversion to demonic arts, for after all, whether a cat is black or white, if it catches mice, it is a good cat. Indeed, mastering demonic arts to their fullest can also lead one to enlightenment. Kai Hua asserted earnestly. Listening to her, Lu Tian nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. Thus, in my next world, I shall choose one abundant in demonic arts and sufficiently powerful." After concluding his analysis, Lu Tian declared, "Kai Hua, select a world for me. It must be one rich in demonic arts." Ding. "The world has been provided. Please select." "Host." Kai Hua's voice echoed. Within the system, various worlds were retrieved for Lu Tian's selection. 3-star world, Cloud Sea and Jade Bao. Task, prevent Li Xingnan's tragedy. 3-star world, the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty. Task, fulfill Xiang Yutian's long-held wish. 3-star world, the Crescent Moon Saber. Task, become the world's greatest swordsman. Among the worlds offered by the system, a plethora of demonic realms dazzled Lu Tian, overwhelming him with choices. "I will certainly not choose Cloud Sea and Jade Bao." Lu Tian promptly eliminated one option. This decision stemmed from his knowledge that, while this world contained figures from the demonic sects, they often met with dismal fates. In summary, it meant that the great sage's later years were shrouded in uncertainty. Furthermore, This world was likely rife with hidden righteous masters who had concealed their strength for countless years. To venture into such a realm and learn the techniques of the demonic sect would be akin to weaving one's own cocoon. Thus, he discarded it first. The world of Crescent Moon Saber does seem quite appealing. To wield the sword and become the greatest swordsman in the world. However, another world draws me even more. Lu Tian lamented, and upon seeing the world of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty, he immediately made his choice. The world of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty boasted 4 great classic novels, The Evil Emperor's Relic, the He Shibai, and figures like Shi Fei Xuan and Wan Wan. What reason could there be to not choose this world? Lu Tian decisively declared. Is there something amiss within this selection? At that moment, Kai Hua suddenly turned her head. Ahem, Lu Tian quickly interjected, it's nothing. I'm merely going to learn martial arts. In the worlds of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty and other Huang Yi realms, one could indeed say that the demonic path thrived. Among them, the heavenly demon strategy was particularly profound, giving rise to a plethora of sects under the demonic banner. Of course, the demonic sect was not invincible in the world of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty. But Lu Tian was not overly concerned about that. Moreover, the highest secret technique, Dao heart cultivating demons, was astonishingly wondrous, possessing capabilities that defied imagination. Even Lu Tian held immense interest in this supreme demonic technique, eager to behold it. Very well. If that is the case, I shall send the host into the world of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty. Kai Hua responded with a smile, though a hint of mischief lingered at the corners of her mouth. This time, the host will traverse with a special identity, Kai Hua announced. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian's brow furrowed, and a flicker of doubt crossed his face. Swish! At that moment, the void began to distort, and Lu Tian felt himself being drawn back into a whirlwind of experiences reminiscent of a washing machine. Once again embarking on an unforgettable journey, after enduring the discomfort of time and space travel, Lu Tian gradually regained his composure. After so many times, the discomfort remains. When will I ever become accustomed to it, as Kai Hua suggested? Lu Tian sighed, pondering the perpetual unease that accompanied his transdimensional travels. He suspected that even if he were to become a grandmaster, he might never fully adapt. Never mind, let us not dwell on that. Lu Tian stated, rising to survey the scene. He had arrived at this time. This time, Lu Tian's gaze shifted, and a look of surprise flitted across his face. He sensed something was amiss as he noticed his attire had changed. While he had specifically donned ordinary clothing during the transference, he now found himself clad in resplendent robes. Raising his head to survey his surroundings, Lu Tian realized he was in a lavish room adorned with exquisite celadon wares. Judging by the decor, it was clearly the quarters of an official of no lower than the 3rd rank. Kai Hua, what is this? Where have you arranged for me to go? Lu Tian called out. Seeking clarification. Host, this transference is unlike any previous one. This time, I have replaced someone on your behalf, Kai Hua replied. This revelation caused Lu Tian's brow to furrow, and an expression of disbelief crossed his face. Replace someone? Does that mean my identity has become that of a character within the storyline? Lu Tian exclaimed, hastily leaping from the bed to grab a bronze mirror for inspection. In the mirror appeared a somewhat haggard face. And most strikingly, this visage appeared to be around 40 years of age. Kai Hua, why have you assigned me the identity of a 40-year-old? What is your intention? Lu Tian queried immediately. His own age was not particularly advanced, and yet Kai Hua had chosen such an identity for him. Kai Hua, are you deliberately seeking revenge? Lu Tian stated candidly. Host, do not speak frivolously. The system merely altered your appearance. The blossoming flower spoke with unwavering conviction. The host's physical condition has now been locked by the system. When the host returns, everything will naturally revert to its original state. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of contemplation crossed Lu Tian's face. At this moment, the flower continued, stating that even in the event of any issues with the host's body, restoration would be possible. The flower's words stirred something within Lu Tian. So, has a backup been prepared? Allowing for a one-click restoration to factory settings, Lu Tian remarked, grasping the flower's intent. Indeed, the host is quite astute. The flower replied with a smile. Well, that sounds promising. But may I inquire about the identity of this esteemed official I am supposed to be? Lu Tian asked. He could not help but speculate, considering the luxurious attire he wore, that his rank must be quite elevated. It seems that, this time, the starting point is rather favorable. Lu Tian mused. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted his thoughts. The Emperor's envoy has arrived. As Lu Tian began to ponder, he heard the announcement. The Emperor himself has dispatched an envoy. It appears I am indeed a person of considerable trust in the Emperor's eyes. Lu Tian thought to himself. Could it be that I am a bedridden individual whom the emperor has sent someone to visit? At that moment, the flower let out a chuckle, saying, "You will soon discover your true identity." Host. After uttering this, the flower fell silent, leaving a look of astonishment on Lu Tian's face. He had not anticipated that the flower would laugh. A sense of foreboding began to creep into Lu Tian's mind. Could it be that the person I have replaced is embroiled in some grave predicament? Just as Lu Tian pondered this, the door to the room swung open, and several figures entered. At the forefront stood a tall, slender individual, with long arms and a serious countenance, a lengthy beard gracing his dark face, and prominent temples indicating he was likely a formidable figure. This envoy does not seem to resemble a eunuch. Lu Tian conjectured as he examined the man's features. If he were a eunuch, he would not sport such a long beard. While Lu Tian was still speculating about the man's identity, the individual waved his hand, and 3 actual eunuchs stepped forward from behind him. However, these eunuchs carried a tray, upon which lay a dagger, white silk, and a wine jug. Lu Tian's expression shifted slightly, a peculiar glint appearing in his eyes. This scenario feels somewhat familiar. Lu Tian murmured to himself. He had witnessed such scenes countless times on television. Only when one was sentenced to death would such circumstances arise. Flower, what is happening? Am I not a high official? Why am I being sentenced to death right from the outset? Lu Tian directly inquired. This opening feels akin to being reborn as Heshin, only to encounter the demise of Emperor Qianlong, a stroke of ill fortune indeed. Do not be anxious, host. Only those on the brink of death are easier to replace. It took a considerable amount of my energy to secure this identity, the flower explained. The flower felt a sense of grievance as well. After upgrading to the Abyssal Path's 3 blades, all remaining energy had been expended on this particular reincarnation. Upon hearing the flower's words, Lu Tian was instantly engulfed by a sense of exasperation. The man across from him, noticing Lu Tian's silence, assumed he was still processing the situation and spoke. Your Highness, although you are currently a commoner, you are still the Emperor's eldest son. Do not disgrace yourself before outsiders. Please select one of these 3 items, the man stated calmly. At this moment, his demeanor appeared respectful, yet he was secretly channeling his inner power, seemingly ready to force Lu Tian's choice should he remain indecisive. Lu Tian, taken aback by these words, quickly interjected, "Who am I? And who are you?" His heart began to form a vague suspicion. The man, witnessing Lu Tian's bewildering response, felt a flicker of concern. Could it be that he has been driven mad by some shock? Nevertheless, he continued, "Your Highness is the Emperor's son, Yang Yong, and my humble name is Yuan Shu. I am Yang Yong, you are Yuan Shu." Upon hearing this, Lu Tian finally comprehended his predicament. At this moment, it seemed that Emperor Yang Jin of Sui had just passed away, and his brother Yang Wang was about to issue a false edict to have Yang Yong executed, all to secure his claim to the throne, and Yuan Shu was